Chapter 1 Rebirth after being poisoned by his wife. Cough. Lin Feng lay in bed, coughing violently, with excruciating pain radiating from his thigh where a gunshot wound lay. Since the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse, the world had plunged into chaos. Food shortages led to rampant violence as humanity fought desperately for survival. The injury on Lin Feng's leg was a result of a brutal struggle over food, from which he had narrowly escaped. The gunshot wound had weakened his immune system, leaving him susceptible to illness. "Honey, I prepared some herbal medicine for you. Please drink it." His wife, Zhou Feng, entered the room. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng accepted the bowl, cautioning her, "Dear, please be wary of Chun Ji Chao on the 8th floor. Ensure that my mother and Xiao Long avoid contact with him. He is the one who shot me." "I know," Zhou Feng replied hurriedly, her demeanor slightly uneasy. However, Lin Feng failed to notice the change in his wife's expression and drank the herbal concoction, determined to restore his health. After all, his family depended on him. His in-laws were too old to scavenge for supplies, and his brother-in-law was lazy and unreliable. He finished the herbal remedy, but soon a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. In agony, Lin Feng exclaimed, "What did you give me, dear? My stomach hurts terribly." The pain made him break into a cold sweat as he struggled to rise, only to find himself utterly drained of strength. Zhou Feng stepped back, tears welling in her eyes as she said, "I am so sorry, my love. You poisoned me? Why would you do this?" Lin Feng realized, upon hearing her apology, that the drink was not herbal medicine but a toxic brew. "Since your injury, our food has dwindled. My brother has gone without food for 3 meals," she confessed coldly. "My parents have also gone hungry for several meals. Your leg will never heal, and you cannot go out to find food, so." At this point, her voice grew colder still. "Zhou Feng, you are truly heartless." Furious, Lin Feng spat blood toward the heavens, the pain in his abdomen intensifying as his strength waned, and he collapsed onto the bed. As he lay there, he saw his father-in-law and mother-in-law enter the room. His father-in-law wielded a steel pipe, while his mother-in-law brandished a kitchen knife, both wearing menacing expressions. Seeing Lin Feng still struggling, they hurriedly pinned his legs down. Zhou Feng, gritting her teeth, covered his mouth with a pillow. Lin Feng thrashed desperately, but in the next moment, his brother-in-law, Xiao Long, entered wielding a watermelon knife, which he plunged into Lin Feng's chest. "Woo!" Lin Feng gasped in agony, his breath becoming increasingly labored. "Excellent. We've saved another ration of food," came the exultant voices of his mother-in-law and brother-in-law. "And this useless man has met his rightful end. Let's preserve his corpse. We haven't had meat in over half a year." Lin Feng's consciousness slipped into eternal darkness, filled with resentment as he departed from this world. Time passed, and eventually Lin Feng awoke, gazing around. The walls were adorned with photos of him and Zhou Feng in wedding attire. A ray of sunlight illuminated the bed, enveloping him in warmth, while the distant sound of cicadas filled the air. "Didn't that wretched woman kill me?" Lin Feng scrambled out of bed and rushed into the living room. He surveyed his surroundings, biting his lip fiercely, the pain drawing forth crimson blood. In that moment, Lin Feng realized a profound truth. He had been reborn, transported back a week before the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse. On the day of the apocalypse, a relentless blizzard blanketed the globe, plummeting temperatures to a staggering -70 degrees Celsius. This frigid weather obliterated crops, crippled transportation, and left countless individuals facing starvation. Within a month, humanity dwindled by 80% as conflicts erupted over food, culminating in cannibalism. The thought of cannibalism ignited a fierce rage within Lin Feng. During the 3 years of the apocalypse, he had borne the responsibility of supporting his family, his in-laws, wife, and brother-in-law, enduring countless life and death crises in search of sustenance. Yet, he had ultimately been betrayed by his wife's family, poisoned, and dismembered for soup. "In this life, I shall ensure that you suffer more than death." Lin Feng's memories ignited a crimson fire in his eyes as he struck the wall with a furious punch. His fist throbbed painfully, blood seeping from the wound, yet he felt no discomfort, only an inexplicable exhilaration fueled by the trials of his past life. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness and pain, his vision blurring as he sensed a peculiar space. This space was enveloped in mist, roughly 3 cubic meters, chilling like the air of a refrigerator. Lin Feng's expression changed. He realized he was in a small, concealed space. Is this the boon of a reborn soul? He mused, excitement bubbling within him. Having read numerous novels, he knew that many reborn individuals possessed special abilities. As if answering his thoughts, a surge of information flooded his mind, detailing the nature of this space. It could store items, preserving them indefinitely. For instance, a dish placed within would remain as fresh as when it was first cooked, even after decades. To retrieve items, one merely needed to touch them, provided they were smaller than the space itself. Though limited to 3 cubic meters, the space could absorb jade and other precious materials to expand in size. Furthermore, as the space grew, its utility would increase. With this revelation, Lin Feng was filled with elation that he mentally exited the space, reaching for a book, which vanished from his grasp only to appear within the confines of the space. Next, he touched various items in the room: pots, bowls, toothbrushes, all of which were seamlessly stored within. Finally, he returned to the bedroom and retrieved a jade Buddha from the drawer. It too disappeared, reappearing in the space, radiating a faint white light as it vanished. Lin Feng sensed the space had grown larger. Wonderful, wonderful, he exclaimed. With this space, he could thrive during the impending extreme cold apocalypse. Honey, open the door, came Zhou Feng's voice from outside. That wretched woman. Upon hearing her voice again, Lin Feng's rage surged, his desire to exact revenge boiling over. He could hardly contain the urge to rend her limb from limb. Resolutely, he approached the door and swung it open. Standing before him were his wife, Zhou Feng, and his mother-in-law, Miao Solon.
Chapter 2. The Green Tea Bitch and Her Daughter. My dear, my mother has purchased a tie for you, Zhou Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng, quickly take it and try it on, her mother, Miao Solon, added, her face adorned with a beaming smile. I had someone procure it from Shangjiang. It cost 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but smirk inwardly. He recognized that the tie was merely a product from a discount website, priced at a mere 9 yuan with free shipping. In his previous life, he had been aware of its true cost, yet out of affection for his wife, he had chosen to overlook such trivialities. Darling, let me help you with the tie, Zhou Feng said, noticing Lin Feng's momentary daze as she approached to assist him. There's no need. It appears to fit well enough, Lin Feng replied, feeling a sense of discomfort towards the woman before him, prompting him to decline her offer. Zhou Feng paused, sensing an inexplicable change in Lin Feng's demeanor. The three of them then settled onto the couch in the living room. Honey, I would like to discuss something with you, Zhou Feng said cautiously, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Feel free to speak your mind, Lin Feng encouraged her. In half a month, Zhou Long will be getting married, but he currently lacks a marital residence. Would it be possible for you to transfer this apartment to him as a wedding gift? Zhou Feng proposed with a smile. Indeed, Lin Feng, as his brother-in-law. It is essential that you assist Zhou Long, Miao Solon chimed in, also smiling. Lin Feng responded, but hasn't Xiao Long already secured a home? My dear, that house belongs to my mother for her retirement. It is not Xiao Long's. Moreover, it is rather small, and the bride's family desires a more spacious abode for him. Zhou Feng explained, still smiling. Lin Feng's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he looked at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, this apartment is our only residence. Honey, we can move to my mother's place and live together with her, Zhou Feng replied. Once I give birth, she can help us with the child. Indeed, Lin Feng. Miao Zuelon echoed. After I pass, that house will belong to you. Lin Feng scoffed internally. His apartment spanned 150 square meters, complete with a 50 square meter loft and a 70 square meter terrace, valued at over 3 million yuan. In contrast, Miao Zuelon's residence barely reached 93 square meters and was situated on the second floor, worth perhaps 1.2 million yuan at best. Even if Miao Zuelon were to bequeath her property to him, he would suffer a loss of nearly 2 million yuan. Furthermore, he doubted that Miao Zuelon would ever hand over her house to him. In his previous life, he had acquiesced to Miao Zuelon's request, only for her to sell the property quietly 2 days after the transfer, keeping all the proceeds for her younger brother. Leaving Lin Feng with nothing while his own home was seized, he and Zhou Feng had to rent again to provide for Miao Zuelon's retirement. At that time, Lin Feng had been deeply in love with Zhou Feng, which allowed the matter to fade into obscurity. Please, just agree, Zhou Feng pleaded, tugging at Lin Feng's arm in a display of affection. Absolutely not, Lin Feng retorted coldly. I cannot assist him in this matter. Lin Feng, you are so petty. He is my brother, and also your brother. How can you refuse to help him? You are utterly selfish and heartless. Zhou Fong exclaimed in anger. Lin Feng, you must help. Miao Zuelan interjected, her expression darkening. If you refuse, I will ensure that Zhou Fong divorces you. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, smirked coldly. He fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Fong and asked, Zhou Fong, if I refuse to transfer the property, will you truly go through with the divorce? Dear husband, you must understand that I have only one brother. If I do not assist him, who will? Zhou Fong replied. Moreover, my mother has worked tirelessly her entire life. Can you bear to watch her suffer? Very well. Lin Feng's expression hardened. Since you have initiated the divorce, I shall oblige. This afternoon, we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the separation. In this apocalyptic world, dealing with this white lotus is indeed timely. Zhou Fong was taken aback. She never anticipated that Lin Feng would genuinely agree to the divorce. In the past, he had always been compliant and exceedingly generous towards her family, yet today, he had outright rejected her. Bang! Miao Zuelan slammed her palm on the table and shouted, Lin Feng, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you divorce Zhou Fong? You selfish beast. As she spoke, Miao Zuelan removed her shoe and swung it towards Lin Feng's face. Enough. Lin Feng seized Miao Zuelan's arm, his eyes filled with menace. If you dare to strike again, I shall return the blow. At that moment, his gaze was fierce, after 3 years of survival in the apocalypse. He had taken many lives and cultivated a formidable aura of intimidation. You beast, you dare to hit me? Miao Zuelan exclaimed in disbelief. She recalled a time when she had slapped Lin Feng, and he had not retaliated, but today was different. Lin Feng, let go of my mother. Zhou Fong demanded coldly. Only then did Lin Feng release Miao Zuelan. Daughter, do not waste your breath on him. If we are to divorce, so be it. I have never encountered such a heartless and selfish individual. Furthermore, in the event of our divorce, you must ensure that I receive half of this house. Miao Zuelan sneered. Lin Feng, the divorce is acceptable, but today we must discuss the division of property, Zhou Fong stated coldly. Division of property? This house was purchased outright by me before our marriage. Even if you take me to court, you will not receive a single penny, Lin Feng retorted with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fong and Miao Zuelan were rendered speechless as they recalled that the house had indeed been purchased by Lin Feng in full before their marriage. You despicable schemer. You have plotted against my daughter. Miao Zuelan exclaimed angrily. If you do not grant my daughter half of the house, I shall throw myself against the wall of your home and turn it into a haunted house. As she spoke, Miao Zuelan stood up and hurled herself towards the living room wall. Lin Feng, seated on the sofa, observed her actions, knowing full well that this old woman, fearful of death, would never actually harm herself, and that her daughter would certainly intervene. Sure enough, Zhou Fong rushed forward to embrace Miao Zuelan. Mother, please, let me die? I have never encountered such a selfish son-in-law. Miao Zuelan cried out. Lin Feng, what do you intend to do? Are you trying to drive my mother to her grave? Zhou Fong shouted at him in fury. Enough of your theatrics, mother and daughter. If you wish for my house, I have a proposal, Lin Feng said, crossing his legs casually. Upon hearing this, Miao Zuelan and Zhou Fong ceased their antics and hurried to Lin Feng's side. Good son-in-law, I knew you would show respect for your mother. Miao Zuelan exclaimed, her demeanor shifting dramatically. It is quite simple. Lend me 5 million yuan. Lin Feng replied with a smile. What? Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? Mother, where would we find such a substantial sum? Upon hearing this, Zhou Fong reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail. Lin Feng, where could we possibly procure such funds? Miao Zuelan's expression turned icy once more. Do not fret. Allow me to elucidate, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Miao Zuelan and Zhou Fong took their seats, fixing their cold gazes upon him. Mother, as far as I am aware, you possess a considerable amount of savings, nearly 2 million, Lin Feng stated with a grin. That 2 million is my retirement fund. Not a single cent can be touched, Miao Zuelan retorted coldly. Indeed, darling, do not even entertain the thought. This is mother-esque security for her later years. Zhou Fong echoed. Mother, aside from the 2 million, there is also that apartment. If you mortgage it at the bank, you could secure around 900,000. Subsequently, if you approach an online lending company, you could easily gather an additional 200,000, Lin Feng explained with a smile. I will require this money for half a month, and I promise to repay both the principal and interest, which amounts to 300,000. Miao Zuelan and Zhou Fong exchanged glances, intrigued. Moreover, I will transfer the property to Zhou Long, Lin Feng continued. As you both mentioned, Zhou Long is indeed my brother. If I do not assist him, who will? But what do you need such a sum for? Zhou Fong inquired suspiciously. That is classified information, Lin Feng replied. Additionally, I will provide a promissory note, using my property and salary as collateral. Upon hearing this, Miao Zuelan appeared somewhat swayed. 300,000 in interest over half a month? That seems excessively high. Furthermore, Lin Feng's promise to transfer the apartment to Zhou Long, which is valued at no less than 3 million. Coupled with his stable job in a state-owned enterprise, where he earns a net income of 150,000 annually, along with additional funds from his housing allowance, reassured Miao Zuolan regarding Lin Feng's credibility. Darling, please do not make any reckless investments. I worry that it may become too burdensome for you, Zhou Feng urged gently, still reluctant to lend money to Lin Feng. Very well, my stance is clear. If you are unwilling to assist, I shall proceed to sell this property for 3 million. I can easily finalize the sale by tomorrow, and we can part ways. Lin Feng declared as he rose to his feet. He understood that Miao Zuolan and Zhou Feng were driven by greed and would likely be tempted by such an offer. Furthermore, his reputable position at work would surely alleviate any concerns they had. Chapter 3. The Calculating Scheme. Good son-in-law. If mother does not support you, who will? Upon hearing Lin Feng's intention to sell the house and flee, Miao Zuolan immediately stood in support of him. However, you must clearly outline the terms, Zhou Feng insisted. Among brothers, financial matters must be transparent. I will certainly document everything clearly, Lin Feng assured, patting his chest. You should know my character. Zhou Feng nodded slightly. She recognized Lin Feng's integrity, which was why she had chosen him. Consequently, Miao Zuolan and Zhou Feng began to operate their phones to arrange for the loan, swiftly mortgaging the apartment and borrowing additional funds from various online lending platforms, amassing a total of 5 million, including Miao Zuolan's original savings. For narrative purposes, in this era, property mortgages and online loans are swiftly processed as long as one has a good credit score. Before long, a notification chimed on Lin Feng's phone, indicating that the 5 million had been successfully transferred. He drafted 4 loan agreements for Zhou Feng and Miao Zuolan, even recording an audio message for the mother-daughter duo. Both women were beaming with joy. All right, let us proceed with the divorce this afternoon, Lin Feng said, glancing at Zhou Feng. Divorce is merely a divorce. Who fears whom? As long as there are no regrets in the future. Zhou Feng chuckled coldly, convinced that within half a month, this man would surely be pleading for her return. Oh, our Zhou Feng has finally regained her freedom. Mr. Chen Jichao, the proprietor of Xinguan KTV, has long pursued her. His fortune exceeds 1 billion. Miao Zuolan exclaimed with pride. Upon hearing Chen Jichao's name, Lin Feng felt a surge of murderous intent. Chen Jichao was indeed the architect of his demise. However, Lin Feng quickly suppressed his rage and turned to Zhou Feng, smiling. Mom, I plan to spend 100,000 yuan on new clothes for the whole family, as a gesture of goodwill before we part ways. New clothes? Miao Zuolan and Zhou Feng exclaimed in delight. 100,000 yuan for clothing? It must be high-end merchandise. Lin Feng explained with a smile. The maple leaf down jackets are on sale for the summer, offering significant discounts. Their winter insulation is exceptionally effective. Maple leaf down jackets? Each costs several thousand. What a wonderful son-in-law you are, Miao Zuolan remarked. Husband, you are too kind, Zhou Feng added, her surprise evident. The maple leaf down jackets are among the most renowned in the world. In addition to the jackets, Lin Feng continued, there are various thermal underwear and sweaters. As he spoke, Lin Feng approached the wardrobe and began removing all of Zhou Feng's winter attire. What are you doing? Zhou Feng asked in alarm. Out with the old, in with the new. Divorce signifies a fresh start. I will buy you new winter clothes. You can discard these old ones, Lin Feng replied. Thank you, Lin Feng. You are truly wonderful, Zhou Feng said, her excitement palpable. She had long wished to part with those old garments. Together, they gathered the winter clothes and disposed of them in the trash. Next, Lin Feng descended the stairs and cleared out the winter clothing belonging to his mother-in-law, Miao Zuolan, and his brother-in-law, Zhou Long, tossing them into the refuse as well. Once this task was completed, Lin Feng promptly canceled the order for the Canada Goose down jackets. He eagerly anticipated the impending extreme cold in 7 days, envisioning a time when this family would possess no means of warmth. A smile of anticipation crept across Lin Feng's face. Afterward, he accompanied Zhou Feng to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce. Once the paperwork was completed, Zhou Feng moved to the second floor. Upon returning home, Lin Feng opened his phone to see a picture of a stunning woman, tall, fair-skinned, with a ponytail, who surpassed his ex-wife Zhou Feng in beauty. She was none other than his brother-in-law's beautiful fiancée. The prospects seemed promising. Lin Feng mused as he gazed at the photograph. He then proceeded to borrow 2 million from various online lending platforms and sought out a private lending company to secure an additional 210,000 yuan. Of course, he intended to repay this money, provided he could eventually reach the lending company representatives. Adding the funds acquired from Miao Zuolan and Zhou Feng, along with some savings, Lin Feng amassed a total of 9,200,000 yuan. This should be sufficient to procure a substantial amount of supplies, he pondered. After working tirelessly, Lin Feng felt a pang of hunger. He then made his way to Tianshan Restaurant, which specializes in Xinjiang cuisine, known for its authentic flavors. Lin Feng particularly relished their signature big plate chicken. After dinner, Lin Feng ordered an extravagant feast comprising 100 servings of large plate chicken. 100 portions of Silk Road cold noodles, 100 servings of Xinjiang great fish, 1,000 skewers of lamb, and 1,000 pieces of lamb pie, these being his most cherished dishes from Xinjiang. Following the harrowing experiences of an apocalyptic crisis, he felt compelled to stockpile supplies whenever the opportunity arose. He instructed the hotel staff to deliver this bounty directly to his quarters, whereupon he meticulously stored it all within his spatial realm, which quickly became filled to capacity. It seemed evident that he would need to expand this space. Lin Feng contemplated upgrading his spatial domain, for only with a sufficiently enlarged area could he store more provisions, ensuring a life free from want in his later years. However, such an enhancement required jade stones. The thought of acquiring jade made him frown. As many jade shops were notorious for selling counterfeit stones at exorbitant prices, purchasing a fake would not only thwart the upgrade, but also squander a significant sum of money. Then, a memory struck him. Wanshiyuan in the southern part of the city. He suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. Wanshiyuan was a renowned stone gambling area, frequented by many affluent residents of Jiang City. Lin Feng had visited this place in his previous life. He recalled that just days before the apocalypse, someone had unearthed a block of imperial green jade there, fetching a staggering price of 30 million. Numerous jewelers in Jiang City sourced their materials from Wanshiyuan, transforming them into pendants and other items for sale. The image of that imperial green stone remained vivid in Lin Feng's mind. With this in mind, Lin Feng could hardly contain his eagerness and promptly set off for Wanshiyuan. Although the stone had been opened just 3 days prior to the apocalypse, he intended to take a cautious approach and procure it ahead of time. By evening, Wanshiyuan was bustling with activity. Those who entered were undoubtedly affluent, with luxury cars lining the entrance. Lin Feng arrived by taxi, and, just then, a mocking voice pierced through the crowd. "Is that not Brother Lin?" He looked up to see a man clad in black, wearing sunglasses, his demeanor exuding arrogance. It was Chen Jichao. Upon seeing him, Lin Feng's blood boiled with fury. Chen Jichao also resided in the manhwa community of Jiang City, in the same building as Lin Feng. In his previous life during the frigid apocalypse, the two had often collaborated to scavenge for supplies. Although Lin Feng was physically stronger, he had saved Chen Jichao's life on multiple occasions. However, during one fateful encounter when they discovered a cache of supplies, they agreed to split it. Yet, Chen Jichao had inexplicably produced a gun and shot Lin Feng in the leg. Fortunately, Lin Feng had swiftly retaliated, striking Chen Jichao with a block of ice, allowing him to escape. Upon returning home with his injury, Lin Feng had met a tragic end at the hands of his wife, Zhou Feng, and her family. "Lin, my brother, I hear you've divorced Zhou Feng?" Chen Jichao approached with a smirk. "You seem to possess a keen sense of self-awareness." "What do you mean?" Lin Feng suppressed his murderous intent, responding coldly. "I mean, Zhou Feng made a wise choice. Being with you only brings suffering," Chen Jichao scoffed. "Being with me, however, guarantees a better life. She is now my girlfriend." Lin Feng's brow furrowed. It seemed this wretched woman had likely been entangled with Chen Jichao even before the apocalypse. "Jichao." A delicate voice floated in from a distance. Lin Feng observed Zhou Feng approaching, clad in a black lace mini dress. "I happened to encounter your ex-husband," Chen Jichao remarked as he wrapped an arm around Zhou Feng's waist. "Humph, why pay him any mind?" Zhou Feng replied dismissively, casting a condescending glance at Lin Feng, as if to convey that her divorce meant she could now marry into wealth. Chen Jichao chuckled. "No matter how you slice it, he is still your ex-husband." Upon hearing the banter between the two, Lin Feng grasped the situation, recognizing that the gunshot during the frigid apocalypse and the subsequent poison-drinking incident were intertwined. He chose to ignore both Chen Jichao and Zhou Feng, allowing this audacious couple to revel for a few more days. Planning to confront them when the end of days arrived, Lin Feng made his way towards Wanshiyuan. "Hey Lin Feng, don't just walk away, let us talk." Chen Jichao intercepted him. "Speak," Lin Feng replied coolly. "From today onward, I will take care of Zhou Feng," Chen Jichao declared, looking down at Lin Feng. "You must cease your pursuit of her. It's clear you regret the divorce. I don't know how you found out I was at Wanshiyuan, but I'm here to tell you our fate has run its course." Zhou Feng held her head high, resembling a proud swan. Chapter 4. Encountering the enemy at Wanshiyuan. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, wore a playful smile and addressed Chen Jichao. "Chen Jichao, I have a habit. Once I discard a pair of shoes, I never wear them again. You should cherish that worn-out pair." "Who are you calling worn out, Lin?" "You are the real waste," Zhou Feng retorted, as if her tail had been stepped on. "I'll teach you a lesson." Chen Jichao charged at Lin Feng, delivering a kick. Lin Feng regarded Chen Jichao's oncoming figure with a hint of disdain. Having survived 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, he had honed his combat skills. Dealing with someone like Chen Jichao would be effortless. With a swift motion, Lin Feng dodged Chen Jichao's attack and delivered a kick to his rear. Thud! Chen Jichao was sent sprawling to the ground, face first. "Lin Feng, how dare you strike Chen Jichao? You're courting death." Zhou Fong exclaimed sharply as she witnessed Qin Jichao's fall. Lin Feng ignored her, turning to venture deeper into Wan Shiyuan. Jichao, are you alright? Zhou Fong hurried to assist Qin Jichao to his feet. Qin Jichao's face was ashen. I'm fine. Let us head to Wan Shiyuan, he urged. And they both followed Lin Feng. Inside Wan Shiyuan, a plethora of stones lay piled high, the area divided into sections A, B, C, and D. Section A housed the most premium raw stones, each priced above 5 million. Section B contained slightly inferior stones, ranging from 1 to 5 million. Section C offered third-rate stones, valued between 100,000 and 1 million. Lastly, Section D contained the lowest quality stones, priced below 100,000. All these stones had been transported from Myanmar in the southwest. Encased within these raw stones were jadites of varying sizes and qualities, which, due to current scientific limitations, remained undetectable. Thus, the trade of stone betting emerged. Some individuals acquire rough stones at a modest price, only to uncover imperial green jade, reaping profits that soar to astronomical heights. Conversely, others invest millions in rough stones, only to find low-grade jade, resulting in catastrophic losses. Thus, the gambling stone industry is often described as a realm of paradise or hell. Presently, the sound of machines cutting through stone reverberates throughout the Wan Stone Garden, interspersed with exclamations of excitement and anguished cries. Lin Feng strolls through Area D of the Wan Stone Garden, recalling a particular rough stone from this section that caused quite a stir when it was cut open to reveal imperial green jade. Sir, may I inquire if you are interested in purchasing rough stones? A striking woman clad in a red qipao approaches him. I wish to buy a piece for fun. Lin Feng replies with a smile. Sir, you may choose from any rough stone here. I would be delighted to assist you in your selection, the qipao-clad woman beams. I have indeed set my sights on a particular stone. It is as large as a grinding wheel and exhibits a dark red hue, Lin Feng recalls. Moreover, there is a palm-sized flaw on its surface. Perhaps due to a rebirth of sorts, Lin Feng remembers the events of his past life with remarkable clarity, including the occurrences at the Wan Stone Garden, and this particular stone leaves a deep impression on him. Sir, allow me to check on my tablet, the woman responds. Nodding in acknowledgement, she promptly opens her tablet, which displays a video showcasing various rough stones, each marked with a unique number. Soon, one stone captures the attention of both Lin Feng and the woman. It precisely matches his description. This is the stone, number 404, Lin Feng exclaims, pointing at the image. Please hold on. I will have someone bring this stone to the cutting area, the woman assures him, immediately making a call. Lin Feng nods in agreement. Before long, two men arrive, pushing a cart that carries the stone. To confirm its identity, Lin Feng approaches and scrutinizes it for a considerable time before ultimately verifying that this is indeed the correct stone. Sir, the price for this stone is 500,000 yuan. The qipao-clad woman states with a smile. Lin Feng promptly produces a bank card and completes the transaction. May I inquire if you wish to have it cut now or take it home? She asks amicably. Let us have it cut here, Lin Feng replies with a smile. Upon arriving at the cutting area, Lin Feng unexpectedly encounters Qin Jichao and Zhou Fong. The expressions on Qin Jichao and Zhou Fong's faces are filled with disdain as Qin Jichao wears a sinister smile. Lin Feng, you two are gambling on stones? He mocks. Aren't you afraid of losing your trousers? Why should a petty person like you gamble, while I cannot? Lin Feng retorts, also mocking. Qin Jichao's expression darkens. Lin, I won't waste words with you. Do you dare to wager against me? Wager against you? What are the terms? Lin Feng replies with a smirk. I am prepared to engage fully. He was contemplating how to eliminate Qin Jichao when, unexpectedly, Qin Jichao walked right into his trap. Thus, he decided to take advantage of the situation. It's quite simple. Each of us will select a piece of stone, and whoever appraises the jadeite at a higher price shall emerge victorious, Qin Jichao stated coldly. This wager seems intriguing. Let us discuss the stakes. Lin Feng remarked as he pulled up a chair, reclining with his legs crossed, igniting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Should you lose, you will kneel before me and bow 100 times. If you win, I shall kneel before you and bow 100 times, Qin Jichao asserted with a frigid demeanor. He was confident in his ability to defeat Lin Feng, as he was well versed in the art of gambling on stones and possessed considerable skills in the craft. In contrast, Lin Feng was merely a pauper, with no substantial resources to his name and no experience in stone betting. Bowing holds no interest for me. My sole fascination lies in monetary gain, Lin Feng retorted with a smirk. Very well, Lin Feng, should you triumph, I shall grant you 5 million yuan. If you fail, you will bow 100 times, Qin Jichao said, gritting his teeth. Now, that sounds reasonable, Lin Feng continued. However, let me add this, if you prevail, not only will I bow 100 times, but I shall also lie on the ground and bark like a dog, provided you raise the stakes to 10 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Jichao was filled with exhilaration. You, Lin, wish to bark like a dog? Mocked Zhou Fong from the sidelines. You enjoy calling me daddy. Lin Feng shot back defiantly. Zhou Fong, incensed by his words, was about to chastise Lin Feng when Chen Jichao intervened. Lin Feng, in that case, I shall add another 5 million. Should you lose, I will put a dog collar on you and have Zhou Fong lead you back to the community. Chen Jichao stated coldly. Lin Feng paused, taken aback by Chen Jichao's apparent wealth. What is the matter, Lin? Are you backing down? Zhou Fong taunted. Aren't you the one who enjoys hitting walls? Very well, I have no objections. However, I require one more condition. The jadeite you appraise must be handed over to me. Lin Feng replied. You are quite greedy. I shall indulge you, Chen Jichao sneered. We must draft a written agreement at Wanshiyuan. Lin Feng readily agreed. Aware that Chen Jichao might attempt to renege, the written agreement at Wanshiyuan held significant weight, as the owner had connections in the underworld, and few dared to act dishonestly in that venue. After both signed the wager, Chen Jichao proceeded to select his raw stone. Half an hour later, Chen Jichao returned, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Lin Feng, jadeite betting requires capital. What do you possess to compete with me? He looked down upon Lin Feng, brandishing his stone. Do you see this piece? It is valued at 5 million, from Area A. Lin Feng, I advise you to concede. You are no match for me. I hear you purchased a stone from Area D. What jadeite could possibly emerge from there? Zhou Fong mocked. The stone gambling trade is a realm of both heaven and hell. Lin Feng retorted with a smirk. Who can say for certain? TCH, Lin Feng. Today I shall make you lose convincingly, Chen Jichao declared coldly. Chapter 5. The emergence of Imperial Jadeite. Chen Jichao's disastrous defeat soon. A crowd gathered in the cutting area of Wanshiyuan, drawn by the substantial stakes involved in the bet between Lin Feng and Chen Jichao, especially considering that one of the stones originated from Area A of Wanshiyuan. Subsequently, the owner of Wanshiyuan, a middle-aged man named Hong Liangyu, who sported golden-rimmed spectacles and bore the demeanor of a scholar, personally approached to commence the cutting of the stone. With great seriousness, Hong Liangyu activated the rough stone cutting machine, carefully adjusting its settings before lifting the piece of red python stone. Only then did he speak. This red python stone was indeed the very rough stone purchased by Chen Jichao. Not only were the spectators eager to discover the jade concealed within the stone, but Hong Liangyu too was keen to ascertain what sort of jade could be revealed. Yes, boss, the 4 employees of Wanshiyuan cautiously lifted the sizable python stone, roughly the size of a black pot, onto the cutting machine. Hong Liangyu initiated the machinery, commencing the cut on the python stone. The screech of the machine filled the air, sparks flew from the stone's surface, and fragments tumbled away, gradually revealing a hint of purple light within. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. Is that? Could it be violet? Indeed, it is violet. Moreover, it is of the old pit ice variety. My goodness, it has actually yielded old pit ice violet. This outcome was anticipated, for this python stone belonged to Area A of Wanshiyuan. In fact, there were only 9 stones in the entire Area A, each regarded as a treasure gem of the establishment. Thus, the young man named Lin Feng was destined to lose. He had foolishly purchased a black knife stone from Area D, a type of stone notorious for yielding no quality jade, and was incapable of producing any jade at all. The spectators buzzed with excitement, anticipating that Lin Feng would be forced to bow his head in defeat, adorned with a dog collar around his neck if he lost. Their gazes were fervently fixed on the python stone being cut, while some cast sympathetic glances toward Lin Feng, who was fated to become the subject of ridicule. Chen Jichao's face beamed with pride upon witnessing the emergence of violet from his rough stone. The thought of soon compelling Lin Feng to bow down filled him with exhilaration. Lin Feng, you are surely destined to lose this time, Zhou Fong jeered. You are doomed to remain impoverished. What can you possibly compare with Chen Jichao? Are you not rejoicing too soon? Lin Feng retorted with a cold smile. Still stubborn, are you? Are you some sort of duck? Chen Jichao scoffed. Let me inform you that the jade extracted from Area D of Wanshiyuan is valued at no more than 10,000 yuan. While this violet I possess is conservatively estimated at 1 million. Then I shall shatter that record, Lin Feng declared with a laugh. The two, Chen Jichao and Zhou Fong, exchanged derisive chuckles. The trio fell silent, their attention riveted on Hong Liangyu as he continued to unveil the python stone. Soon, half an hour had passed, and Hong Liangyu meticulously extracted the violet from within. This old pit ice violet was translucent, nearly akin to glass, radiating a resplendent purple glow. I declare this violet to be valued at 6 million yuan, Hong Liangyu proclaimed with a commanding voice as he held the violet aloft. Does Master Chen have any objections? I have no objections, Chen Jichao replied, brimming with excitement as he seized the violet from Hong Liangyu and raised it triumphantly to flaunt before Lin Feng. Boss Hong, please proceed with the cutting of my black knife stone. Lin Feng paid no mind to Chen Jichao's display of bravado. Upon hearing this, Hong Liangyu nodded slightly and instructed his team to place Lin Feng's chosen black knife stone onto the cutting machine. The sound of squeaking echoed once more. Lin Feng fixed his gaze intently on the cut black jade stone. Minutes trickled by as Hong Liangyu sliced through the stone, yet no jadeite emerged. Lin Feng, you can't even extract a single piece of jade. I told you long ago that the stones from Area D are worthless and yield no jade, Qin Jichao remarked, swaying the violet jade in his hand. Jichao, cease your taunts. What if he can't bear the blow and faints? Then he won't be able to bow down. Zhou Feng mocked. Ignoring Qin Jichao and Zhou Feng, Lin Feng approached Hong Liangyu. Young man, I fear this time you may be defeated, Hong Liangyu said. Looking at Lin Feng with a hint of pity. Continue cutting, Lin Feng replied resolutely. Reluctantly, Hong Liangyu resumed his work, and soon the sharp sound of cutting filled the air. Suddenly, a faint green glow emerged from the stone, resembling the clarity of verdant leaves, evoking a sense of comfort. This is imperial green. Oh my, it truly is imperial green. Good heavens, what am I witnessing? It is indeed imperial green, exclaimed the crowd in awe. Wan Shiyuan has operated in Jiangcheng for 20 years, and in that time, there have only been 2 instances of imperial green. The last one was 13 years ago. Who would have thought that today, Wan Shiyuan would unveil another piece of imperial green? What's even more astonishing is that this rough stone comes from Area D, notorious as the abandoned stone zone of Wan Shiyuan. The onlookers, all connoisseurs, were as excited as if they had struck gold upon seeing that flash of imperial green. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief at its appearance. Qin Jichao's face turned a ghastly shade as he exclaimed, "What is imperial green? I find it less beautiful than violet jade." Zhou Feng chimed in, her voice laced with mockery. Her comment drew disdainful glances from those around her, as if they were watching a fool. Be silent, Qin Jichao retorted angrily. Imperial green surpasses violet jade in quality. Lin Feng smiled. Qin Jichao, concede your defeat. Humph, don't rejoice too soon. I shall see just how large this piece of imperial green truly is. Qin Jichao replied coldly. Rest assured, it is far larger than you can imagine, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. As Hong Liangyu continued to cut the rough stone, his hands trembled with excitement. It was astonishing that Wan Shiyuan had unveiled a piece of imperial green today. He meticulously sliced the stone, fearful of damaging the precious jade. After an hour, he finally extracted the imperial green, which was walnut-sized. I declare that the imperial green carved by Mr. Lin Feng is valued at 20 million, and thus Mr. Lin Feng triumphs in this wager, Hong Liangyu announced. With a sharp crack, Qin Jichao clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to accept his defeat by Lin Feng. Lin Feng approached Hong Liangyu. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, Hong Liangyu said, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder as he handed him both the imperial green and the violet jade. Congratulations indeed, Lin Feng replied with a smile as he accepted the 2 exquisite gems. Turning to Qin Jichao, the unwitting benefactor, Lin Feng exclaimed, Ah, Qin Jichao, I truly appreciate you. You are a harbinger of fortune. Lin Feng waved the imperial green playfully. Consider yourself fortunate, Qin Jichao coldly remarked, immediately transferring 10 million to Lin Feng before swiftly exiting the crowd. Zhou Feng approached Lin Feng, lightly brushing her hand against his thigh before departing. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk. This woman likely had her eyes on the imperial green. Brother Lin, I wonder if you would consider parting with the imperial green and selling it to me. A man dressed in Armani approached with a smile. Who are you? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. I am Zhou Heilong, the owner of Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store in Jiangcheng. Zhou Heilong replied, his face adorned with a smile. Oh, I won't sell. Lin Feng sensed a hint of malice from Zhou Heilong. He was undoubtedly a cunning individual. That's perfectly fine, Brother Lin. How about a wager instead? Zhou Heilong's eyes glinted with envy at the 2 pieces of jade Lin Feng possessed, and he was determined to devise a way to acquire them. What do you propose to wager? Lin Feng asked, a sly smile playing on his lips as he realized Zhou Heilong had set his sights on his jade. Quite simply, let us use the imperial green and the violet jade as stakes, Zhou Heilong explained with a grin. We will engage in a stone betting game. If you win, I will pay you an equivalent amount of money. If I win, you must relinquish those 2 pieces of jade to me. His proposal drew the attention of those nearby, even attracting the interest of boss Hong Liangyu, as this bet promised to be even more intense than the last. Mr. Zhou, the man named Lin wouldn't dare to gamble with you. Qin Jichao, who had initially walked away, returned to mock Lin Feng, hoping Zhou Heilong would teach him a lesson. Lin Feng turned to Qin Jichao, scoffing, You, a failure, have no right to speak. Less chatter, don't back down, Qin Jichao taunted. Ignoring Qin Jichao, Lin Feng turned back to Zhou Heilong with a smile. Mr. Zhou, I am open to a wager, but I do not wish to gamble stones today. He suddenly recalled that he possessed the ability to manipulate space, easily swapping stones during the game to cheat, and no one would be able to catch him in the act. Chapter 6. The Gamble Brother Lin. How would you like to wager? Feel free to suggest any method. I am ready to accompany you, Zhou Heilong said, curious to see Lin Feng's approach to the gamble. Quite simple. Let us use a deck of playing cards. Randomly draw 2 to 4 cards, and according to the rules of running fast, whoever has the higher card wins, Lin Feng proposed with a smile. In the rules of running fast, the trump card holds the highest value, followed by bombs, such as 4 twos, 4 aces, or 4 kings. Lin Feng's suggestion left the onlookers exchanging glances, some regarding him with pity, as they were aware of Zhou Heilong's reputation. He was an avid gambler who rarely lost, possessing exceptional card-counting skills. Meanwhile, a hint of amusement flickered across Zhou Heilong's lips. Lin Feng, you truly overestimate yourself. A person like you is destined to remain impoverished, unable to hold on to any wealth that comes your way. Chen Jichao couldn't suppress his schadenfreude. Hong Liangyu patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. The implication clear. It would be wise for Lin Feng to concede to preserve his current wealth. Brother Lin, don't say I'm bullying you. Perhaps consider changing the wager, Zhou Heilong suggested, feigning kindness, but in reality, he recognized Lin Feng's prideful nature and feared he might back down. Thus, he aimed to provoke him further. Not necessary. Since I proposed it, I intend to see this gamble through. Lin Feng chuckled, expressing his disbelief that those who had awakened their spatial abilities could be outmatched by an ordinary mortal. What audacity! Zhou Heilong sneered. Boss Hong, do you have a game room? Lin Feng turned to Hong Liangyu. Certainly, we have one. Many friends come here to play cards, and the game room is equipped with surveillance to prevent any cheating, Hong Liangyu replied with a grin. Please, gentlemen, this way. Lin Feng and Zhou Heilong followed Hong Liangyu deeper into the Wanshiyuan, and the onlookers trailed behind them. Chen Jichao, with a cold smirk, pursued them, eager to witness Lin Feng lose all his jade. Soon, under Hong Liangyu's guidance, they arrived in a brightly lit hall adorned with high-definition cameras. A table was set with an array of playing cards. Lin Feng approached, lifting a deck of cards with a smile. These cards are splendid, Boss Hong. Might you gift me a deck? Haha, Brother Lin, I would gladly give you not just one deck, but even 100. Hong Liangyu laughed heartily. Such a miser. Even coveting a mere deck of cards, Chen Jichao remarked with a hint of disdain. Thank you very much, Lin Feng said, directly pocketing 2 decks of cards, swiftly sending them into his spatial realm. Zhou Heilong furrowed his brow, sensing that Lin Feng might have ulterior motives. Was he planning to swap cards later on? Let me outline the rules. During our wager, both hands must remain on the table and not move beneath it, and our sleeves must be rolled up, Zhou Heilong stated, aiming to prevent any potential cheating. Although he was confident in his ability to defeat Lin Feng, he wanted to eliminate any possible unfavorable variables, given the stakes involved. Hong Liangyu turned to Lin Feng and asked, What are your thoughts, Brother Lin? I concur with Mr. Zhou's proposal. It seems fair enough to avoid any dispute should I win, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, as he had no intention of resorting to such lowly tactics. Humph, Brother Lin. You certainly have a bold demeanor. Very well, let us commence the wager. I am eager to see what skills you possess, Zhou Heilong said coldly. Boss Hong, we may begin, Lin Feng stated calmly. Excellent. According to the rules, both parties may inspect the cards, Hong Liangyu declared, producing a deck of cards with a smile. He first handed the deck to Zhou Heilong. Zhou Heilong took the cards and, with a flick of his wrist, began to shuffle them, the sound echoing as he scrutinized the deck. This deck is sound, he affirmed, passing the cards to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the cards, then shuffled them once more, declaring after 2 or 3 shuffles, the cards are indeed fine. Very well, since the cards are acceptable, you may draw your cards now. As per your established rules, you may draw between 2 to 4 cards, Hong Liangyu said cheerfully. As he spoke, Hong Liangyu placed the deck in the center of the table, spreading the cards out. Lin Feng and Zhou Heilong both gazed intently at the cards. After a moment, Zhou Heilong drew 4 cards from the spread. Lin Feng extended his hand, covering a playing card. In that moment, he seamlessly transferred the card into his spatial pocket, discerning it to be the King of Hearts. Subsequently, he relinquished this card, retrieving another from his space, which turned out to be the Ace of Spades. Thus, he continued this slow process of selection, momentarily covering each card, resulting in a notably languid pace. However, to the onlookers, it appeared to be a deliberate ploy to stall for time. Hey Lin Feng, are you capable of this? If not, just concede. Losing to President Zhou is nothing to be ashamed of, Chen Jichao mocked. Brother Lin, as Chen said, it is not disgraceful to lose to me. You don't often play cards, so you might not be aware of my standing in this small circle, Zhou Heilong added with a chuckle. Look, your hands are already sweating. Chen Jichao, as a defeated opponent, do you have the audacity to speak? Lin Feng retorted, feeling as if Chen was buzzing around like a mosquito. Lin Feng, your words have left Chen Jichao speechless, he observed. Lin Feng then turned his attention back to Zhou Heilong. President Zhou, my memory is rather poor. Thus I require a moment to recollect. Damn it, I've searched through over 20 cards and still haven't found the jokers. Could it be that Chen Jichao has taken them? he mused. Yet, even if they were absent, it mattered little. He could always retrieve the 2 jokers from his spatial pocket, and in a showdown of jokers against jokers, he would still emerge unscathed. At that time, even if Hong Liangyu reviewed the surveillance footage, no evidence of cheating could be traced back to him. Take your time to recollect. It won't change the outcome of your defeat, Zhou Heilong remarked nonchalantly, as if victory was already assured. President Zhou, since the cards have been drawn, why not allow the spectators to witness the reveal? Chen Jichao suggested, glancing at Zhou Heilong. Indeed, President Zhou, unveil your cards for us. And let that fellow surrender willingly, others in the crowd echoed. Meanwhile, Hong Liangyu and the others from Wanshiyuan displayed a hint of anticipation, eager to glimpse Zhou Heilong's hand. Chapter 7. Cheating through spatial card exchange. Unleashing the ultimate hand with a confident smile gracing his face, Zhou Heilong responded. Since my esteemed brothers wish to see my grand hand in advance, how could I refuse? As he spoke, he revealed his cards. The first was a 2. The second was also a 2, and the third and fourth were likewise 2s. 4 2s constitute the strongest bomb in the game of running fast, as no card, barring the jokers, can surpass 4 of a kind. President Zhou, you truly are remarkable, drawing 4 2s. The crowd exclaimed in admiration. Incredible, President. 4 2s cannot be beaten except by the jokers. Indeed, that fellow is destined to lose. Jokers are not easily drawn. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. Their eyes filled with envy as they regarded Zhou Heilong, who was poised to claim victory alongside the Violet and Emperor Green stakes. President Zhou is formidable. Some individuals might be on the verge of losing this gamble, Chen Jichao scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. Impressive, Hong Liangyu remarked, acknowledging Zhou Heilong's prowess, while noting Lin Feng's youth, suggesting he was still too inexperienced to contend with such a seasoned player as Zhou Heilong. As the crowd's attention shifted to Lin Feng, they observed his perspiring hands, still diligently selecting cards. Brother Lin, surrender and accept defeat. I cannot believe you can draw 2 kings, Zhou Heilong chuckled. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, for there was but one small joker in the deck, and the absence of a big joker indicated that Zhou Heilong had stealthily removed it. Brother Lin, you have 3 minutes remaining. If you cannot select a card, it will be considered a forfeit, Hong Liangyu interjected. 30 seconds will suffice for me, Lin Feng asserted. Hong Liangyu nodded slightly at his declaration. Oh, Brother Lin, I am eager to witness how you will contend with me, Zhou Heilong remarked nonchalantly. Lin Feng turned to Zhou Heilong with a smile and said, Mr. Zhou, I have just come to a realization. What realization? Zhou Heilong inquired, puzzled. I understand now why you have ceased your weight loss efforts. Your arms are thicker than the thighs of an average person, Lin Feng teased. His gaze fixed on Zhou Heilong. Zhou Heilong's expression darkened slightly. Brother Lin, that joke is in poor taste. I have always detested remarks about my weight. At that moment, Zhou Heilong was profoundly alarmed. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng would discern his cheating. However, what could it matter? Even if Hong Liangyu reviewed the footage, he would find no evidence of wrongdoing. Lin Feng noticed the disquiet lurking in Zhou Heilong's eyes, confirming his suspicion that Zhou had manipulated the game using his arm. Zhou Heilong's arms were indeed much thicker than the playing cards. His remarkable memory allowed him to conceal the big joker when he removed it. Furthermore, Lin Feng observed the group of individuals standing behind Zhou Heilong. That big joker had likely already been placed onto someone else's person. Had it been anyone else, defeat would be inevitable, but fortunately, Lin Feng had prepared in advance. Lin Feng, if you cannot afford to lose, perhaps you should refrain from playing. Chen Jichao continued to mock. Ignoring Chen Jichao, Lin Feng briefly covered a card, then drew it forth, placing it on the table. It was the small joker. He then retrieved another card from the deck and unveiled it on the table, revealing the big joker. I shall take these 2 cards, Lin Feng stated calmly. Wow. A pair of jokers. He truly drew the unbeatable hand. I cannot believe it. He has indeed drawn the ultimate combination. The astonishment spread among the onlookers as they witnessed Lin Feng unveil his formidable hand, an astonishing stroke of luck. Impressive, praised Hong Liangyu, the owner of Wanshiyuan, as he raised his thumb in admiration. With a pair of jokers, he has effectively vanquished 4 2s. This is inconceivable. How can his luck be so extraordinary? Chen Jichao seethed with jealousy, overwhelmed by Lin Feng's fortune. It is impossible. How did you draw 2 jokers? Zhou Heilong's expression darkened further. He was certain he had removed the big joker, yet Lin Feng had managed to draw another. Could it be that one of his subordinates had betrayed him, secretly handing the big joker to Lin Feng? That seemed implausible. He had been closely monitoring Lin Feng's table, and the latter appeared quite lean, with his sleeves standing upright, making it nearly impossible for him to cheat. Or was it conceivable that this deck contained 2 big jokers? Such a notion was even more improbable. He had thoroughly inspected the cards and confirmed that there was only 1 big joker. Nothing is impossible. Lin Feng chuckled, of course. If Mr. Zhou suspects me of cheating, He may request to review the footage. No need for that. Brother Lin, your skills surpass mine. I concede, Zhou Heilong acknowledged, realizing he could not find any evidence of wrongdoing. Haha, I appreciate your graciousness, Mr. Zhou, Lin Feng replied with a hearty laugh, tossing a bank card to Zhou Heilong. Zhou Heilong promptly took out his phone and transferred 26 million yuan to Lin Feng. Brother Lin, as the saying goes, one does not truly know a person until they have faced off against them. Come visit my home in the next few days. We shall not gamble, but rather share a drink and forge a friendship, Zhou Heilong proposed. Certainly, I will make a personal visit to you, Mr. Zhou, Lin Feng responded with a smile. Zhou Heilong bid farewell to Hong Liangyu and the others before turning to leave, while Chun Jichao departed with a grim expression. Brother Lin, you truly are formidable. Even Zhou Heilong has fallen to your prowess, Hong Liangyu remarked, astonished at Lin Feng's turnaround, though he could not fathom how it had occurred. It was merely luck. Lin Feng replied modestly. Luck? No, that was sheer skill. I have played cards with Zhou Heilong and am aware of his capabilities, Hong Liangyu countered. Boss Hong, I am transferring this 26 million to you to purchase some jade and gemstones. Without further ado, Lin Feng proceeded to acquire the stones from Hong Liangyu. Delighted by the request, Hong Liangyu said, Brother Lin, I will fetch them for you right away. After a brief wait in the hall, Hong Liangyu emerged with a box. Upon opening it, Lin Feng found various sizes of chicken crown red and imperial green jade within. He promptly completed the transaction and secured the stones in his possession. Brother Lin, there is something I hesitate to mention, Hong Liangyu suddenly spoke. Boss Hong, please feel free to speak, Lin Feng encouraged. Zhou Heilong, the owner of Zhou Xiaofu Jewelry, has a background in the underworld. He has been involved in some questionable dealings and has set his sights on your jade. Today, having lost 26 million to you, it will be difficult for you both to become friends, so I advise you to maintain your distance, Hong Liangyu explained. Thank you for the warning, Boss Hong, Lin Feng nodded. I would like to purchase some or have it delivered directly to my home. Haha, certainly. Hong Liangyu laughed heartily. Lin Feng then selected 10 stones at random in Zone C, and Hong Liangyu arranged for someone to accompany him. Upon returning to Mingyue and Jiangqing, Lin Feng instructed that 6 stones, each the size of a basin, be placed in his room. Once alone, he began his experiment, eager to discover whether the space could absorb the jade embedded within the stones, thereby expanding its capacity. Soon, he touched one stone, which vanished into the space. Observing intently, Lin Feng noticed a vibrant green aura emanating from the stone, causing the space to expand slightly. Remarkably, the stone remained intact, filling Lin Feng with immense joy. Could this mean he could surreptitiously absorb jade from raw stones? With this thought, he tossed the remaining stones into the space, where one released faint red and purple auras, leading to further expansion, while the last 4 stones remained utterly motionless. What a cunning businessman Hong Liangyu was. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse, lamenting that out of 10 stones from Area C, only 2 contained jade, and the amount of jade was minimal judging by the escaping air currents. He had spent over 1 million yuan on these 10 stones, yet the jade he unearthed was worth at most a mere 100,000. However, he reminded himself that gambling on stones relied on chance and skill. One could not blame others for losses. Chapter 8. Zhou Feng came to demand the imperial green. Should he consider stealing the raw stones from the Hongliang Jade Park? Lin Feng mused. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought, as his recent success in unveiling the imperial green had already led to most of the raw stones at Hongliang being sold off. Now, there were hardly any raw stones left in the park, and even if he gathered all that remained, it would not significantly increase his space. Moreover, he did not wish to offend Hongliang over such trivial matters. At that moment, Lin Feng opened his spatial compartment and retrieved a steaming lamb pie, fresh as if it had just emerged from the oven. Not only the lamb pie, but all the dishes were likewise delightful. This filled Lin Feng with immense joy. Although the spatial information indicated preservation capabilities, he had yet to confirm this. Now, with preliminary evidence supporting the space's preservation function, Lin Feng felt considerably reassured. It meant that during the harsh apocalyptic winters, he could enjoy fresh delicacies, leading a life far superior to that of ordinary individuals. As long as the space was sufficiently vast, he could store enough supplies to last a lifetime. Next, he decided to test the effect of the violet jade. Lin Feng took out a walnut-sized piece of old pit ice-type violet jade, which radiated a translucent purple glow. With a thought, he stored the violet jade in his space, after which it shattered into a wave of purple mist. The space visibly expanded, and soon the purple mist vanished, halting the expansion. The space had grown from 3 cubic meters to 5. An old pit ice-type jade only increased the space by 2 cubic meters. It appears I need to exert more effort in acquiring jade, Lin Feng mused. He then tossed the imperial green jade into the space, which quickly shattered into green mist, causing the space to expand at an accelerated rate. It stopped expanding when it reached 10 cubic meters. Finally, Lin Feng threw all the remaining jade into the space. These jades had bin purchased from Zhou Heilong for 26 million. Instantly, the space filled with a kaleidoscope of vibrant mist, rapidly expanding until it reached 18 cubic meters before ceasing. Lin Feng was exhilarated by the changes in his space, yet he realized it was still insufficient. He required a substantial amount of jade and gemstones. It seemed necessary to inquire with Hong Liang about where to find a significant supply of raw jade stones, as he sought to undertake a grand venture. As Lin Feng exited his space and prepared to indulge in a meal, he heard a knock at the door. Approaching the entrance, he peered through the peephole to find his ex-wife, Zhou Feng, standing there in a sensual lace dress, accompanied by his former mother-in-law, Miao Zuolan. Lin Feng, open the door, Zhou Feng called out. What brings you here? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Mom thought you hadn't eaten, so she brought you some food. She made your favorite braised carp, Zhou Feng smiled. Son-in-law, open the door. I know you haven't eaten yet. You mustn't let yourself go hungry, Miao Zuolan said, her face adorned with a smile. There's no need. Just speak your mind, Lin Feng replied, refusing to open the door. He truly wished to avoid the nauseating presence of the mother and daughter duo. Besides, they were notorious for their opportunism, and it was likely they were here with ulterior motives regarding his jade. Darling, please open the door. It's unbearably hot outside, Zhou Feng said with a flirtatious smile. Zhou Feng, we are divorced now. You should call me Lin Feng. Furthermore, I am not appropriately dressed to open the door, Lin Feng replied coldly. The image of her becoming Chun Jichao's girlfriend shortly after their divorce filled him with disgust. How could she still have the audacity to call him darling? Zhou Feng's face flushed with anger, yet she maintained a pleasant demeanor as she replied, Lin Feng, don't misunderstand. Chun Jichao and I are nothing more than a means to provoke you. Indeed, son-in-law, let Zhou Feng stay the night. You must be feeling quite lonely. Miao Zuolan chimed in with a grin. Speak plainly. If there's nothing more to say, I shall return to my rest, Lin Feng stated. Lin Feng, my brother is getting married soon, and his fiancée requires a jade ring, preferably a custom piece. Could you lend me that imperial green jade of yours? Together we can assist my brother with this wedding, Zhou Feng said, smiling sweetly. Son-in-law, if this matter is handled well, it will reflect positively on you as well. Miao Zuolan added, you've been married once. You have no further use for the jade, so why not help Zhou Long? Lin Feng gazed at the ceiling in exasperation. This mother and daughter pair were exceedingly presumptuous, believing he would lend them his jade. My dear, I just finished my menstrual cycle yesterday, so we don't need to worry about any precautions, Zhou Feng's sultry voice chimed in. I know you don't like it, but you can forget about the imperial green. It's already been sold to Wan Xiyuan. What? You sold it without consulting me? Zhou Feng exclaimed angrily. We are divorced. Why should I consult you? Lin Feng retorted coldly. Zhou Feng was left speechless by Lin Feng's response. Son-in-law, you still have that violet jade. The cold pit ice-type violet would make a splendid necklace for your sister-in-law. Miao Zuolan quickly suggested. Do not even think about it. The violet has been sold as well. Lin Feng shook his head. What about the proceeds? Can you help Xiaolong buy a Maybach? Consider it as borrowing from you, Miao Zuolan urged. A Maybach? Lin Feng thought about retorting with a rather rude suggestion. He had no desire to engage with Miao Zuolan and Zhou Feng any further, so he returned to his bedroom to rest. Outside, Zhou Feng and Miao Zuolan continued to knock and speak, but received no response from within. Eventually, the mother and daughter returned to room 201. This is infuriating. Lin Feng is becoming increasingly cold-hearted, Miao Zuolan fumed. Humph, Lin Feng is so petty. I merely went out with Chun Jichao once, and he gets upset. Zhou Feng added with a scoff. What shall we do now? As the elder sister, you must ensure Xiaolong has a grand wedding, Miao Zuolan insisted. Rest assured, mother. He is my only brother. If I don't help him, who will? Zhou Feng replied. Thus, you must find a way to quell Lin Feng's fury and charm both the imperial green and violet, ultimately delivering a decisive kick to him, Miao Zuolan instructed. I understand. Zhou Feng replied. Miao Zuolan turned and returned to her room, retrieving a flight attendant uniform which she handed to Zhou Feng. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Feng donned the uniform and approached Lin Feng's door, once more pressing the doorbell. Lin Feng, weary of the incessant ringing, descended from his bed to the door, declaring, Zhou Feng, if you ring that bell one more time, I shall call the police. My dear, I was wrong, Zhou Feng cooed softly. Don't you fancy the allure of a flight attendant? Here I am, clad in the uniform, open the door and see. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng peeked through the haze to see Zhou Feng dressed in the attire. Had it been in a previous life, he would have eagerly opened the door. However, after enduring the apocalypse, he had come to recognize Zhou Feng's true nature, and thus remained unmoved. He picked up the phone and dialed 110. Hello, police station. This is the owner of Jiangqing Minghua. There is a disturbance here. Lin Feng reported directly to the nearby police station. Understood, we will be there shortly. Came the response from the station. You are utterly shameless, Zhou Feng exclaimed, Overhearing Lin Feng's call to the police, her anger reaching a boiling point. A mere pair of worn shoes. Do not consider yourself of any consequence, Lin Feng replied coldly. Just you wait, Lin. Zhou Feng retorted angrily as she stormed away. I thought the apocalypse would render you devoid of emotion, yet it appears your true nature is inherently this way, Lin Feng concluded. Finally grasping the essence of this mother-daughter duo. Lin Gu, have you had another quarrel with your wife? A voice called from the door. Lin Feng peered through the smoke to see a plump figure clad in Armani standing outside, his childhood friend, Air Pao. Air Pao and Lin Feng had been neighbors since childhood. Eventually purchasing apartments in Jiangxing Minghua and living as neighbors once more, both having lost their parents. Divorced already, Lin Feng chuckled. Bro, you really got divorced? Air Pao teased. Indeed, it is true. Now, it's getting late. You should rest, Lin Feng advised. Alright, Lin Gu, you two should get some rest, Air Pao replied. Air Pao. Lin Feng suddenly interjected. There have been thefts and even a murder reported upstairs. You should invest in a sturdy security door. He recalled the 7th day of the bitterly cold apocalypse, when Air Pao's home had been raided and all of his supplies stolen. Air Pao himself had been brutally slain. Lin Feng had been out searching for supplies at the time, and upon returning, found Air Pao lifeless. Really? I hadn't heard about that, Air Pao said. His expression changing, his body trembling violently. If this news spreads, the property values in our community will surely plummet. I heard it from a friend at the police station. Lin Feng whispered. The police are handling the matter at night. I understand, Lin Gu, Air Pao replied hurriedly. Also, stock up on groceries at home. I've heard there's a powerful typhoon approaching in a few days, and we may be unable to go out to shop due to heavy rains. Lin Feng reiterated his advice. Got it, Lin Gu. I will ensure to stockpile supplies, Air Pao assured him. Chapter 9. Acquiring 10 million in supplies. Lin Feng returned to his bedroom, commencing plans to procure substantial provisions and fortify the renovations of his home. The supplies required would fall into 4 categories. The first category encompasses essential living supplies such as food, clothing, and utilities. He must prepare an ample supply of food and water, ensuring his survival for at least a century. Moreover, with the advent of a frigid apocalypse, appropriate clothing for warmth is imperative. Otherwise, the risk of succumbing to the cold becomes exceedingly high. The term utilities refers to basic necessities that, while not strictly essential, significantly enhance one's quality of life. The second category pertains to pharmaceuticals. In an extreme cold apocalypse, even minor injuries can lead to infections, and by that time, hospitals would have long ceased operations. Without access to medication, wounds would deteriorate, ultimately leading to death. The third category involves weaponry. In a frigid apocalypse, societal order disintegrates, often resulting in conflicts over scarce food resources. In his previous life, Lin Feng had witnessed numerous deadly struggles for sustenance. The fourth category includes transportation and fuel. To venture out in search of tools, reliable vehicles such as snowmobiles and snow vehicles are essential. To operate these machines, high-quality fuel is required. In summary, the list of necessities is extensive, prompting Lin Feng to take notes diligently. He then accessed the Feigo shopping mall, one of the 3 major online shopping platforms in Longhua, where he relished the convenience of online shopping due to its comprehensive inventory and home delivery services. Lin Feng promptly ordered 5,000 barrels of peanut oil, 8,000 boxes of free-range eggs, 8,000 steaks, 8,000 bottles of imported red wine, 9,000 salmon fillets, 3,000 towels, and 3,000 toothbrushes and toothpaste, along with 9,000 boxes of pure milk and 9,000 boxes of tissues. Additionally, he ordered 9,000 pounds of autumn pears, 9,000 pounds of oxu apples, 9,000 watermelons, 9,000 pounds of peaches, and 9,000 Cat Mountain King durians. Next, Lin Feng perused the pharmaceutical section and ordered 9,000 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, 9,000 bottles of fever reducers, 9,000 boxes of vitamins, 9,000 bottles of liquid bandages, and 9,000 rolls of gauze. Lastly, he ordered 9,000 boxes of condoms and 9,000 boxes of short-term contraceptive pills. It is unwise to underestimate the importance of these items in a post-apocalyptic world. Humanity's existence is inextricably linked to sexuality. However, in an environment fraught with the peril of death, an unexpected pregnancy poses a significant risk to survival, as conditions would not be conducive to childbirth. Even if a child were born, the likelihood of survival in such dire circumstances remains bleak. Thus, no one desires to conceive. Yet many individuals are unable to resist their sexual urges, Lin Feng included. After finalizing his order, the total amount reached an astonishing 12.09 million. At that moment, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from the customer service of Feigo shopping mall. It appeared that Lin Feng's extensive procurement had caught their attention. He promptly answered the call, knowing that the official customer service would not process the shipment without verification. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin?" The pleasant customer service voice inquired. "This is Lin Feng," he replied with a smile. "Mr. Lin, I see you placed an order for 12.09 million at 23:15. Can I confirm that this order was indeed placed by you?" The Fago representative asked. "Yes, it was placed by me," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. "Mr. Lin, we at Fago Mall will prepare the products in the shortest time possible," the customer service representative of Fago Mall cheerfully remarked. "Furthermore, due to the substantial volume of your order, we are pleased to extend a discount of 15% to you." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "That saves me 2 million yuan. You're most welcome, Mr. Lin. It is our duty. May I inquire if there is anything else you require?" The customer service representative asked once more. Subsequently, Lin Feng called the customer service of Fago Mall again, requesting that the delivery personnel contact him upon arrival in Jiang City, as he preferred to avoid drawing attention from the residents of his community by having the goods delivered there. "It is time to reinforce the renovations of the house," Lin Feng mused. In a post-apocalyptic world, a home must be sturdy. Otherwise, one might find themselves subject to unwelcome intrusions in the dead of night, leading to dire consequences with no recourse for explanation. Furthermore, the house must be well insulated. During the last frigid apocalypse, temperatures plummeted to over -70 degrees Celsius, and even clad in thermal underwear, one would still shiver uncontrollably. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Feng was determined to live more comfortably. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to engage in studies of insects with women. Lastly, a reliable water supply system was essential. Lin Feng navigated to the official website of the Antarctic Exploration Company, a firm dedicated to developing Antarctic expeditions and constructing residences and facilities for the affluent, aiming to provide them with a splendid experience of life in Antarctica. While temperatures in Antarctica can drop below -70 degrees, reports surfaced online of individuals residing there dressed in summer attire while queuing. This suggested the company's formidable capabilities. Lin Feng promptly reached out to the customer service of the Antarctic Exploration Company. "How may I assist you, sir?" the representative inquired. "I wish to enhance a residence in Jiang City with insulation capabilities," Lin Feng responded. "I regret to inform you, sir, that we do not undertake such tasks, as our services are exclusively for Antarctica," the representative replied. "I am aware of that, which is precisely why I sought you out. I want my house to remain habitable in temperatures as low as -70 degrees while allowing for short-sleeved attire, covering an area of 150 square meters, along with the installation of 20 generators and 10 high-pressure water guns. In an extreme cold apocalypse, generators and high-pressure water guns are indeed essential. The former addresses power issues, while the latter serves as a lethal weapon, providing a refreshing experience when sprayed on a person. The generators and high-pressure water guns procured by the Antarctic Exploration Company are specifically designed for extreme cold environments." "Sir, have you visited a hospital?" the representative queried. "I am in good health. Please proceed with my specifications," Lin Feng replied. "Very well, sir, but the cost is steep, totaling 2,100,000 yuan," the representative informed him. "Additionally, I require a well to be drilled, ensuring that water can be extracted from underground even at -80 degrees. Furthermore, We can certainly accommodate that," the representative interjected, "but to ensure the well water does not freeze at -80 degrees, you must drill at least 2,000 meters deep, and the necessary piping will be quite costly, as it is manufactured from aerospace materials. The total estimate will be approximately 5 million yuan." 5 million? Such an exorbitant price, Lin Feng exclaimed. "You may inquire about our pricing. It is quite reasonable," the representative countered. Lin Feng then turned to search for additional information, and indeed, he found that the costs of drilling geothermal wells were exceedingly high. Lin Feng, absolutely no problem. Moreover, I hope for expediency. Completion within 3 days would suffice, and I am willing to increase the payment by 500,000 yuan. Antarctic Exploration Company. "Certainly, sir. Do you have the necessary approval documents?" Lin Feng, "There are no documents. But should any issues arise later, it will not concern you. In a few days, when the extreme cold descends, who will have the leisure to seal his hot springs?" Antarctic Exploration Company. "Understood." Subsequently, Lin Feng requested 10 thermal suits, bringing the total order to 8.9 million yuan. He proceeded to fill out the electronic contract online, making a payment of 8.2 million yuan. Lin Feng noticed that only about 300,000 yuan remained in his bank account. After reviewing the list, he realized he still required gasoline, snowmobiles, snow vehicles, weapons, and other supplies, all of which necessitated substantial cash. First, he decided to procure some weapons for self-defense. Without arms, he could easily fall victim to others in dire circumstances. But where could he acquire weapons? Especially firearms, which are prohibited items. Hong Liangyu. A name surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. He recalled hearing about Hong Lianyu's background. This individual had roamed the southwestern border in his youth and had a bloody past. Moreover, during the apocalypse in his previous life, Lin Feng had once encountered Hong Lianyu, who appeared to be living quite comfortably, surrounded by a cadre of lackeys. It seemed this person was not to be underestimated and likely had channels to procure such items, Lin Feng mused. Lin Feng soon fell asleep. The following morning, he carried a box to the property manager's office, explaining his intentions. The manager promptly approved, assuring Lin Feng to proceed with confidence, promising to shoulder any issues that might arise. Lin Feng felt relieved and departed, not expecting the property manager to last long, just until the apocalypse erupted. After leaving the property office, Lin Feng's phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Zhou Heilong. He answered, and Zhou Heilong's laughter resonated on the other end. Lin, my brother, do you have time to come over to my place tonight? Oh, it's you, Zhou. I'll see how things go. If I'm free, I'll drop by, Lin Feng replied with a smile. All right, if you can make it, just give me a call beforehand. I'll prepare some food and drinks for us to enjoy, Zhou Heilong said, nodding. Sounds good. Lin Feng agreed before ending the call. It was evident that Zhou Heilong's invitation was motivated by the prized imperial green in Lin Feng's possession. However, Lin Feng was not inclined to attend the gathering unprepared. Having experienced the perils of the apocalypse, he had come to understand the darker aspects of human nature. Every potential danger must be guarded against, or one could find themselves without a burial place. After having a light breakfast, Lin Feng made his way to Wanshiyuan. In the back courtyard of Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store, Zhou Heilong sat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes betraying a fierce intensity. Brother, did that kid agree to come for dinner? Inquired a man with a serpentine demeanor, who was ostensibly Zhou Xiaofu's deputy, but in reality, was Zhou Heilong's brother, Zhou Kai. He said he would see how things go. Zhou Heilong replied, puffing on his cigarette. Humph, quite the attitude, Zhou Kai scoffed. Young people who come into a fortune often become arrogant. Zhou Heilong remarked with a cold smile. Such individuals should be dealt with, Zhou Kai said icily. All right, reach out to our associates and instruct them to remain on standby, ready to eliminate the surveillance cameras on the street in front of Zhou Xiaofu's residence, Zhou Heilong commanded. Once we acquire the Imperial Green and the Old Mine Ice-type Violet from this young man, we shall revel in leisure for several years, Zhou Kai responded with excitement. Moreover, since we are to make him disappear, let us ensure it is utterly complete, Zhou Heilong remarked with a sinister smile. Brother, what do you mean? Zhou Kai inquired, puzzled. With the cameras destroyed, there will be no evidence of his visit to our establishment. We shall discreetly dispose of his remains, Zhou Heilong declared with a smug grin. And in doing so, we shall procure a handsome sum. Brother, you truly are a master of finance, Zhou Kai hurriedly flattered. Reclining in his chair with a cigarette between his lips, Zhou Heilong gazed menacingly at the sky. Chapter 10. Acquiring a silenced pistol, visiting Zhou Heilong's residence. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had arrived at Wanshiyuan. Following his revelation of the Imperial Green the previous day, the market had seen a surge in the sale of rough stones, leaving only a handful remaining. Consequently, few gamblers frequented the area. The atmosphere was quiet, with the proprietor, Huang Lianyu, indulging in tea and amusing himself with birds. Upon spotting Lin Feng, he approached with a broad smile. Lin, what brings you here today? Huang Lianyu inquired jovially. I have 2 matters I would like your assistance with. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Speak freely, Huang Lianyu encouraged. Boss Huang, I am in search of a batch of firearms. I wonder if you have any connections? Lin Feng stated, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Rest assured, I will not impose upon you without recompense. Huang Lianyu paused momentarily, his scholarly demeanor shifting to one of sharp focus. In our current society, which boasts commendable public safety, what could you possibly require such items for? He asked with an amused yet curious expression. I have been plagued by nightmares lately, visions of being shot. Thus, I seek a few firearms to keep by my bedside for a semblance of comfort, Lin Feng explained, as he dipped his finger into his tea and inscribed 22 characters upon the table. Haha, Huang Lianyu chuckled upon seeing the inscription. Lin, you are placing me in a difficult position. Boss Huang, as a young man who has yet to tread the murky waters of society, I am unaware of the unspoken rules. I kindly seek your guidance, Lin Feng said, clasping his hands in respect. Pleased, Huang Lianyu nodded. You are sincere, a commendable friend. However, I still advise against involving yourself with firearms. All matters should be resolved through lawful means. As he spoke, Huang Lianyu rose and departed. Lin Feng, taken aback, noticed a black card left on Huang's seat. Approaching, he picked it up, revealing a sequence of numbers inscribed thereon. Lin, the Heavenly King covers the earth. Came Huang Lianyu's voice from a distance. Little chicken stews with mushrooms. Lin Feng responded confidently. Incorrect, it is weeding at noon, Huang Lianyu corrected, shaking his head. Lin Feng, touching his forehead, replied, Thank you, Boss Huang. Additionally, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Speak on, Huang Lianyu replied. I have a friend employed at the Meteorological Bureau who has informed me of an impending super typhoon. I suggest you stock up on supplies to avoid shortages. Lin Feng advised with a smile. Huang Liangyu was momentarily taken aback by the words, and when he attempted to engage Lin Feng in conversation again, he discovered that Lin Feng had already walked away. Dad, we are located inland. How could there be a typhoon here? At that moment, a tall woman interjected. Even if a typhoon were to occur, it wouldn't affect us here, and we wouldn't be unable to procure supplies. This woman was none other than Huang Liangyu's daughter, Hong Sweki. After a brief silence, Huang Liangyu responded, let us purchase some rice, flour, cooking oil, and meat to store in the cold storage. Father, do you genuinely believe his words? Hong Sweki couldn't help but retort. Better safe than sorry. Moreover, these supplies won't cost much, and I have an unsettling feeling about that young man, Huang Liangyu replied. Having lived on the southwestern border for over a decade, he had developed a naturally cautious disposition, always on guard even against unlikely occurrences. Dad, you're overthinking it, Hong Sweki replied. Go buy the supplies. Huang Liangyu shot her a glare. I understand. With no alternative, Hong Sweki resigned herself to the task, knowing her father's inherent caution. After leaving Wan Shiyuan, Lin Feng promptly made a phone call. A deep voice soon resonated from the other end. The heavenly king covers the earth, weeding the rice under the midday sun. Lin Feng immediately responded with the code phrase. Where have you been these past few days? The voice continued to inquire. I've been gambling on stones. Lin Feng chose not to disclose his visit to Wan Shiyuan. After a brief silence, the voice instructed, come to the shanty town at 444 South City. Nodding slightly, Lin Feng hung up and took a taxi to South City 444. At the entrance of the courtyard stood a middle-aged man with a scarred face. Are you Chen Xiezi? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. I am Chen Xiezi. Let us discuss matters inside, the man replied. Following Chen Xiezi into the courtyard, Lin Feng entered a dimly lit room. What do you desire? Chen Xiezi asked. Firearms, grenades, and rocket launchers. Lin Feng articulated his needs. What do you intend to do? Chen Xiezi rose abruptly, alarmed. Damn it, this person not only requests firearms, but also grenades and rocket launchers. These are weapons of mass destruction. Should Lin Feng misuse them, he would be unable to escape the consequences. Brother Scorpion, don't be agitated. I merely seek them for self-defense, Lin Feng chuckled. The people from Wan Shiyuan told me you stash weapons under your pillow. Do you use grenades as a pillow? Or rocket launchers? Chen Xiezi coldly retorted. I assure you, I want to use them domestically. Lin Feng understood Chen Xiezi's concerns. I can't procure rocket launchers or grenades. Chen Xiezi shook his head. It requires significant resources. And I lack the means. What about firearms? A shotgun? Lin Feng inquired, seeking alternatives. Difficult to obtain, Chen Xiezi replied, shaking his head. Currently, we can only acquire handguns. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng asked, are there any suppressed handguns? There is a P9S model, Chen Xiezi informed him. The P9S? Manufactured in Germany? Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Chen Xiezi, upon hearing this, turned and retrieved a handgun, presenting it to Lin Feng with the words, this handgun is among the finest in the world, boasting exceptional shooting accuracy, longevity, and ease of concealment. Lin Feng accepted the P9S handgun with a smile, asking, may I give it a try? Certainly, replied Chen Xiezi. Lin Feng stepped into the courtyard and aimed at a stone 20 meters away. He then pulled the trigger, and a faint sound echoed. Bang! The small stone shattered instantly. It can hold 9 rounds, Chen Xiezi added. What is the price for one? Lin Feng inquired. 200,000. Chen Xiezi responded. Each bullet costs 1,000. And I can only provide one gun with 10 rounds. Why so few? Lin Feng frowned. 200,000 only allows for 10 shots? That's hardly sufficient in this apocalyptic world. Brother, this is military-grade weaponry, not something you can simply purchase with money, Chen Xiezi retorted with a smirk. All right, I'll take them, Lin Feng conceded, understanding that such items were indeed hazardous and that the government would not allow firearms to circulate freely. Lin Feng then transferred 210,000 yuan to Chen Xiezi, who subsequently provided him with 10 bullets and a German-made P9S silenced handgun. By the way, do you have crossbows and titanium alloy tang knives? Lin Feng asked. We do have a few, Chen Xiezi replied, turning to hand Lin Feng a crossbow. Lin Feng tested the crossbow's power and was impressed. He then tried the titanium alloy tang knife, which effortlessly cleaved through a piece of wood the size of a wrist. He decided to purchase 3 crossbows, accompanied by 300 arrows, as well as 3 titanium alloy tang knives, spending a total of 60,000 yuan. His funds were rapidly depleting. We also engage in some gray market dealings here, Chen Xiezi continued. Lin Feng understood immediately, smiling as he saved Chen Xiezi's contact information for potential future use. Armed with the handgun and crossbow, he departed, seeking a secluded spot to store these weapons in his space. With the acquisition of these arms, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of security. He then called Zhou Heilong, preparing to meet him. Brother, are you coming over tonight? Zhou Heilong's laughter rang through the phone. Zhou, I'll be there this afternoon. I haven't eaten yet, Lin Feng replied cheerfully. Great, I'll prepare some food and drink. I have a bottle of 30-year-old Maotai at home. Let us enjoy it together, Zhou Heilong said. Sounds good. I'm on my way, Lin Feng responded. Come on over. I'll be waiting, Zhou Heilong replied. With that, Lin Feng ended the call and hailed a taxi to Zhou Xiaofu's place. Chapter 11. Want to engage in black market dealings? Have you consulted my firearm? In the backyard of Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store, Zhou Heilong was filled with excitement upon receiving Lin Feng's call. Brother, is he really coming? Zhou Kai approached him with a question. Yes, he is on his way. Notify the team to disable the surveillance cameras at Zhou Xiaofu's entrance. And have you found the surgeon you were looking for? Zhou Heilong instructed. The doctor has been located. As soon as Lin Feng is unconscious, he can proceed with the surgery, Zhou Kai explained. Excellent. This operation will yield the equivalent of 3 to 5 years of hard work, Zhou Heilong exclaimed. Quickly, prepare the food and drink. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai hurriedly instructed his staff to prepare food and drinks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store, where he found Zhou Heilong waiting for him. Brother Lin, welcome to my humble abode, Zhou Heilong greeted with a smile. Zhou, I apologize for intruding today. Lin Feng replied politely, adding, I heard you enjoy fine spirits, so I brought 2 bottles of Wulianya. As he spoke, he handed the bottles to Zhou Heilong. Brother, you are too courteous, Zhou Heilong insisted, beckoning him inside. Lin Feng nodded slightly and followed Zhou Heilong into the backyard of the jewelry store. A banquet was already set up in the yard, where 2 tattooed men sat. One of them was Zhou Kai. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, they regarded him with the predatory gaze he was all too familiar with, one reminiscent of hunters in a post-apocalyptic world. It appeared that Zhou Heilong intended to engage in some underhanded dealings today. Fortunately, Lin Feng had mastered spatial manipulation and procured a silenced pistol, rendering him unafraid of such circumstances. Brother Lin, these are my 2 brothers. They are trustworthy. Today, it will just be the 4 of us enjoying drinks together, Zhou Heilong said with a grin. Brother Lin, please take a seat, Zhou Kai added, standing up. Lin Feng found a place to sit. Let us raise a glass before we begin, Zhou Heilong declared, lifting his cup. Welcome, Brother Lin, to my Zhou Xiaofu. Welcome, Brother Lin, echoed Zhou Kai and the others, as they all lifted their cups. Thank you for your hospitality, Lin Feng responded, raising his glass. Clink. The glasses met, and they downed their drinks. After consuming the alcohol, Zhou Heilong, Zhou Kai, and the others revealed smiles of conspiracy, looking at Lin Feng as though he were a fool. Zhou, what are you all laughing about? Lin Feng inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhou Heilong and Zhou Kai. Brother Lin, I have an unusual request, Zhou Heilong said with a grin. I hope you will agree to this matter. What is it? Lin Feng asked, his interest piqued, as he sensed Zhou Heilong's demeanor shifting. Yesterday, you acquired a piece of imperial green, and you also won an old pit ice-type violet from Qinji Chao. I would like to purchase these 2 jade pieces from you, Zhou Heilong stated, his tone growing colder. Oh, what price are you offering? Lin Feng asked, intrigued. Zhou Heilong raised a single finger. 10 million? Lin Feng queried, perplexed. Zhou Heilong shook his head. Brother Lin, those 2 pieces of jade are not worth 10 million. To me, they are worth merely 1 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's anger flared. Zhou, are you jesting? A piece of imperial green is worth 20 million, and with the violet, the total comes to 26 million. You expect to take them for 1 yuan? This is blatant robbery. Brother Lin, you are mistaken. Our elder brother is willing to pay for your jade. If you know what is good for you, hand over the jade, Zhou Kai sneered from the side. Another tattooed man pressed down on Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng's expression darkened. What if I refuse? If you refuse, you will simply disappear, Zhou Heilong remarked with a mocking glint in his eyes. Those jades are beyond your reach. Hand them over, and we shall remain brothers, Zhou Kai added coldly. You are utterly reckless. I cannot believe you would dare to kill me. With surveillance cameras lining the streets, my family will surely see me enter this courtyard. Lin Feng spoke coldly. If you know what's good for you, let me leave, and I shall pretend this never happened. Haha. Zhou Heilong, Zhou Kai, and the others erupted into uproarious laughter, regarding Lin Feng as one might a clown. My dear brother, you are sorely lacking in worldly experience. Since I intend to deal with you, I must ensure it is flawless. Allow me to inform you that all the cameras at the entrance of Zhou Xiaofu are malfunctioning, Zhou Heilong mocked. Indeed, there is absolutely no evidence to prove you entered this courtyard. As for passers-by, who would notice you? Zhou Kai added with pride. Ah, I see now. Your schemes are thoroughly devised. Lin Feng sighed in relief upon hearing their words. As long as the surveillance was down, he could confidently retaliate against these men. Enough. Hand over the jade. If it is at home, tell us where it is, and we shall go retrieve it, Zhou Heilong commanded coldly. Having learned that Lin Feng had not sold the jade, and such a valuable item would surely be kept at home. I concede, It is in my bedroom safe. At Jiangqing Minghua 1608, Lin Feng tossed a set of keys to Zhou Heilong. He resolved to divert one of them first. After all, there were 3 adversaries, and it would be prudent to eliminate them one by one. Zhou Heilong took the keys and said in a low voice, "Zhou Kai, you two keep an eye on him. I shall go fetch the imperial green and violet jade. If he resists, subdue him, but take care not to damage his components." "Understood, brother," Zhou Kai replied, sitting beside Lin Feng and pinning his shoulder down. Zhou Heilong then drove away with the keys. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng retrieved a German-made P9S silenced pistol from his space and fired a shot directly at the chest of the tattooed man. Bang! A faint sound echoed as the tattooed man's eyes widened in disbelief, blood seeping from his mouth as his heart was pierced, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Who you?" Zhou Kai's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly clutched Lin Feng's neck. However, Lin Feng was already prepared. He sidestepped and aimed the silenced pistol at Zhou Kai's chest. "Where did you get that gun?" Zhou Kai's complexion drained of color. "Call Zhou Heilong and tell him to return, stating that the jade is in my possession. He won't find it at my home," Lin Feng replied with a smirk. Trembling, Zhou Kai took out his phone and relayed Lin Feng's words to Zhou Heilong. Bang! Lin Feng fired directly at Zhou Kai's heart. Zhou Kai's eyes widened in horror. Fixated on Lin Feng, unable to comprehend the fierce decisiveness of the young man before him. Then, Zhou Kai fell into a pool of blood. Lin Feng settled into a chair, awaiting Zhou Heilong's return. Meanwhile, Zhou Heilong had just passed through a traffic light when he received Zhou Kai's call. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had the jade on him, Zhou Heilong felt an overwhelming urge to curse Lin Feng's ancestors. He swiftly turned his car around, heading back to Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store and parked right outside. "Damn it, I must teach this dog a lesson," Zhou Heilong muttered as he exited the vehicle. The audacious Lin Feng had deceived him. In that moment, Zhou Heilong extracted an electric baton from his vehicle and advanced towards the backyard of Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store. However, upon reaching the rear, he was confronted by the sight of Zhou Kai and a tattooed man lying on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. Zhou Heilong's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly attempted to flee. "Why the haste, Zhou?" came Lin Feng's mocking voice. Zhou Heilong looked up, his face ashen, to find Lin Feng brandishing a firearm aimed directly at him. "Brother Lin, it's all a misunderstanding." Zhou Heilong feigned a smile, never having imagined that Lin Feng would come prepared, armed no less. "Misunderstanding?" Lin Feng replied, his smile enigmatic. "I hardly consider it a misunderstanding. So you might as well join your two brothers." Zhou Heilong's complexion paled further, and as he began to plead for mercy, a sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by excruciating pain in his chest, leading him to collapse into a pool of his own blood. Lin Feng entered Zhou Heilong's room and quickly located a large safe in the bedroom, significantly larger than a refrigerator, yet requiring fingerprint verification. He promptly returned to the courtyard, severed Zhou Heilong's hand, and pressed it against the safe. Soon enough, it swung open. Inside lay a trove of jade, including 12 pieces of old pit ice-type violet jade, 12 pieces of coxcomb red jade, and 3 pieces of imperial green jade. In addition to the jade, there were 13 raw stones the size of basins, each affixed with a price tag, the lowest being 500,000 and the highest 8 million. My goodness, such a rich collection. And yet he still sought to rob me? How greedy. Lin Feng could not help but swallow hard, cursing under his breath. However, these jades and raw stones now belonged to him. Lin Feng collected all the imperial green, violet, and coxcomb red jades into his spatial realm, which began to visibly expand. Originally a mere 18 cubic meters, it swiftly grew to 100 cubic meters. As the space reached this new capacity, Lin Feng sensed a subtle change within himself, though he could not quite discern its nature. He then began to gather raw stones, and upon touching one, the internal structure of the stone appeared vividly in his mind, revealing a red jade embedded within. This astonished Lin Feng immensely. As he touched other stones, their internal structures also materialized in his consciousness. After casting these stones into his space, they emitted various streams of energy, confirming that the structures he perceived were indeed accurate. Remarkable. This must be a new skill derived from the expansion of my space, Lin Feng mused. He continued to search Zhou Heilong's room and discovered a cardboard box, which contained 3 strands of imperial green necklaces and 2 imperial green bracelets. How affluent Zhou Heilong truly was. Upon seeing these 5 jade ornaments, Lin Feng felt invigorated. However, upon acquiring them, he could only curse, for after placing them into his space, they did not transform into green energy, nor did the space expand, clearly indicating that these 5 imperial green ornaments were counterfeit. Although it was a counterfeit, the craftsmanship was remarkably lifelike, prompting Lin Feng to add it to his collection. He then dragged the bodies of Zhou Kai, Zhou Heilong, and the tattooed man into a room, subsequently retrieving 3 barrels of gasoline from his space and dousing the room with it. A thunderous roar erupted as Lin Feng departed, igniting a towering inferno in the backyard of Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store. Nearby residents, noticing the flames, hurriedly alerted the authorities. It took half an hour for the fire brigade to arrive, but by the time they extinguished the blaze, the backyard had already been reduced to ruins, and the bodies of Zhou Heilong and the others were charred beyond recognition. Subsequently, the police arrived and classified the incident as a robbery gone awry. They reviewed nearby surveillance footage, only to find it had been destroyed, with investigations revealing that the culprit was none other than Zhou Kai, the deputy manager of Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store. However, Zhou Kai's body had also been incinerated, leaving the Jiangxing police utterly baffled. Was it possible that Zhou Kai attempted to rob Zhou Heilong, resulting in their mutual demise? The authorities sensed an air of strangeness surrounding the case and intensified their investigation. After leaving Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store, Lin Feng made his way to Wanshiyuan, where he presented 3 strands of faux imperial jade to Hong Liangyu, requesting his expertise in appraising their value. Boss Hong, could you please lend your discerning eye to these items? What might they be worth? Lin Feng inquired with a playful smile, resting his leg casually. Hong Liangyu examined the violet bracelet, the beaded necklace, and the 3 strands of imperial jade, then chuckled. Brother Lin, where did you come by these? I found them on the road, Lin Feng replied with a grin. There are no price tags, so I thought it prudent to consult an expert for a proper evaluation before selling them. Haha, Hong Liangyu laughed heartily. Brother Lin, you are indeed an enigma. After all my years in this trade, I've yet to encounter someone as intriguing as you. Please, speak freely, Boss Hong, Lin Feng encouraged. At that moment, Hong Liangyu clapped his hands, summoning his tall daughter, Hong Sweki. Sweki, come take a look at these jades and see what they are worth, he instructed. Nodding slightly, Hong Sweki extended her delicate hand to examine the 3 strands of imperial jade necklaces. Father, these 3 strands are valued at 24 million, she reported. Humph. I told you to study diligently. Neglecting your studies will lead to significant losses, Hong Liangyu chided with a cold snort. Go review the notes I prepared for you. I know, Dad, Hong Sweki retorted, sticking out her tongue before hastily departing, casting a parting glare at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, would you mind taking this opportunity to mentor my daughter a bit? Hong Liangyu suggested with a smile. Boss Hong, you flatter me. It is of no consequence. However, if I may inquire, do these jades present any issues? Lin Feng responded. Indeed, they are merely high-quality replicas, each worth just over 1,000 yuan, Hong Liangyu patiently explained. The untrained eye may not detect the difference, and even some experts might be fooled. That explains much. Thank you, Boss Hong, Lin Feng remarked, astonished to discover that Zhou Heilong had profited considerably from such convincing counterfeit imperial jade. Brother Lin, no need for formalities, Hong Liangyu assured, thumping his chest confidently. There is another matter I wish to consult with Boss Hong. From where does Boss Hong procure his goods? Lin Feng inquired with a smile, intending to embark on a shopping spree to expand his inventory. Upon hearing this, Hong Liangyu was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Rest assured, Boss Hong, I am not in the stone gambling business, nor do I possess the capital for it. Lin Feng chuckled. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. After a brief silence, Hong Liangyu replied, in truth, the raw stones in our country primarily originate from the southwestern region, with the renowned Jade Street in Ruili being my source of supply. Really? Lin Feng retrieved his phone and accessed the Longhua Airlines website, discovering a flight to Ruili scheduled for noon today, with a return flight 2 days later. Brother, this industry is fraught with depth, Hong Liangyu remarked, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder with a smile. No worries, I only intend to take a look. Lin Feng resolved to board a flight to Ruili today, as time was growing increasingly pressing. He calculated that there were only 3 days left until the onset of extreme cold weather. Within this time frame, he aimed to expand his space at least tenfold to 1,000 cubic meters, which would suffice to store goods from the Fago Mall. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to place them. With that, Lin Feng bid farewell to Hong Liangyu. Hong Liangyu accompanied him to the entrance of the Wanshiyuan, only turning back once Lin Feng's figure had vanished from sight. Father, it is rare to see you personally escort a guest to the entrance of Wanshiyuan, remarked Hong Sweki, who approached while holding a notebook. It was worth noting that her father was a prominent figure in Jiang City, influential in both legitimate and illicit circles. Even billionaires would not receive such treatment from him. This young man is quite extraordinary, Hong Liangyu observed quietly. One cannot discern it. He merely possesses a bit of luck. Hong Sweki countered, shaking her head. Sending you abroad for studies has only dulled your perception. Hong Liangyu lightly tapped her forehead. Father, what is so remarkable about him? Hong Sweki retorted, unconvinced. Just over half an hour ago, there was a fire at Zhou Heilong's residence, where the charred remains of Zhou Heilong, Zhou Kai, and another were discovered. Moreover, 3 P9S bullets were found, indicating these 3 met their demise at the hands of a P9S silenced gun, Hong Liangyu elucidated. Those 3 are dead. They were not harmless. Who could take them down? Hong Sweki questioned, perplexed. The counterfeit Emperor Green necklace Lin Feng possesses belonged to Zhou Heilong. Hong Lianyu explained, and Zhou Heilong's supply channel is our family. Could it be possible that Lin Feng purchased it from Zhou Heilong? Hong Sueki pondered. Rather than directly responding to her query, Hong Lianyu stated, Lin Feng went to buy a P9S silenced gun from Chinxia today. Hiss. Hong Sueki inhaled sharply upon hearing her father's words, coming to the conclusion that Lin Feng was responsible for the demise of Zhou Heilong and the others. Chapter 13. Encountering the beautiful sister-in-law. Commencing the hunt after leaving Wanshiyuan, Lin Feng returned to Mingyue in Jiang City. Upon arriving at the elevator entrance, he noticed a tall, fair-skinned woman emerging, pulling a suitcase. Brother-in-law, she greeted him with a faint smile. It was then that Lin Feng recognized her as Ding Meiling, the fiancée of his younger brother Zhou Long, who worked as an elementary school teacher. Ding Meiling donned an exquisite black lace dress. Her long legs elegantly sheathed in black lace stockings, complemented by black boots that accentuated her statuesque figure. Her oval face was strikingly refined, with dark, expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality, and a subtle fragrance emanated from her, stirring the primal instincts of men. Ding Meiling was also the proprietor of the Mingyue in Jiangqing, residing on the same floor as Lin Feng. In the second year following the apocalypse, she tragically met her demise while foraging for food. Ah, it's you, Meiling. Lin Feng greeted her with a smile, feeling a rush of warmth in his abdomen upon seeing her. Brother-in-law, you're back. I must be on my way, Ding Meiling said, tugging her suitcase. Wait, where are you headed? Off on a trip? Lin Feng inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he approached her. Brother-in-law? Zhou Long and I plan to visit Rueli, she replied cheerfully. I've heard you unearthed a piece of imperial green jade at Wanshiyuan? Indeed. It was merely a stroke of luck, Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, the elevator doors slid open once more, revealing a burly man clad in Armani, Zhou Long, the brother of Zhou Feng and Lin Feng's brother-in-law. Lin Feng felt a flicker of dread as he recognized the man, recalling that in his past life, Zhou Long had plunged a knife into his heart. Zhou Long ignored Lin Feng entirely and pulled Ding Meiling aside. Meiling, do not converse with this selfish, cold-hearted individual. My sister must have been blind. His resentment towards Lin Feng was palpable, as he wondered why Lin Feng couldn't share a piece of the imperial jade with him. Ding Meiling merely glanced at Lin Feng before departing with Zhou Long off to Rueli. It is time to reclaim a bit of interest, Lin Feng murmured, his gaze lingering on the retreating figures of Zhou Long and Ding Meiling, particularly fixating on her swaying form, igniting a fierce sense of possessiveness within him. Upon reaching the 16th floor, he spotted Air Pao busy installing a security door. Brother Feng, you're back. Come see my security door. It's explosion-proof, Air Pao exclaimed, offering Lin Feng a Zhonghua cigarette. Lin Feng lit the cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he remarked, impressive. Not even a bomb could breach your door. He hoped the tragedies of his past life would not repeat themselves. Air Pao was one of his few true friends. Brother Feng, you should get one too. Air Pao grinned. I've already placed an order. Air Pao, I'm heading to Rueli on business shortly. I need your assistance, Lin Feng said, handing him a key. What's the matter? Air Pao asked, puzzled. I'm planning to create an Antarctic exploration room, modeled after the insulated structures of Antarctica. Workers are coming today. I need you to oversee the project. Additionally, I intend to install a hot spring, Lin Feng explained with a smile, aware that time was of the essence and he required a reliable person to watch over the work. Wow, Brother Feng, are you running out of places to spend your money? Air Pao exclaimed, taken aback. Although he was a homebody, he was knowledgeable about the costs associated with Antarctic insulation. Lin Feng's endeavor would likely start at $1 million, and with the hot spring included, the expenses could easily reach $3 to $4 million. Enough chatter. Just keep an eye on things and call me if anything arises, Lin Feng chuckled. Consider it done, Air Pao assured, thumping his chest confidently. Lin Feng returned to his room for a brief repast before departing the community with his suitcase, making his way to Tianhu International Airport. The airport was teeming with people. The summer weather in Rueli hovered around 25 degrees Celsius, drawing many to the region for a vacation. Observing the bustling crowd, Lin Feng felt a pang of contemplation. Rueli lay 2,000 kilometers from Jiang City, with most visitors planning stays of over a week. Little did they know that in 3 days, a catastrophic cold front would arrive, grounding flights and closing roads, leaving many to potentially meet their end in Rueli. Yet, even returning home would offer no solace. For no one anticipated the arrival of such an extreme event. At times, Lin Feng considered alerting the authorities, but he feared that no one would believe him, and such claims might lead to his confinement in a psychiatric facility. At that moment, Lin Feng collected his boarding pass, cleared security, and boarded the plane. Spotting Zhou Long and Ding Meiling not far away, Zhou Long had already succumbed to slumber, while Ding Meiling was engrossed in her mobile device. As Lin Feng passed her seat, he offered a greeting. Brother-in-law, are you headed to Rueli as well? Ding Meiling furrowed her brow upon seeing him. Her impression of Lin Feng was markedly negative, as Zhou Long had recounted tales of Lin Feng's questionable character, including his proclivity for vice and extreme selfishness, alongside allegations of having spied on his future mother-in-law, Miao Zuolan, while she bathed. Furthermore, Zhou Long had informed Ding Meiling that this former brother-in-law had a history of domestic violence, having caused Zhou Feng to suffer multiple miscarriages, rendering her unable to conceive. Just trying my luck in Rueli, Lin Feng nodded, sensing Ding Meiling's aversion toward him. It appeared that his brother-in-law had not spared any effort in tarnishing his reputation. However, Lin Feng paid little heed to such judgments, merely exchanging pleasantries with Ding Meiling before settling into his own seat. Before long, the aircraft ascended into the sky. Lin Feng perused a document on his phone, which detailed the Rueli stone gambling market, sent to him by Huang Lianyu. Rueli boasted a street known as Jade Street, where numerous stone gambling stalls thrived, varying in size, with even the smallest surpassing the scale of Huang Lianyu's Wanxiyuan. Among them, the most prominent was the Qishir Garden, owned by a man named Huang Jinyao, who had once been a magnate in the Golden Triangle's agricultural sector. However, as surrounding nations clamped down on the area, Huang Jinyao, with his formidable acumen, had divested thousands of acres prior to the crackdown, subsequently pivoting to the stone gambling market and ascending to prominence as Rueli's foremost figure in this field. His inventory accounted for 60% of the trading volume on Jade Street, making his establishment one of the most esteemed even within the Dragon Kingdom. As Lin Feng absorbed this information, exhilaration surged within him. His decision to visit Rueli felt fortuitous. He soon succumbed to a drowsy slumber aboard the plane. However, not long after he had drifted off, a piercing scream erupted from the airport. Lin Feng jolted awake to find chaos unfolding on the aircraft. Two men clad in black and wearing masks stood in the aisle. One donned a serpent mask and brandished a rifle, while the other wore a rodent mask and clutched a grenade. Panic ensued among the passengers, many breaking into tears, their screams echoing in terror at the thought that should the grenade detonate, all aboard would meet a grim fate. Chapter 14. Encountering robbers on the airplane, Lin Feng furrowed his brow in deep concern. He had never heard of an airplane incident in his past life before the apocalypse, let alone a hijacking. Silence. The masked man, resembling a venomous serpent, bellowed. Anyone who dares to shout again will be shot dead. As he spoke, he brandished his firearm menacingly, causing many passengers, who were already weeping silently, to quell their voices. Nevertheless, fear still lingered in their expressions as they lay in their seats. "Excuse me, gentlemen, how may I assist you?" A flight attendant approached, her voice trembling. Tears streamed down her face, and her long, elegant legs quaked with fear. "Inform your captain that he is not to land at Emerald Airport. We shall descend at Maka Airport abroad," the venomous masked man commanded coldly. The flight attendant's countenance paled upon hearing this. Maka Airport was a foreign facility, nestled within a valley. If the plane were to land there, the passengers would be left utterly vulnerable. Many passengers aboard the aircraft turned ashen, realizing this was akin to a death sentence. "Rest assured, we merely wish to travel to Maka Airport. After we land, you may return to Emerald Airport," the venomous masked man intoned ominously. "Indeed, you need not worry about your safety," the rat-masked man added with a sinister grin while clutching a grenade. The flight attendant and numerous passengers felt their hearts sink. No one would believe the words of these two masked men. They had boarded the plane armed. And for what? To embark on a journey abroad? Who would trust such a tale? Seeing the flight attendant's silence, the rat-masked man grew enraged. "Ah, it seems you won't shed tears until you witness a corpse. I shall select a victim now to instill some fear," the venomous masked man remarked with a chilling smile. His gaze landed on a young girl sitting nearby, who was already in tears from fright. Grabbing her ponytail, he tightened his grip. "Please, don't kill me," the girl cried out in pain. "Leave my child alone." The girl's mother sprang to her feet, desperate to rescue her daughter. "Seeking death," the rat-masked man retorted, extracting a wrench from his pocket and striking the mother on the back of her head. Blood flowed as she collapsed into her seat. "Let the captain divert to Maka Airport." At this moment, the cabin erupted in screams once more. Many passengers cried out for the flight attendant to notify the captain of their new destination. "Silence," the rat-masked man thundered. "Whoever continues to scream shall be the first to die." With that, he wielded the wrench and struck several screaming passengers, who clutched their heads and groaned in pain. The remaining passengers trembled in fear, desperately stifling their cries. The young girl, still clutched by the venomous masked man, was too terrified to weep. "Very well, I shall grant your captain 5 minutes. If I do not receive a satisfactory decision within that time, I will send her away." The venomous masked man pointed his gun at the girl's head, ensuring that the bullet would penetrate her body without damaging the aircraft. "Should the captain fail to make a decision in 5 minutes, we shall execute one person every 10 seconds, threatened the man in the mouse mask, approaching the flight attendant. Trembling, she turned and made her way to the cockpit. Meanwhile, the two kidnappers forced a little girl to sit down. Many passengers on the plane continued to sob quietly, while others began writing their wills, fully aware of the imminent possibility of death. Lin Feng observed his surroundings with a calm demeanor, his gaze settling on Zhou Long and Ding Miling, who were seated not far away, both pale with fear. It's all Lin Feng's fault. If only he had given me the Imperial Green, I wouldn't be here in Rueli, Zhou Long muttered resentfully. At that moment, he harbored immense bitterness towards Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had shared the Imperial Green with him, he would never have found himself in Rueli, and consequently, he might have avoided this perilous situation. Thus, Zhou Long blamed all his current misfortunes on Lin Feng. What are you saying, Zhou Long? Ding Miling asked, having faintly overheard his murmurs. I'm cursing that selfish little man, Zhou Long replied angrily. Ever since my sister married him, our family has faced nothing but misfortune. Zhou Long, it's too late to dwell on it. They're already divorced, Ding Miling whispered. Thank goodness they divorced. My sister can now marry Qin Jichao, who is 100 times better than him, Zhou Long thought, a flicker of solace crossing his face. Across several seats, Lin Feng stifled a yawn. Is someone cursing me? He wondered, glancing at Zhou Long, who appeared ashen and was muttering under his breath. Lin Feng dismissed these thoughts, his mind preoccupied with devising a plan to eliminate the snake mast and mouse mast men. If the plane were to crash, he too would meet his demise. His consciousness could enter the space, but his body could not, and even with the protection of the space, death would be inevitable. Should the plane land at Maka Airport, it would also be fraught with danger, given the chaos and powerful forces at play there, making escape exceedingly difficult. Therefore, the mouse mast and snake mast men must be neutralized, and they should not be allowed the opportunity to use their grenades or firearms. A grenade explosion would result in the deaths of everyone aboard, while a misfired handgun could shatter the plane's windows, leading to a catastrophic plunge and freezing the passengers within. With this in mind, Lin Feng's expression hardened. These two robbers had unwittingly crossed paths with him. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. Yet, the captain remained in the cockpit, inciting fury in the mouse mast and snake mast men, while fear gripped the passengers. Clearly, the captain does not believe I have the audacity to shoot someone on this plane, the mouse mast man sneered. Allow me to demonstrate. As he prepared to pull the trigger to kill the little girl, Lin Feng rose from his seat, smiling. Wait, should you fire that weapon? There's a 1% chance it could penetrate the aircraft, and should it be damaged, you would meet your end as well. As the passengers witnessed Lin Feng rising to his feet, a wave of astonishment swept through them. Finally, someone had taken a stand. However, there were also those who derided Lin Feng, deeming him foolish and reckless. This fool, I hope the robber shoots him dead. Zhou Long cursed upon seeing Lin Feng's boldness. Meanwhile, Ding Miling, seated nearby, was utterly shocked. Lin Feng had actually stood up? Hadn't Zhou Long claimed he was selfish and cowardly? What is this? Are you meddling? The man in the snake mask glared at Lin Feng. You must be tired of living. The man in the mouse mask sneered. Chapter 15. Big shot. Shall we discuss in the restroom? You two seek fortune. Why risk your lives? I can persuade the pilot to head to Maka Airport. Lin Feng approached with a smile. This statement ignited a fury among the passengers on the plane. They had initially believed Lin Feng was there to rescue them, but it now appeared he was colluding with the robbers. Damn it, you scoundrel, return to your seat. We would rather crash than go to Maka Airport. It was evident that this young man was in league with the robbers, one playing the villain and the other the hero. Indeed, be cautious. These individuals are playing a dangerous game. Many passengers cursed Lin Feng, believing he was allied with the masked figures. Damn that Lin Feng. Zhou Long glared at him with venomous eyes. Ding Miling sat in her seat, a flicker of fear coursing through her, accompanied by a sense of melancholy. The men in the snake and mouse masks exchanged glances, a glimmer of satisfaction in their eyes. If even one passenger expressed willingness to go to Maka Airport, it would open a breach. Once that breach was made, the psychological defenses of both the passengers and the pilot would begin to crumble, ultimately leading the plane to Maka Airport. You are quite impressive, the man in the snake mask said, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. What strategy do you propose? If your plan fails, we will not hesitate to eliminate you. The man in the mouse mask warned menacingly. Lin Feng replied, such discussions cannot be held openly. Speaking them aloud would render them ineffective. Might I suggest we step aside for a moment, perhaps to the restroom? He understood that he could not confront the robbers in front of all the passengers. After all, civilians were not permitted to possess firearms. If he revealed any secrets regarding weapons, he could face arrest and interrogation, and in the event of an apocalypse, that would spell his doom. Shameless. Unbelievable. Many passengers muttered in hushed tones, realizing Lin Feng was clearly wary of them. The men in the snake and mouse masks exchanged wary looks. They understood Lin Feng was speaking the truth. Discussing strategies in front of everyone might alert the passengers and the pilot. Mouse, go speak with him. In any emergency. Pull the grenade, the man in the snake mask whispered, a warning intended for Lin Feng as well, indicating that he should not attempt any tricks. or he would find himself in dire straits. The man in the mouse mask nodded slightly upon hearing the words, then approached Lin Feng and said, "Let us proceed. We shall converse in the restroom." Lin Feng, smiling in response, assured, "Rest assured, my strategy is undeniably brilliant. Spare me the pleasantries." The man in the mouse mask retorted fiercely, "Should you entertain any other notions, I will not hesitate to end your life. I highly value my existence and have a profound fear of death, so you need not worry," Lin Feng replied with a sycophantic smile. Only then did the man in the mouse mask accompany Lin Feng toward the restroom. The man in the snake mask and several passengers cautiously observed the airplane restroom. Upon entering, Lin Feng found the restroom to be exceedingly cramped, barely accommodating 3 or 4 individuals. He locked the door and discreetly placed a bullet in a corner as he bent down. "Now, what brilliant plan do you have? Speak freely." The man in the mouse mask inquired with a grin. "If we successfully land at Maka Airport, I shall petition for your pardon and facilitate your return to the homeland," he continued. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, lowered his head, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "This is not good. There is a bullet on the floor. And there are other robbers aboard the plane." The man in the mouse mask glanced down and, indeed, spotted the bullet. His expression changed dramatically. Could there truly be other robbers on the plane? As the bullet drew the man in the mouse mask's attention, Lin Feng stealthily raised his right hand, revealing a P9's silenced pistol aimed directly at the top of the man's head. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng fired twice, and the bullets pierced through the man's skull. With his brain matter splattering and blood pouring forth, the man collapsed to the ground, soon succumbing to death. "Is that all?" Lin Feng chuckled, bending down to retrieve the grenade from the lifeless hands of the man in the mouse mask. A grenade is quite a valuable asset, potentially life-saving in critical moments. Lin Feng had sought to procure one from Chen Xiezi but had been unsuccessful, yet here he had acquired one on the plane. He tossed the grenade into his storage space and then straightened his attire before exiting. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge alone, the man in the snake mask coldly queried, "Where's the mouse?" "Oh, he is still in the restroom. I stepped out first. He asked me to inform you to come in." "As he does not trust my strategy," Lin Feng replied with a grin. "If you dare deceive me, I will shoot you dead." The man in the snake mask sensed something amiss and approached, aiming his gun at Lin Feng's head. "Please, do not shoot. I assure you I am not deceiving you," Lin Feng hastily exclaimed, fawningly insisting. "He has a grenade. Who could possibly outsmart him?" The man in the snake mask pondered this, realizing that with a grenade in the mouse's possession, he was virtually invulnerable. Unless Lin Feng had a silenced pistol to ambush the mouse, which was improbable. Given that they had an insider among the security personnel, it would be exceedingly difficult for any of the passengers to smuggle in a firearm, let alone a simple nail clipper or lighter. "I truly am not deceiving you. Let us proceed," Lin Feng implored with a disarming smile. Only then did the man in the snake mask follow Lin Feng toward the restroom. "Mouse, mouse." He knocked on the door, albeit temporarily convinced by Lin Feng's words. He still felt compelled to knock. "The restroom is soundproof. You'll understand once you open the door," Lin Feng remarked with a smile. The man in the snake mask, upon hearing the words, pointed a handgun at Lin Feng's head with one hand while cautiously pushing open the door with the other. The moment the door swung open, his expression changed drastically as he discovered blood oozing from the severed head of the mouse-masked man, whose skull had shattered. He immediately pulled the trigger, intent on killing Lin Feng. However, before he could do so, Lin Feng conjured a wrench that he had obtained from the mouse-masked man. With a resounding clash, the wrench struck the snake-masked man's arm, shattering the bone within. The gun in his hand discharged wildly, the bullet ricocheting off the surrounding metal cabin walls. A piercing scream escaped the snake-masked man's lips. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to wrest the handgun from him, firing a single shot that obliterated the snake-masked man's head, instantly rendering him lifeless. Chapter 16. Dealing with the Thieves. Ding Miling's astonishment. The unexpected scream aboard the aircraft startled many passengers. They turned to witness Lin Feng with a gun aimed at the snake-masked man, who lay in a pool of blood. It dawned on them that this man was their savior, having successfully eliminated the threat. Lin Feng, smiling amidst their gazes, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have dispatched these 2 bandits." His words resonated like heavenly music in their ears, prompting a chorus of cheers. "Well done. You are a hero. Young man, splendid work. I must apologize for my earlier ignorance. Forgive me, young man. We should not have berated you. Incredible. You are the savior of us all." At that moment, the passengers, witnessing the demise of the snake-masked man, were elated and deeply moved by Lin Feng's bravery, with many who had initially scolded him now extending their apologies. Ding Miling, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, could hardly contain her delight. She had feared for her life, but here was her former brother-in-law, having vanquished the 2 robbers and averted disaster aboard the flight. "Humph, merely relying on a surprise attack and luck," Zhou Long sneered quietly. "Had he failed, we would all have perished." Hearing this, Ding Miling furrowed her brow but chose to remain silent. At that moment, a young captain emerged from the cockpit, accompanied by the co-pilot. Sir, thank you. Please allow us to bow in gratitude, the captain said as he and the co-pilot bent in reverence to Lin Feng. As the captain and co-pilot were both acutely aware of the perilous situation, having frequently flown the southwestern route, they understood that landing at Maka Airport could spell doom for all aboard, while failing to land would likely result in gradual casualties. They had been unable to make a decision and were desperately seeking assistance from the ground. Little did they expect Lin Feng to step forward and decisively eliminate the snake-masked and mouse-masked men. No need for thanks, it was the right thing to do. Lin Feng replied with a nod. The captain and co-pilot, deeply moved, shook hands with Lin Feng once more. They then proceeded to the vicinity of the restroom to inspect the steel plates that had been shot at, finding them unharmed, which brought them some relief. Mr. Lin, we will apply for a bonus on your behalf, the captain said earnestly, turning to Lin Feng. There's no need for that. I prefer not to be involved in this matter. It was the captain and co-pilot who averted the crisis, Lin Feng replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked at them. The assailant, donned in a mouse mask, had been killed with a P9S silenced pistol. Although Lin Feng had taken the bullets, he feared that forensic experts might still uncover the truth, leading to complications he wished to avoid. The captain and co-pilot exchanged glances, surprised by Lin Feng's decision to decline the reward. Thank you, Mr. Lin, they said, bowing once again in gratitude. By relinquishing the credit, Lin Feng ensured that the reward would benefit them, rendering him their benefactor. Please attend to the body, Lin Feng remarked, returning to his seat. The captain and co-pilot entered the restroom, discovering that the mouse-masked man had indeed been shot, yet no weapon could be found nearby. They realized that Lin Feng must have been armed as well. Captain, how should we report this? The co-pilot inquired, the situation surpassing his expectations. No wonder he shied away from taking credit, the captain replied. Should we report it as it is? The co-pilot asked again. Old Liu, Mr. Lin is our benefactor. We cannot repay kindness with enmity. Remember, it was you who killed the mouse-masked robber, seized his weapon, and dispatched him, the captain instructed. But what about the weapon? The co-pilot questioned. Someone will provide it upon landing, the captain assured him. Additionally, ensure that all crew members sign a confidentiality agreement regarding today's events. The co-pilot, suddenly enlightened, acknowledged the conclusion of their discussion. Thanks to Lin Feng's resolution of the two robbers, the flight proceeded smoothly, and by 6 in the evening, they arrived at Rueli Emerald International Airport. Lin Feng, carrying his bag, exited the airport and boarded a private vehicle to the Emerald International Hotel. This 5-star establishment was situated on Emerald Avenue, and with the impending apocalypse looming, Lin Feng found himself more concerned about finances than ever. However, just as he was about to check in, he noticed Zhou Long and Ding Miling approaching with their luggage. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Ding Miling asked as she neared. Haha, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Lin Feng responded with a hearty laugh. Miling, do not engage with such people, Zhou Long interjected coldly. Ding Miling, about to retort, noticed Zhou Long's dark expression and opted to bid farewell to Lin Feng instead. Lin Feng, indifferent to Zhou Long's demeanor, proceeded with his check-in. Arriving at room 666, where he reclined on the bed and succumbed to sleep for a few hours. Upon waking that evening, he found the sky darkened. After freshening up, he ventured down to a restaurant for a buffet meal. Brother-in-law, you're here for dinner too? A melodious voice chimed in his ear. Lin Feng looked up to see Ding Miling approaching with a plate in hand. Ding Miling, her hair elegantly styled, adorned herself in a delicate lavender dress that gracefully embraced her alluring figure. A golden necklace graced her alabaster neck, perfectly accentuating her fair complexion. Her legs, unadorned by stockings, appeared smooth and radiant, exuding a subtle fragrance that was utterly captivating. After a languorous afternoon nap, a pang of hunger struck. Lin Feng, with a sidelong glance, surveyed Ding Miling's fair legs, noting the weak's fortunate turn of events. Ding Miling, possessing striking beauty and an enviable physique, could easily score a remarkable 95 out of 100. Thank you for your courageous act on the plane. Ding Miling smiled from across the table. Please, refrain from calling me brother-in-law. I have divorced your sister. As for what happened on the plane, consider it a means of self-preservation, which inadvertently benefited everyone, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. It feels odd not to call you that, Ding Miling responded, shaking her head. Suit yourself, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. By the way, brother-in-law, there's something I'm unsure whether to ask, she suddenly interjected. Is it concerning me? Lin Feng replied with a half-smile. Yes. I believe Zhou Long's assessment of you is somewhat unjust. For instance, while your actions on the plane were indeed self-serving, over 200 passengers, including the captain and co-pilot, required assistance, yet you were the only one who stepped forward. Ding Miling, accustomed to viewing Lin Feng as timid, failed to recognize that his conduct during the crisis was anything but cowardly. Miling, what kind of person do you perceive me to be? Please express your previous impressions. Lin Feng said, looking at her with a bemused smile. Selfish, heartless, violent, cowardly, incompetent, lecherous, fond of solicitation. Ding Meiling enumerated a series of negative descriptors. Lin Feng, taken aback, felt a cold sweat trickle down. How shamelessly the Zhou family had tarnished his reputation. How much of what I said is accurate? Ding Meiling inquired, perplexed. As you stated, selfish, heartless, violent, cowardly, incompetent, lecherous, fond of solicitation, perhaps, Lin Feng chuckled. Brother-in-law, please be serious. Firstly, you cannot be described as cowardly or incompetent. On the contrary, you are both brave and cunning, Ding Meiling insisted, biting her pink lip. Indeed, being lecherous holds some truth, Lin Feng replied with a grin. For instance, I am quite eager to discuss the intricacies of writing the character for Kun with you. Chapter 17. Brother-in-law, you are so vulgar. Brother-in-law, you are incorrigible. You truly are quite lewd. Ding Meiling exclaimed with a blush, taken aback by Lin Feng's blatant candor. Desire is a natural instinct. What man is not lecherous? I am no exception, Lin Feng remarked. His gaze fixed on Ding Meiling's bosom, as he prepared to assert his intentions without reservation. And what about the rest? Selfish, heartless, violent, fond of solicitation? Ding Meiling hastily redirected the conversation. Discover that for yourself. Additionally, let me offer you a word of caution. Do not gamble recklessly. A moment's folly can lead to ruin. Lin Feng advised earnestly. Ding Meiling hesitated, pondering not only her own aspirations, but Zhou Long's as well, as both had dreamt of striking it rich through gambling. Thus, she carried her entire savings with her. Since we meet, let me present you with a few gifts, Lin Feng said, reaching into his pocket to produce a faux imperial green jade necklace. To attract a lady, one must use bait, and this imperial green necklace serves as exquisite bait. Lin Feng discerned that Ding Meiling had a profound desire for the imperial green jade necklace. When Ding Meiling beheld Lin Feng presenting the necklace, she was utterly astonished. She extended her delicate, fair hand to grasp the imperial green jade necklace. Brother-in-law, are you truly willing to gift this to me? It is worth several million. She cautiously remarked, having once seen a leader wearing an imperial green jade necklace, which was said to start at 5 million. Words once spoken cannot be taken back. Lin Feng chuckled, allow me to place it around your neck. As he spoke, he reached toward Ding Meiling's neck. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately did not resist him. Lin Feng removed the gold necklace from her neck and then draped the imperial green jade necklace around her. Although this necklace was a mere imitation, its appearance was indistinguishable from a genuine imperial green jade necklace, accentuating Ding Meiling's alabaster neck and bestowing upon her an air of nobility. At that moment, a female server passed by and, upon noticing the necklace adorning Ding Meiling's neck, was filled with envy. Wow, miss. Your boyfriend is quite impressive to gift you an imperial green jade necklace, she exclaimed in admiration. Ding Meiling felt a tinge of embarrassment. She could not reveal that the man before her was not her boyfriend, but rather her brother-in-law. Excuse me, server, please attend to your duties. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that she should refrain from speaking further. Certainly, sir, the server replied with a smile. Before departing, but not without exchanging glances with her colleagues, as they discussed the imperial green jade, Ding Meiling basked in the envious gazes of those around her, swelling with pride and a sense of vanity fulfilled. It's merely an imperial green jade necklace. No more staring in the mirror. Let's eat quickly, and afterward, I shall take you for a stroll down Jade Street. Moreover, given that we are at the border, it's best not to carry the jade on us, Lin Feng advised, primarily concerned about being recognized by experts while wandering the streets, as there were many knowledgeable individuals in Jade Street. Understood, Ding Meiling replied hurriedly, carefully removing the imperial green jade necklace and stowing it away. After their meal, Lin Feng guided Ding Meiling to Jade Street. Stretching 10 miles from north to south, Jade Street lies in the southwestern part of Rueli, where rough stones abound, and the sounds of stone cutting resonate from all directions, mingled with excited calls. As they strolled down the street, they soon reached the southernmost part of Jade Street, where the stones piled high like mountains. Chishire Garden has the most stones, Ding Meiling remarked. Indeed, Chishire Garden is the largest supplier of rough materials in Rueli and one of the top few in the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Feng elucidated. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a luxurious car approached, and from it emerged a man, Chen Jichao. With a cigarette dangling from his lips and sunglasses perched on his nose, his expression darkened upon seeing Lin Feng. It seemed he could not escape encountering him. What a coincidence, Chen Jichao, we meet again, Lin Feng greeted. Lin Feng observed Chen Jichao greeting him with a smile. Are you perhaps here by plane to deliver money to me? Chen Jichao's gaze was ominously fixed on Lin Feng, before shifting to Ding Meiling, who stood beside him. Although Ding Meiling wore a sun hat obscuring her face, there was an uncanny familiarity about her. Ding Meiling, feeling a twinge of anxiety, recognized Chun Ji-chao, having previously attended his birthday celebration with Zhou Long, which had led to their acquaintance. Lin Feng, if you have any courage, let us engage in a wager, Chun Ji-chao declared, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Last time you were merely lucky. This time fortune will not favor you. Since his previous defeat to Lin Feng, Chun Ji-chao had flown to Rayleigh overnight, seeking the counsel of the president of the Rayleigh Stone Gambling Association, which significantly enhanced his skills in the art of stone gambling. In the past few days, he had experienced several successful ventures, which bolstered his confidence to the point where he yearned to return to Jiang City and confront Lin Feng. However, he was taken aback to encounter Lin Feng in Rayleigh. Lin Feng chuckled, Chun Ji-chao, you are a defeated foe. I have no desire to engage in a wager with you. You lack the requisite qualifications, so do not impede my affairs. He had come to scout the area and had no time to indulge in Chun Ji-chao's gambling pursuits. With that, Lin Feng led Ding Meiling deeper into the stone garden. Chun Ji-chao swiftly intercepted them, exclaiming, Lin Feng, are you too cowardly to wager with me? No wonder Zhou Feng looks down upon you, a feeble wretch. In response, Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Chun Ji-chao. There are numerous debts between us, which I intended to settle in due time. However, since you have crossed my path today, I shall collect some interest first. Humph. Let us see if you possess the ability to collect that interest, Chun Ji-chao retorted coldly. I shall be waiting for you inside. With that, he turned and drove deeper into the stone garden. Brother-in-law, I heard that Chun Ji-chao is quite close to the president of the Rayleigh Stone Gambling Association, who is exceptionally skilled, Ding Meiling whispered. Fear not, let us proceed, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Thus, Lin Feng and Ding Meiling ventured further into the depths of the stone garden. As Lin Feng casually touched various stones, their inner structures vividly manifested in his mind. These stones contained a wealth of jade, and their quality far surpassed that of the stones from Hong Liang U.S. collection. Upon surveying his surroundings, Lin Feng noticed that there were cameras positioned in every direction, at least over 100 in total. He took out his phone to record a video, documenting the situation. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? At that moment, a young lady clad in a qipao approached Lin Feng. What can I do for you? Lin Feng inquired. Mr. Chun is waiting for you over there and requests your presence, the qipao-clad lady said with a smile, pointing towards a nearby pavilion where Chun Ji-chao was languidly smoking. Please inform him that I shall be there shortly, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Certainly, Mr. Lin, the young lady said before departing. Immediately, Lin Feng sent the video to Chun Xiezi, who not only dealt in arms, but also engaged in various clandestine activities. Soon after, a message from Chun Xiezi arrived. What does this mean? Is this footage from the Rayleigh Stone Gardens cameras? Lin Feng, you possess keen insight. I wish to render these cameras inoperative for a brief period. There is no alternative. He cannot possibly collect these stones in front of the cameras, for such an act would unveil the secret of the space. Certain nefarious research institutions would undoubtedly seize him for dissection and study. Chun Xiezi, goodness, you truly have audacity. Are you aware of the proprietor's background at the Stone Garden? Has Hong Liangyu not mentioned it to you? Lin Feng, he did mention it. Yet I assure you I have no intention of stealing the stones within. Chun Xiezi, you are quite foolhardy. If you're not thieving their stones, then why meddle with their cameras? Lin Feng, spare me the chatter. Can the cameras be disabled for an hour? Set your price as you wish. Chun Xiezi did not respond immediately. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The last time he procured weapons from Chun Xiezi, he was brimming with bravado, yet now he seemed subdued. While he awaited Chun Xiezi's reply, Lin Feng examined the rough stones around him. After half an hour, Chun Xiezi finally responded. Chun Xiezi, the cameras will be inoperative for 15 minutes at night, for $2 million. Lin Feng, I will pay you when I return tonight. Currently, he had no funds on hand and needed to take a gamble to earn some money. Chun Xiezi agreed. Chapter 18, A Reckoning with Chun Ji-chao. Where the loser must drink urine. After finalizing the arrangement with Chun Xiezi, Lin Feng proceeded to the pavilion of the Stone Garden. There, he found Chun Ji-chao lounging with his legs crossed, fixating on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I presumed you would not dare to show up. I trust you have taken a liking to the stones here. Indeed, I have an eye for them, Lin Feng replied with a grin. However, since I won the last round, I shall dictate the rules. With barely over 100,000 left to his name, he could not afford the precious rough stones, so he could only wager on their return rate. The return rate refers to the price of the jade extracted from the rough stone divided by the purchase price of said stone. Huh, I'm not intimidated by you. Chun Ji-chao scoffed. However, I shall propose the stakes. If you lose, you will kneel on the spot, surrender the jade to me, and this woman will spend the night with me. As he spoke, Chun Ji-chao pointed at Ding Meiling beside Lin Feng, having long desired to take her to a hotel. Ding Meiling shivered at the remark, her expression one of fear as she glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted her shoulder, signaling her not to worry about the matter. Chun Ji-chao, this woman is merely my friend. I cannot make such decisions, Lin Feng insisted, shaking his head. Oh, Then I shall amend my request. If you lose, not only must you kneel and bow, but you must also drink my urine, while the jade belongs to me. Chen Jichao relished the thought of Lin Feng consuming his urine. You too, if you lose, must kneel, drink my urine, and the jade will be mine. Lin Feng countered directly. Since Chen Jichao wished to play, they would play to the bitter end. Very well. Chen Jichao's gaze was filled with ferocity. They summoned Huang Yingshan, the deputy general manager of the Stone Garden, to serve as a witness. Huang Yingshan, brother of the proprietor, Huang Jinyao, donned a tattered military uniform and bore a scarred face, flanked by several security guards wielding shotguns. Lin Feng sensed a palpable aura of menace from these individuals. Clearly seasoned in violence, it was no wonder Chen Xiezi held the Stone Garden in such trepidation. Brother-in-law, could you refrain from gambling? This place feels quite perilous. Ding Miling murmured, standing behind Lin Feng. Fear not. As long as we abide by the rules of the Stone Garden, we shall be fine, Lin Feng replied, nodding. Once I emerge victorious, I shall gift you a Maybach, albeit with conditions. What conditions? Ding Miling could not help but inquire. Lin Feng turned and chuckled softly. Let us play cards at the hotel and scrutinize the structure of the character coin. Brother-in-law, you are becoming increasingly audacious. I am Zhou Feng's sister-in-law, Ding Miling retorted, biting her delicate pink lip. And what of it? Tell me, who possesses superior qualities, I or that inept Zhou Long? Lin Feng's gaze bore into Ding Miling. At that moment, visions of Lin Feng on the airplane flooded Ding Miling's mind. No need to respond now. Contemplate it and reply when you are ready, Lin Feng smiled. Very well, the agreement has been drafted. I expect both parties to adhere to the rules of the Stone Garden. Should you breach any regulations, I shall have them instruct you on the rules. Came a menacing voice from Huang Yinlong. He held a blank sheet of paper, which outlined the terms of the wager that Lin Feng and Chen Jichao had previously discussed. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Chen Jichao nodded in acknowledgement and approached Huang Yinlong, each pressing their handprints onto the paper. Excellent. You may now select your stones, Huang Yinlong intoned gravely. You have 30 minutes each. Failure to choose raw materials in that time will result in immediate loss. Lin Feng and Chen Jichao promptly departed, with Ding Miling following Lin Feng. They made their way to Area 7 of the Stone Garden, known for its affordable raw materials, where stones deemed subpar had been meticulously filtered. Here, thousands of stones lay beneath a price of 10,000. Lin Feng swiftly approached, his hands darting like lightning over the stones. Indeed, most were discarded rocks, and even if jade was present, its quality was exceedingly poor. Brother-in-law, have you truly assessed these? Ding Miling observed Lin Feng's casual touch and wondered if this would suffice. You will understand the outcome soon enough, Lin Feng replied confidently. Moreover, heed my instructions. The stones I ask you to move must be placed by the roadside. The stones were roughly the size of a basin, entirely manageable for an adult. Ding Miling nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lin Feng continued his rapid examination, and upon touching the 134th stone, he finally sensed a fist-sized chicken crown red within. He instructed Ding Miling to move it, then resumed his search. After several minutes, Lin Feng selected 13 stones, and Ding Miling diligently transported them to the roadside, perspiring profusely. Your strength could use improvement, Lin Feng teased. Brother-in-law, these stones are quite heavy, and the distance to the roadside is 100 meters. That's 200 meters round trip. 13 trips total 2,600 meters, and my feet are sore, Ding Miling replied, casting a playful glare at Lin Feng. She then lifted her delicate foot, revealing several abrasions. Fear not. I shall take you to soak in a hot spring afterward, Lin Feng said, turning his attention back to the 13 stones for a moment. Brother-in-law, are you certain jade can be extracted from these? Ding Miling approached, her expression filled with uncertainty. Hold this one, Lin Feng pointed to a brown stone. Within the 13 stones, each harbors jade, including the illustrious imperial green, albeit in a diminutive size. In contrast, Lin Feng's piece contains a rooster comb red jade, comparable to the size of a football, and remarkably, this stone is priced at merely a third of the imperial green. Upon hearing this, Ding Miling bent down to lift the stone, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, I shall serve as your laborer. You will find that today's toil is worth a lifetime of your earnings. The jade extracted from this shall be yours. Lin Feng chuckled in response. Then I shall see what treasures can be unveiled. Ding Miling pouted playfully, adding, however, merely moving stones is insufficient. I must also accompany my brother-in-law to soak in a hot spring. Lin Feng smirked mischievously. Ah, indeed, brother-in-law, you are quite the lecher. Ding Miling huffed lightly before scampering away with the stone in her arms. Lin Feng, filled with pride, gazed at Ding Miling's fair, long legs, feeling triumphant. His bait had already begun to entice her. The two then made their way to a pavilion, surrounded by an eager crowd, predominantly enthusiasts of stone gambling. Upon hearing of the wager between Lin Feng and Chen Jichao, many flocked to witness the spectacle, aware that losing could entail not only bowing but also drinking urine. Seated at the center of the pavilion was Huang Yinglong, accompanied by numerous subordinates, while Chun Jichao stood nearby, having selected his stone. Lin Feng, how naive of you to venture into Zone 7, Chun Jichao mocked. The crowd's expressions shifted upon learning Lin Feng had chosen from Zone 7, regarding him as if he were a fool. Zone 7 was universally acknowledged as a desolate area for stones. Yearly, hundreds were purchased from there. Yet none had ever yielded jade. Lin Feng's choice from such a zone seemed utterly reckless. Chapter 19. The football-sized rooster comb red, with a thousand-fold return. Unperturbed by the gazes of the spectators, Lin Feng focused on Chun Jichao, smiling as he remarked, "Who told you that Zone 7 is merely a wasteland of stones?" Chun Jichao retorted coldly, "Humph, Lin Feng, I shall not waste words with you. Let us see whose stone is superior." With that, he bent down to retrieve a dark golden stone. Huang Yinglong, the deputy general of the stone garden and a seasoned stone cutter, approached. He personally oversaw the cutting during gambling events to ensure fairness. Huang placed Chun Jichao's stone onto the cutting machine, meticulously adjusting the apparatus before commencing to slice through the dark golden stone. The harsh sound of cutting filled the air as Huang expertly maneuvered the machine, revealing a glimmer of emerald green from within. A radiant flash, translucent and vibrant, reminiscent of verdant leaves. "Incredible! Imperial green!" gasped the crowd. How could such a phenomenon occur? Typically, dark golden stones yield only old pit ice-type violet jade. Never has imperial green emerged. Indeed, I have observed stone gambling for decades and have never witnessed such a sight. The emergence of imperial green from a dark golden stone is surely unprecedented. I believe this has never occurred in the annals of our nation's stone gambling history. What is impossible in this vast world? However, this young Chun possesses remarkable skill in stone gambling, surpassing many seasoned veterans among us. What is so extraordinary about this? The individual surnamed Chun has a good relationship with the president of our Stone Gambling Association and is likely to receive guidance from him. I see. It seems that the young man named Lin Feng is destined to be humiliated. At this moment, numerous stone gamblers are gazing fervently at the black gold stone being cut, their eyes fixed on the imperial green jade emerging from it. "Lin Feng, you are fated to drink my urine." Chun Jichao looked at Lin Feng with a sinister grin and remarked, "Did you not expect me to unveil imperial green?" At that moment, Chun Jichao was radiant, as the exposed imperial green was likely worth 6 million, while he had purchased the stone for merely 3 million, indicating a return rate exceeding twofold. "Chun Jichao, I have realized that you are naturally suited to be a mere purveyor," Lin Feng mocked, fixing his gaze on him. "Humph. Stop pretending here and prepare to drink my urine," Chun Jichao sneered, amused by Lin Feng's feigned composure. Lin Feng disregarded Chun Jichao and simply took a seat to await the outcome. Minutes passed, and Chun Jichao's black gold stone was fully revealed, showcasing a piece of imperial green the size of an egg before the crowd. The imperial green was translucent and breathtaking, rendering the onlookers utterly mesmerized. Many estimated its value to be around 30 million. "Mr. Huang, what is the return rate on my imperial green?" Chun Jichao inquired with a beaming smile. The purchase price was 3 million, and this piece of imperial green is valued at 30 million, so the return rate is tenfold, Huang Yinglong calculated. A collective gasp arose from the crowd at the mention of a tenfold return rate, a rarity in the stone gambling industry, and with the revelation of imperial green. It was indeed a true paradise in one cut. Chun Jichao, increasingly elated, looked down at Lin Feng and declared, "Lin Feng, do you see? A tenfold return rate. You might as well concede. I will let you drink half a cup of urine and bow 50 times. Lin Feng ignored Chun Jichao and turned to Huang Yinglong, saying, "Mr. Huang, today I aim to vindicate the 7th district. It is not a wasteland." Huang Yinglong chuckled heartily, responding, "Good, good, young man, I quite like that statement. But are you truly not considering Qin Shao's proposal?" Even Huang Yinglong, the vice president of the Stone Garden, believed Lin Feng was doomed, as the stones in the 7th district had been meticulously filtered, almost universally deemed as wasteland. They were positioned there to attract those with insufficient funds, who still clung to a glimmer of hope. "Let us cut the stone," Lin Feng instructed, glancing at Ding Meiling, who then placed the stone onto the cutting machine. Huang Yinglong washed his hands, sipped some tea to rejuvenate, and then approached the cutting machine, carefully operating it to commence the stone unveiling. The screeching sound echoed once more as Huang Yinglong meticulously cut through the stone. However, as he broke through the surface, a red glow emerged, radiant and striking like a rooster's comb, yet 100 times more lustrous, emanating a crimson brilliance. Coxcomb red. It is indeed coxcomb red. Many recognized the red glow as coxcomb red upon sight. Huang Yinglong was utterly astonished. The abandoned stone area had unexpectedly yielded a magnificent chicken crown red jade. Although it could not rival the imperial green, it was nonetheless a treasure among emeralds. Brother-in-law, what a beautiful chicken crown red! Ding Miling exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. There's no need for such astonishment, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, Ding Miling glanced at Lin Feng's face, noticing that this man exuded unwavering confidence, remaining unfazed even when Chen Jichao unveiled the imperial green. Meanwhile, Chen Jichao furrowed his brow. Although chicken crown red was vastly inferior to imperial green, the raw stone Lin Feng had purchased was remarkably inexpensive. As Huang Yinlong continued to operate the jade cutting machine, he grew increasingly astonished. The chicken crown red was far larger than he had anticipated. The onlookers fixated intently on the raw stone, clearly recognizing its extraordinary nature. Time passed, and it took Huang Yinlong a full hour to complete the unveiling of the stone. At last, a chicken crown red the size of a football emerged, radiating a crimson glow akin to the setting sun at dusk. Moreover, the chicken crown red was translucent and resplendent. This revelation incited gasps of awe among the crowd. Heavens! I've never seen a chicken crown red of such magnitude. My goodness, this chicken crown jade is nearly the size of a football. It's simply incredible. Could this truly have originated from the 7th district of the Stone Garden? Indeed, it comes from the 7th district. No one expected such a raw stone to be hidden there. Oh, how I long to touch that raw stone. What difference does it make? You are but a knife's breadth away from paradise. Many spectators appeared despondent, for numerous individuals had previously touched this stone, yet many had deemed it devoid of jade, never imagining it would yield a chicken crown red of football size. Their dismay was mirrored in Huang Yinlong, who slapped his thigh in frustration. This was a significant loss for their stone garden. Chen Jichao's expression darkened ominously. Mr. Huang, please announce my return on investment, Lin Feng said with a smile as he stepped forward. Huang Yinlong took a deep breath and stated, the preliminary estimated price of the chicken crown red is 30 million, while your purchase price was 3,000. Thus, your return on investment is a staggering 10,000 times. Even as he spoke this figure, he found it hard to believe. Yet the evidence lay before him, compelling him to accept the reality. A 10,000-fold return. Many in the crowd gasped and took several steps back upon hearing this figure. Such a return was exceedingly rare in the world of stone gambling, having not been seen in Rueli for many years. Brother-in-law, you've won, Ding Miling exclaimed, shaking Lin Feng's arm in excitement. There's no need for such fuss, Lin Feng replied calmly. Ding Miling couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This man concealed many secrets. Thus, Mr. Lin emerges victorious in this wager, Huang Yinlong declared with a resonant voice. Mr. Huang, I refuse to accept this. Is this chicken crown red truly worth such a fortune? Chen Jichao's face was dark with discontent. Although chicken crown red may not rival imperial green, this particular specimen is extraordinarily large. In terms of volume, it is likely over 20 times the size of your imperial green, Huang Yinlong stated coolly. You are destined to lose. Crack. Upon hearing this, Chen Jichao's expression became exceedingly grim. He was truly unwilling to concede defeat to Lin Feng in such a manner. Very well, Chen Jichao, according to our wager, kneel and bow 100 times, drink my urine, and in return, you shall hand over that piece of jade. Lin Feng remarked with a hint of amusement in his gaze. Chen Jichao, masking his frustration with a smile, replied, Brother Lin, we are neighbors after all. There's no need to take things to such an extreme. I can give you the jade, but let's waive the other stakes. If necessary, I can compensate you with 5 million. In Chen's eyes, Lin Feng was merely a nouveau riche, and 5 million would suffice to resolve the issue. Do you think I am in need of money? Today, you must kneel and bow 100 times and drink my urine. Lin Feng retorted coldly. Lin Feng, you are going too far. Chen Jichao's eyes glinted with rage as he glared at Lin Feng. You are cutting off your own path. The thought of drinking Lin Feng's urine was unbearable. He could not fathom where he would place his dignity. Ignoring Chen Jichao's outburst, Lin Feng retrieved a teacup from a nearby table and proceeded to urinate in the corner. Ding Miling could not help but cover her eyes in disbelief at such crude behavior in broad daylight. Seeing Lin Feng urinate, Chen Jichao was seething with anger, envisioning violent retaliation. Soon, Lin Feng finished and presented the teacup filled with urine before Chen Jichao. Chen Jichao knelt before Lin Feng, bowing his head 100 times, and then took the cup of urine from Lin Feng's hand. With a deep breath, he raised the cup and gulped it down in one swift motion. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause at the spectacle of Chen Jichao drinking the urine. After finishing, Chen Jichao retched violently, expelling the contents of his stomach. You will pay for this, Lin Feng. This is not over, he shouted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng as he stormed away. This is merely a small lesson, Chen Jichao. Next time, I might make you consume something far worse, Lin Feng jeered. I will ensure your downfall. Chen Jichao spat back, leaving without a glance behind. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, Huang Yinlong approached with a respectful gesture. Likewise, I told you, the 7th district is not a wasteland. It holds many treasures. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Thank you for restoring the reputation of the 7th district, Mr. Lin. By the way, would you consider selling me that piece of chicken crown red? Huang Yinlong inquired with a grin. I can offer you 31 million. Lin Feng politely declined, Mr. Huang. I intend to keep this piece of chicken crown red for myself. However, I am willing to sell you the imperial green. The chicken crown red, the size of a football, was exceedingly rare, and he had recently sent a photo to Hong Liangyu, who had offered a staggering 45 million. Huang Yinlong's offer of 31 million felt like an insult. Despite the impending harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world where money held little value, Lin Feng refused to be taken advantage of in this manner. Upon hearing his refusal, several of Huang Yinlong's subordinates aimed their firearms at Lin Feng, prompting the onlookers to retreat, some even hurling insults at Lin Feng for showing disrespect to Huang Yinlong of the Qishir Garden. Lin Feng's face darkened. Mr. Huang, is this how you treat your customers? What are you doing? Mr. Lin is a client of the Qishir Garden. Huang Yinlong chastised his men. You must not disrespect Mr. Lin. Yet, the armed guards remained unmoved. My apologies, Mr. Lin. These subordinates are insubordinate. Perhaps you should reconsider my earlier offer. Huang Yinlong said with a bow and a smile. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became tense, while Huang Yinlong leisurely sipped his tea from his chair. Since Mr. Huang was fond of it, I consented to sell the chicken crown red. Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter, remarking that there was no point in quarreling with the owner of a stone garden or with someone on the brink of death. Mr. Lin, along with the imperial green, I shall offer you 40 million. I nearly forgot. The price for that imperial green was miscalculated. It is only worth 10 million. Huang Yinlong abruptly slammed the table. Upon hearing this, the crowd silently cursed Huang Yinlong for his avarice. In reality, the combined value of the two pieces was upwards of 75 million. Yet Huang Yinlong was forcefully buying them at a discount of 35 million. Very well, it's a deal. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Huang Yinlong immediately instructed his associates to transfer 40 million to Lin Feng. Only then did Lin Feng and Ding Meiling depart from the stone garden. Those who refuse a toast must drink a penalty drink. How unwise, Huang Yinlong muttered, clutching two pieces of jade as he retreated deeper into the garden. After leaving, Lin Feng promptly transferred a deposit of $1 million to Chen Xiezi, promising another 1 million upon completion of the deal. Upon receiving the funds, Chen Xiezi quickly stated that he would rush over that very night and requested Lin Feng to book 2 tickets from Jiang City to Ruili, one for Hong Sueki. Lin Feng was taken aback by the mention of Hong Sueki. He recalled that she was Hong Liangyu's daughter, and she was coming as well. It appeared that Hong Liangyu had a stake in Chen Xiezi's business, and it was highly likely that he was Chen Xiezi's supplier. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Ding Meiling gently consoled. You've already made plenty today. I am not angry. Come, let us indulge in the hot springs at the Jadeite Grand Hotel. My room has a private hot spring. Lin Feng smiled. Together in the hot springs? Brother-in-law, you must not be mischievous. Ding Meiling hesitated. We shall wear swimsuits while enjoying the hot springs. Besides, you are Zhou Feng's sister-in-law. How could I possibly act inappropriately? Lin Feng assured, patting his chest. Moreover, the hot springs relieve fatigue and enhance beauty. After a moment of hesitation, Ding Meiling agreed. Thus, Lin Feng and Ding Meiling returned to the Jadeite International Hotel. Upon reaching room 324, Ding Meiling was surprised to find Zhou Long standing at the door. I called you. Why did no one answer? Zhou Long said coldly. I went out shopping. My phone was on silent. Ding Meiling replied, a hint of panic in her eyes, knowing that Zhou Long and Lin Feng were at odds. Hence she did not mention that she had been wandering the streets with Lin Feng. You are my fiancé. I only worry for your safety. Zhou Long's expression softened, primarily suspecting that Ding Meiling was out with another man. Thank you, Ding Meiling responded. Could you lend me some money? Zhou Long suddenly asked. What do you need money for? I remember you brought over 200,000. Ding Meiling questioned suspiciously. For gambling. I just acquired a set of German glasses that are sure to bring great fortune. Zhou Long whispered excitedly. If we win a few million, we can return to Jiang City. Ding Meiling's expression changed at his words. Zhou Long, are you out of your mind? 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Do you think the people in the gambling circles are fools? Just 10,000. Lend me 10,000. If it doesn't work out, I will leave, Zhou Long explained. After a moment of hesitation, Ding Meiling transferred 10,000 to Zhou Long. Upon encountering Lin Feng, it is imperative that you do not engage with him. He is notoriously stingy and possesses a rather lascivious nature, which raises my concerns about his potential exploitation of you, Zhou Long earnestly advised before hastily departing. Ding Meiling watched Zhou Long's retreating figure with a hint of disappointment, clutching her swimsuit as she set off to find Lin Feng. Chapter 21. Soaking in the Hot Springs. Hong Sueki bursts in room 888 at the Jadeite Grand Hotel, a luxurious suite priced at 888 yuan per night, boasts an area of 150 square meters. comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, with a 50-square-meter bathroom featuring a 30-square-meter hot spring pool. Upon his return, Lin Feng eagerly leapt into the steaming waters. Oh, the comfort of a large pool. If only I could indulge in hot springs daily during the apocalypse, he mused, slapping his thigh in frustration. His own home lacked even a bathtub for such indulgence. At that moment, Lin Feng dialed Air Pang's number. Brother Feng, what's the matter at this late hour? Air Pang inquired. By the way, the construction team arrived this afternoon and has already commenced work, he added. Air Pang, I have 3 bedrooms. And I want the largest one converted into a bathhouse, approximately 30 square meters and 2 meters high, Lin Feng instructed directly. Brother Feng, you must be joking. Aren't the downstairs neighbors going to sue you for turning a bedroom into a bathhouse? Surely, you jest, Air Pang replied, astonished. Not expecting Lin Feng's late-night call concerning such a matter. I recall the neighbors downstairs are selling their apartment. I'll transfer 5 million yuan to you now. And I'll purchase it outright, Lin Feng stated, opting to resolve potential issues with a financial solution. My brother Feng, have you struck it rich? All for the sake of constructing a bathhouse? Air Pang questioned skeptically. Indeed, and once purchased, install a bank-grade vault door, Lin Feng emphasized, as he had ulterior motives for acquiring the property, to thwart any trouble from below during the apocalypse by sealing off access. Very well, brother Feng, Air Pang sighed resignedly, acknowledging his friend's wealth. Moreover, ensure that you engage the construction team first thing tomorrow, mandating they complete the work within 2 days at the latest, with a 3-day maximum. Lin Feng instructed. Brother Feng, isn't that rather rushed? Air Pang responded, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. I'll double the payment. I will transfer 5 million yuan to you right now. Also, arrange for a snowmobile and procure as much gasoline as possible, Lin Feng reiterated. Now that he had the means to fulfill his desires swiftly. After hanging up, he promptly transferred the funds to Air Pang, also suggesting he look into acquiring a fireplace. Once these matters were settled, Lin Feng luxuriated in the hot spring, closing his eyes to relish the experience. Before long, a knock at the door roused him, prompting him to rise and approach. Peering through the peephole, he spotted Ding Meiling standing outside, and he hurriedly opened the door. Upon seeing Lin Feng clad only in his birthday suit, Ding Meiling's face flushed a deep crimson. You're not wearing any clothes, she remarked, biting her pink lip. I was in a rush to open the door for you. Just a moment, Lin Feng stammered, hastily grabbing a pair of swim trunks from a nearby rack. Ding Meiling then stepped into the room, saying, Brother-in-law, I'll go change my clothes now, before retreating into one of the bedrooms to change. Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, soon catching sight of Ding Meiling emerging in a striking black lace swimsuit. Ding Meiling possessed an elegant and voluptuous figure. Her skin as white as snow, and her exquisitely delicate face bore a hint of allure. Her long legs, reminiscent of pure white jade, exuded a faint yet captivating fragrance. Lin Feng gazed at Ding Meiling's impressive physique, his admiration palpable. Flushed with embarrassment under her brother-in-law's scrutiny, Ding Meiling was momentarily taken aback. I have a gift for you, Lin Feng said, smiling as he picked up a box from the nearby table and handed it to her. Another gift? Ding Meiling exclaimed, her eyes shining with delight as she opened the box to reveal 2 stunning anklets. The anklets were translucent and breathtaking, radiating a vibrant emerald hue. Upon seeing the exquisite pieces, Ding Meiling stammered, realizing their considerable worth. Do you like them? Lin Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on her with fervent anticipation. If you do, I can help you wear them. Ding Meiling hesitated at his words. Without waiting for her response, Lin Feng bent down beside her and delicately adorned her slender ankle with the anklet. A faint blush crept across her charming face as her legs trembled, tightly pressed together. There, quite beautiful, Lin Feng remarked as he stood back up, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you for the gift, brother-in-law, Ding Meiling replied softly, her voice laced with shyness. Observing her nervousness, Lin Feng chuckled, no need to be tense. How does the hot spring feel? Upon hearing this, Ding Meiling relaxed slightly. It's quite comfortable. My feet were sore, but now they feel perfectly fine. Lin Feng then leaned back in the water, closing his eyes to rest. Ding Meiling took this opportunity to study the man before her, momentarily lost in thought. After their time in the hot spring, Ding Meiling took her leave. A satisfied smile crept across Lin Feng's face. He felt he was nearing his goal of winning over Ding Meiling, intent on ensuring she would completely forget about Zhou Long. Lying on his bed, he retrieved several discs and began playing the classic works of instructors such as Tung Lan and Jing Kong. The artistry of these pieces was undeniably remarkable. At 3 in the morning, an unmarked car arrived at the Emerald International Hotel, and from it emerged the figures of Chun Xiezi and Hong Sueki. They had flown overnight from Jiang City to Ruili City. Traveling at night is exhausting, Hong Sueki remarked, weariness evident in her tone. Couldn't we have come during the day? No choice. The employer offered a generous sum. Chun Xiezi replied with a smile. Uncle, what exactly is the task? Why must I be kept in the dark? Hong Sweki pressed. This is for your own good. Are you afraid? Chun Shiezi teased. I'm not afraid. I want my father to see that I can handle a mission. Hong Sweki retorted defiantly. All right, let us head to the employer, Chun Shiezi stated, pulling out his phone to call Lin Feng. However, after several attempts, no one answered. Uncle, what is going on? Hong Sweki inquired. The employer's phone is not being answered. Chun Shiezi replied, a frown creasing his forehead. Are we being toyed with? Hong Sweki asked. That is unlikely, considering we've already been paid $1 million. Chun Shiezi pondered. Sweki, I have a small task for you to help hone your skills. He decided to send Hong Sweki upstairs to assess the situation and to provide her with some much-needed experience. Uncle, just give the order. I can handle it. Hong Sweki replied confidently. The employer is in room 888. Proceed with caution, Chun Shiezi cautioned, adding, signal me if anything arises. Upon hearing this, Hong Sweki nodded slightly and entered the elevator of the Emerald International Hotel, swiftly ascending to the 8th floor. However, as she approached room 888, she was startled by the sounds of heavy breathing emanating from within. Fury surged within her as she realized that the employer was engaged in such activities. Reflecting on her late-night flight without even having had a meal, and her inability to reach the employer by phone, her anger intensified. She pounded on the door and rang the bell vigorously, but after several minutes of silence, she gritted her teeth and raised her long, beautiful leg to kick the door. With a resounding crash, the door to room 888 collapsed. Chapter 22. Infiltrating the Stone Garden. Vengeance is not delayed. Hong Sweki found herself in the living room, where she spotted Lin Feng and a foreign woman engaged in language studies. It turned out that after soaking in hot springs with Ding Meiling, Lin Feng was so invigorated that he spent a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan to hire an exceptional foreign tutor. The foreign woman in Lin Feng's arms shrieked in surprise at the sudden breach of the door. Hong Sweki. Lin Feng instantly recognized the beautiful woman at the entrance as Hong Liangyu's daughter. Lin Feng, you are the employer? Hong Sweki was equally astonished to see him. Hong Sweki, you better explain yourself. Why did you break in? Lin Feng demanded angrily, frustrated at being interrupted just as he was about to make a significant move. Why are you so fierce, Lin? We came here in the middle of the night to assist you, yet your phone was unreachable, and no one answered the door. I thought you might have met an unfortunate end, Hong Sweki retorted coldly, having never encountered anyone so aggressive toward her before. Lin Feng, upon hearing her words, picked up his phone and discovered a dozen missed calls from Chun Shiezi. My apologies, he acknowledged, realizing his fault. He had not anticipated the rapid arrival of Chun Shiezi and Hong Sweki. As long as you acknowledge your mistake, when do we commence the mission? What exactly is the task? Hong Sweki inquired nonchalantly. Chun Shiezi must not have informed you of the specifics. I cannot disclose them right now. Please wait for me downstairs while I get dressed, Lin Feng instructed. Indeed, he intended to take action against the Stone Garden at dawn when the guards would be at their fewest. Upon hearing this, Hong Sweki turned to leave. After dismissing the foreign tutor, Lin Feng quickly dressed and descended to the lobby, where he spotted Chun Shiezi and Hong Sweki standing a short distance away. When Chun Shiezi saw Lin Feng, his expression darkened, having waited for an hour on the first floor. Old Chun, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Feng greeted him with a smile as he approached. I was busy and didn't notice your calls. Brother Lin, you truly are a master of time management. Learning a foreign language at this hour, especially that of the land of polar bears, Chun Shiezi remarked with a hint of mockery. Hee. Just indulging in the charm of foreign cultures, old Chun. Do you often learn foreign languages as well? Which one? Lin Feng replied with a chuckle. I particularly enjoy learning the languages of island nations. Chun Shiezi grinned slyly. Men, not one of them is decent. Hong Sweki, overhearing the two men openly discussing illicit matters, felt a surge of indignation. Enough of that, old Chun. Let us set off now. I hope you will wholeheartedly assist me in completing this task. And upon its successful conclusion, I shall reward you with an additional $1 million, Lin Feng instructed. Mr. Lin is quite generous, Chun Shiezi beamed, giving a thumbs up. Mr. Lin, I would prefer if you settled the remaining payment now. As for the extra reward, it is unnecessary, Hong Sweki interjected. Lin Feng's audacity was remarkable. He was daring to covet the treasures of the Qishir Garden, but he might not escape the confines of Rueli. Miss Hong, you must trust your employer. Let us depart. Lin Feng replied, turning to leave while donning a mask for safety. Sweki, lead the way. Remember, there must be no oversight, Chun Shiezi cautioned. Understood, Uncle San. Hong Sweki, clad in dark attire, donned gloves, carried a black backpack, and held a firearm firmly. With a single shot, a bullet struck a surveillance camera, causing it to explode. And Hong Sweki stealthily moved towards the depths of Emerald Street. Wow, Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, astonished by Hong Sweki's impressive marksmanship. My brother invested $30 million to send her to the Blackwater training camp. Her professional skills are beyond question, Chun Shiezi elucidated. Moreover, She is quite proud. Ordinary men do not catch her eye. Chun Xiezi's implication was clear. Hong Sueki was exceptional, and Lin Feng should not presume he could court her simply because of his wealth. His fortune paled in comparison to hers. Oh, that explains it. Lin Feng marveled at Chun Xiezi's explanation, realizing how in the apocalypse, Hong Liangyu could command a loyal following with ease. Soon, the two men made their way to the vicinity of the Qishir Garden, neutralizing the cameras along the route, and quickly arrived at the location where Hong Sueki awaited them. Uncle San, there are complications inside. We must join forces, she advised. How many defenses are there? Chun Xiezi inquired. There are 367 cameras. It is impossible to disable them all without being detected, and there are 12 security personnel as well, Hong Sueki explained. We should utilize an electronic jamming device, Chun Xiezi suggested. However, the Qishir Garden has personnel specifically monitoring the surveillance. If the control room notices any anomalies, it will alert them. Let me handle the control room personnel while you deploy the jamming device, Hong Sueki proposed. To ensure absolute security, I will hack into the surveillance system and alter the recorded footage. Chun Xiezi then turned to Lin Feng, saying, Lin Feng, when I mimic the sound of a bullfrog 3 times, you must remember that we cannot guarantee your safety. Once the signal is given, you must evacuate within 15 minutes. Can we not extend that time even slightly? Lin Feng could not help but complain. The surveillance footage from the Qishir Garden is automatically transmitted every 15 minutes to senior executives such as Huang Jinyao and Huang Yinlong. Should they fail to receive the footage, their mobile devices will emit an alert. Hong Sueki explained, of course, if you wish to stay, we shall not impede you. Understood. I look forward to witnessing your remarkable prowess, Lin Feng replied with a respectful gesture. Hong Sueki and Chun Xiezi proceeded towards the Qishir Garden, their figures clad in dark attire, resembling geckos as they scaled the wall and vanished into the night. In the shadows, Hong Sueki adeptly evaded the surveillance, swiftly reaching the control room of the Qishir Garden. Inside, 2 armed men were fixated on the monitors. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, prompting the men to glance apprehensively towards the door. Who is it? They inquired, aiming their firearms at the entrance. It's Mr. Huang. Open the door, came Hong Sueki's voice from outside. Mr. Huang? One of the men approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to see a stunning young woman clad in dark clothing. Certainly not Mr. Huang. He stepped back in alarm, but outside, Hong Sueki brandished a silenced pistol. Bang! A bullet pierced the peephole, striking the guard's eye, causing him to collapse in a pool of blood. The second guard's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly readied his weapon to retaliate, only to find that the door to the control room had been flung open, and a dagger swiftly found its mark in his throat. Ultimately, he succumbed to his wounds. Hong Sueki closed the door and seated herself before the surveillance computer, intent on modifying the system. Meanwhile, nearby, Chun Xiezi observed Hong Sueki's takeover of the control room and immediately signaled Lin Feng, activating an electronic jammer. Chapter 23. The Heist at Qishir Garden. A chance encounter with Huang Yinlong Lin Feng awaited the signal near the Qishir Garden when suddenly 3 loud croaks echoed from within. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Damn it, that's clearly the sound of a toad. Lin Feng cursed. However, he brushed aside such distractions, donning his black attire as he entered the Qishir Garden, which was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. It was evident that Huang Jinyao and Huang Yinlong had great confidence in their surveillance. Lin Feng made his way to Area 1, the most valuable section of the Qishir Garden, housing 13 precious stones, each priced at 100 million. These were the garden's treasures, each worth its weight in gold, and dearly cherished by the Huang brothers. As Lin Feng approached Area 1, he spotted 2 armed guards vigilantly watching their surroundings. Cautious indeed, but what of it? They could not escape my grasp. With a swift motion, Lin Feng conjured a silenced pistol in his left hand. Bang! He struck one guard directly in the heart. The second guard turned pale, just as he attempted to signal for help. In a flash, Lin Feng lunged forward, wielding a tang knife. With a swift stroke, he sliced through the guard's neck, leaving him wide-eyed and clutching his throat as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Such was the fate that awaited them. Lin Feng, having endured the brutalities of a post-apocalyptic world, possesses combat prowess that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals and harbors no psychological burden regarding slaughter. Rather, he experiences an inexplicable thrill. At this moment, Lin Feng has entered Area 1, where he reaches out to touch a stone, instantly perceiving its internal structure. To his astonishment, nestled within is a fist-sized imperial green jade. My goodness, Lin Feng cannot help but swallow hard. The value of this imperial green jade alone is no less than 100 million. He promptly acquires the stone, and as he does, waves of green energy begin to emanate from it, causing his spatial realm to expand. Next, Lin Feng touches a second stone, and its structure materializes in his mind, a football-sized violet jade, specifically of the old pit ice variety. Incredible, Lin Feng exclaims. realizing that this old pit ice violet jade surpasses the previous imperial green in value due to its substantial size. Without hesitation, he claims the stone as well. Upon touching a third stone, Lin Feng is left utterly astounded. Hidden within is a chicken crown red jade, larger than a basketball, its vibrant color and crystalline clarity mesmerizing. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Feng swiftly incorporates this third stone into his spatial realm, where red, purple, and green energies intertwine. His space expands rapidly, reaching a volume of 200 cubic meters in mere moments. No longer does Lin Feng inspect the structures within the stones, as doing so would waste precious time. He focuses solely on collecting these stones, assured that space constraints are non-existent due to the continuous expansion of his realm. Soon, all the raw stones from Area 1 are secured within his possession. He then proceeds into Area 2, where the stones are equally invaluable. Priced between 30 million to 100 million apiece, with over 30 raw stones available. Lin Feng diligently gathers them all, sweeping through Area 2 before hastily advancing to Area 3. As time passes, the stones within the Wonderstone Garden diminish steadily, with Lin Feng engrossed in his harvest. Almost oblivious to the passage of time. 14 minutes slip by in a blink. Meanwhile, Hong Sueki emerges from the control room, while Chen Xiezi appears from the shadows. Third uncle, we should retreat, Hong Sueki whispers. If the people of the Wonderstone Garden do not receive news in a minute, they will surely discover this situation. Chen Xiezi, upon hearing this, falls silent and replies, have you noticed something peculiar? What is peculiar? Hong Sueki inquires, puzzled. This young man has spent a fortune to enlist our services, yet his people have yet to appear, Chen Xiezi muses. Logically, Lin Feng should be here for these raw stones. To seize them, one would need manpower and vehicles. Yet now, the Wonderstone Garden is eerily quiet, with no one entering. Third uncle, let us not dwell on this. It is time to leave. Our task is complete, and this remains his secret, Hong Sueki explains. Chen Xiezi nods slightly in agreement, and together they scale the wall to depart. Meanwhile, deep within the Wonderstone Garden, in Huang Yinlong's chamber, he is engaged in a language lesson with a foreign woman, both reaching a critical moment in their exchange. As the mobile phone by the bedside vibrated, an ear-piercing sound pierced the air. Panic surged through Huang Yinlong's face. It was the alarm of the Qishir Garden. If images were not transmitted to the phone within 15 minutes, the alarm would sound. Brother Long, keep going, urged the silver-haired girl in her imperfect Korean. Continue your nonsense. Huang Yinlong hastily leaped off the woman, his face ashen as he hurriedly donned his clothes and shoes, grabbing his pistol before heading out. Not only Huang Yinlong, but the other residents of Qishir Garden also received the alarm, swiftly arming themselves and rushing towards the location of the raw stones alongside security personnel. In Area 6 of Qishir Garden, Lin Feng was busy collecting the precious raw stones, each valued between 10,000 to 100,000, with over 2,000 stones in total. Despite Lin Feng's spatial abilities to gather them, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Damn it, 15 minutes is utterly insufficient. He cursed, realizing that 200 stones still remained in Area 6. With a determined bite of his teeth, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It had already been 15 minutes. He hastily ceased collecting the stones and darted towards the exit of Qishir Garden, only to be obstructed by a group approaching. It was none other than Huang Yinlong. From a distance, Huang Yinlong surveyed the area, noting the absence of stones from all regions, leaving only the abandoned Area 7 and a handful from Area 6. He nearly collapsed from anger, for Qishir Garden represented the culmination of their brotherhood's lifelong efforts. The stones from Area 1 were so precious they would never dare to cut them. They cherished them during their idle moments. The stones from Area 2 were the pinnacle of their collection, equally untouchable. The combined total from Areas 3, 4, 5, and 6 amounted to 2,700 stones, the very foundation of their dominance in the raw stone market of Ruili and Longhua. Yet now, nearly all were gone, leaving a mere 200. And these were from Area 6. Stop right there, Huang Yinlong shouted, recognizing Lin Feng's silhouette. Huang Yinlong. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to be caught by him. Who are you? Huang Yinlong glared menacingly at Lin Feng. Why are you stealing my raw stones from Qishir Garden? As he spoke, several armed men behind him trained their weapons on Lin Feng. Undeterred, Lin Feng regarded Huang Yinlong with a smile. Huang Yinlong, instruct your men to lower their weapons. Otherwise, should a shot be fired, the fate of these stones will vanish. Chapter 24. Eliminate Huang Yinlong. The space expands 100-fold. Everyone, lower your weapons. Huang Yinlong commanded his security personnel, momentarily unnerved by Lin Feng's words. Why do your men listen to you now when they ignored you during the day? Lin Feng remarked with a smirk, recalling the earlier events with irritation. Who exactly are you? Huang Yinlong's expression darkened. He felt a sense of familiarity in Lin Feng's voice, but could not place him. Step closer, don't worry about me killing you. With so many armed men, I cannot escape, Lin Feng replied, hands behind his back. As he spoke, a grenade appeared in his left hand, while a silenced pistol emerged in his right. Huang Yilong, upon hearing this, approached with a gun in hand, directing its muzzle at Lin Feng, demanding to know his true identity. Do you comprehend why I sought to pilfer the raw stone? It is due to your insatiable greed. That piece of imperial green and rooster crown red, which was originally valued at 75 million, you offered me a mere 40 million. Lin Feng regarded him with a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking. It is you. Lin Feng. Huang Yilong finally recognized the man before him as the youth from earlier that day. In an instant, his resentment surged. Damn it. I only meant to blackmail you for 40 million, and you severed my access to the Jade Garden. With that thought, Huang Yilong prepared to pull the trigger and cripple Lin Feng. However, a faint sound of air splitting filled the atmosphere as a bullet pierced through his heart, causing him to collapse into a pool of blood. The armed security personnel, witnessing Huang Yilong's fall, were instantly alarmed, raising their weapons to target Lin Feng. Yet, before they could squeeze the triggers, a grenade had already landed amidst their ranks. A thunderous explosion erupted, hurling the armed guards through the air, some of their bodies torn asunder. Lin Feng swiftly darted out of the unique stone garden, vanishing into the darkness along the return path. Half an hour later, a luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up at the entrance of the unique stone garden, from which emerged an elderly man, his hair graying at the temples, the owner of the garden, Huang Jinyao. Upon discovering that most of the raw stones had mysteriously vanished, his face turned ashen. Retrieve the surveillance footage. Huang Jinyao commanded in a low voice. The footage has been destroyed, reported a subordinate. Moreover, it has been tampered with, and there is also electromagnetic interference. What of the surveillance around the unique stone garden? Huang Jinyao inquired, his tone grave. All cameras on Jade Street have been obliterated, as well as those on the 7 streets leading to it, the subordinate replied respectfully. At this, Huang Jinyao staggered, then fell to the ground after spitting out a mouthful of blood. His life's work seemed to have crumbled before him. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned to the Jade International Hotel, where he found Chun Xiezi and Hong Sueki waiting. What on earth have you done? The people from the unique stone garden have mobilized, and even Huang Jinyao's Rolls-Royce is in motion, Chun Xiezi questioned, puzzled. Hong Sueki also gazed at Lin Feng, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Keep it confidential. The surveillance footage is intact, right? I lingered inside for a few extra minutes, Lin Feng suddenly asked, worried that news of Huang Yilong's demise might leak, forcing him to flee back to Jiang City. Though it was 15 minutes. The subsequent 10 minutes saw their surveillance still malfunctioning because I altered the system, Hong Sueki continued. Moreover, even if a computer expert were to repair it on the spot, it would take over 10 minutes. That is reassuring, Lin Feng sighed in relief. Could they trace their way here via the damaged surveillance? He recalled how, on their way to Jade Street, Hong Sueki had only disabled the cameras on that particular street. While we awaited your return, we had already dismantled the surveillance on the other 6 streets, all leading to Jade Street, Hong Sueki elaborated. Then I can sleep soundly, Lin Feng felt completely at ease. Booking a flight, there was a plane heading towards the enchanting metropolis, and we were set to embark on this journey. Hong Sueki glanced at Lin Feng and advised, you should leave early. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng promptly arranged tickets for both Hong Sueki and Chun Xiezi to the metropolis, after which they rushed to the airport. In the early hours, the sound of police sirens echoed throughout Rueli, as the personnel of the Qishir Garden mobilized entirely. Some ventured to the Transportation Bureau, while others made their way to the Urban Management Bureau to investigate the information of passing large vehicles, even enlisting the help of criminal specialists from the police station. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Feng quickly realized he had entered his spatial realm, rendering him speechless in astonishment. The expanse of his space had expanded 2,000-fold, now reaching a volume of 200,000 cubic meters. This area measured 200 meters in length, 100 meters in width, and 10 meters in height, with a misty end that rivaled a large warehouse in the Fago Mall. Moreover, with the upgrade of the space, Lin Feng felt his physical abilities enhanced threefold, a transformation most profoundly experienced by Ding Miling. As Lin Feng reached out to touch the wall, its structure vividly appeared in his mind, extending 10 meters beyond his reach. He could faintly perceive scenes of men and women playing cards in adjacent rooms through the wall. Previously, his perception could only extend 30 centimeters, marking a substantial enhancement of his abilities. This remarkable improvement filled Lin Feng with immense joy, and he soon drifted into slumber. It was only at 8 in the morning that he awoke and called Ding Miling to join him for breakfast on the 5th floor of the hotel. Just as they settled down, Ding Miling's phone rang. She answered promptly, and an urgent voice on the other end belonged to Zhou Long Miling. Transfer me 1 million yuan immediately. I am in dire need of funds. Hurry, if you don't send the money. They will throw me into the river to feed the fish, Zhou Long pleaded anxiously. I have no money. Ding Miling gritted her teeth in response. Miling, I am your fiancé, we are family. You cannot just stand by and watch me perish. Zhou Long implored over the phone. As Ding Meiling was about to respond, she noticed Lin Feng approaching and taking a seat beside her. I will assist him, Lin Feng whispered, seeing an opportunity to devise a solution for Zhou Long Meiling. Who are you speaking with? It sounds like your brother-in-law. Zhou Long's voice came through again. Chapter 25. Help me castrate him. Ding Meiling felt a wave of anxiety wash over her at his words. She hastily replied, I ran into my brother-in-law while eating. He will think of a way to help you. What did your brother-in-law say? Zhou Long asked urgently. Tell him that if he assists me, I will persuade my sister to remarry him. He should know his own worth. Finding a woman as remarkable as my sister is no easy feat. Ding Meiling was left speechless at Zhou Long's audacity. She could not fathom how Zhou Long's sister, Zhou Feng, had the courage to propose a divorce to Lin Feng. A man of such exceptional caliber, truly a rarity. Agree to his request, and assure him that I will seek a way to save him, Lin Feng murmured. Ding Meiling nodded slightly, and then addressed the peephole. Zhou Long, my brother-in-law has said he will come to your aid, especially since you are his brother-in-law. Good, reassure him. Once I return, I will persuade my sister to remarry him and ensure my mother treats him with more respect, Zhou Long responded hastily. I will be waiting in the underground casino on the 3rd level. Ding Meiling, upon hearing the words, casually reassured Zhou Long for a moment before hanging up the phone. Brother-in-law, are you truly going to rescue him? Ding Meiling discerned the deep-seated conflict between Lin Feng and Zhou Long. After all, he was Zhou Feng's younger brother. Perhaps out of respect for their past connection, she believed he should be saved this once. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Rescue Zhou Long? What a notion. My primary intention is to seize this opportunity to teach Zhou Long a lesson. I am fully aware that even if I do not come to his aid, he would seek help from Zhou Feng, and that wretched Zhou Feng will likely turn to Chen Jichao for assistance. With Chen Jichao's capabilities, rescuing Zhou Long would be a trivial matter, and he would only endure a minor hardship. Thus, I must personally intervene, ensuring I control the situation while extricating this troublesome brother-in-law. Having finished his meal, Lin Feng made his way to the elevator, descending directly to the basement level 3. The 3rd floor of the Emerald International Hotel is a lavish entertainment venue, a hub for the more dubious enterprises of Rueli City. The expansive area, exceeding 10,000 square meters, was dimly lit, filled with gaming tables, and at the center stood a stage where numerous alluring women performed exotic dances. Brother-in-law, I am here. At that moment, Zhou Long's excited voice resonated from a distance. Lin Feng looked up to see Zhou Long seated at a gaming table, his face bruised and battered, a front tooth missing. Behind him, 2 knife-wielding security guards stood watch. Opposite Zhou Long sat a group of men wearing sunglasses, all bare-chested, adorned with tattoos, their expressions menacing. Upon hearing Zhou Long's voice, Lin Feng approached the gaming table. 2 of the henchmen stepped forward to frisk him, discovering only his mobile phone. Little Long, suffering much. Are we? Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Brother-in-law, if you can just get me out of here, I will persuade my sister to remarry you, and she shall bear you a beautiful daughter. Haven't you always desired a daughter? Zhou Long exclaimed in a flurry. Moreover, I will follow you without question from now on. Zhou Long exhausted every flattering word he could muster, fully aware that after his escape, he would not be beholden to any promises made. Zhou Long, I am delighted to see you possess such awareness, Lin Feng replied, nodding in satisfaction. I hope you uphold your promises. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Zhou Long thought to himself, smirking coldly. Once I am free, I will deal with you. How dare you negotiate with me? Lin Feng then turned his gaze towards the tattooed men. Find someone in charge to speak with me. I can take charge. One of the tattooed men, sporting sunglasses and a bare chest, grinned. I am the godson of Huang Jinyao, and I oversee this establishment. People in the underworld call me Mountain Cat. Oh, I see I am in the presence of Huang Jinyao's godson. My apologies, Lin Feng replied, clasping his hands in respect. Might I request your guidance in this matter? It was quite the unexpected encounter with Huang Jinyao's godson. Fate had a peculiar sense of irony. However, this was fortuitous, for these individuals were notorious for their ruthlessness, alleviating Lin Feng's prior concerns about their willingness to be heavy-handed. Mountain Cat, pleased with Lin Feng's demeanor, continued, he owes our casino 1 million. He must repay it immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Mountain Cat, could we discuss this further? Mountain Cat, intrigued, led Lin Feng to a gaming table several meters away. Mr. Lin, will you be paying in cash or via bank transfer? He inquired, cigarette dangling from his lips. The Bobcat remarked, your underground gambling business seems to be thriving. Lin Feng observed his surroundings with a smile. Indeed, the affluent from Rueli frequent here to indulge in card games, and even those from Chun City come to gamble. The Bobcat explained. Lin Feng picked up a deck of cards and inquired, the cards here are rather impressive. May I draw a few? The Bobcat grinned widely and replied, Mr. Lin, do you wish to gamble? I would be delighted to engage in a match with you. I am known as the King of Hell in the casino. At that moment, The bobcat regarded Lin Feng with the gaze typically reserved for a prized catch, sensing that this individual possessed far greater wealth than Zhou Long. The king of hell? Perhaps not. I have no desire to win money from you youngsters. Lin Feng shook his head, stating that winning a small amount lacks thrill, while winning a significant sum might lead to unforeseen troubles. The bobcat's temper flared at this, feeling that Lin Feng disregarded him entirely. Just as he contemplated reprimanding Lin Feng, he noticed Lin Feng beginning to draw cards. Curious, the bobcat paused his actions, eager to see what Lin Feng would draw. Fortune favored Lin Feng. As he revealed 4 twos, he handed the 4 cards to the bobcat. Upon seeing the cards, the bobcat's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, it was 4 of a kind. A royal flush, he exclaimed. Next, Lin Feng drew 2 more cards and tossed them to the bobcat. Incredible, the bobcat exclaimed. As the cards turned out to be the 2 jokers, the 10, Jack, Queen, King, and Ace of Hearts. Lin Feng then smiled as he drew 5 more cards for the bobcat. The bobcat was left in a state of shock, for the cards were indeed the 10, Jack, Queen, King, and Ace of Hearts. This individual was nothing short of extraordinary. Master, I humbly pay my respects. The bobcat realized he was in the presence of a master of card games. Enough of the pleasantries. Are you prepared to assist me? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Master, we would not dare to accept any payment. The bobcat flattered, realizing that if this individual were to gamble at their underground casino, they would likely lose everything. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I wish to request a favor, and consider it a personal debt owed to you. By all means, Master, the bobcat responded eagerly. Recognizing the immense value of such a favor from someone of Lin Feng's stature. Help me to castrate that fellow. Lin Feng indicated Zhou Long from a distance, explaining that this would ensure Ding Miling's utter despair, as physiological needs are an integral part of a woman's life. This would allow Lin Feng to pursue Ding Miling further, leaving Zhou Long to wallow in envy. Chapter 26. The arrival of the frigid apocalypse. What a move, Master. Aren't you his brother-in-law? The bobcat exclaimed in astonishment, struggling to comprehend Lin Feng's reasoning behind such a drastic action against his own brother-in-law. You talk too much. Tell me if you can do it. If not, I shall consider my visit a mere illusion, Lin Feng said, fixing his gaze on the bobcat as he stood to leave. Should the bobcat refuse to assist him, Lin Feng would not hesitate to deal with him as well. The bobcat hurriedly followed. Master, it can be done, but if he is castrated, he may die. And you must understand that if a life is lost, the situation becomes far more complicated for us to handle. Although their underground casino had dealt with fatalities before, each incident required financial compensation to resolve, so they preferred to avoid such outcomes if possible. We can find a competent surgeon for the task, Lin Feng assured, patting the bobcat's shoulder. I trust in your ability to execute this. Esteemed one, the lynx proclaimed, thumping his chest with confidence. I shall certainly procure a skilled physician for him. Furthermore, after the procedure, it should be placed in a freezer. Lin Feng displayed a hint of wicked amusement, believing this would grant Zhou Long a sliver of hope. Zhou Long would undoubtedly be taken back to Jiang City for surgery, and by then, as the bitter end of days approached, the operation would surely fail, exacerbating his injuries. He intended for Zhou Long to suffer immensely in this apocalyptic world. Esteemed one, your methods grow increasingly perplexing. However, rest assured, I shall adhere to your wishes, the lynx boasted, departing with a telephone in hand to seek a surgeon. Lin Feng returned to Zhou Long's side, a smile gracing his lips. Brother-in-law, will I survive? Zhou Long inquired, unable to contain his anxiety. It has been arranged. You shall survive, Lin Feng replied, though a pained expression crossed his face. But there is a caveat. Zhou Long, alarmed, pressed for details. They claim you have coerced the women here, and punishment is to be enacted upon you. Lin Feng lamented, gazing at Zhou Long with exasperation. Oh, little dragon. What can I say? Can one truly lay hands upon the women here? Brother-in-law, I did not. Zhou Long hastily shook his head. Do not believe them. They speak falsehoods. Very well. Regardless, your life is spared. Lin Feng coldly mused within. Brother-in-law, how will they punish me? Zhou Long persisted. Perhaps I can settle it with money. I am to hold a wedding soon, and I cannot bear injuries. I know not, but it should be a minor reprimand, Lin Feng thought with a smirk. You and your wedding plans. How laughable. I shall tend to Ding Miling in your stead. Sitting there, Zhou Long felt an ominous premonition arise within him. He glanced around, seeking an escape, but the guards surrounding him wore sinister smiles, some even aiming firearms at him, sending chills down his spine. A half-hour later, the lynx returned, accompanied by a surgeon. As they approached Zhou Long, his foreboding grew ever stronger. What do you intend to do? He trembled, recalling terrifying tales. Was he to be dismembered today? The thought sent a wave of panic through him, leaving him trembling with fear. Damn it, what ill fate. The lynx cursed, kicking Zhou Long squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Knowing the animosity between the esteemed one and his brother-in-law, he felt no remorse in venting his frustration. Cease. I was wrong. Zhou Long cried out in agony, but as he attempted to fight back, several henchmen restrained him, and the surgeon stepped forward, administering anesthesia directly. Before long, Zhou Long succumbed to unconsciousness, and the lynx ordered his subordinates to remove Zhou Long's trousers, while the surgeon prepared to perform the castration. Esteemed one, are you satisfied? The lynx inquired, grinning as he approached Lin Feng. Nicely done. Have a henchman drive him back to Jiang City, Lin Feng commanded. The journey from Ruili to Jiang City would require at least a day and a night. He pondered whether Zhou Long's condition would deteriorate, but even if it did, it mattered little. Rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately. Upon hearing this, the lynx hurriedly set about arranging the matter. Lin Feng returned to his room to rest. And at noon, he shared a hot pot meal with Ding Meiling. Brother-in-law, I feel so cold, Ding Meiling suddenly remarked, her body trembling slightly. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Rising to approach the window, where he discerned snowflakes gently falling outside, a sight that changed his expression. Brother-in-law, what is wrong? Ding Meiling could not help but inquire. We must head to the airport now, Lin Feng instructed. Hurry, we cannot afford any delays. Ding Meiling nodded slightly at his words, and the two gathered their belongings and descended to make their way to the airport. Along the route, snowflakes continued to drift down, while many on the vibrant streets of Ruili cheered, capturing the moment on their phones and sharing it with friends. Given that Ruili is located in the southwestern region of Longhua, snowfall is a rarity, and the unexpected flurries delighted the locals. Yet, unbeknownst to these revelers, this snowfall would persist for an extended period, heralding the onset of an unprecedented global cold apocalypse, as temperatures would soon plummet to over 70 degrees below zero. Lin Feng and Ding Meiling arrived at Feitsue International Airport, where their flight took off as scheduled for Jiangxing City, landing at Tianhu International Airport by 4 in the afternoon. They took a taxi back to Minghua Community in Jiangxing. All right, Meiling, I recommend you head to the supermarket now and stock up on supplies. Get as much as you can, Lin Feng advised. He had also arranged for renovations to her home, including the installation of a fireplace. Install a fireplace? I have air conditioning, Ding Meiling explained. I will cover the expenses. You will have it installed, Lin Feng asserted, leaving her no room for debate. Reluctantly, Ding Meiling acquiesced and carried her suitcase upstairs. Upon returning home, Lin Feng discovered that his entire residence had been meticulously cleaned, and the fireplace was fully installed, complete with excellent ventilation. In the living room, 3 Arctic Storm snowmobiles were parked. This top-tier brand boasts a maximum speed of 330 kilometers per hour. Beside the snowmobiles stood a large oil barrel, holding a capacity of 1,000 liters. It appeared that sourcing gasoline would be essential in the impending cold apocalypse. Lin Feng mused that gasoline would be indispensable, particularly for generators, and speculated that 1,000 liters might last only a year and a half. Regularly, gasoline purchases are limited to 20 liters per person, so it was evident that Air Pow had exerted considerable effort to acquire such a large quantity. Lin Feng stored the 3 snowmobiles and the 1,000 liters of gasoline within his space. He then entered a sunlit bedroom, which had been transformed into a 30-square-meter oasis featuring a pool, its edges adorned with cobblestones. Approaching the faucet, Lin Feng turned it on, and to his delight, scalding clear spring water gushed forth, steaming with a temperature exceeding 90 degrees. When the cold apocalypse arrives, the temperature of this spring water would drop to a soothing 38 or 39 degrees, truly a delight for soaking. As Lin Feng approached the window, he noticed a pipe leading downstairs, purportedly constructed from aerospace materials capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -100 degrees, impervious even to ordinary steel cutting tools. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Lin Feng retrieved a silenced pistol and discharged a round at the pipeline. The bullet was repelled, leaving only a faint mark upon the surface. Such robust aerospace materials. This expenditure is indeed worthwhile, Lin Feng mused. He then descended the stairs, following the pipeline to a grassy area within the community, where he discovered a 3-meter diameter lid, designed specifically to protect a spring well. Beneath this lid, 10 iron rods were driven deep into the earth, and only a crane could extract such a cover. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng fired another shot at the lid, which similarly yielded only a subtle impression, indicating the quality of the material. As the frigid apocalypse approached, he felt reassured about the water supply. It's time to secure the goods in my space, he murmured to himself. Chapter 27. The Ex-Mother-in-Law. A box full of components. Prosperity awaits. In the evening, Lin Feng arrived at a warehouse on the outskirts of Jiang City, having ridden his bicycle to the entrance. He had rented this warehouse online just the day prior. After receiving a call from the Flying Dog shopping mall, informing him that his goods had arrived in Jiang City, the warehouse door was equipped with an electronic keypad lock, which Lin Feng deftly manipulated, causing the massive door to swing open and reveal a mountain of supplies within. These provisions will sustain me until the end of my days, he remarked, surveying the abundant stockpile as he began to touch each item, transferring them into his space. Once the goods were secured, Lin Feng exited the warehouse and walked along the snow-laden path, feeling the chill seep through him. Damn it. I hope Zhou Long isn't stuck on the road. That would be to his advantage. He cursed under his breath, as he had planned to play cards with Ding Meiling in Zhou Long's presence. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng called for the lynx, instructing his subordinates to hasten Zhou Long's return to Jiang City. Rest assured, they are driving a snow vehicle. The lynx replied with a hurried chuckle, assuring him they would arrive punctually. On your way back to Rueli, be sure to purchase some food to stock the vehicle. Buy as much as you can, or find a hotel to stay in, Lin Feng advised, knowing these men were assisting him, thus offering a few pointers. The lynx, sensing the gravity of Lin Feng's words, inquired, Boss, do you know something significant? It feels rather eerie that Rueli is experiencing snowfall. It hasn't snowed in 30 years. Especially not in summer. Figure it out for yourself. Lin Feng concluded the call, focusing on ensuring Zhou Long returned to Jiang City on time, eager to showcase his skills to Ding Meiling in Zhou Long's presence. Upon returning to the Mingyue residential area in Jiang City, Lin Feng found that the workers from the Antarctic Exploration Company had already arrived. Thanks to Lin Feng's generous compensation, the workers completed the installation of the fireplace in Ding Meiling's home within an hour. Meanwhile, Ding Meiling had ordered a considerable amount of supplies online for delivery to her residence. Although she was unaware of the unfolding events, she held unwavering trust in Lin Feng, resulting in an order amounting to several tens of thousands of yuan. After addressing matters at Ding Meiling's home, Lin Feng returned to his own residence. He opened the Huiyong supermarket app, a renowned national chain with a wealth of resources available. Lin Feng directly placed an order for 100,000 bottles of mineral water, along with 100 sets each of pressure cookers, frying pans, and spatulas, as well as 3,000 portions of condiments such as soy sauce and vinegar. His primary concern was the potential damage to the hot springs during an apocalyptic crisis, making the mineral water a vital resource for sustenance. Kitchen essentials, including seasonings and cookware, were equally necessary, thus warranting a substantial stockpile. Within 20 minutes of placing the order, delivery personnel from Huiyong arrived, nearly filling his home with the goods. Once the delivery staff departed, Lin Feng stored the items in his space and then nestled under his covers to sleep, awaiting the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse. At that time, he would seek retribution against his enemies and indulge in the pleasures and status he had been denied in his previous life. Making the most of this second chance, he murmured the names of his adversaries, Zhou Feng, Chen Jiqiao, Miao Tzulan, Zhou Long, with intense resolve, wishing for their suffering. At 6 in the evening, Miao Tzulan and her daughter Zhou Feng arrived at the Tianhu International Airport in Jiang City. It turned out that the subordinates of the Mountain Cat had opted to take a nearby flight from Sichuan province to Jiang City to expedite their mission. Son, what happened to you? Miao Tzulan exclaimed as she rushed towards Zhou Long, who was being assisted by others. Brother, are you all right? Zhou Feng asked, deeply concerned upon seeing her brother's pale complexion. The two subordinates of the Mountain Cat simply placed Zhou Long on a nearby chair and departed. Miao Tzulan and Zhou Feng called out to Zhou Long, and soon he regained consciousness. Xiaolong, you're finally awake. I was so worried. Miao Tzulan exclaimed joyfully. Sister, who saved you this time? Zhou Feng inquired. It was Lin Feng, that ungrateful wretch, who rescued me, but you should know he took advantage of the situation. Zhou Long replied, his teeth clenched in anger. What? That despicable wretch actually took advantage of you. Miao Tzulan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, eager to confront Lin Feng immediately. Brother, did Lin Feng threaten you? Zhou Feng asked, her anger rising. Indeed, I had to ask him for help, and in return, he threatened me to persuade you to remarry him. Zhou Long fumed. The revelation left Zhou Feng stunned. Lin Feng actually desired to remarry her? Lin Feng truly wishes to remarry you, sister? Miao Tzulan questioned, her skepticism evident. I owe $1 million to the casino. If I didn't agree to his terms, he wouldn't have saved me. You both should know that Lin Feng is nothing but a loser who cannot survive without my sister, Zhou Long scoffed. Understanding dawned on Miao Tzulan. Lin Feng was merely pretending. I was almost deceived into thinking he no longer cared for your sister. It appears he is merely playing a game of hard to get. Given your sister's qualities, it is indeed a stroke of luck for him. Zhou Long remarked with a cold smirk. Zhou Feng's face lit up with a triumphant smile. She had nearly been fooled by that good-for-nothing Lin Feng. It seemed imperative to keep him in check to ensure his compliance. Zhou Feng, make sure he hands over the Emperor Green tomorrow, Miao Tzulan urged. Quickly craft the Imperial Green necklace. Zhou Long's wedding is the day after tomorrow. Leave this matter to me. By the way, how did Ding Meiling return with you? Zhou Feng suddenly inquired. She is still at the Rueli Hotel, while I was escorted back by people from the underground casino, and they damaged my phone, Zhou Long explained. However, I will call her in the morning to come back and bring you some local specialties from Rueli. Miao Tzulan and Zhou Feng were quite pleased with Zhou Long's arrangements. Just as they were about to assist him, They noticed a box beside Zhou Long. "Oh, a refrigerated box?" Miao Zuelan exclaimed. "Zhou Long, what is contained within this box? What box are you referring to?" Zhou Long responded, perplexed. "This box here," Miao Zuelan replied. Picking it up. "Let's open it and find out," Zhou Fong suggested, observing the box. It appears to be a special box used by hospitals for transporting human anatomical parts. Upon hearing this, Miao Zuelan's eyes lit up with excitement. "This item must be quite valuable. I have acquaintances at the hospital. If someone is in need, it could result in a significant profit." Chapter 28. Zhou Long. "Ah, my precious has vanished." Miao Zuelan opened the box and was taken aback to see its contents. Her face flushing with embarrassment as she realized it contained male genitalia. "Mother, what is this? Is it valuable?" Zhou Long quickly inquired. Zhou Fong also turned to Miao Zuelan, pondering the potential worth that could yield hundreds of thousands if sold. Miao Zuelan handed the box to Zhou Fong and Zhou Long, who, upon inspection, were utterly bewildered by the revelation of its contents. "Oh dear, I suddenly feel the urge to relieve myself," Zhou Long remarked, feeling a surge of pressure in his bladder. Miao Zuelan and Zhou Fong assisted him to the restroom, but as Zhou Long entered and prepared to urinate, he was suddenly struck by intense pain. It was then he discovered that he was empty below. His precious had disappeared. "Ah!" Zhou Long cried out in despair. "Where has my manhood gone?" In that moment, Zhou Long realized the true identity of the contents within the refrigerated box. "Zhou Long, brother, what is wrong?" Hearing his anguished cry, Miao Zuelan and Zhou Fong rushed to the restroom, finding Zhou Long sitting on the floor, his gaze vacant. "Let me die," he lamented, feeling that without that part of him, life held no meaning. "What has happened?" Miao Zuelan asked, her concern deepening as she observed the blood seeping from Zhou Long. It was clear to them that he had been rendered a eunuch. "Mother, I understand now. That was Zhou Long's. We must hurry him to the hospital. It may soon be too late." Zhou Fong exclaimed urgently. "Son, do not worry. There is still time for surgery," Miao Zuelan reassured him. At her words, Zhou Long's previously vacant gaze flickered with hope, and he summoned the strength to rise despite the excruciating pain. Miao Zuelan and Zhou Fong hurriedly supported him as they made their way from the airport, Miao Zuelan clutching the refrigerated box protectively, fearing it might be taken from her. The family rushed to the hospital for the necessary surgery. After 3 hours of urgent medical intervention, Zhou Long successfully underwent the procedure to reattach his member. However, the doctor cautioned that its future functionality could not be guaranteed due to the lengthy delay in receiving treatment. Miao Zuelan and Zhou Fong's hearts sank at this news. "Mother, was my surgery successful?" Zhou Long inquired eagerly, gazing at Miao Zuelan and Zhou Fong. "My son, the surgery was a success. You will recover in a month." Miao Zuelan replied with a forced smile, attempting to offer comfort. "Brother, do not worry. Maintain a positive outlook," Zhou Fong also reassured him. "But I want to get married." "I miss Mei Ling," Zhou Long lamented, lying in bed, his thoughts drifting to his wedding night with Ding Meiling. "Son, this matter must not be disclosed to Mei Ling," Miao Zuelan warned. "Just tell her that it has snowed and the wedding has been postponed by a month." "I understand," Zhou Long acknowledged, realizing that even in his current state, he could not partake in the joys of marriage. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was unaware of Zhou Long's early return. He was comfortably nestled in bed, engrossed in a movie. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. "You wretched beast, come out," came the furious voice of his former mother-in-law, Miao Zuelan. "You heartless scoundrel, show yourself." "Lin Feng, you are so cold-hearted and selfish. Have you no conscience?" Zhou Feng's voice echoed alongside her. "What is going on?" Lin Feng approached the door and peered through the peephole, spotting Miao Zuelan standing at the threshold, brandishing a kitchen knife. "Miao Zuelan, how have I wronged Zhou Long?" Lin Feng retorted. "He lost $1 million at an underground casino, and it was I who paid to rescue him from being buried in the river." With a cold smirk, he continued, "Instead of being grateful, your family comes here to blame me. Where is your conscience? You shameless wretch, do not try to deflect. Where is Xiao Long? Why did you not prevent the casino from harming him?" Miao Zuelan seethed with rage. "Lin Feng, you have truly disappointed me," Zhou Feng declared from outside. "He is my brother. How can you bear to watch him suffer? This is not my fault. He forced himself upon a casino boss's woman, which led to his predicament. How could I stop it?" Lin Feng countered. "I am but an ordinary man. Blame him for venturing into the underground casino. Blame his reckless desires. He is my brother." Zhou Feng shouted in anger. "Can't you find a way to help? Don't you have plenty of money? If nothing else, couldn't you suffer in his place?" At her words, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to slap Zhou Feng. Though he understood her desperation for her brother, hearing such words ignited his fury. "I tell you, I have done my utmost. Were it not for my financial intervention, he would have lost everything long ago. The fact that he has the opportunity for surgery now is already a stroke of luck," Lin Feng spoke solemnly. "If you continue to shout, I will call the police." "Lin Feng, return our money," Miao Zuelan demanded angrily. "Moreover, he is Zhou Feng's brother. You must contribute to the medical expenses. If you refuse, I will die at your doorstep, turning your home into a haunted house. It is not yet time. Lin Feng shook his head. Furthermore, we have already signed an agreement. We must adhere to it. If you are dissatisfied, you may take the matter to court, and Zhou Long's gambling and coercive actions will be revealed. Enough to keep you occupied. And if you wish to die, go ahead and crash into a wall. With a single remark, he rendered Miao Zuolan and Zhou Feng speechless. The mother and daughter exchanged a few harsh words before departing. Lin Feng turned back to the bedroom to continue watching television. Outside, a heavy snowfall commenced. The temperature plummeting further, especially after midnight when the snow intensified. Even with the air conditioning running, Lin Feng felt a chill. He promptly ignited the fireplace. And the temperature soon rose significantly. Not only did he activate the fireplace in the bedroom, but also in the bathroom and the living room. These fireplaces burned charcoal, and the smokeless coal he had stored could last for centuries. Tonight, it seemed likely that some would succumb to the cold. Lin Feng dressed, stood by the window, and mused aloud. He recalled that on the first day of the extreme cold apocalypse, several had perished, with temperatures plummeting to a staggering -70 degrees. He was unperturbed by the sudden drop in temperature, for his fireplace could automatically regulate the indoor climate, maintaining a consistent warmth of around 27 degrees. He turned back to his bed, opened the homeowners group chat, which was abuzz with activity as many were discussing building snowmen, engaging in snowball fights, and enjoying hot pot the next day. Most were oblivious to the impending apocalyptic crisis, viewing it merely as an unusual weather anomaly. Lin Feng had shared the same sentiment in his previous life. Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Could it be that the wiring in the house had malfunctioned? In his past life, it was only on the third day of the extreme cold apocalypse that the wiring was damaged, yet now it was merely the first day. Had someone sabotaged his home's wiring? He couldn't help but suspect that someone was behind this, glancing towards the other buildings where the lights remained illuminated. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a local number from Jiang City. He answered, and a mocking voice came through. Chen Jichao? Lin Feng recognized the laughter as that of Chen Jichao. Lin Feng, I just looked outside. Why are the lights in your house off? Would you like me to send someone to fix it? Chen Jichao chuckled. Otherwise, your air conditioning won't function. At that moment, a vivid image of Lin Feng's fury filled Chen Jichao's mind, thrilling him immensely. After losing to Lin Feng twice in gambling, he finally saw an opportunity to retaliate. He wanted Lin Feng to beg him, to kneel and plead, and then force him to ingest his own excrement. The thought sent a shiver of excitement through Chen Jichao. Lin Feng replied coldly, Chen Jichao, I appreciate your concern. Since you don't require assistance, I shall refrain from helping. Moreover, I advise you not to contact the property management. It would be futile. Chen Jichao laughed heartily. All right, Lin Feng, enjoy the icy night. Remember, when you can't bear it any longer, call me. With that, he smugly ended the call. That Chen Jichao. Had I not been prepared, I would have faced dire consequences tonight, even if I didn't freeze to death. Lin Feng approached his desk and switched on a small rechargeable lamp. Then, he turned off all the lights in the room and proceeded to a room in the attic, where a generator was stored. This system was installed with the assistance of the Antarctic Exploration Company. By simply pressing the red button, the generator activates, producing a remarkably low noise level, significantly quieter than that of a soy milk maker. As Lin Feng pressed the button, the generator began to hum to life. Upon returning to his room, he discovered that the television was already connected to the power supply. Lin Feng picked up his phone to call the property management, but no one answered, which caused him to frown in frustration. The reputation of the Jiangxing manhwa community's property management was generally commendable, and being a publicly listed entity, they could typically resolve electrical issues even in the dead of night. Yet today, no one was available. Had Chen Jichao bribed the property management? Just then, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon checking, it was a message from the Jiangxing Property Management Group. The message read, Notification, starting today, Mr. Chen Jichao has acquired the management of Jiangxing manhwa community. He will serve as the property manager. Mr. Chen is also a resident of our community and is known for his amicable nature. We hope everyone will support Mr. Chen in his endeavors. 21201 Zhoulong. Well done. Brother Chao. 21201 Miao Zuolan. Mr. Chen is young and capable. All residents support him. 21201 Zhou Feng. We stand behind Mr. Chen. In the group, a handful of owners were singing his praises, particularly Zhou Long, Miao Zuolan, and Zhou Feng, who were the most eager to express their support. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was taken aback that Chen Jichao had indeed become the property manager. He recalled that in his previous life during the apocalypse, Chen Jichao had not acquired the management of Jiangxing manhwa. It seemed that Chen Jichao's motives extended beyond mere profit. He likely sought to misuse his authority against Lin Feng, especially given that Lin Feng had caused him significant losses, even leading to Chen Jichao kneeling and drinking urine at the Reili Qishir garden. Future troubles were likely to abound. But fortunately, As they had entered a frigid apocalypse, Lin Feng had ample means to contend with Chen Jichao. He glanced at the owner group, noticing numerous new members. These were the security personnel that Chen Jichao had recently recruited. Within the group, Chen Jichao was making grand proclamations. Chen Jichao, I am honored to assume the role of general manager of Jiangxing Manhwa property. During my tenure, I will strive to serve all my neighbors to the best of my abilities, and I will, of course, expel those who disrupt the harmony of our community. We must not allow any harmful elements to threaten the residents. Upon reading Chen Jichao's words, Lin Feng understood that the harmful elements he referred to were none other than himself. Indeed, Chen Jichao directly targeted him in the chat. Chen Jichao, Lin Feng, one must not be excessively selfish. You have violated the resource law by drilling for hot springs within the community without authorization. If you continue to extract water from the hot springs, it could cause subsidence of our community's foundation. Your intentions are rather sinister. His statement sent shockwaves through the owner group. Owner 1601, you are being selfish. Why did you drill for hot springs without permission? I wondered why there were people from a drilling company in the community these past few days. It turns out they were drilling for hot springs. This is outrageous. Indeed. Owner 1601 Lin Feng, please come forward and explain this matter. Rather than allowing him to explain, they directly called the Resource Bureau, demanding that officials forcibly seal his hot spring well. Many residents of Jiangxing Manhwa simultaneously pressed Lin Feng to come forth and clarify the situation. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but exhibit a smirk of amusement. Chen Jichao was quite adept at seizing opportunities to attack him, yet he was indeed in the wrong. Lin Feng addressed the neighbors, expressing his sincere apologies for the inconvenience caused. Rest assured, tomorrow morning, I will have the drilling company fill in this well. And I encourage all homeowners to supervise the process. His declaration was met with satisfaction from the residents of the Jiangxing Manhwa community. Chen Jichao retorted, as the owner of Unit 1601, I expect you to follow through on your promise. If you fail to fill in that well, I will personally see to it that it is done, with the associated costs deducted from the property fees. Lin Feng chose to ignore Chen Jichao as provocations. The idea of filling in the hot spring the following morning was a fanciful notion. That night, temperatures plummeted further, and the snowfall intensified, making it increasingly difficult to clear the snow from the ground, let alone dismantle his aerospace equipment. Ding dong. At that moment, a notification appeared on Lin Feng's phone. It was a friend request from Chen Jichao. Lin Feng accepted the request without hesitation. Lin Feng, Chen Jichao messaged, I have inquired about that well of yours, which costs several million. Here's your chance. Kneel before me, bow your head, drink my urine, and consume my excrement, and I may help you cover this matter up. Lin Feng replied, Chen Jichao, are you not afraid I will screenshot our conversation and share it in the group? Chen Jichao laughed, huh? Lin Feng, you are too naive. I am now the owner of Jiangxing Manhwa Property Management. Do you think anyone would dare offend me over your trivial issues? Lin Feng responded, Manager Chen, I believe drilling a well without permission is unacceptable. Please bring your team to help me dismantle it tomorrow, and the cost can be deducted from the property fees. Chen Jichao, enraged by Lin Feng's defiance, had assumed he would yield, yet Lin Feng remained resolute. Lin Feng, just wait. Tomorrow, I will fill in your hot spring first, and I will ensure that your water, electricity, and gas lines will forever be problematic. Lin Feng quipped, Manager Chen, does your knee still hurt? Your kneeling posture is quite impressive. And how does my urine taste? If you're thirsty, I can relieve myself a few more times for your enjoyment. After sending this message, Lin Feng promptly blocked Chen Jichao. In the property management office, Chen Jichao slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He resolved to bring a team the following morning to completely cover Lin Feng's hot spring. Chapter 30. Zhou Long's wound reopens. The high-proof liquor disinfects as night deepened. The snowfall in Jiangxing intensified, and the temperature dropped precipitously. After blocking Chen Jichao, Lin Feng nestled into his bed and fell asleep. With the sudden drop in temperature, even with air conditioning, the residents of Jiangxing Manhwa were unable to stay warm. Many shivered uncontrollably, wrapping themselves tightly in their blankets. Goodness, this weather is utterly bizarre. I just measured the temperature, it's already minus 40 degrees. With the air conditioning and an electric blanket, I can barely stay warm. The weather forecast was quite inaccurate. It didn't predict such a drastic drop in temperature. And the snow continues to fall heavily, blanketing everything outside in white. Throughout the night, the Jiangxing Manhwa homeowner group buzzed with activity, as sleepless residents grappled with the rapidly declining temperatures. In Unit 201, the Zhou family, Zhou Feng, Zhou Long, and Miao Zuolan, were huddled together under the covers. Mom, where's my pajamas? At that moment, Zhou Long's voice resonated. Why can't I find anything? Zhou Long was utterly dejected. He felt the urgent need to relieve himself. So he hastily emerged from his warm cocoon in search of his fleece pajamas, only to discover that the cupboard was completely bare. Consequently, he dashed back to the warmth of his bed, but the sudden movement aggravated his injury, causing him immense pain. The pajamas? Lin Feng discarded them, he recalled. He promised to buy me goose-down pajamas from the Maple Leaf country, but they have yet to arrive. Miao Zuelan's voice then echoed, revealing her own urgent need to urinate. However, being inherently lazy and with the room's temperature plummeting, she too lacked pajamas and chose to hold on rather than get out of bed. Mother, how could you trust that ingrate? Zhou Long could not help but grumble. He is selfish. How could he possibly buy us goose down from the Maple Leaf country? That scoundrel dares to scheme against our family. Miao Zuelan directed all her resentment towards Lin Feng. In a fit of anger, Miao Zuelan dialed Lin Feng's number, intending to chastise him in the middle of the night. But to her dismay, his phone had already powered off. Reluctantly, Zhou Long gritted his teeth and shivered as he made his way to the restroom. He held a urinary catheter in one hand, as due to his surgery, he could no longer urinate through conventional means, necessitating the catheter inserted through his lower abdomen. Upon reaching the toilet, Zhou Long let out a cry of despair. Xiao Long! Miao Zuelan exclaimed, alarmed. Zhou Feng quickly sat up from her bed, asking, Brother, are you all right? My catheter has frozen. I can't urinate. It's backing up and spilling over into my wound. Zhou Long lamented in agony. Don't panic. Mother will come help you with some warm water, Miao Zuelan hurriedly replied, getting out of bed. Zhou Feng, stop dawdling and boil some water. Zhou Feng, upon hearing this, crawled out from under the covers. Both mother and daughter trembled from the cold, devoid of pajamas. One carried a kettle into the bathroom to assist Zhou Long with the catheter, while the other went to the kitchen to heat water. After a frantic 10 minutes, they finally succeeded in allowing Zhou Long to relieve himself, though the foul stench in the bathroom nearly made Miao Zuelan and Zhou Feng retch. This is infuriating. Is Lin Feng doing this on purpose? Miao Zuelan complained, pinching her nose as she returned to bed, her nose running from the cold. It must be intentional. And it's all that selfish wretch's fault. If only he had been more considerate, I wouldn't have been mutilated. Zhou Long seethed, the pain in his lower body exacerbating his ire. Mother, brother, don't worry. I will confront him tomorrow for those goose-down jackets and pajamas from the Maple Leaf country, Zhou Feng asserted angrily. If he refuses, he shall never touch me again. If he dares to deny me, I shall tear his mouth apart. Miao Zuelan added furiously. Furthermore, you must pay a visit to Mei Ling's house. What for? Isn't she at Ruili? Zhou Feng queried, puzzled. I called her half an hour ago. She has returned, Miao Zuelan informed her. I recall she has a set of rabbit fur pajamas. Bring them to me, along with any other thick winter clothing. After all, we are family now. She had long desired Ding Meiling's rabbit fur pajamas and intended to seize this opportunity. Mother, what if we freeze Mei Ling? Zhou Long immediately objected. You rascal. Meiling has yet to share a marriage chamber with you, and you are already protective of her, Miao Zuelan remarked with discontent. Furthermore, Mother merely borrowed it for a couple of days. Isn't the wedding approaching? Once my injuries heal, I shall hold a ceremony with her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long felt a surge of excitement. His affection for Ding Meiling was genuine, for she was exceptionally beautiful. He envisioned exploring various intimate postures with her. And as this thought crossed his mind, a fervent warmth surged through his lower abdomen, causing it to swell, yet his wound reopened once more. Ah! Zhou Long cried out in agony. Son, what happened? Miao Zuelan inquired urgently. Brother. Zhou Feng also called out in alarm. My injuries have flared up. Zhou Long moaned in pain as he lay in bed. Miao Zuelan and Zhou Feng were frantic and at a loss, desperately dialing the attending physician's number, only to find it switched off. Zhou Feng, what should we do now? The wound has reopened. If it gets infected, we are doomed, Miao Zuelan exclaimed in a panic. Anti-inflammatory medication? We need to take anti-inflammatory medication, Zhou Feng suggested. Anti-inflammatory medication? I left it at the hospital. Miao Zuelan exclaimed in distress. Mother, how could you forget such an essential medication at the hospital? Zhou Feng complained. I was too preoccupied with confronting Lin Feng. It's all his fault. Miao Zuelan's ire intensified, wishing she could take a knife to incapacitate Lin Feng. What shall we do now? Zhou Feng was utterly flustered with the heavy snowfall. It was uncertain whether they could venture out tomorrow. Mother, see if we can use alcohol to disinfect. Please bring me some alcohol. We cannot allow any infection to occur. Zhou Long, overhearing their conversation, was terrified at the prospect of infection ruining his life. Miao Zuelan, upon hearing this, slapped her thigh and exclaimed, My son is truly clever. I nearly forgot about alcohol. However, we have none at home. High-proof liquor should suffice. The Wuliangya Lin Feng bought last time is still here, at 68 degrees. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng hurriedly turned and dashed to the living room, soon returning with a bottle of 68-degree Wuliangya. She uncorked the bottle, and the potent aroma of liquor wafted through the air as she poured it over Zhou Long's body. Ah! Zhou Long's pain scream echoed, a sharp pain coursing through his lower body, causing him to thrash about as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Oh, my son, you cannot be harmed. It is all Lin Feng's fault, that cold-blooded beast. Oh heavens, Why do you not castrate him and spare my precious son this suffering? Miao Zuelan lamented, her heart aching for her son while cursing Lin Feng. Brother, you must not suffer any harm. Zhou Feng, witnessing her brother's torment, wished nothing but ill for Lin Feng. Chapter 31. Chen Jichao lifts the manhole cover, exhausted to the ground unbeknownst to Lin Feng, the turmoil unfolding in Zhou Feng's household. He had already succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, he awoke naturally and opened his phone to find a message from Air Pang. Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable. It is now 70 degrees below zero. I am fortunate to have followed you and installed the fireplace. Air Pang, keep a low profile. We must not reveal the fireplace's existence. Though you possess a bank-grade security door, it is better to avoid any unnecessary risks. What if someone skilled manages to breach the door? Brother Feng, understood. I will maintain a low profile. Then Lin Feng noticed a message from Ding Meiling. Ding Meiling, brother-in-law. You are truly remarkable. I admire you immensely. Thankfully, the fireplace has been installed. At this moment, she holds Lin Feng in the highest regard. Had he not assisted her in setting up the fireplace, she would have been frozen to the core tonight. Initially, when Lin Feng helped her with the installation, she was quite reluctant, fearing it might mar the aesthetic of the room. However, in retrospect, her brother-in-law's foresight is nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Feng, remember, do not disclose anything about your room. Moreover, Zhou Feng, Zhou Long, and Miao Zuelan may come to borrow clothes from you. Do not lend them out. Clothing is a matter of survival, and you must first learn to safeguard yourself. He pondered that Miao Zuelan, Zhou Feng, and Zhou Long's family must be eagerly awaiting his down jackets and pajamas from Maple Leaf Country. The thought of this family shivering even during their bathroom visits filled Lin Feng with excitement. Ding Meiling, I understand, brother-in-law. Lin Feng, additionally, there is something I am uncertain about whether to mention. Ding Meiling, brother-in-law, what is it? Please, speak freely. Lin Feng, Zhou Long has been involved in gambling at Rui Li and is also suspected of assaulting women. I had to spend 1 million to settle this matter. And here is the letter of understanding issued by the local police. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent a photograph of the letter to Ding Meiling, which he had obtained through the help of a contact. After a brief silence, Ding Meiling replied, Thank you, brother-in-law. You must also remain cautious of Chen Jichao. He is the owner of a KTV and knows many people in the underworld. Lin Feng, rest assured, they are no match for me. Lin Feng then browsed Douyin, watching a video news segment titled Oh My, minus 70 degrees. Beneath the news, he found millions of comments. Wow, it's minus 70 degrees. Even my urine freezes. Someone remarked. With the air conditioning on, sleeping under an electric blanket, and wrapped in 3 layers of quilts, I still feel a bit chilly. I think I've caught a cold. The first floor of my house is completely buried under snow. The snow depth has now reached 28 meters. How long can this weather last? It shouldn't persist for many days, as such conditions are historically rare. The meteorological station has also stated that the weather will soon improve. Indeed, I trust the meteorological station. The weather will get better. Lin Feng skimmed through the comments and noted that many people remained optimistic about the future, believing that this drastic drop in temperature and snowfall would be temporary. However, he suspected that the meteorological predictions were influenced by various factors. Rising from bed, he brushed his teeth and washed his face, retrieving a portion of freshly cooked beef patties from the pantry to enjoy. He followed it with a cup of hot milk. After breakfast, he approached the window and gazed out at the vast expanse of white. The first floor was nearly engulfed in snow, and he estimated the snow depth to be nearly 3 meters. In the distance, he saw several individuals shoveling snow. Seeing them at work, Lin Feng contemplated the hot spring below. If Chen Jichao were to bring a large group, they could indeed level the snow surrounding the area. While they might not damage the hot spring cover, he worried about the potential for unsavory incidents. With that thought, Lin Feng quietly devised a plan to completely encase the hot spring cover in ice. Lin Feng ascended to the attic, retrieving a high-pressure water gun, which he then connected, unleashing a torrent of terrifying spring water. With the plummeting temperatures, the water had chilled to approximately 30 degrees. The jet of water shot forth 60 meters, scattering the snow surrounding the hot spring well, yet upon landing, it froze rapidly. As the water accumulated, so too did the ice, thickening until it reached a formidable depth of 3 meters before ceasing its advance. Subsequently, Lin Feng proceeded to coat the pipeline along the wall, encasing it within the ice. Once his task was complete, Lin Feng settled into a chair by the window, eager to observe how Chen Jichao intended to destroy his hot spring well. An hour swiftly passed, and as Lin Feng's impatience grew, he noticed Chen Jichao emerge below, flanked by a cadre of security personnel. Each of these guards wielded a shovel. Clad in thick clothing, yet still shivering from the cold, they approached Lin Feng's hot spring well, unaware that it was concealed beneath a layer of ice. Now blanketed by fresh snow. Hand me a shovel. I shall do it myself. Chen Jichao, trembling from the chill, yearned for some activity, primarily desiring to personally dismantle Lin Feng's hot spring well. A security guard hastily passed him a shovel. Chen Jichao swung it vigorously at the snow, only to strike the ice beneath, sending a jolt of pain through his hands. Ouch! He yelped, slipping and falling to the ground. Manager! Several security personnel rushed to his side. There is ice beneath. We must shovel it away, with force. Chen Jichao barked, heeding his command. The guards began to shovel the snow, but soon discovered the ice beneath. After several minutes of effort, they had only managed to remove a thin layer of ice. Manager! We cannot remove it. The ice is several meters thick. We could shovel until nightfall and still not clear it. One guard gasped. Frustrated by the sight of the obstinate ice, Chen Jichao cursed, "Return to the premises. Boil water. Each of you bring a kettle of boiling water. I refuse to believe we cannot melt this ice." The guards complied, returning shortly, each carrying a kettle. They poured the boiling water over the ice. However, as soon as the boiling water made contact, it cooled at a visibly rapid rate, refreezing almost instantly. The guards were left flabbergasted. Chen Jichao was equally dumbfounded. How could boiling water freeze so quickly? Meanwhile, Lin Feng, observing the scene from above, was amused. What a farce. At temperatures below 70 degrees, even boiling water would freeze almost immediately upon contact with the ground. Leaning out of the window, he called out, "Manager Chun, my hot spring well is illegal. I implore you to assist me in dismantling it. Should you refuse, I shall not pay the dismantling fee." Chen Jichao, upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, turned pale with rage. "Lin Feng, you would do well to come down and dismantle it yourself. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it." Lin Feng, mocking, retorted, "Do you wish to wager stones with me? Or perhaps bow down before me? Or drink urine? Lin Feng, you are courting death." Chen Jichao shouted in fury. "Do not think for a moment that I cannot deal with you." After delivering his harsh words, Chen Jichao departed with a group of followers. Chapter 32. The ex-wife seeks a goose-down jacket, which has yet to arrive. Lin Feng, observing Chen Jichao's flustered demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. "Chen Jichao, the moment I officially hold you accountable will mark the beginning of your calamity." He entered the hot spring room, filled a large pool with water, and after shedding his clothes, indulged in the soothing warmth of the spring, which was a comforting 30 degrees. Ding Meiling remained silent as she examined the letter of understanding sent by Lin Feng. Subsequently, she consulted a classmate at the police station, who promptly confirmed the authenticity of the letter, stating that no one would dare to forge such a document. In that instant, Ding Meiling sat despondently on a chair, recalling Lin Feng's warning and silently making a decision. Knock, knock. A hurried knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" Ding Meiling cautiously inquired as she approached the entrance. "Meiling, it's your sister. Hurry and open the door. It's freezing out here." Standing outside was Zhou Feng, clad in a men's pajama set she had somehow procured. "Sister, what is it?" Ding Meiling asked, recalling Lin Feng's caution and hesitating to open the door. "Meiling, do you have any spare pajamas? Our mother's winter clothes have been stolen, and I have nothing to wear," Zhou Feng explained, urging her to let her in. "Please, it's truly too cold outside." Ding Meiling hesitated, worried that Zhou Feng might discover the fireplace's secret, yet felt it was unreasonable to deny her entry, given their familiarity. "Sister, wait a moment. The lock is broken. I'll find a wrench to force it open," Ding Meiling quickly responded, buying herself some time. "Make it quick. I'm freezing." Zhou Feng shivered despite her thick pajamas. Inside the room, Ding Meiling hurriedly extinguished the fireplace and opened the windows, allowing a gust of frigid air to sweep in, plummeting the temperature to several degrees below zero, especially since her air conditioning had long been dismantled. She then tossed her pajamas and other warm clothing beneath the bed. Recalling Lin Feng's warning, she locked the kitchen door, where food supplies were stored. Once she had taken care of these matters, Ding Meiling finally approached the door and opened it. "Why is it so cold in your room?" Zhou Feng had expected to warm up inside, only to find Ding Meiling's room colder than her own. "Sister, I didn't anticipate such a sudden drop in temperature." Ding Meiling shivered in response. "Where are your pajamas?" Zhou Feng glanced into Ding Meiling's wardrobe, only to find it devoid of warm undergarments and goose-down pajamas, leaving only summer attire. "Lin Feng mentioned he would buy us goose-down clothing from Maple Leaf Country, so I disposed of all the old clothes." Ding Meiling fabricated an excuse, having heard of the goose-down garments before. Zhou Feng, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. "Do not mention that heartless man. I can't believe he deceived us, and especially you." Ding Meiling couldn't help but smirk inwardly at Zhou Feng's words. Heartless? Were her eyes blind? Where could one find a man as good as her brother-in-law? Through these past 2 days, Ding Meiling discerned that the sole reason for Lin Feng and Zhou Feng's divorce was Zhou Feng's excessive behavior. However, in front of Zhou Feng, Ding Meiling also scolded Lin Feng a couple of times, saying, "Sister, you can't trust a man's words. By the way, is your air conditioner broken? Ours is also out of order." Zhou Feng hurriedly responded, for she did not wish for Ding Meiling to visit her home at that moment. "Oh, in that case, you should hurry back, sister, lest you catch a cold here," Ding Meiling replied nonchalantly, I'm going to crawl under the covers now. As she spoke, Ding Meiling swiftly dashed towards her bed, for the day was exceedingly cold. Zhou Fong quickly departed from Ding Meiling's residence and soon arrived at the entrance of apartment 1601. Lin Feng, come out here. Zhou Fong furiously knocked on Lin Feng's door, kicking it as she spoke. What's the matter? Lin Feng's voice came from within. Where's the goose-down jacket from Maple Leaf Country? Zhou Fong demanded angrily. Are you trying to deceive us? Lin Feng chuckled in response. I truly did not deceive you. I purchased it from Maple Leaf Country, not domestically produced. It arrived in Modu yesterday, but due to the heavy snowfall, the highways are closed, and it cannot be delivered. Zhou Fong was skeptical, thinking that Lin Feng had never actually bought it, and even if he had, he wouldn't give it to her family. Lin Feng, send me the order details. I will contact customer service and request expedited delivery. Zhou Fong insisted, clearly not easily fooled. Well, I found a new girlfriend. And she doesn't want me to spend too much money, so I deleted the order records. Lin Feng offered a flimsy excuse. Oh, you found a new girlfriend? Zhou Fong mocked. Do you really think you could find one? She scoffed at the absurdity of his claim. For she did not believe that Lin Feng could attract a new partner, especially given her own beauty, which made it hard for him to find someone who surpassed her. Why would I lie to you? In any case, the order was deleted. If the weather clears and the roads are reopened, the delivery will arrive immediately. Lin Feng said with a smile. Zhou Fong felt a surge of frustration and then said, Lin Feng, I heard you drilled a hot spring. Can we soak in it now? She suddenly recalled Lin Feng's hot spring venture. If they could enjoy a soak now, it would be splendid. The hot spring is frozen over. The hot water would just freeze as soon as it emerges, so we cannot bathe in it, Lin Feng replied. Zhou Fong considered this and realized that the boiling water they had prepared yesterday had turned to ice within mere moments. Consequently, she departed hastily. Meanwhile, Lin Feng lay in the hot spring pool when he noticed a message from Ding Meiling. Lin Feng, well done. Ding Meiling, brother-in-law. I heard you have a hot spring at home. Lin Feng chuckled and took a selfie, sending it to Ding Meiling. When Ding Meiling saw the picture, she gasped in astonishment. Lin Feng was actually soaking in a hot spring, such a luxurious life. Given the current weather, it was already a rare treat to have a hot shower. Lin Feng, are you coming over? Ding Meiling, I'll head your way. Lin Feng, come over now. I'll prepare the hot spring water for you. Ding Meiling, all right, I'm on my way. Lin Feng placed his phone on the adjacent table and languidly reclined in the hot spring. Soon, he heard a knock at the door. Approaching, he peered through the door's surveillance camera and saw Ding Meiling standing there alone. He hurriedly opened the door to let her in. Ding Meiling's face was flushed from the cold, giving her an enchanting beauty. Her lips were a vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood. I didn't see you wearing makeup during the meeting. Why the change today? Lin Feng teased with a smile as he closed the door. Brother-in-law, Ding Meiling replied. Lowering her head, I don't know how to express this. Is it about Zhou Long? Lin Feng prepared a steaming cup of milk tea for her. Brother-in-law, I wish to annul my engagement with Zhou Long. Ding Meiling bit her rosy lip and confessed. Why? Lin Feng mused, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Realizing that this beautiful woman had finally come to a decision, Ding Meiling, upon hearing this, lowered her head and sipped the milk tea. Finish your tea, enjoy the hot spring, and reflect on what kind of man is truly worthy of your trust, Lin Feng said, patting her shoulder. I understand, brother-in-law. Ding Meiling replied obediently with a nod. Once you've made up your mind, do let me know, Lin Feng said, a mischievous grin on his face. Ding Meiling finished her tea and then headed off to the hot spring. Chapter 33. Has Lin Feng installed a fireplace at home? Zhou Fong returned to room 201 and explained the situation regarding the down jacket from Maple Leaf Country to Miao Tzulan and Zhou Long. Both were infuriated, unleashing a torrent of curses. That Lin Feng, I curse him to meet a tragic end, to be crushed by a car. Miao Tzulan screamed in fury. Sister, look at the man you've chosen, so selfish and heartless. I must go and slap him a few times. Zhou Long added angrily. He can forget about remarrying. Zhou Fong declared, enraged. I initially intended to give him another chance if he behaved, but now he deserves none. By the way, sister, I recall that your house has remote-controlled curtains installed. Has Lin Feng taken them down? Zhou Long inquired, puzzled. Shouldn't he be? Let me check on my phone. Zhou Fong replied, pulling out her device. Upon inspection, she discovered that the curtains in room 1601 had not been removed. They were still the ones he had installed. That is splendid. You should go to Chao Guo's house and retrieve the drone. He assigned me a task to monitor Lin Feng. And I was just worried that his curtains might obstruct the drone's camera, but now I have no such concerns, Zhou Long said with a sinister grin. Monitoring Lin Feng? That's illegal. Zhou Fong expressed her worries, aware that surveilling someone without permission infringes on their privacy rights. What law are you talking about? Didn't you see Lin Feng digging a hot spring in the community without permission? Ji Chao is worried he might be up to no good. So he asked Zhou Long to keep an eye on him. This is for the benefit of the community, Miao Tzulan scoffed. Besides, What privacy does this useless Lin Feng have? Monitoring him is merely elevating his status. Zhou Feng pondered this reasoning and decided to head to Chun Jichao's house to fetch the drone, returning only after a brief stay of about 10 minutes. Zhou Long eagerly took the drone, feeling inexplicably excited at the prospect of surveilling Lin Feng, even capturing his private moments. Be careful, brother, that drone is very expensive. Practice in the room for a couple of days before taking it outside, Zhou Feng cautioned. Rest assured, I shall hone my skills before I monitor this fool, Zhou Long assured. In truth, he yearned to keep an eye on Lin Feng, but considering this aircraft belonged to Chun Jichao, he feared incurring the latter's wrath should any damage occur. It would be prudent to practice for a few days before surveilling Lin Feng. By the way, Zhou Long, your sister just mentioned that Lin Feng has found himself a new girlfriend. It would be best to capture the moments of their intimate encounters on film. Perhaps there is a chance to sell it for some profit. Miao Zuolan hastily suggested, having heard from netizens that such short videos hold considerable value. Truly, mother possesses a keen business acumen. If managed well, one could earn a few hundred. Zhou Long exclaimed, patting his thigh in realization. Miao Zuolan beamed with pride, pleased to acknowledge her own business sense. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who sat in a hot spring room sipping red wine and savoring a delectable steak, Zhou Feng and Zhou Long were plotting their surveillance. In the hot spring pool, Ding Meiling, adorned in a black lace swimsuit, exuded an alluring charm with her porcelain skin and curvaceous figure, gliding through the water like a mesmerizing siren. Mr. Lin, Ding Meiling suddenly inquired, raising her gaze toward Lin Feng. May I pose a question? Have you come to terms with it? Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. You no longer refer to him as brother-in-law? Will you be responsible for your woman for a lifetime? Ding Meiling emerged from the pool, droplets cascading down her body, leaving a faint, enchanting fragrance in her wake, her beautiful, dark eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Of course, I shall provide for her, and she shall grace the world with her beauty. Should the day come when she ages, I will accompany her as she departs this world. Lin Feng responded softly, a gentle smile gracing his lips, for such words cost him nothing. Ding Meiling chuckled, Mr. Lin, your words are truly sweet. I must take my leave now. With that, she turned and departed. Let us not confront Zhou Long's family just yet. I wish to toy with them a little. Lin Feng remarked, fully aware that Ding Meiling had severed ties with Zhou Long. Understood, Mr. Lin. Also, I shall come to the hot springs daily, Ding Meiling replied. Lin Feng stood at the window's edge, observing as the snow fell increasingly heavy outside. Meanwhile, the owners' group chat buzzed with activity. As residents clamored for the property management to clear the snow, some owners, unprepared with adequate provisions, intended to venture out for groceries. Yet the paths were obstructed by the snow. The property management, citing a shortage of manpower, refused to act, leading to a heated dispute in the chat. Eventually, through the mediation of other owners, it was decided that 3 strong individuals from each building would assist the property management in their duties. As Chun Jichao resided in the same building as Lin Feng, he was the first to recommend Lin Feng, who reluctantly ventured downstairs to clear the snow. Initially, Lin Feng had no intention of responding to Chun Jichao's message, but fearing persistent harassment, he replied, claiming a power outage had left him bedridden with a cold and fever, rendering him too weak to move. After sending the message, he cast his phone aside, only for Chun Jichao to call again, prompting Lin Feng to turn off his phone entirely. In the property management office, Chun Jichao slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He had intended to seize this opportunity to lure Lin Feng downstairs and give him a beating. But Lin Feng had retreated like a turtle into its shell, refusing to emerge. The manager, he is undoubtedly deceiving us. I just stood at his doorstep. And you won't believe what I discovered, a security guard remarked. What did you find? Chun Jichao inquired, bewildered. The exterior walls of his home are warm. I suspect that scoundrel has installed a fireplace, the guard replied, rubbing his hands together. Can you believe he actually installed a fireplace? Upon hearing this, Chun Jichao's eyes reddened with anger. He was shivering from the cold, yet Lin Feng had the audacity to possess a fireplace. Manager, it can't be wrong. Our property management has all the records. Just a few days ago, personnel from the Antarctic Exploration Company visited, another security guard said, handing Chun Jichao some documents. Chun Jichao perused the records, which detailed the entries of external vehicles into the community, each meticulously noted. He quickly found the registration pertaining to the Antarctic Exploration Company's visit, which indicated that a fireplace was installed at Unit 1601, and furthermore, it revealed that a generator had also been set up there. By heavens, Lin Feng has been deceiving me. Chun Jichao's complexion turned ashen upon discovering the record of the generator installation. He had foolishly thought to cut off Lin Feng's electricity, unaware that a generator had already been installed. Coupled with the fireplace, it was clear that Lin Feng could not possibly be suffering from the cold or electricity shortages. Thus, he was living in utmost comfort. A gust of wind blew through, and despite the charcoal burning in the property management office, Chun Jichao continued to shiver. The fireplace at Lin Feng's residence must be dismantled. Who authorized the personnel from the Antarctic Exploration Company to enter the community? Installing a fireplace without permission is illegal. Chen Jichao shouted in outrage. Manager, it was the previous property manager who allowed it. Lin Feng had a good relationship with him and even gifted him a case of Mao Tai, a security guard whispered. Indeed. Otherwise, the Antarctic Exploration Company would never have gained access to the community, another guard added. Manager, this is all illegal. This is outrageous. It is bribery. It is a crime. I will message Lin Feng and demand an explanation. If I am not satisfied, I will have his fireplace removed, Chen Jichao declared vehemently. Initially intending to dismantle Lin Feng's fireplace immediately, he contemplated that if he were to stay at Lin Feng's residence, it would indeed be quite comfortable. With this thought in mind, Chen Jichao swiftly sent Lin Feng a text, suggesting that he temporarily stay at Unit 1601 for a few days. As dusk approached, Lin Feng finally opened his phone and was taken aback to see the message from Chen Jichao. This Chen Jichao is quite adept at perusing the property records. Lin Feng mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Under normal circumstances, no one would care about a fireplace. However, with the drastic drop in temperatures leading to several fatalities, even those wrapped in blankets while having the heating on were shivering. Therefore, everyone sought a comfortable environment, and Chen Jichao was no exception. Go take a hike. Lin Feng replied to Chen Jichao's message, for he would certainly not allow him to stay. No one could. After sending that message, Lin Feng ascended to the attic and retrieved a high-pressure water gun. His titanium alloy security door bore a 3-centimeter aperture, a design specifically crafted for the purpose of inserting crossbows and high-pressure water guns. Moreover, it can be locked from the inside, making it exceedingly difficult to force open from the outside. After Lin Feng sent out the message, Chen Jichao received it and was instantly filled with fury. Storming to Lin Feng's doorstep with 6 security guards. Lin Feng, you scoundrel, come out. Installing a fireplace without permission is illegal, Chen Jichao admonished coldly. Our property management forbids such actions. Chen Jichao, once the frigid weather passes, I shall dismantle the fireplace, and I had the prior property manager's consent. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Do not test my patience. You bribed the previous property manager. This installation is non-compliant, and your fireplace must be removed. Chen Jichao retorted icily. Chen, would you like to stay at my place for a few days? Lin Feng jested. It would be a pity to dismantle it. He intended to toy with Chen Jichao. Standing in the corridor, Chen Jichao shivered from the cold, momentarily stirred by Lin Feng's words. Did Lin Feng have a change of heart? Lin Feng, your room can serve as a temporary office for the property management. By residing there, we can help mitigate some safety hazards, and you may temporarily keep the fireplace, Chen Jichao stated earnestly. I was merely jesting. Did you take me seriously? Lin Feng mocked. What a fool. Smash the door down, break it open, remove the fireplace inside, and take Lin Feng to the detention center. Chen Jichao, realizing he had been played, lost his patience and prepared to forcefully breach Lin Feng's door, intending to seize his residence. Several security guards approached and, united, began kicking Lin Feng's sturdy titanium alloy door, which was akin to a bank vault. Despite their efforts, the door remained impervious, and their feet throbbed in pain from the impact. Chen Jichao joined in, and together with the other guards, they kicked the door, yet it stood unwavering. You lot are useless. You should leave now, or I shall not be so courteous. Lin Feng observed, secretly awed by the door's impressive quality. Lin Feng, you claim not to be courteous? What right do you have to say that? If you have the courage, step out and face me. Chen Jichao taunted, positioning the other guards beside Lin Feng's door to pounce should he emerge. Face you? Who do you think you are? Lin Feng continued to mock. All right, I shall commence a countdown. If you do not depart within 10 counts, I shall unleash my power. He discreetly opened the peephole on the door, inserting a high-pressure water gun through the opening. Lin Feng's words incited a chorus of derision from Chen Jichao and his entourage. You coward! Come out! Are you afraid of our manager, Chen? The guard stood beside Chen Jichao, hurling insults at Lin Feng. 19:18. Lin Feng paid no mind to their taunts, focused on his countdown, though Chen Jichao's crew dismissed it entirely. 1. As Lin Feng reached the final count, Chen Jichao and the property security remained engaged in their mockery, even lighting cigarettes as they continued their derision. At that moment, the high-pressure water gun unleashed a torrent of water, drenching Chen Jichao and the security personnel. What the hell? It's water! They exclaimed in shock. This is treacherous. Lin Feng has a high-pressure water gun. With temperatures plummeting to over 70 degrees below zero, even boiling water would freeze almost instantly, let alone the hot spring water that Lin Feng had sprayed. Their clothes quickly became soaked, freezing solid and causing them to stiffen. Damn it, Lin Feng, just wait. Chen Jichao cursed before leading the group of security guards away. Lin Feng, smirking, made his way to the balcony. Are you all right, brother Feng? Came the voice of Air Pang from the adjacent balcony. I'm fine, Lin Feng replied, puzzled as to why Chen Jichao was solely targeting his fireplace. while Air Pang and Ding Meiling had fireplaces as well. Soon, he understood. The Antarctic Exploration Company had entered the neighborhood under the pretense of installing one for his home, while Air Pang and Ding Meiling's installations were secondary and thus unregistered. That's good to hear, Brother Feng. I have a crossbow here. I'll give you one, Air Pang said, waving a crossbow in his hands. No need, keep it for yourself. By the way, has your sister returned? Lin Feng inquired. Brother Feng, I'm here, came a sweet voice from next door. Lin Feng turned to see a girl with twin ponytails, fair-skinned and tall, dressed in camouflage attire. It was Air Pang's sister, Kai Ling, who was studying at the police academy. Lin Feng recalled the tragic fate of Kai Ling in his past life during the apocalypse, where food shortages led some neighbors to morally coerce her to venture out in search of provisions, given her status as a police academy student. When she returned with scarce supplies after a violent encounter, she was met with accusations of hoarding, and the community turned against her, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. In his previous life, Lin Feng had fought valiantly to protect her, but was severely beaten in the process. He vividly remembered her last words, Brother Lin Feng, if there is a next life, I want to marry you, and I will take revenge on them. Reflecting on the cruelty of humanity during the apocalypse, Lin Feng felt a heavy heart, though he had long since grown numb to such feelings. Seeing the girl again stirred compassion within him. Stay low-key, Lin Feng advised. Understood. Brother Lin Feng, Kai Ling responded with a smile. Lin Feng turned to head back inside to continue watching his show, but was called back by Kai Ling. Brother Lin Feng, she called out. Is there something you need? He asked. Thank you, she said, biting her lip. For what? It's mainly your brother's strong sense of safety, Lin Feng replied as he retreated to his bedroom. The young girl gazed out the window at the snowflakes gracefully descending, a radiant smile gracing her beautiful cheeks. Brother Lin Feng, it is time for Kai Ling to protect you. Chapter 35. Chun Jichao endures 3 arrows again at that moment. The property management office was adorned with a picturesque scene. Chun Jichao and 6 others had shed their garments, each bare-skinned as they gathered around the coal stove, attempting to warm themselves, yet their faces remained pale from the cold. Damn it! Chun Jichao cursed, his complexion ashen. Not only had they failed to break into Lin Feng's home, but they had also been dealt a harsh blow by him. Mr. Chun, we must force our way into Lin Feng's house, exclaimed a man clad in a down jacket, who was also a resident of Manhwa community and Chun Jichao's cousin. Stop the nonsense. Call our friends at the police station and demand they break down Lin Feng's door, Chun Jichao commanded fiercely. Upon receiving the call, Chun Liang was met with a response that left them frustrated. The police informed them that they would have to wait until the snow melted before they could visit, as the roads were currently impassable. Think of another plan. I must break into Lin Feng's home today, Chun Jichao roared, violently smashing a teacup onto the floor. Brother Chao, I've got an idea. I remember the property has a wooden stake. Let us gather a few more people and use it to batter down his door, Chun Liang suggested after a moment's contemplation. We can wear raincoats while we go. What are we waiting for? Quickly find us some clothes, and once we have them, we will head over. Chun Jichao was nearly consumed with the desire to charge over and demolish Lin Feng's door. Chun Liang hurriedly took a few security guards to gather clothing and the wooden stake. Lin Feng, just wait. This time, I will break down your door, Chun Jichao declared with fierce determination, recalling the ancient tactics of storming city gates with wooden implements, convinced this would lead to success. Half an hour later, Chun Liang returned to the property office with a pile of winter clothing, accompanied by several security guards carrying a wooden stake measuring 20 centimeters in diameter and 3 meters in length. Chun Jichao and the others hastily donned their attire. Let us go. If we can force our way into Lin Feng's house, we will claim it as our own, Chun Jichao commanded the guards. The guards, inspired by thoughts of warmth from the fireplace, looked eagerly at the prospect of entering Lin Feng's abode, especially after having been drenched by him earlier. As they departed the property office, Chun Jichao led 10 security guards in tow. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was comfortably nestled in bed, engrossed in a drama. Soon, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Kai Ling calling, he promptly answered. Brother Lin Feng, I have detected that Chun Jichao has come with a group, and they are carrying a wooden stake, Kai Ling warned. Are they still not giving up? Lin Feng scoffed, a smirk crossing his face. Kai Ling, I need you to call the police. In truth, he did not genuinely wish for the authorities to intervene. He merely wanted to see if the police still had the capacity to dispatch assistance. Understood, Brother Lin Feng. I will contact them immediately, Kai Ling replied before ending the call. Dressed in his pajamas, Lin Feng approached the window and indeed saw Chun Jichao leading a group of a dozen individuals toward the building, wooden stake in hand. The image of ancient siege warfare came to mind. He could not allow Chun Jichao and his cohorts to ram the wooden stake against his door. Soon, Kai Ling called. Brother Lin Feng, the police station said they will come only after the snow melts because the roads are blocked by heavy snow, and there are insufficient officers available. I understand. Please be careful, Lin Feng replied before hanging up the phone. He then retrieved a crossbow from his space. preparing for the arrival of Chen Jichao and his group. A few minutes later, a group of people appeared in the corridor on the 16th floor, led by none other than Chen Jichao. He instructed the others to halt before approaching Lin Feng's door alone. Lin Feng, listen carefully. I am giving you one more chance. Will you open the door? Chen Jichao assessed the sturdy door, contemplating that once inside, it would serve as a barrier against any intrusions. Thus he sought to negotiate with Lin Feng again. Enough of your nonsense. Show me what you've got, Lin Feng mocked. You should have surveillance at your door. Lin Feng, just look at the men I've brought. One door, or even 10 1T stand in our way. Chen Jichao retorted with a fierce glare. Through the narrow gap of the door, Lin Feng chuckled. If you have the guts, come at me. In response, Chen Jichao gestured to his men, who proceeded to lift wooden stakes and charge towards Lin Feng's door, just as they were about to collide with it. A sharp sound sliced through the air as a crossbow bolt struck one of the security guards in the thigh. Ah! The guard screamed in agony as the bolt pierced through his clothing, embedding itself in the flesh and hitting the bone, causing unbearable pain. The attack forced him to drop the wooden stake, which veered off and slammed into the adjacent wall. Whoosh! Another bolt flew through the air, hitting a different guard in the thigh, who clutched his leg and cried out. Chen Jichao and the remaining guards turned pale as they witnessed two of their comrades injured. They hastily retreated, only to see several crossbow sights emerge on the door. Whoosh! A third bolt shot forth, piercing another guard in the chest, who fell to the ground with a cry. Everyone retreat. Chen Jichao's face turned ashen. If such a bolt were to strike him, he would surely be in peril. If not dead, at the very least suffering. In the midst of his panic, Chen Jichao fled, and the other guards abandoned their wooden stakes to help the three injured comrades escape. Observing their flight, Lin Feng opened the door and stepped out, aiming his bow at Chen Jichao's neck, ready to deliver a lethal shot. Whoosh! An arrow was released, but it veered off course, striking Chen Jichao in the shoulder instead. Ah! He cried, collapsing to the ground in pain. Whoosh whoosh! Two more arrows followed. One struck his thigh, and the other hit his backside, eliciting further howls of anguish from Chen Jichao. Just as Lin Feng prepared to shoot again, he noticed several guards dragging Chen Jichao into the elevator. Lin Feng refrained from pursuing them. His experiences in the apocalypse had made him exceedingly cautious. He would not leave his sanctuary easily, opting instead to wait until he could confirm the coast was clear via the surveillance feeds before stepping outside. Brother Feng's archery skills are remarkable. Lin Feng, with remarkable prowess, was praised by Er Pang and Kai Ling from next door. Thank you both. Your archery skills are commendable as well, he replied, observing that the siblings had deftly employed their skills against Chen Jichao. You're too modest, Brother Feng, they chimed in unison. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Feng closed the door and retreated to his room. Upon peering out the window, he noticed that Chen Jichao and his companions had hastily fled downstairs. At that moment, he observed numerous lights in the residences beginning to extinguish. The power has gone out, Lin Feng murmured to himself, realizing that the onset of darkness rendered the frigid apocalypse even more terrifying. With the electricity ceased, air conditioning units would no longer function, making the already lethal sub-zero temperatures even more perilous for humanity. Furthermore, the supply of liquefied gas would also be disrupted, making it difficult to even procure a warm drink. The cessation of power signified an extremely harsh living environment for humankind. Chapter 36. The onset of power outage and Zhoulong's frozen urinary tract. The sudden blackout immediately halted the operation of air conditioning systems in every household, plunging them into an even colder state. The residents of Jiangsheng Minghua community erupted in a flurry of messages within their group chat, urging one another to contact the power company for repairs. Repair the circuits? The entire city's lines must be frozen, and with heavy snowfall. Attempting to repair them is akin to scaling a mountain, Lin Feng pondered as he scanned the chat messages. Moreover, whether the power company had personnel on duty was another pressing concern. Indeed, many homeowners reported that their calls to the power company went unanswered. At that moment, Ding Meiling sent a message. Mr. Lin, I'm scared. What should we do now that the power is out? Lin Feng replied, it's all right. You should rest. I have several rechargeable lamps here and plenty of portable phone chargers to spare. Thank you, Ding Meiling responded. Do not permit anyone to enter your home. Especially do not disclose the existence of your fireplace. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. The biting cold of this extreme weather is lethal. When faced with life-threatening circumstances, many will resort to desperate measures to seize others' resources. Such occurrences are all too common in the frigid apocalypse. As time passes, the threats to humanity will escalate. And in harsh environments, the darker aspects of human nature will be magnified, leading to the most heinous of actions. Even individuals of high moral standing can transform into nefarious beings in the face of survival. I understand, Mr. Lin, Ding Meiling replied. After a brief conversation with Ding Meiling, Lin Feng lay down and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the property management office, Anguished cries echoed as Chun Jichao and the security guards struggled to extract the arrows embedded in their flesh. Though the arrows had not penetrated deeply, they bore minute barbs that made removal excruciating. Their faces turned pale as they attempted to pull them out. Chun Liang, retrieve the property records and see if there are any doctors in the community. Chun Jichao bellowed, feeling the throbbing pain of 3 arrows lodged in his body. If not properly attended to, he risked infection. He was utterly unable to extract the arrows and, after their removal, would need to staunch the bleeding. Excessive blood loss could prove perilous. I'm on it right away, Chun Liang replied. Upon hearing this, Chun Liang hurriedly turned and left. Soon, he accessed the property records and discovered that there were doctors residing in the Jiangsheng Mingwei community. He promptly invited a physician to come over. Unfortunately, the doctor lacked anesthetics at home, forcing Chun Jichao and the others to endure the pain as they performed the surgery to remove the arrow, causing excruciating agony for those involved. Lin Feng, you scoundrel. I curse you to an ill fate. Chun Jichao's gaze was filled with venomous resentment. He had faced defeat at Lin Feng's hands thrice, and this time it nearly cost him his life. Brother, at this juncture, we cannot launch an attack. But I have a scheme that can help you vent your frustrations, Chun Liang said with a sinister smile. What scheme? Chun Jichao inquired, puzzled. As long as it leads to his demise, I am willing to spend any amount. His hatred for Lin Feng had reached its zenith, and he temporarily set aside his ambitions for Lin Feng's fireplace. The residents on the first floor of this community were currently experiencing the most suffering. The windows on the first floor are buried under heavy snow, and some have even shattered, allowing snow to cascade into their homes. Chun Liang continued with a malevolent grin. Enough with your ramblings. Quickly share your idea. Chun Jichao retorted angrily. Quite simply, under the guise of the property management. You should offer warmth to the residents on the first floor, encouraging them to relocate to higher, warmer apartments. In doing so, they will be grateful to you. Chun Liang suggested with a sinister chuckle. Upon hearing this, Chun Jichao's eyes brightened. He recognized Chun Liang's strategy as a diversionary tactic. The first-floor residents were no innocents, as their apartments featured courtyards, making their market value comparable to that of penthouses. He recalled that one of the first-floor occupants was a ruthless coal dealer. Should such a person learn of Lin Feng's fireplace, they would undoubtedly devise a way to seize it. I will issue the notification immediately, Chun Jichao declared. His mind made up. He reached for his phone, ready to act within their group. Brother, hold on. We must wait until morning, Chun Liang urged with a sly smile. A starving dog only bites when provoked. Let them endure a night of frigid temperatures without heating, and they will be driven to desperation. Chun Jichao, upon hearing this, also smiled wickedly and replied, Chun Liang, I didn't expect you to have such clever ideas. We shall notify the group tomorrow morning. You're too kind, brother, Chun Liang flattered. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The community experienced a power outage, rendering air conditioning inoperative and causing indoor temperatures to plummet to -70 degrees. Residents huddled beneath their blankets, yet even so, they felt an icy chill. Many families combined all their bedding in an attempt to stave off the cold, shivering uncontrollably. For instance, Zhou Long, Miao Zuolan, and Zhou Feng, a family of 3, were all crammed onto one bed, layered with 5 quilts. Yet still cursed Lin Feng as they tried to find warmth in their cocoon. Suddenly, Zhou Long let out a painful groan. Xiaolong, what's wrong? Miao Zuolan asked anxiously. Mom, it seems like I'm getting inflamed again, Zhou Long replied in agony, and I need to urinate. But it feels as if my catheter has frozen. Miao Zuolan and Zhou Feng were left dumbfounded. If the catheter could freeze beneath the blankets, what were they to do now that the power was out and the gas was also frozen? Zhou Feng, go find some clothes to burn. We need to heat some water to warm Zhou Long's catheter, Miao Zuolan instructed. Mom, I'm so cold. Zhou Feng shivered uncontrollably. Are you just going to watch your brother suffocate? Miao Zuolan suddenly rebuked. He is your only brother. Miao Zuolan, being indolent, had no desire to rise and attend to the matter. Sister, can't you be a bit more diligent? Hurry, I can't hold it any longer. Zhou Long urged from beneath the covers. Hearing this, Zhou Feng reluctantly donned thick clothing and crawled out of bed, immediately shivering from the cold. She took a few tattered summer garments to the bathroom to ignite. With Miao Zuolan's assistance, Zhou Long dressed in warm clothing and joined her in the bathroom. The siblings heated the urine tube, and soon the contents melted, filling the bathroom with a foul odor that nearly made Zhou Feng retch. Sister, pour me some liquor. Zhou Long gasped after urinating, his face pale with pain, his lower region swollen, including the area where the catheter was inserted. Zhou Feng went to the living room, retrieved a bottle of strong liquor, and poured it for Zhou Long. Zhou Long let out a piercing scream as various pains assailed him, nearly causing him to faint. Zhou Long's predicament was relatively fortunate, for at least he had not lost his life. Meanwhile, some elderly residents in the community, already in poor health, had succumbed to the cold by dawn, their bodies stiff in bed, while others, slightly healthier, fell ill and could not endure for long. The neighborhood was filled with wails of despair. Chapter 37. The generosity of others. Upon rising in the morning, Lin Feng felt somewhat numb to the sounds of mourning. This was merely the beginning. The onslaught of extreme cold brought not only power and gas outages, but also a shortage of food. It was challenging for ordinary people to withstand such frigid conditions, and without nourishment, their bodies lacked the necessary warmth to combat the bitter cold. The darker sides of human nature would inevitably unfold, with even cannibalistic incidents arising. In his previous life during the apocalypse, Lin Feng's fate had culminated in being stewed by his wife's family. The gut-wrenching pain of that betrayal still haunted him. After breakfast, Lin Feng indulged in a small hot spring as usual, then reclined comfortably in a chair. Ding dong. A message alert chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he found it originated from the Jiangxing Mingwei residence group. Chen Jichao, dear neighbors, the extreme cold has persisted for several days, bringing immense disaster to our community, especially for those living on the first floor. Their bedroom windows have shattered, allowing heavy snow to enter, resulting in some elderly and children freezing to death. Thus, our property management is initiating a mutual aid rescue plan. Support Chen Jichao. Support Chen Jichao. Chen Jichao is truly a philanthropist. Many residents expressed their support for Chen Jichao in the group, particularly those from the first and second floors. Indeed, the first floor tenants were suffering as described by Chen Jichao. Their windows were already covered by snow, which continued to fall heavily, encroaching upon the second floor. Miao Zuilan, I implore you, Mr. Chun, to help us find a warm place. My son is gravely ill. Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the messages in the group, sensing that Chen Jichao's intentions were directed against him. Chen Jichao, I see the plight of my neighbors and feel tremendous sorrow, especially for the elderly who have passed away. It brings me great grief. Zhou Heibiao, General Chun, let us dispense with the trivialities. Since the onset of the snow disaster, your property management has shown remarkable inaction. Please, share your strategies without further delay. Our phones are nearly out of battery. Chen Jichao, Mr. Zhou, please remain calm. He is aware that someone has taken the bait. Zhou Heibiao is a coal magnate, notorious for illicitly mining coal until he was reported, and the matter was subsequently buried. This individual wields considerable influence in society and has been involved in several serious incidents. Even Chen Jichao dares not provoke him lightly. Moreover, Zhou Heibiao's residence is on the first floor, which likely left him quite cold yesterday. Zhou Heibiao, speak swiftly. Chen Jichao, my suggestion is to relocate some elderly residents to room 1601, as it is equipped with a fireplace, maintaining an indoor temperature of approximately 26 degrees. The occupant is a state enterprise employee with a strong sense of social responsibility, and their home is exceptionally spacious. Chen Jichao's words ignited a frenzy within the entire community's owner group. What? Room 1601 has a fireplace? They maintain an indoor temperature of 26 degrees, while we endure -7 degrees. General Chun, is this true? It is highly plausible. As the property manager, Chen Jichao is well aware of which units are equipped with fireplaces, and he can deduce indoor temperatures based on their numbers. Heavens, 26 degrees. How delightful. I would gladly offer myself to be in such warmth. At that moment, the chat exploded with fervor as residents peered through their windows towards Lin Feng's building, their eyes gleaming with desperation akin to starving wolves spotting a feast. The brutal cold had driven many to the brink of despair, making them feel as though they resided in hell. They wished to escape their current dwellings at once. Chen Jichao directly addressed Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, please come forward. We are all neighbors. You cannot stand by idly while others suffer, especially the elderly and children. Lin Feng, Chen Jichao, why don't you go and eat excrement? Do not attempt to morally manipulate me. I do not know how long this bitter cold will last, and the coal I have stored is barely sufficient for myself. The further you stay away from me, the better. Chen Jichao, Lin Feng, how can you resort to such insults? This is utterly disgraceful. Chen Liang, Lin Feng, General Chun merely asks that you assist the elderly and children. How can you be so heartless? You are truly cold-blooded and selfish. Chen Jichao, Lin Feng, one must not be excessively selfish. Have you lost your conscience? Lin Feng regarded the messages on his phone with derision. In his previous life, during times of hunger, he had sought help from the community, yet no one paid him any heed. In this grim world, only the fittest survive. Would they attempt to morally manipulate someone who has been reborn in a post-apocalyptic reality? What an absurdity. Lin Feng, Chen Jichao, Chen Liang, spare me your nagging. I understand your intentions. If you truly cared, you would organize property management personnel to procure fireplaces for everyone. Otherwise, are we to squander our money? Kailing, indeed. To squander money is to feed it to dogs, and even dogs can wag their tails. Brother Lin Feng, I support you. Chen Jichao and Chen Liang, upon reading the messages in the group, felt their anger boiling over. As the other homeowners in the group observed the confrontation with detached amusement, some began to approach Lin Feng once the commotion subsided. Zhou Heibiao addressed Lin Feng, expressing his willingness to purchase Lin Feng's property at double the price. Lin Feng retorted, asserting that even at 10 times the price, he would not entertain the offer. Zhou Heibiao, with an air of threat, remarked that, as Manager Chun had advised, Lin Feng should respect his elders and cherish the young, implying that he could leverage his connections to have Lin Feng dismissed from his position in the state-owned enterprise where he worked. Lin Feng, undeterred, challenged Zhou Heibiao to call his superior and demonstrate his influence. Zhou Heibiao ominously warned him to be cautious and secure his doors. After ending the call, Lin Feng realized that Zhou Heibiao would not relent easily. This time, however, he resolved to employ a more subtle approach rather than direct confrontation. The intimidation offered by a silenced weapon far surpassed that of a bow and arrow, and he still had some ammunition left. Having received an additional 10 bullets from Chun Xie recently, Brother Lin Feng, came the voice of Kai Ling from next door. You shouldn't speak up in the group, otherwise they will target you, Lin Feng cautioned with a smile. Don't worry, Brother Lin Feng, we possess the strength to protect ourselves, Kai Ling replied cheerfully. Lin Feng advised her to be careful before returning to the living room. Shortly thereafter, Ding Meiling called, inviting Lin Feng to take refuge at her home. Lin Feng reassured her that he had his own methods of dealing with the situation. In a room on the first floor sat Zhou Heibiao, a formidable man with a fierce gaze, exuding a menacing aura. Darling, I want to stay in the fireplace room, a tall, attractive woman said sweetly. Clad in down jackets that revealed only her exquisitely delicate face, she was Zhou Heibiao's mistress, Miao Lina. Rest assured, my dear, I will fulfill your wish. Zhou Heibiao replied with fervor, noting that he had been deprived of intimacy lately due to the frigid weather. The prospect of entering Lin Feng's room was enticing to him. Then hurry up, Miao Zuelan urged playfully. I've sent someone to gather intelligence. There's definitely something fishy about this. Chen Jichao wouldn't have divulged this information without ulterior motives, Zhou Heibiao stated. Just then, a man entered to report, Boss. I've gathered information. The door to room 1601 is extremely sturdy, and they possess a crossbow. Chen Jichao once led an attack, but was shot in the process. No wonder he announced this in the group. Indeed, he possesses a crossbow. Bring me a detonator from the explosive stash. Remember, it needs to be a small one. We will simply blow the door open, Zhou Heibiao smirked. But what if we damage the property? Miao Lina protested. If it gets damaged, I can easily have a new door installed. I have workers at my disposal, Zhou Heibiao replied with a chilling grin. Miao Lina's eyes sparkled at the thought of spending the night in room 1601. Chapter 38. Transferring ownership? Wait for the real estate bureau to open. The envy for Lin Feng's fireplace was not solely held by Zhou Heibiao. Figures like Zhou Long, Zhou Feng, and Miao Zuelan were equally captivated when they encountered this news, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Lin Feng, that scoundrel, has actually installed a fireplace in his home? Miao Zuelan exclaimed bitterly. What a heartless creature, to not invite me over. After a night spent shivering under the covers, Miao Zuelan felt the chill penetrating her bones, even with multiple blankets. Now, upon hearing about the fireplace at Lin Feng's residence, she could not contain her outrage, cursing him for his lack of conscience. How can this selfish person be so heartless, allowing us to suffer? Zhou Long also emerged from his cocoon of blankets, angrily shouting. Don't worry, brother and sister. Since he has installed a fireplace, we must move in, Zhou Feng declared, biting her pink lip. At worst, I could remarry him. But does he deserve it? Sister, you must resolutely avoid remarrying such a self-serving and unfeeling man, Zhou Long retorted vehemently. Moreover, that house originally belonged to me. The divorce agreement stipulates that the property is to be transferred to me. Miao Zuelan and Zhou Feng slapped their thighs in realization, nearly forgetting this detail. According to the divorce agreement, the house indeed belonged to Zhou Long. In other words, it was Zhou Long's property. Let South directly drive him out and allow him to freeze outside. That wretched scoundrel has caused me so much unnecessary suffering, Miao Zuelan declared viciously. I will call him now and demand he vacate immediately. Zhou Long picked up his phone, preparing to call Lin Feng, envisioning the bliss of residing in a room at a delightful 26 degrees. He thought to himself that his wounds would heal quickly, and he could invite his fiancée, Ding Meiling, to room 1601 to explore various delights together. Zhou Long dialed Lin Feng's number, and soon Lin Feng's voice came through the line. Who is this? Lin Feng, it's Zhou Long. You need to vacate room 1601 immediately. Zhou Long's tone was assertive and commanding. Zhou Long, are you out of your mind? Why should I move out? Lin Feng questioned, bewildered by Zhou Long's demand. Lin Feng, that is my house. According to the divorce agreement between you and my sister, the property rights belong to me, hence I am instructing you to leave. Zhou Long stated seriously. Oh, it's still not time for the property transfer. And to do that, we must go to the real estate bureau. You should call them and find out when they are open, Lin Feng replied calmly. Once the bureau opens, we can complete the transfer, and only then will you have any rights to this property. Zhou Long was momentarily at a loss for words. In this dreadful weather, Will the real estate bureau even be open? Who knows if those workers can even get out? Even if they do, whether their computers will function is another matter. Lin Feng's response left Zhou Long speechless. I don't care about that. You must move out, Zhou Long said coldly. Otherwise, you can forget about ever remarrying my sister. Remarry? Lin Feng was taken aback, perplexed by the family's misplaced confidence that he would ever wish to remarry Zhou Feng. If you move out quietly, my sister might consider remarrying you. Zhou Long once again wielded his trump card. However, before he could finish, Lin Feng had already hung up the phone. When will he move out? Miao Zuelan inquired anxiously from under her covers. Zhou Feng looked at Zhou Long with hopeful anticipation, dreaming of the warmth of a cozy environment. He refused to move out, claiming he would transfer the property to me when the real estate office resumed operations, at which point I would obtain the rights to handle the property. Zhou Long cursed, exclaiming that this ungrateful wretch was intentionally making us suffer. It truly infuriated me. Miao Zuelan, upon hearing this, erupted in a tirade, calling him heartless and ungrateful. I will confront him, she declared. Zhou Feng was equally enraged. Believing that Lin Feng had gone too far, she bundled herself up and made her way to 1601, struggling due to the power outage and the inoperable elevator. Upon encountering Lin Feng, Zhou Feng boldly took a brick and smashed it against the door. When there was no response from within, she frantically continued her assault. Lin Feng, observing through the security camera, noticed a figure swathed in a thick coat. Lin Feng, come out. This is my brother's house. How dare you occupy it? Zhou Feng shouted angrily. Do you have no shame? Recognizing her voice, Lin Feng chuckled. Zhou Feng, it is not yet time for the property transfer. I am still the rightful owner. When the time comes, you can approach the staff at the real estate office for assistance with the transfer. Taken aback, Zhou Feng retorted coldly. I can offer you money if you move out now, and we can handle the transfer when the office opens. Lin Feng scoffed. Zhou Feng, are you foolish or am I? I'll tell you, we must follow the law. As long as the property is not transferred, it remains mine. Now leave. Can we at least move in? We'll pay you rent, 10,000 a month, Zhou Feng suggested, contemplating that once inside, she would find a way to oust Lin Feng. I'm afraid I'm used to living alone, Lin Feng replied. Zhou Feng's fury ignited. Lin Feng, how can you be so heartless? Due to the extreme cold, my brother's condition is worsening. He is my brother, and also yours. Not to mention, our mother is ill from the cold. She was once your mother too. That is all in the past. We are divorced, so it no longer matters. Lin Feng retorted with a cold laugh, immediately indulging in a hot spring bath. Open the door. You heartless, cruel man, Zhou Feng cried, relentlessly hammering on Lin Feng's door with the brick. But Lin Feng paid her no mind, leaving Zhou Feng with no choice but to return home. Sis, did he agree to move out? Zhou Long asked anxiously. Fenger, did you agree to remarry? You must not. Marrying Ji Chao would be 1,000 times better than him. Miao Zuelan complained, slapping the bed in frustration. Zhou Feng replied, this man is utterly cold-blooded. He refuses to leave and won't let us stay either. I swear I'll deal with him. Zhou Long gritted his teeth in anger. That beast is truly a cold-hearted creature. Miao Zuelan fumed, contemplating fetching a knife from the kitchen to confront Lin Feng. If all else fails, we must find a way to enter his room, Zhou Feng contemplated. Sis, what can we do? Zhou Long inquired. We must collaborate with Ji Chao. The property management has a generator and high-pressure cutting tools. We'll cut through his wall when the time comes, Zhou Feng said with a chilling expression. I will contact Ji Chao right now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long smirked and said, we still have chili peppers at home. When the time comes, we shall burn them in the room to force him out. Once he emerges, I will personally castrate him, allowing him to experience my suffering. Soon, Zhou Long contacted Ji Chao and relayed their plan, which earned him several thumbs up from Ji Chao. However, Ji Chao suggested that Zhou Heibiao should make the first move before proceeding. The Zhou family thus temporarily ceased their actions. As night fell, Lin Feng received a message from Air Pao. It turned out that Air Pao's front door faced the stairwell, and he had volunteered to keep watch for any incoming individuals. Brother Feng, I've spotted the target. Zhou Heibiao has come with a dozen men, Air Pao reported. This group has finally succumbed to their impatience, Lin Feng remarked. They were never good people. Their hands are stained with blood, Air Pao added. Thank you, Air Pao, Lin Feng replied. No need for thanks, Brother Feng. It is you who has drawn the fire and allowed me to prepare in advance, Air Pao responded graciously. Lin Feng set down his phone and approached the door. Peering through the crack, he saw a man clad in down from the Maple Leaf Nation, thoroughly bundled up. The men behind him were similarly attired, with Zhou Heibiao at the forefront. Chapter 39. Zhou Heibiao approaches with explosives. Directly a shot Zhou Heibiao and his men moved silently. Upon reaching Lin Feng's doorstep, he instructed one of his men to place an explosive device down. He knocked on Lin Feng's door. Who is it? Lin Feng called from behind the door. Brother, it's Zhou Heibiao. Could you open the door? Let us have a good chat. Zhou Heibiao replied with a sinister smile, as he wished to avoid detonating the explosive, which was rather tricky. One used mint, one less. Oh, it's you, Mr. Zhou. I assume this is about the fireplace. If so, there is nothing to discuss. Lin Feng retorted coldly. Brother, since you are a guest, and I've come alone, can't you at least let me in for a moment? Zhou Heibiao chuckled, saying, Rest assured, I won't force you. At this point, Zhou Heibiao signaled for his men to step aside. His subordinates, upon seeing their leader's gesture, quickly sought refuge in hidden spots. Lin Feng scoffed, Zhou Heibiao, do you think I'm a fool? Your men are lurking nearby, aren't they? Enough of the chatter. Reveal your tricks. Brother, it seems you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty, Zhou Heibiao replied with a cold expression. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhou Heibiao then turned to leave, preparing to instruct his men to detonate the explosives. Lin Feng stood at the door, a cold smile on his face. He could clearly see through the surveillance that Zhou Heibiao was about to trigger the explosive. Before long, Lin Feng observed Zhou Heibiao directing someone to activate the explosive. The worker, trembling and removing his gloves, carefully took out a battery and then pulled out 2 wires. The moment these wires came into contact, they would ignite the explosive. Naturally, Lin Feng would not allow this to succeed, but aiming through the door's gap was impossible. Thus, he quietly opened the door. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as Lin Feng, wielding a silenced firearm, fired a shot, striking the worker in the shoulder. Ah! The lineman emitted a chilling cry, blood streaming from his arm, as the force of the gun's impact sent him sprawling to the ground. Zhou Heibiao and his subordinates turned pale, realizing their adversary was armed. However, upon seeing Lin Feng standing at the doorway, Zhou Heibiao's expression morphed into that of a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. He cursed, he has emerged. Everyone, attack. Let us see how many bullets he possesses. Whoever breaches his door will be rewarded 5 million. Hurry, do not allow him the chance to close it. Upon hearing Zhou Heibiao's enticing reward, his men surged toward Lin Feng, racing like sprinters. Lin Feng concealed his silenced pistol within his space, and, in the next moment, a steel rod appeared in his hand. The recent enhancement of his spatial abilities had significantly amplified his strength, making the force of the steel rod formidable. With a resounding clang, he approached and struck the foremost assailant, breaking his arm. He swiftly followed with another blow, this time landing on another man's temple. The 2 men, one with a shattered arm and the other with a fractured skull, cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Lin Feng continued his assault, delivering successive blows to the thighs of the remaining attackers, who howled in pain as they fell. Simultaneously, several crossbow bolts flew from the entrance, piercing their thighs and abdomens. Within mere moments, all of Zhou Heibiao's men lay on the ground, moaning in distress. Zhou Heibiao, his face drained of color, was taken aback by Lin Feng's prowess and hastily abandoned his companions in flight. As Lin Feng approached the elevator, he spotted Zhou Heibiao fleeing and drew his silenced pistol. Bang! A bullet shot forth, striking Zhou Heibiao in the shoulder. He let out a piercing scream as blood flowed. Yet remarkably, he remained on his feet, frantically racing down the stairs. My aim is woeful, Lin Feng lamented, having intended to shoot Zhou Heibiao in the head, but instead hitting his shoulder. Nonetheless, Lin Feng chose not to pursue him. He was underdressed for a chase and feared that lingering too long away from his stronghold might invite unwanted intrusions. On the 16th floor, there resided 4 households, his own, that of Heir Pang, and 2 others with whom they had little connection. Returning to the stairwell, Lin Feng dismissed the plight of Zhou Heibiao's injured subordinates, who were either nursing broken arms or legs, or had bolts embedded in their bodies. Survival in this post-apocalyptic world would be exceedingly difficult for them. This is quite perilous, Lin Feng thought, furrowing his brow at the explosives at the entrance. Should Zhou Heibiao attempt to detonate the wall while he slept, it could indeed create a breach, leading to significant trouble. He carefully stowed the explosives in his space and, upon returning home, began devising a strategy for the forthcoming challenges. The explosives incident had become a source of concern for him. At that moment, Heir Pang messaged him. Brother Feng, you are magnificent. Your combat prowess is off the charts. Kai Ling chimed in. Lin Feng brother, you are incredible, truly remarkable. Lin Feng replied, you both be cautious. Heir Pang, come out soon to assist me in setting up barbed wire and electric fences at the entrances of our homes. In this building of 16 floors, there are 4 households, 1 on the east, 1 on the west, and 2 in between. Lin Feng's family occupies the eastern unit, while Heir Pang's family resides in the central unit close to Lin Feng's, directly across from the elevator and stairs. Consequently, they can strategically arrange a wire mesh in the corridor. Received, Brother Feng, Heir Pang replied. Lin Feng promptly retrieved materials from his space, including wire mesh, a battery, electrical wires, a drill, and screws. Heir Pang and Kai Ling emerged to assist him, and soon the 3 of them had set up a 3-layer wire mesh in the hallway, equipped with an alarm system that would activate in the event of a power outage, allowing Lin Feng to respond swiftly. After completing this task, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom and messaged Ding Meiling, informing her to notify him upon her arrival to avoid any unexpected encounters. Received, Mr. Lin. Additionally, I have a matter I would like your input on, Ding Meiling replied. What is it? Lin Feng inquired. I would like my aunt to stay at my house. She is a urologist at our hospital. Lin Feng paused, momentarily taken aback. Then after a brief silence, he advised, I do not recommend it. In these dire times, humanity is tested to its limits. When resources become scarce, anything can occur. However, if Ding Meiling insists, I shall not stand in her way. After all, she is merely a means for me to take revenge on Zhou Long and his family, and excessive interference would not benefit anyone. After a moment of silence, Ding Meiling acknowledged, I understand. Also, continue to monitor Zhou Long and Zhou Feng's movements. We must keep an eye on any potential threats. I fell victim to Zhou Feng in my previous life, and I cannot afford to repeat that mistake. Rest assured, I have been in constant communication with Zhou Long. Ding Meiling assured him. Good. Chapter 40. The mother-in-law takes action. Few have witnessed Zhou Heibiao causing trouble for Lin Feng, as each household has tightly shut their windows and doors to stave off the cold. However, the window of Zhou Long's home remained ajar, with Miao Zuolan peering out to observe the stairwell, intent on watching Zhou Heibiao. Zhou Heibiao is going downstairs, but he is alone, Miao Zuolan reported. Wasn't he accompanied by so many subordinates? Zhou Feng questioned, puzzled. It seems Lin Feng's little beast has outsmarted him. After all, that little beast controls the crossbow. Miao Zuolan cursed. How did I not notice his insidious nature before? I have always said he is not a good person. When I married, I asked him to transfer the property to me, and he dawdled. Zhou Long scoffed from his bed. Then, at midnight, Chun Liang and I will take action with a few others, Zhou Feng declared, her eyes gleaming with malice. This time, we must seize room 1601. That would be splendid. Are we well prepared? Miao Zuolan asked eagerly, trembling with excitement at the thought of soon occupying room 1601. We are well prepared, Zhou Feng confirmed. We will commence from room 1501, which we have verified also belongs to Lin Feng. What? Another property belonging to that beast? Miao Zuolan and Zhou Long exclaimed, cursing Lin Feng, who surprisingly possessed yet another residence. This information was obtained from the property records, Jichao revealed. Zhou Feng spoke in a low voice. So this room is unoccupied. We can act directly from below. It was simply splendid. If it weren't for my injuries, I would have plunged a butcher's knife into his heart and killed him on the spot. Zhou Long retorted fiercely, reflecting on his own wounds. Zhou Long was filled with resentment, believing that Lin Feng bore 99 of the blame for his predicament. Additionally, inform Mei Ling that we shall visit her residence tonight to place the generator there, so as not to disturb Lin Feng with its noise, Zhou Feng instructed Zhou Long. Understood. I shall notify my wife immediately, Zhou Long replied excitedly, promptly sending a message to Ding Mei Ling, requesting her to open the door at midnight. Brother, once we seize room 1601, your recovery will be expedited, and you can enter the bridal chamber with Mei Ling, Zhou Feng remarked with a smile. It will also ensure a legacy for the Zhou family. That is imperative. Mei Ling's reliance on me has deepened during this phase. She often seeks my company and is genuinely concerned for you, Zhou Long said, displaying a proud smile. My son is truly remarkable, a dragon among men. Miao Zuolan added with pride. Once you seize room 1601, you must provide me with a grandson. I long to embrace my grandchild. The trio exchanged laughter and dreams of a blissful life after occupying room 1601. In the dead of night, Lin Feng's phone rang, rousing him from slumber. He groggily noticed a flurry of messages, all from Ding Mei Ling. Ding Mei Ling. Mr. Lin, wake up. Lin Feng, what is it? Ding Mei Ling. There's news. They plan to act tonight, using my room as a stronghold. Lin Feng was taken aback. Why use your room as a base? Ding Mei Ling. Zhou Long mentioned they would employ a generator, concerned it might awaken you. Lin Feng's astonishment deepened at the revelation that Zhou Feng's family had procured a generator. It was unlikely they owned one. The generator was likely the property of the management. What would they power with it? A power drill? That seemed implausible, as the noise from a drill far surpassed that of a generator. Could it be a high-pressure water cutter? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. The noise generated by a high-pressure water cutter was minimal, posing a negligible risk of disturbing a deep sleeper. Moreover, placing the generator in Ding Mei Ling's home would significantly reduce noise levels, coupled with the existing clamor from other generators in the building, as some residents possessed small generators. Lin Feng realized, I understand now. You must proceed with caution. Ding Mei Ling, understood. Lin Feng then donned his clothing, resolute in thwarting the adversary's scheme and delivering a substantial blow to them. However, there was no time to set up an electric grid in room 1501. With that in mind, Lin Feng quietly opened the door and left room 1601, descending to the lower level. Upon entering room 1501, Lin Feng was astonished to find it was not as cold as he had envisioned. He spat onto the floor, and the saliva did not freeze immediately. He reached toward the ceiling, feeling warm air emanating from above. Soon, Lin Feng deduced the reason behind the warmth he felt. It must have been the fireplace upstairs, conducting heat down to the lower levels. Since the area below was not frozen, he decided to prepare a rather unpleasant surprise for his guests. A mischievous smile crept across his lips as he contemplated the situation. He made his way to the bathroom, which still housed several basins. When he originally purchased the apartment, time had been of the essence, and he had not had the chance to clean, leaving behind some refuse. Without hesitation, he relieved himself into one of the larger basins, subsequently pouring bottled water into it, causing a foul odor to waft through the air, prompting him to pinch his nose. After completing his grim task, Lin Feng concealed himself in the shadows, patiently awaiting the arrival of his unwelcome visitors. As time passed, just before midnight, 6 figures, bundled tightly against the chill, appeared on the 15th floor. Among them were Zhou Feng, Miao Zuolan, Chun Liang, and others. Zhou Feng had initially been reluctant to allow Miao Zuolan to join, yet Miao Zuolan insisted on witnessing Lin Feng's downfall for herself. She was eager to move into room 1601, envisioning a warm bath and a restful slumber thereafter. The group stealthily approached Ding Miling's front door. Miao Zuolan stepped forward and knocked. "Who is it?" Ding Miling inquired. "Miling, it's your mother-in-law," Miao Zuolan replied softly. "Hurry up and open the door." Upon hearing this, Ding Miling unlocked the door, allowing Miao Zuolan to enter, who began searching the room, her eyes landing on Ding Miling's plush rabbit pajamas. She had not found them during Zhou Feng's previous visit and was determined to take them this time. "Mother, let us not waste any time. We must hurry," Zhou Feng urged. "I know," Miao Zuolan replied, swiftly snatching a pair of Ding Miling's snow-cotton slippers and cradling them in her arms. Ding Miling glared at her, seething with anger but too intimidated to speak out. Meanwhile, Chun Liang and 2 others were busy calibrating the generator, which soon roared to life. Shortly after, another pair of individuals arrived, hauling a large iron pot to the entrance of room 1501. The pot was filled with snow, resting atop a bed of coal. As the coal ignited, the snow began to melt, and Chun Liang prepared to connect a high-pressure cutting water gun. With a loud hiss, the high-pressure water cutter sprang to action, spraying directly at the door of 1501, yet the door remained impervious. "What is going on? Is this some sort of fake high-pressure cutter?" Zhou Feng and Miao Zuolan exclaimed. "Something is amiss. This door seems to be made of titanium alloy. Our cutter is designed for stone. It may not be effective on titanium," Chun Liang explained. "You are being foolish. Just cut through the wall instead," Miao Zuolan suggested, pointing to the adjacent wall. "As long as we can create a hole large enough for a person to fit through, that will suffice." Zhou Feng and the others echoed her sentiment. Following their advice, Chun Liang aimed the high-pressure cutter at the wall beside the door. To their delight, cracks began to form in the wall at a visible pace, and Zhou Feng and Miao Zuolan wore expressions of excitement as they envisioned their imminent residency in room 1601. Before long, a hole the size of a large pot was carved out, and Chun Liang's subordinates carefully removed the section of the wall, revealing an opening just large enough for an adult to squeeze through, accompanied by a rush of warm air escaping from within. "What an impressive fireplace. Hot air is actually emanating from within," exclaimed Chun Liang with excitement. "What? Hot air? I shall take the lead and enter first," Miao Zuolan responded joyfully, unable to endure the cold any longer. "Mother, let them go in first," Zhou Feng whispered, tugging at Miao Zuolan's sleeve, wary of potential dangers within. "Ah, Zhou Feng, we cannot solely rely on Chun Liang and the others to do the work. We must contribute as well. Thus, I will venture in first to ascertain whether there is any peril," Miao Zuolan declared, positioning herself at the entrance of the cave. After some contemplation, Zhou Feng acquiesced to her mother's insistence, reasoning that room 1501 had been vacant for some time, rendering it unlikely that any threats lurked inside. Meanwhile, Chun Liang and the others exchanged disdainful glances, recognizing that the old woman seemed intent on enjoying the warmth first. However, they refrained from contesting her, aware that Zhou Feng, her daughter, had a connection to their property manager, and sensing that Miao Zuolan was not one to provoke lightly, they feared the ramifications of any confrontation in the corridor. "Wait here. I shall inspect for any dangers inside. If all is well, I will signal for you to enter," Miao Zuolan announced, and upon seeing no objections, she bent down and crawled into the cave. Inside the room, Qin Feng overheard the conversation, surprised that Miao Zuolan, his former mother-in-law, had taken the initiative to lead the charge. A wicked smile crept onto his face as he approached the cave, and indeed, he could faintly discern Miao Zuolan's head peeking in from the darkness. "This place is positively steamy. The quarters of that useless son-in-law above must be even better. I must seize that worthless son-in-law's residence," Miao Zuolan mused, feeling the warmth and silently vowing to claim what she desired. "You may express your wish to me. Why sneak around?" Just then, a voice reached Miao Zuolan's ears, Qin Feng's. Initially doubting her senses, She soon realized this was no illusion, for a man stood before her, holding a large basin, and a foul odor permeated the air. You wretched fool. Miao Zuelan recognized the shadowy figure as Qin Feng, former mother-in-law. I have awaited your presence for quite some time, Qin Feng remarked with a sardonic smile. What are you up to? Miao Zuelan sensed something was amiss in his tone. I wish to present you with a grand gift, Qin Feng replied cheerfully, and without warning, he thrust the basin onto her head. Ah! Miao Zuelan screamed in horror. Her lifelong obsession with cleanliness and aversion to filth now shattered. Ugh! She retched violently, expelling bile in her distress. Outside, Zhou Feng, Chun Liang, and the others stood dumbfounded, faintly hearing voices from within the room, indicating someone lay in wait for them. They then witnessed Miao Zuelan's figure emerging from the cave, followed by a wave of unbearable stench that nearly caused Zhou Feng and Chun Liang to vomit. You useless fool. Qin Feng is inside. Rush in and deal with him. Miao Zuelan shouted furiously. He is in there. Chun Liang and Zhou Feng exchanged looks of determination. Now was the moment to confront Qin Feng. Go. With a swift motion, Chun Liang signaled one of his subordinates to rush into the cave. However, as the individual entered the darkness, Lin Feng struck. He held a crossbow, and with a whoosh, a bolt shot forth, piercing the shoulder of the security guard. A cry of pain escaped the guard's lips as he staggered back, clutching his wound in agony. Chun Liang, do not let anyone breach the entrance. Just hold your ground, and create several openings from different directions, then send multiple waves of attack against him, Zhou Feng urged frantically. I will kill him. Hurry, Chun Liang. Miao Zuelan seethed with fury, brandishing a kitchen knife, her desire to dismember Lin Feng palpable. Sensing the foul stench emanating from Miao Zuelan, Chun Liang hastily picked up a water gun and began creating openings in the nearby wall, just as Zhou Feng had suggested. A multi-directional assault was essential to utterly vanquish Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, was determined not to let Chun Liang continue his work. The longer the delay, the more unfavorable it became for him, as reinforcements from the property management were surely on their way. He retrieved a steel pipe from his surroundings and approached the door, opening it with a sudden motion. To Zhou Feng, Miao Zuelan, and the guard's astonishment, Lin Feng had voluntarily opened the door. I will slay you, you worthless wretch. Miao Zuelan, reeking of odor, charged forward with her knife. You are truly repugnant, Miao Zuelan, Lin Feng exclaimed, pinching his nose as he dodged her. He then delivered a powerful kick to her waist, sending her crashing to the ground. Kill him, Chun Liang shouted, brandishing the high-pressure water gun as 4 guards lunged towards Lin Feng, resolute in their mission to eliminate him and seize his quarters. With a fierce blast, the high-pressure water gun unleashed a torrent aimed directly at Lin Feng. The guards, not to be outdone, hurled bricks at him with ferocity. Damn it, Lin Feng cursed, realizing he could not underestimate the guards, particularly in a situation where their numbers posed a significant threat. He swiftly evaded both the water blast and the incoming bricks, swinging the steel pipe with precision. The pipe struck Chun Liang squarely in the face with a resounding thud. Ah! Chun Liang howled in pain, dropping the water gun as he crumpled to the ground. I will kill him. Miao Zuelan, now furious, rose from the floor, intent on attacking Lin Feng with her knife. We must flee, Zhou Feng exclaimed, noticing Chun Liang, bloodied and moaning in agony, and she hurriedly pulled Miao Zuelan away in a bid to escape. Miao Zuelan hesitated, but upon seeing Chun Liang's bloodied visage, she stepped back in fright and joined Zhou Feng in their retreat. Think you can escape? Lin Feng spotted a nearby stainless steel toilet bowl and hurled it through the air. It landed squarely on Zhou Feng's head, with remnants of filth splattering down upon her. Overcome with nausea, she was still dragged away by Miao Zuelan into a nearby stairwell. The 4 security guards were not so fortunate. Their attempts to strike Lin Feng with bricks were futile as he deftly evaded them. In his hands, a steel pipe materialized once more, and he unleashed a relentless barrage of blows upon their legs and arms. Their limbs were shattered into fragments, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. Pursuing them to the staircase, Lin Feng discerned through the shadows that Miao Zuelan and Zhou Feng had vanished without a trace. This time, you have escaped unscathed, he muttered to himself. Returning to the corridor, he deactivated the high-pressure water cutter and stored it away. He then retrieved a wooden stick, methodically rendering Chun Liang and the others unconscious with a series of strikes, before stripping them of their outer garments. Injured and stripped, they would now await their grim fate in the frigid apocalypse. Once he had dealt with these matters, Lin Feng arrived at Ding Miling's doorstep. Mr. Lin, you are truly remarkable, she remarked, having watched the fierce battle unfold from her doorway, her relief evident upon his victory. How do you find my combat prowess? Lin Feng asked with a cheerful grin. Ding Miling remained silent for a moment, her enchanting gaze fixed on him before she stated, Mr. Lin, let us speak plainly. Mr. Lin, I have come to realize that I have developed feelings for you. What should I do? As she confessed, her cheeks flushed crimson. The man before her was irresistibly captivating, and she feared that if she hesitated, another woman might seize him away. What to do? Come, let us go to my home, Lin Feng declared, seizing her wrist. Ding Meiling blushed deeply, yet joyfully followed him upstairs. Brother Feng, are you all right? Er Pang inquired from the doorway. I'm fine. But I need you to set up an electric fence immediately, Lin Feng replied, believing it necessary to secure the area around room 1501 with electricity. Absolutely. Er Pang nodded in agreement. Lin Feng then returned to his room, closed the door, and, with Er Pang's assistance, installed an extensive electric fence around the walls and entrance of room 1501. After completing this task, he returned upstairs to enjoy a romantic bath with Ding Meiling. Meanwhile, Miao Zuelan and Zhou Fong were not so fortunate. Upon returning to the second floor, they were assaulted by a foul odor. How putrid! Zhou Long exclaimed, pinching his nose while lying beneath the covers. The two women felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, particularly Miao Zuelan, who wished for nothing more than to disappear into the floor. Has Lin Feng been killed? When will we enter room 1601? Zhou Long asked in panic. Do not speak of it. Miao Zuelan snapped, her anger boiling over. Let us not discuss it, but I warn you, if that stench does not dissipate. Do not come near my bed, Zhou Long cautioned. With no other options, Zhou Fong and Miao Zuelan resorted to igniting some summer clothing in the kitchen to melt snow into water, washing their heads in a desperate attempt to cleanse themselves. Yet, despite their efforts, the foul odor lingered, nearly causing them to retch once more. Chapter 42. A calculated scheme against the mother-in-law's family the following morning. Ding Meiling collapsed onto Lin Feng's bed, the sheets stained with vibrant red blood, resembling a blooming rose. Lin Feng gazed at the sanguine patch with a sense of surprise. Mr. Lin, I am utterly exhausted. Are you a beast? Ding Meiling lamented, sprawled across the bed, feeling that the man before her displayed no tenderness. Having overwhelmed her throughout the night, I once believed that you and Zhou Long had already come to terms with Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, what are you contemplating? We are only engaged, Ding Meiling said, blushing with indignation as she playfully struck Lin Feng's chest. She yearned to sleep at Lin Feng's residence, for it was exceedingly warm. However, Lin Feng would not permit her to stay there. Smiling, Lin Feng gently touched Ding Meiling's forehead and remarked, Yesterday, you mentioned wanting your aunt to reside with you. Correct? His room had faced numerous assaults from adversaries, and it seemed only fitting to retaliate. He recalled that Ding Meiling's aunt was a urologist. Yes. I have yet to respond to her, Ding Meiling nodded. Qin Feng chuckled. In that case, I have an attic upstairs that I can tidy up for you to stay in, allowing your aunt to occupy your room. Mr. Lin, really? Ding Meiling exclaimed. Her joy immeasurable. As long as she could be near Lin Feng, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. However, I will need your aunt's assistance, Lin Feng stated plainly. What kind of assistance, Mr. Lin? But she is a urologist, and you appear to be in excellent health. Much stronger than the data reported in the news. Ding Meiling said with suspicion, having experienced Lin Feng's formidable prowess firsthand the previous night. Lin Feng chuckled. Zhou Long was castrated in Rueli. What? Zhou Long was castrated in Rueli? Why was I not aware of this? Moreover, he has been messaging recently, boasting of his strength. Ding Meiling could not help but interject. Lin Feng smirked coldly, realizing that Zhou Long was concerned about Ding Meiling's potential disdain for him. I understand now. He feared I would look down upon him, which is why he concealed this matter, Ding Meiling quickly deduced. Nonetheless, that issue was resolved, and he was reattached, Lin Feng continued, and since your aunt is a urologist, I intend to have her perform another surgery on Zhou Long brother-in-law. Do you mean to instill complete despair in him? Ding Meiling bit her pink lip. Precisely. Your aunt is a urologist. I want her to seize the opportunity to once more castrate Zhou Long. Lin Feng grinned, intending to plunge Zhou Long into utter hopelessness. I will consult my aunt, Ding Meiling agreed. Engage her in a thorough discussion. I believe she is an intelligent woman, Lin Feng said, playfully patting Ding Meiling's backside. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she donned her nightclothes and stepped onto the balcony to contact her aunt. After a brief conversation, she hung up. Mr. Lin, my aunt has agreed to this arrangement, Ding Meiling explained. However, she hopes that when Zhou Long's family comes seeking trouble, you will assist her. Lin Feng laughed heartily. That is not an issue. Those who aid me are my friends, and I shall not treat my friends poorly. Is Zhou Long acquainted with your aunt? My aunt does not know Zhou Long. She is quite busy and did not even attend my engagement ceremony, Ding Meiling clarified. Her only concern is that Zhou Long is not inflamed, making it difficult to find an opportunity to act. He is inflamed, Lin Feng scoffed. Having heard Zhou Long's cries of anguish from the 16th floor multiple times, such circumstances assuredly indicated inflammation. I will relay this information to my aunt, Ding Meiling nodded. Let us first have her fish in the group. If they do not take the bait, I shall devise another plan, Lin Feng laughed. He was resolute in his intention to bring misfortune upon Zhou Long. Lin Feng was fully aware that Zhou Long would undoubtedly take the bait. Such a procedure could not possibly be remedied with a mere visit to the hospital. and the roads leading to the hospital had long been rendered impassable by heavy snowfall. Furthermore, the hospital was devoid of staff. As soon as Ding Miling's aunt revealed her identity in the group chat, Zhou Long's family would certainly come knocking at the door. Ding Miling's aunt, Li Guilin, was a professor in the Department of Urology at Jiangnan Medical University, typically stationed in Jiang City, and was also the owner of manhwa in Jiang City, residing on the first floor. The past few days had left an indelible mark on Li Guilin's memory. Having entered middle age, her immune system was no match for that of the younger generation, and she fell ill on the day when the temperature plummeted. Fortunately, as a physician, her home was stocked with various medications, allowing her to navigate through the crisis thus far. However, with the onset of a power outage, she found herself in dire straits. Just as she was grappling with her predicament, her niece Ding Miling called to inform her that she could secure a room with a fireplace for her. This news was akin to a lifeline, and she vowed to seize it with both hands. Thus, when Ding Miling instructed her to carry out a certain task, without a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced and devised a strategy. Li Guilin altered her group profile to read Urology Professor Li Guilin and began sending messages in the chat to lure in potential victims. Urology Professor Li Guilin. The weather is exceedingly cold, and I have exhausted my food supply. If anyone has a box of instant noodles, I would be willing to perform a free surgery for them, or perhaps even arrange for other surgeries at no cost. There was almost no response in the homeowners group, as many members had run out of battery on their phones in recent days. Even if they had power, they would be reluctant to agree to her offer, as many were facing their own food shortages. The relentless snowfall made it impossible to venture out to purchase food, and even if one were fortunate enough to do so, there was no one selling provisions. Nevertheless, Li Guilin remained unperturbed, for her sights were set squarely on Zhou Long's family. From Lin Feng, she had gleaned some insights into Zhou Long's situation and surmised that he must be suffering greatly. Under such weather conditions, healing from wounds would be exceedingly difficult, especially for injuries to the lower body, which would be tenfold more challenging to recover from. The lower body, being an outlet for waste, was prone to infection and swelling, and Zhou Long would surely seek her out at the first glimmer of hope. Indeed, half an hour after her message was sent, someone added her as a friend. Upon inspection, Li Guilin discovered that the individual was a woman named Tian Suolan. They promptly accepted each other as requests. Tian Suolan. Hello, Dr. Li. I have instant noodles. But may I ask about your surgical skills? Li Guilin, upon reading the message, replied, You may verify my credentials on the official website of Jiangnan Medical University Affiliated Hospital. Additionally, here's a photo of my work ID. In a matter of moments, Li Guilin sent a photograph of her work ID, followed by her identification card. Tian Suolan immediately logged onto the official website of Jiangnan Medical University Affiliated Hospital, her excitement palpable upon discovering the profile of a Professor Li Guilin, renowned for her exceptional surgical skills and serving as the head of her department. Without delay, Tian Suolan messaged Li Guilin, requesting her presence at their home that very morning. Li Guilin promptly indicated that she would need to prepare medications and could only arrive in the afternoon, urging Tian Suolan to have the instant noodles ready. I am truly quite astute. Miao Suolan set down her phone and leaned closer to Zhou Long, her voice brimming with excitement. My son, I've found you a remarkable doctor. An exceptional one indeed. She will soon alleviate your suffering. Mom, is she reliable? Zhou Long, curled up in his blankets, replied. Don't come near me. You smell terrible. You wretched child, I am doing this for your sake. Miao Suolan retorted. Who exactly have you found? Zhou Feng inquired. A professor from the urology department at the Jiangnan Medical University Affiliated Hospital. She has run out of supplies and is in need of a box of instant noodles. So I struck a deal with her, Miao Suolan explained with a smile. Could it be a scam? Would a professor really perform surgery for a box of instant noodles? Zhou Long and Zhou Feng exchanged doubtful glances. Nowadays, it's impossible to even buy groceries, and many people do not stockpile food. Without sustenance, one could starve. And professors are human too. She cannot expect the hospital to provide her meals, Miao Suolan scoffed. Indeed, with food in short supply, we don't have much left ourselves. We can't part with these instant noodles so easily, Zhou Long commented. Naturally, the noodles cannot be given away lightly. Perhaps we could spare her just a single packet. Miao Suolan mused, her excitement surging at the thought of having leverage over a medical professor. Perhaps we could offer her a piece of the cat food we have. Some ham sausage might suffice, as instant noodles are far too precious. Zhou Long suggested with a sly grin. A piece of ham sausage would at least contain meat. Just a bite for now, and once my brother recovers. We can give her an entire sausage, Zhou Feng remarked with a cold glint in her eyes. It must be said that this family had a rather mercenary disposition. Ultimately, they decided to give Li Guilin a box of yogurt that had expired 6 months prior, which had previously caused Zhou Long to suffer from diarrhea for 3 days after consuming it. Chapter 43. Zhou Long's injury reoccurs. Dr. Li performs surgery. Lin Feng learned that Ding Miling's aunt was preparing to operate on Zhou Long that morning and a sly smile crept across his face. He was ready to bring ruin upon this family. Myling, let us go now and collect your things, Lin Feng said with a grin. Yes, yes. Ding Myling nodded obediently. Thus, the two departed room 1601, and while gathering her belongings, Lin Feng also called upon Air Pang and Kai Ling to join them. Brother Lin Feng. Kai Ling approached with a smile. I heard you repelled the enemy once again last night. You are truly remarkable. You are no less impressive. Your archery skills are quite commendable, Lin Feng replied, introducing Ding Myling to Air Pang and Kai Ling. Air Pang gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Recognizing Ding Myling from her recent engagement ceremony with Zhou Long, unaware that Lin Feng had intercepted her, Kai Ling, on the other hand, regarded Ding Myling with a hint of inexplicable hostility, though she maintained a cheerful demeanor. The group arrived at Ding Myling's home and emptied her belongings, including the food she had purchased. Only a small amount of food and coal remained, the latter intended for the fireplace. Once the items were moved, Kai Ling entered a sunlit bedroom and discovered a hot spring pool. Brother Lin Feng, I wish to take a bath. May I? Kai Ling tugged at Lin Feng's arm, her voice sweetly pleading. Why, you have certainly changed, Lin Feng remarked. Though he and Kai Ling were not strangers, he sensed that this version of her was different from the one he had known in his previous life. In her previous life, Kai Ling possessed a rather shy disposition. Though she would often call out for Brother Lin Feng, her words were often laced with a hint of bashfulness. However, in the present, that shyness has dissipated, leaving her poised and graceful. With a radiant smile, Kai Ling remarked, Brother Lin Feng, perhaps it's due to my time spent at the military academy. Brother Lin Feng, I wish to take a bath. She still clung to Lin Feng's arm, her delicate visage adorned with a touch of playful charm as she pouted her lips. Of course, Lin Feng replied with a smile, recalling that in her previous incarnation, Kai Ling had maintained her kind-hearted nature until her last breath, which rendered him relatively unguarded around her. Moreover, possessing mastery over space and exceptional combat prowess, he felt confident in his ability to handle any potential dangers posed by a girl like Kai Ling Ye. Kai Ling exclaimed with delight, finally looking forward to indulging in a soothing hot bath. Brother Lin Feng, I also wish to soak. At that moment, the pitiful voice of Air Pao chimed in. Scram, what business does a man have taking a bath? If you truly wish to bathe, there's a used tub in my bathroom. Go home and heat your own water. After all, you have a generator, Lin Feng retorted impatiently. This hot spring bath was exclusively reserved for one man, and that man was him. Kai Ling stifled a laugh, saying, Air Pao, Brother Lin Feng is right. You should use his bath at home. Air Pao, with a forlorn expression, lamented the stark disparity between people, wishing he were a handsome lad instead. All right, today, in honor of welcoming Mei Ling, I shall present a delectable feast from my personal reserves, along with a few bottles of champagne, Lin Feng declared with a grin. The mere mention of a sumptuous meal sent waves of excitement through Air Pao, Kai Ling, and Ding Mei Ling. Lin Feng retreated to the kitchen, closing the door behind him, before unveiling 6 exquisite dishes, including Xinjiang grape fish, Xinjiang big plate chicken, and the legendary Farewell My Concubine, accompanied by the uncorking of 4 bottles of champagne. The 4 of them closed the door, celebrating together. After the meal, Kai Ling enjoyed a dip in the hot spring before parting ways with Air Pao. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire. Following dinner, Lin Feng and Ding Mei Ling retreated to the bedroom for a bout of playful competition, resulting in Ding Mei Ling kneeling with her head bowed. Mr. Lin, why do I feel that Kai Ling has feelings for you? Ding Mei Ling suddenly inquired. What are you thinking? We are merely neighbors. Air Pao and I have known each other since childhood, and Kai Ling has always enjoyed playing in our company, Lin Feng chuckled. Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge. Kai Ling possesses a wonderful figure, a delicate face, and an air of innocence. At this thought, Lin Feng suddenly fixed his gaze upon Ding Mei Ling. What are you staring at, Mr. Lin? Ding Mei Ling softly asked as she lay against his chest. Nothing, Lin Feng replied, tightening his embrace around her. Ding Mei Ling let out a soft sigh. For reasons unknown, the image of Kai Ling's face repeatedly flickered in Lin Feng's mind, prompting a cascade of fantasies. Ding dong. Suddenly, the sound of a notification rang out. Ding Mei Ling picked up her phone to check the message. Who is it from? Lin Feng inquired. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Ding Mei Ling handed her phone to Lin Feng, who saw that it was a message from Zhou Long. I am ready to rise. Lin Feng read aloud, unable to restrain a laugh. What should I reply? Ding Mei Ling asked, puzzled. You informed him that you required a robust man, or else there would be no marriage, and that a premarital examination of all functions would be necessary. Lin Feng chuckled mischievously. You're incorrigible, Ding Mei Ling retorted, lightly striking Lin Feng's chest with her fist, aware that this was a veiled hint for Zhou Long to safeguard his vital essence. Zhou Long, in his pursuit of matrimony, would likely acquiesce to any proposal from her aunt. Wait, send Zhou Long a provocative photo to stir his excitement, Lin Feng suggested. Absolutely not. Ding Mei Ling quickly shook her head. Of course, not your photo. It's one of a teacher from Fusang. You can edit it, right? Lin Feng inquired. Certainly, Ding Meiling replied. Just crop out the teacher's head and send it to Zhou Long. Lin Feng instructed as he located a nude photo of the Fusang teacher on his phone and sent it to Ding Meiling. She promptly edited it and forwarded the message to Zhou Long. Upon receiving Ding Meiling's message, Zhou Long was overwhelmed with exhilaration, as she had never before employed such tantalizing words. The accompanying photo was simply breathtaking, igniting a fervor within him that he could hardly contain. He yearned to rush to Ding Meiling and indulge in wild passion, but the memory of his previous injury dampened his spirits. Suddenly, Zhou Long let out a cry of anguish as a sharp pain radiated from his lower body, followed by a discharge of pus and blood, sending him into a state of extreme torment. Brother, Zhou Long, Miao Zuolan and Zhou Fang panicked upon hearing his scream. Mom, has the doctor arrived? I need to recover quickly. I cannot bear this any longer, Zhou Long lamented in agony. The torment was unbearable, and any wicked thoughts caused his wound to reopen. She is on her way. Dear, try not to dwell on it, Miao Zuolan scolded, her anger directed at Lin Feng, whom she blamed for her son's suffering. I'll hasten the doctor, Zhou Fang said, anxiously grabbing the phone to urge Dr. Li Guilon. Half an hour later, a knock resonated at the door. Zhou Fang rushed to open it, revealing a woman wrapped in layers, a urologist, Dr. Li Guilon. Professor Li, please hurry inside. My brother's wound has reopened, Zhou Fang urged as she pulled Dr. Li into the room. Upon entering, Dr. Li held her breath, overwhelmed by the foul odor that permeated the space. Had this family defiled their bedroom? However, for the sake of fulfilling Lin Feng's task, she steeled herself against the stench. Professor Li, you must save my son. The legacy of the Zhou family depends on you, Miao Zuolan implored, rising from her seat in desperation. Rest assured, this is a minor procedure, Dr. Li reassured them. However, due to the extreme cold, healing may be slow. Once healed, there will be no lasting repercussions, as fertility relies on the quality of sperm, and this Mr. Zhou appears to be quite robust, so there should be no issues. It must be said that Dr. Li was adept at her words, and she spoke in a manner that resonated with Miao Zuolan and Zhou Fang, alleviating their worries considerably. Moreover, Li Guilon is a renowned expert and professor at the affiliated hospital of Jiangnan Medical University. Rest assured, Professor Li, we will not skimp on the benefits we offer you, Miao Zuolan assured, patting her chest. Please take a look at my brother now, and do your utmost to alleviate his suffering, Zhou Fang urged, with a serious demeanor. Li Guilon replied, however, the temperature in this room is far too low. If you have charcoal at home, please ignite it to raise the temperature above zero. Additionally, I must insist that no one disturb me while I perform the surgery. It would be best if you remained in the adjacent room. Otherwise, should anything go awry, I cannot be held responsible. Her implication was clear. Should complications arise, she would not take responsibility. Professor Li, I shall sit quietly at your side, Miao Zuolan interjected hastily. Upon hearing this, Miao Zuolan grew anxious, as the prospect of warming the room meant she could enjoy a moment of respite and comfort. Li Guilon, upon hearing her words, turned and departed with her bag. The presence of these two individuals in the room would undoubtedly hinder the completion of Lin Feng's assigned task. Professor, please don't do this. We can go to the next room. Zhou Fang hurriedly stepped forward to block Li Guilon's path, with Miao Zuolan repeatedly assuring her that they would remain in the adjoining room and would not interrupt her during the procedure. Only then did Li Guilon nod in satisfaction. At that moment, Zhou Fang and Miao Zuolan retrieved a cardboard box from beneath the bed, filled with smokeless coal, which Zhou Fang had procured from Qin Jichao. She extracted 6 pieces of smokeless charcoal from the box, a resource the family could hardly afford to waste. Observing this family stockpile, Li Guilon felt speechless. If they burned 2 or 3 pieces daily, it could raise the temperature of a small bedroom by 2 or 3 degrees above zero, significantly reducing the likelihood of inflammation and expediting the healing process. However, she refrained from offering this advice. Before long, Zhou Fang and Miao Zuolan ignited the coal, causing the temperature in the cramped room to rise. Even with the windows open, the warmth soared to nearly 30 degrees above zero. Clad in down jackets, they felt an intense heat enveloping them. Miao Zuolan and Zhou Fang stood there, relishing the warmth, a luxury they had long been deprived of. Please leave the room, Li Guilon urged. Remember, do not enter without my permission. Otherwise, should the surgery fail, you will be held accountable. Rest assured, Professor Li, Zhou Fang hastily assured her. Miao Zuolan echoed her agreement, but inwardly, she scoffed, thinking of how she would hold sway over Li Guilon once the surgery was completed, imagining the professor bowing and scraping before her. The thought of a professor from a medical university humbling herself before her filled her with excitement, causing her smile to appear even more insincere and obsequious. Mother and daughter exited the bedroom, taking a piece of charcoal with them to the kitchen, where the confined space would help retain the warmth. Li Guilon removed her hat, revealing a face that still bore an air of elegance. when Zhou Long beheld Li Guilin. He was engulfed in immense pain, wishing to confront her. "Close your eyes," Li Guilin commanded coldly, her gaze revealing a hint of disdain. Zhou Long promptly complied. Li Guilin approached and pulled down Zhou Long's pants before administering an anesthetic injection, after which he felt no more pain. At this moment, Li Guilin produced a pair of sharp scissors, preparing to perform surgery on Zhou Long. "Wait, doctor, what do you intend to do with those scissors?" Zhou Long inquired anxiously, his fear of the tool palpable. Li Guilin's expression turned grave as she replied, "Mr. Zhou, your wound has been infected multiple times, with the connections of various nerves and skin all compromised, and many have now ruptured. If we do not conduct a reoperation, I fear..." "Fear what?" Zhou Long could no longer contain his curiosity. "I fear you may become entirely incapacitated. In such a detrimental environment, not only will you fail to heal, but the area of infection will continue to expand, placing your life in jeopardy," Li Guilin warned with increasing seriousness. "Consider your options carefully." Zhou Long hesitated upon hearing her words. Ding! A message chimed on his phone. He picked it up to find a message from Ding Meiling. "Zhou Long, are you hiding something from me?" she asked. "No, not at all," he replied hurriedly. "Are you lacking in some aspect?" she pressed. "Absolutely not. I am quite capable," he asserted confidently. "Do you like that photo? If so, make sure to save it." "I will certainly keep it safe," Zhou Long promised. "That's good to hear. That photo was sent to you alone. Mr. Zhou, please refrain from using your phone. We are about to begin the surgery," Li Guilin insisted sternly. It could jeopardize the outcome of the procedure. Startled, Zhou Long hastily set his phone aside, his heart racing. A man must never be deemed inadequate. "Have you made your decision, Mr. Zhou?" Li Guilin urged. Gritting his teeth, he finally declared, "Professor Li, I have made my decision. I trust you. Please proceed with the surgery as you see fit." Li Guilin responded. "Now, I must state two important conditions. First, you must not open your eyes. If you were to see the surgery, it would disturb your mental state, potentially leading to failure in the operation. In order to ensure a successful extraction, she felt compelled to issue a stern warning. Professor Li, rest assured, I will keep my eyes shut, Zhou Long assured her, promptly covering his eyes with a black cloth. Second, everyone must leave. No one is permitted to observe while I perform the surgery. Li Guilin's gaze turned stern as she directed her attention to the kitchen. Professor Li, this is unreasonable, Miao Zuelan protested as she emerged from the kitchen. We were merely waiting in there, Zhou Feng added. Li Guilin's expression hardened as she replied. How many family members have you seen in an operating room? Furthermore, if you insist on remaining, I cannot guarantee the success of the surgery. Very well, Professor Li. We shall comply, Zhou Feng acquiesced reluctantly. Miao Zuelan simmered with indignation but held her tongue, deciding instead to confront Li Guilin after the surgery concluded. The mother and daughter exited their home, while Li Guilin proceeded to lock the door from the inside. She then approached Zhou Long, scissors in hand, and swiftly performed the procedure, removing his manhood once more before suturing a piece of pig intestine, 3 inches in length, onto him. After sewing it in place, she dressed the wound, placing his severed organ into a black plastic bag for the purpose of reporting back to Lin Feng. After attending to these matters, Li Guilin finally opened the door, and Miao Zuelan and Zhou Feng hurriedly entered the room, visibly shaken. The surgery was a success, Li Guilin announced. Miao Zuelan and Zhou Feng rushed to examine Zhou Long, discovering that his lower body was tightly bandaged. Professor, do you have any anti-inflammatory medication? How long until he recovers? Zhou Feng could not restrain her curiosity. The healing process is quite slow in this weather, and it is essential to maintain cleanliness. It would be best to rinse with saline solution every 2 to 3 days, Li Guilin replied. I do not have any anti-inflammatory medication at home. You might want to ask around, as there are quite a few doctors residing in this community. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng and Miao Zuelan exchanged glances, formulating a plan. With coal and food now being exceedingly precious, they believed they could barter for some medication. Well, the surgery is complete. Please hand over a box of instant noodles. Li Guilin stated coolly, as her motives for assisting Lin Feng also included acquiring some provisions, as her own diet had been rather poor lately. Zhou Feng glanced at Miao Zuelan. Ahem, Miao Zuelan cleared her throat. Professor Li, our instant noodles were taken by mice. We currently have none left. Just a bottle of yogurt. Indeed, yogurt can also provide nutritional value, containing milk, which is quite a rare commodity in this weather, Zhou Feng chimed in. Li Guilin's brow furrowed slightly, yet she refrained from further argument, as she was merely fulfilling her duty for Lin Feng. Soon enough, Miao Zuelan retrieved a dusty bottle of yogurt from beneath the bed. Here, Professor, take this, Miao Zuelan said with a smile as she handed the yogurt to Li Guilin. Upon receiving it, Li Guilin's anger flared. The yogurt had long surpassed its expiration date by over 6 months, and it appeared to have curdled. What does this mean, ladies? Li Guilin pointed at the date on the bottle. Professor, this is the only yogurt we have. Although it's expired, it is harmless. I have consumed it several times without issue, Zhou Fong explained. Humph, it won't kill you, Professor. If you have objections, you may set it down. If not, take it with you. Many people have begged me for this, yet I have refused them, Miao Zuolan said, her tone turning confrontational as she glared at Li Guilin. Infuriated, Li Guilin hurled the yogurt to the ground. This is what you do not want. Do not blame us, Miao Zuolan scoffed. Li Guilin bent down to pick up the yogurt and left without looking back. You are no longer a professor at the medical school. You are an ordinary person now. Drinking such yogurt is nothing to be ashamed of, Miao Zuolan called after her, elongating her voice. I shall not see you off, Professor Li. With a loud bang, Li Guilin slammed the door behind her in anger. Miao Zuolan triumphantly sat back on the bed. I can hardly fathom that a bottle of expired yogurt could compel a professor to perform surgery on me, Zhou Long remarked with pride, adding. And this professor still possesses a certain charm. Humph, it is I who foresaw this. All this yogurt was stored by me, Miao Zuolan boasted increasingly. Sister, I must trouble you to find some anti-inflammatory medication. Professor Li mentioned that there are many doctors in this community, and they surely must have some at home. Zhou Long said. Zhou Fong nodded slightly upon hearing this and promptly began to disseminate information within the group, proposing a trade of food for medicine. Indeed, it wasn't long before a doctor added her as a friend, and Zhou Fong personally ventured out with half a pack of instant noodles to exchange for a box of anti-inflammatory medication. Lin Feng, upon seeing the messages in the group, realized that Ding Miling's aunt must have successfully completed the surgery on Zhou Long. Mr. Lin, my aunt just called. She has successfully performed the surgery on Zhou Long. Ding Miling's voice echoed from the attic room. Currently, Ding Miling resided in the attic, and the key to her room was held by Lin Feng. If Lin Feng did not consent, it would be quite difficult for Ding Miling to leave. Additionally, the door was equipped with facial recognition technology, meaning without Lin Feng's approval, she could not unlock the door from within. Although Ding Miling harbored some grievances regarding this, each time she voiced her discontent, Lin Feng would throw her onto the bed and give her a good beating. Let her come to your doorstep. We shall head over to meet her now, Lin Feng suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ding Miling immediately sent a message to her aunt, Li Guilin, instructing her to wait at the door. Lin Feng and Ding Miling then changed their attire and exited room 1601. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of room 1503, where Li Guilin's figure awaited them. Aunt. Ding Miling greeted her with a smile. Miling, Li Guilin responded warmly, her gaze shifting towards Lin Feng. Aunt, this is my boyfriend. Ding Miling introduced with a smile. Hello, Aunt, Lin Feng greeted amicably, thinking that he might need Li Guilin's assistance in the future. I sincerely apologize for not attending your engagement ceremony last time, Li Guilin began, feeling the need to apologize, as she was asking for help. Ding Miling and Lin Feng exchanged awkward glances upon hearing this. Aunt, I am engaged to Zhou Long, the one from the second floor. The family that requested you to perform the surgery, Ding Miling explained, her embarrassment palpable. What? That family? Have you lost your mind? You cannot marry into that family, Li Guilin exclaimed, her anger flaring as she questioned how her niece could be interested in such a man. At that moment, Li Guilin was somewhat perplexed. If Ding Miling was engaged to Zhou Long, why was she allowing herself to be a pawn in the scheme that would harm her fiancé? Aunt, the situation is rather complicated. I am now living with my boyfriend, Ding Miling clarified, directly stating Lin Feng's significance. Upon realizing the intricacies of the situation, Li Guilin understood that her niece's boyfriend likely held a grudge against her fiancé, and that Ding Miling was now siding with him. She refrained from asking further questions and handed a black bag to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with delight upon seeing the contents of the bag. You should film a video for Zhou Long one of these days. The three of them entered the room, and Ding Miling assisted Li Guilin in opening the fireplace, allowing her to enjoy the long-awaited warmth once more. Aunt, the coal here should last you for about half a month, and if you ration the food, it can sustain you for another half a month. Once you run out, just let me know. I promise I won't let you suffer, Lin Feng said, brimming with happiness and eager to assist Li Guilin. Thank you, Lin Feng, Li Guilin said, extending her hand in gratitude. I will certainly be there for you whenever you need me. Thank you, brother-in-law, Ding Miling added. Upon hearing Lin Feng's assurances, Ding Miling was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling cherished by her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Li Guilin was taken aback by Ding Miling's address towards Lin Feng, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Auntie, I'm leaving now. Remember, do not open the door for anyone except us, Ding Miling hurriedly urged as she pulled Lin Feng away. Li Guilin watched them depart, murmuring to herself that although Miling had betrayed her fiancé, her current boyfriend seemed far more dependable. Upon returning home, Lin Feng promptly secured Zhou Long's prized possession with a string and hung it on the balcony. He then recorded a brief video to send to Zhou Feng, intending to surprise his ex-wife. Chapter 46. The ex-wife's collapse ding-dong. Zhou Feng, curled up in her blanket, swiftly received the video from Lin Feng. Zhou Feng, who messaged you? Miao Zuelan, nestled beside her, couldn't help but inquire. Zhou Long, lying next to Zhou Fong, also glanced over curiously. Trapped in their bedding, the trio found the hours dragging on endlessly. The sound of a notification would rouse their spirits. It's from Lin Feng. Zhou Fong responded with a disdainful huff. What nonsense has that good-for-nothing sent? Zhou Long and Miao Zuelan questioned in unison. Unable to resist, Zhou Fong opened the video, gasping upon seeing the man's prized possession depicted within. Calm down, what on earth is that? Zhou Long asked, puzzled by the sisters' reactions. Let me see. Miao Zuelan snatched the phone and gasped in astonishment, recognizing the item as well. However, neither Zhou Fong nor Miao Zuelan connected it to Zhou Long mom. What is it? Zhou Long, bemused by their peculiar response, probed further. Miao Zuelan handed the phone to him, and upon viewing the video, he cursed. That good-for-nothing is revolting. Zhou Long, too, failed to associate the item with himself, believing it to be thriving on him. What on earth is he sending you this for? Is he trying to suggest something? Does he wish to reconcile? Miao Zuelan regarded Zhou Fong with suspicion. Humph, reconcile with me? Dream on. You would have to carry our whole family up there first. One by one, Zhou Fong regained her confidence, clearly believing Lin Feng's desires had shifted towards women, as men often seek companionship every few days. Given Lin Feng's circumstances, finding a woman would be daunting, leaving him with no choice but to turn to her. Indeed, unless he carries me up there, and I shall personally make a mess on his head. Miao Zuelan echoed Zhou Fong's sentiments, emboldened by her attitude. Sister, just reply and tell him to carry us up first before you even consider letting him in, Zhou Long asserted, convinced that Lin Feng was yearning for his sister, as he too was a man who could hardly go without for long. Once a man seeks release, reason often flees, prompting him to promise anything, especially with such an exceptional woman as his sister at stake. Zhou Fong pondered for a moment before replying. I am aware of your desires for women. For now, carry my brother and mother upstairs, and when you meet them, you must kneel and apologize, for you have wronged them. Lin Feng was taken aback upon receiving Zhou Fong's message. How could she be so self-assured? Had this family truly failed to comprehend the implications of the video? However, it soon dawned on Lin Feng that Zhou Long had recently undergone surgery, and his lower body must be bandaged, leading them to believe he remained whole. Furthermore, this family seemed to have misinterpreted things entirely, thinking they were subtly implying Zhou Fong should resolve her physiological issues, thus allowing them to feel as though they could manipulate him. Do I lack women? Lin Feng chuckled heartily, reclining on his bed with his phone in hand. This family is simply too amusing. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Ding Meiling, lying beside Lin Feng, inquired with curiosity. I sent Zhou Fong a video, and this is the response I received, Lin Feng replied, laughing as he handed his phone to Ding Meiling. After viewing the message, she couldn't help but giggle, saying, brother-in-law. This family has quite the imagination, but they are truly foolish. Having spent a few days with Lin Feng, Ding Meiling felt that he genuinely cared for women, and he had once treated Zhou Fong's family exceptionally well, so much so that it made her jealous. Fortunately, this family did not appreciate such a man, which allowed her to inadvertently seize a great opportunity. Lin Feng smiled, but remained silent. Mr. Lin, this family does not value you. I will cherish you, Ding Meiling softly declared, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's neck. Her hair was elegantly styled, her complexion as smooth as jade, and her lips parted to reveal pearly teeth. She sensed that this man had lost trust in women due to his ex-wife, but she was determined to earn Lin Feng's trust. Upon hearing her tender words, Lin Feng felt a stir in his heart and replied with a smile. Ms. Ding, I hope you succeed. I am rather difficult to conquer. Then let us see. For today, I shall accompany you to the end and will not beg for mercy. Ding Meiling blushed, biting her pink lip, and promptly nestled into Lin Feng's blankets. Lin Feng lay in bed, struggling to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Zhou Fong and her family furrowed their brows when Lin Feng did not respond to their messages. Zhou Fong, let us refrain from excessive demands for now. We shall settle matters once we move in, Miao Zuelan suggested strategically. Sister, mother is right. Let us move in first. As for the incident of mother defecating on his head, we shall postpone that discussion until we have settled in. I will deal with him while he sleeps. Zhou Long grinned wickedly. Zhou Fong considered this and decided to send another message to Lin Feng. However, to her shock, she discovered that she was no longer on his friends list. He had blocked her. What happened? Miao Zuelan and Zhou Long asked in unison. That good-for-nothing has blocked me. Zhou Fong fumed. That useless fool. What right does he have to block you? If anyone should be blocking, it should be us blocking him. Miao Zuelan exclaimed angrily. I will not let this good-for-nothing escape. Give me no chance. I will make him pay. Zhou Long seethed through gritted teeth. The family was infuriated, cursing Lin Feng as they felt they had been played for fools. Lin Feng, indifferent to the family in question, was currently engaged in a tense standoff with Ding Meiling. As the days passed, the snow that began on the 4th day of the apocalypse had diminished significantly. By the 9th day, The snow on the ground had reached an astonishing depth of nearly 6 meters, rendering all but snow vehicles and snowmobiles incapable of traversing the roads. Meanwhile, the issue of food scarcity had become increasingly pronounced, with most households' food supplies dwindling to a mere 3 to 5 days' worth. Outside, the snow showed no signs of melting. On the contrary, temperatures continued to drop gradually, plummeting to a frigid -74 degrees, making it virtually impossible for humans to navigate through the heavy snow. During these days, individuals in the owner group persistently sought to purchase bread, instant noodles, and other provisions at exorbitant prices, willing to pay handsomely for any edible items. Furthermore, wretched cries echoed between the buildings at night, accompanied by distressing accounts from individuals lamenting the theft of their belongings and the loss of family members to intruders. Lin Feng recognized that the previous order had collapsed, giving way to the law of the jungle in this apocalyptic world, where many resorted to violence for survival. In recent days, Chen Jiqiao, Zhou Heibiao, and Zhou Long's family had not troubled him, likely occupied with recuperating at home. However, Lin Feng remained vigilant, reinforcing the entrances of Units 1601 and 1501 with 2 layers of electric fencing. "Mr. Lin, I am afraid," Ding Meiling confided, having heard the anguished cries emanating from between the buildings. There were even reports of family members capturing images of the deceased and sharing them in the group. Some individuals were reported to be lurking on the 16th floor at night, whispering conspiratorially in the hallways, as if plotting something sinister. "Do not fear," Lin Feng instructed. "Tell your aunt to refrain from opening the door. Advise her to lower the temperature even further, ideally to around -5 or 6 degrees. This way, even under the covers, she can keep warm, and the snow outside will not affect the warmth generated by the fireplace." He cautioned her about underestimating the inhabitants of this harsh world. Some could deduce the internal temperature of a home simply by observing the ice and snow on its walls. Ding Meiling nodded gently and promptly messaged her aunt, Li Guilin, to convey his advice. Lin Feng was also contemplating a strategy to harvest from the neighborhood's residents, not to seize their food, but to acquire their jade and emeralds. These precious stones could facilitate the expansion of his spatial capabilities, which in turn would enhance his own strength. For Lin Feng, nothing was more paramount than augmenting his power. In this apocalyptic landscape, possessing formidable strength was essential for survival. Thus, he would not forego any opportunity to procure jade and emeralds. He announced in the group, "Dear neighbors, I am willing to sell supplies. However, I do not require money. I seek jade and emeralds, with their value determined by shopping invoices. A jade or emerald valued at 10,000 yuan can purchase 1 pack of instant noodles or a single piece of bread." Upon sending this message, an uproar erupted within the group. "This is outrageous. Charging 10,000 yuan for a bag of instant noodles or a piece of bread is absurd. Just a few days ago, someone was selling them for 5,000 yuan, and now the price has surged to 10,000. The owner of 1601 is taking advantage of us. I do not find it expensive. Firstly, they are not asking for cash, but rather for jade or emerald, both of which are of little use to hold onto momentarily. Indeed, it would be more practical to exchange them for instant noodles or bread to resolve our hunger. However, that seems exorbitant. Jade and emerald were acquired with substantial monetary investment. Among the residents of Jiangqing manhwa, some criticize Lin Feng for his greed, while others express understanding. In essence, there exists a diverse array of opinions. "This scoundrel is indeed mercenary, far more so than us," Miao Zuolan exclaimed in frustration. "This scoundrel is taking advantage of the chaos," Zhou Feng added indignantly. "Sister, our food supply is nearly depleted. We will run out by today," Zhou Long suddenly interjected. "We must find a way to procure some food from this scoundrel." "Indeed, Zhou Feng, it seems he possesses quite a bit of food. We should find a way to obtain some. If he won't allow us to stay, he could at least spare us some food," Miao Zuolan suggested. "I will go request some food from him," Zhou Feng declared. "I'll head directly to the 16th floor." At the property office, Chen Jiqiao was incensed upon witnessing Lin Feng exploiting the situation in the chat group. A single bag of instant noodles was equivalent to 10,000 yuan. This is utterly ruthless. As the group leader, Chen Jiqiao immediately addressed Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, we are all neighbors. There is no need for such an unseemly display. A bag of noodles should reasonably cost 300 to 500, yet you demand 10,000. With Chen Jiqiao speaking up, several other homeowners began to morally pressure Lin Feng in the group, even urging him to provide assistance without expecting payment. Lin Feng observed the group with a mocking smile. He retorted to Chen Jiqiao, "I currently have no food at home. These provisions require me to risk my life to procure. Why should I provide for my neighbors for free?" Lin Feng had no intention of using the food from his space. Firstly, the quality was superior, and secondly, he did not wish to reveal the secret of his space. Kai Ling chimed in. "Lin Feng is absolutely right. Those engaging in moral coercion should step aside. If anyone wishes to persuade others to be altruistic, they should first offer their own food to share. Pang added, Chen Jichao, as the property manager, it is your responsibility to address our food crisis. Otherwise, what is the purpose of our property fees? Urologist Li Guilin declared, I support Mr. Lin Feng. The effort and reward must be commensurate. The cost of food obtained through risking one's life is immeasurable. If you, Chen, have objections, feel free to assist us in sourcing food for free. Even if it costs 3,000 to 5,000, we would be willing to pay. The group engaged in a spirited debate against Chen Jichao, who, furious, slammed tables and chairs in the property office. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction at the group chat. Pang and Kai Ling were quite supportive, and Ding Miling's aunt was particularly sharp-tongued. Although Ding Miling wished to confront Chen Jichao in the group, Lin Feng intervened. Knowing it would incite Chen's animosity, there was a high likelihood that Chen would seek trouble with Ding Miling, who resided on the 15th floor, where her aunt currently lived, putting her in a precarious position. Lin Feng also required individuals capable of standing up for themselves in the homeowners group. Are you truly planning to go out? Ding Miling asked with concern. The snow outside is quite deep. For me, it is a trivial matter, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Recalling his previous life when he ventured out several times to provide for Zhou Long, Zhou Feng, and Miao Zuolan. However, each outing nearly brought him to the brink of death, yet in this life, he would not face such perils. His physical abilities had improved several-fold compared to his previous existence. Even if he were to fall into deep snow, he was confident he could excavate himself from it. Moreover, he had prepared a snowmobile, specifically designed for traversing snowy terrains. Upon hearing this, Ding Miling ceased her attempts to dissuade Lin Feng. He promptly left his home, a silenced pistol in hand, furrowing his brow as he glanced towards the stairwell, faintly detecting the sound of breathing within. Come out, or I will shoot you dead, Lin Feng coldly declared, fixating his gaze on the stairway entrance, surprised to find someone approaching the 16th floor, evidently with intentions directed towards him. Husband, please don't shoot. It's me, Zhou Feng, came a voice from the stairs, as Zhou Feng hurriedly emerged. Chapter 48. Confronted by his ex-wife, filth-ridden and repulsive Zhou Feng, Lin Feng lifted his gaze to the woman before him, her visage worn and devoid of luster, dark circles accentuating her eyes, her body emanating a foul odor. He had not anticipated encountering Zhou Feng so soon after his departure, and instinctively aimed his silenced gun at her head. Husband, please don't shoot, I beg you. Zhou Feng trembled as she spoke. Do not shout indiscriminately, Lin Feng replied with a mocking glint in his eyes. Get as far away from me as possible, or I shall end your life right now. This wretched woman must not be granted a swift demise. Her end must be brutal. Zhou Feng, upon hearing this, rushed forward, attempting to embrace Lin Feng, only to have him evade her. You're filthy, Lin Feng spat. Do not force my hand, or I will send you down this very moment. Zhou Feng hastily implored, Husband, could you possibly find some food for me? My brother has been starving for several days, and my mother as well. In this frigid weather, they may perish without sustenance. Oh, their demise is of no concern to me, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Lin Feng, Zhou Long is my brother, Miao Zuolan is my mother, and I am your ex-wife. They are still your kin. How can you be so cold-hearted? Zhou Feng's anger flared. We are already divorced. What kinship remains? Lin Feng scoffed. Zhou Feng was momentarily rendered speechless by his retort. Husband, we could remarry. I promise to live well for you, to bear you a beautiful daughter and continue your lineage, Zhou Feng pleaded, her anger dissipating into desperation. Lin Feng offered her no response. Husband, Zhou Feng hastily pursued him. Lin Feng lifted his foot and kicked her in the abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground, dazed and disoriented. He then aimed the silenced gun at her heart, wishing ardently to end her life at that moment. Husband, please don't kill me, Zhou Feng pleaded, her voice trembling. Silence. Do not call me husband, Lin Feng retorted coldly. It is Lin Feng. Zhou Feng quickly responded. I beg you, for the sake of our past, please bring us some food. Lin Feng paused for a moment before replying with a smile. Very well, for we once shared a bed. However, due to the heavy snowfall, the food I can find may be rather unsanitary. Would you mind? I recall your family has always prided itself on cleanliness and culinary standards. After years of cohabitation, he knew their family's nature all too well. They were indolent yet exceedingly particular about their food. Not at all. I'm just glad to have something to eat. Zhou Feng hurriedly replied. This is your promise. Should the food turn out to be unclean, you cannot hold me accountable, Lin Feng stated with a serious expression. He intended to prepare a sumptuous meal for this family, using his own special ingredients. Rest assured, we would never blame you, Zhou Feng exclaimed. Her spirits lifted at the thought of Lin Feng bringing her food. However, I cannot bring it to you without compensation. I recall you possess a family heirloom bracelet, which I would like to keep in my care, Lin Feng smiled. He believed that even tainted food should not be given away freely, and it was essential to barter with this family, squeezing them for what they had. He remembered the exquisite bracelet from Zhou Feng's family, which he had seen on several occasions, and even Zhou Long was reluctant to part with it for his marriage. Zhou Fang's expression turned wary at Lin Feng's words, as she had anticipated a free offering. Consider it carefully. If you decide to give it to me, I wouldn't mind procuring a few portions of braised beef for you. Moreover, my search for food is essentially an exchange with others. If you have nothing to barter, I cannot assist you. All I can offer is the best deal within my means. Lin Feng continued to persuade her. I will ask my mother. Zhou Feng nodded. I will wait for you in the corridor on the second floor, but I shall only give you 3 minutes, Lin Feng declared before descending the stairs. Zhou Feng followed him downstairs, returning home to inform Miao Zuelan and Zhou Long about the conversation. What? He won't give it to us for free? Miao Zuelan exclaimed, immediately cursing. That despicable scoundrel is taking advantage of our plight. The bracelet was a treasured family heirloom passed down through generations, and she was unwilling to part with it, even for Zhou Long's marriage. This scoundrel is clearly trying to strip us of our possessions. Zhou Long seethed with anger. He has given us 3 minutes to consider, Zhou Feng added. He mentioned he could bring us braised beef. She too yearned for the delicacy, having not eaten meat in several days. 100 pounds of braised beef, Miao Zuelan said through gritted teeth. Otherwise, it's off the table. Zhou Feng left the house and approached the corridor, stating, my mother wants 100 pounds of braised beef. 100 pounds? You are dreaming. At most, 10 pounds. Understand? This is not up to me. It's dictated by the middleman. I am merely facilitating the transaction for you, without any profit to myself, Lin Feng replied, turning to leave. Wait, I need to ask my mother again. Zhou Feng urgently stopped him. Go ahead, but let that old hag know that if she continues to be unreasonable, I will not show her any mercy, Lin Feng retorted. Upon hearing Lin Feng's insult directed at her mother, Zhou Feng felt a surge of anger, yet dared not speak against his fierce gaze. Returning home, she relayed Lin Feng's terms, to which Miao Zuelan ultimately acquiesced, for her love of meat, particularly braised beef, was insatiable. Its chewiness and rich flavor were simply irresistible. Soon, Zhou Feng returned to the corridor, holding out a box to Lin Feng. Upon opening it, he discovered a pair of jade bracelets inside, radiantly green and impeccably smooth, clearly not ordinary items, which explained Miao Zuelan's reluctance to part with them. He tucked the bracelets into his pocket, and in the next moment, they were secured within his spatial compartment. Suddenly, green streams of energy emanated from the jade bracelet, swirling gracefully through the air as the space around it began to expand, increasing by 300 cubic meters. Lin Feng was utterly astonished. The quality of this jade bracelet was remarkable. He promptly declared that, in light of their past camaraderie, he would accept an additional 3 servings of black pepper beef stir-fried noodles, complete with his specially crafted spices. Satisfied, Zhou Feng departed. For the black pepper beef stir-fried noodles were a cherished favorite of her family. Lin Feng made his way to the first floor, seeking a secluded corner, where he retrieved a snowmobile from within the newly expanded space. The ground floor, once blanketed by 6 meters of snow, now revealed a 2-meter-wide path cleared by those who had organized efforts to excavate it in the recent days, facilitating passage between the various buildings. However, to assume these individuals acted out of benevolence would be naive. Their true intention was to enable easier access for raiding food supplies from other buildings. Climbing onto the snowmobile, Lin Feng revved the engine, the exhilarating sound igniting a thrill within him. Men, by nature, possess a fondness for motorcycles, and Lin Feng was no exception. He had longed for a snowmobile in his previous life. This vehicle was powerful, capable of reaching speeds of up to 160 kilometers per hour. As the snowmobile roared to life, it surged forward, traversing the path to the entrance of the community. Yet, the path had vanished. Lin Feng dismounted, producing a shovel, and began to clear the snow, forming a steep 45-degree slope. After reversing 10 meters, he accelerated with fervor. With a thunderous roar, he propelled the snowmobile up the slope, soaring 6 meters before landing onto the deep snow and vanishing from sight. A snowmobile. He actually possessed a snowmobile. No wonder he dared to venture out. Many residents of Jiangsheng manhwa community fixated on Lin Feng, their envy palpable as they witnessed him depart on the snowmobile. Only with such a vehicle could one travel freely. Others contemplated digging tunnels through the snow to seek out food, but the community was situated far from the bustling areas, making such endeavors exceedingly difficult. Damn Lin Feng. How could he have a snowmobile? At the property management office near the entrance, Chen Jichao seethed with jealousy. The office was warmed by a coal stove, maintaining a temperature slightly above freezing. Alongside him was Zhou Heibiao, who had sought refuge at the property management office to recuperate after Lin Feng had injured him. How curious. Where did he acquire that snowmobile? Chen Jichao mused, recalling that Zhou Feng had mentioned he arrived without one. Could there be a hidden place on the first floor? Zhou Heibiao wondered. I don't care about that, Chen Jichao retorted fiercely. We must seize this opportunity. With a snowmobile, we can escape. This time, it's up to you to take action. Find explosives and eliminate him. Very well. I will ensure that this scoundrel meets his end, Zhou Heibiao replied. His expression twisted with rage, haunted by the pain of his previous encounter with Lin Feng. Chapter 49. Burrowing into the jewelry store, the streets of Jiangxing City were blanketed in heavy snow. Many storefronts, including those on the second floor, lay shrouded in a thick blanket of snow, rendering the streets a stark, wintry expanse that felt utterly lifeless. A snowmobile sped along the thoroughfare, sending flurries of snow flying in its wake. Woohoo! Lin Feng exclaimed, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of riding the snowmobile as he raced from the northern part of Jiang City down to the south along the main road. The thoroughfare spanned 20 kilometers, and after reaching the southern end, he turned back toward the north. What a thrill! Lin Feng chuckled, having been cooped up at home for over 10 days. Now, the sudden burst of freedom felt exhilarating. He then made his way to Baozhu Street in Jiang City, where several jewelry stores were located, including the renowned Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store. His outing was not solely for the sake of enjoyment. He was also on a quest for provisions such as food, jade, emeralds, firearms, and gasoline. These supplies were essential to him, and the more, the better. Damn! Lin Feng cursed under his breath as he surveyed the street. All the signs were obscured, and the shops were completely buried in snow. This caused him to furrow his brow. He certainly couldn't dig through each store one by one. He could be at it until nightfall without finding the jewelry store. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a large building sign, which bore the slogan, Zhou Xiaofu Jewelry Store, crafting a beautiful life. Though the advertisement left much to be desired, it provided him with a rough location for Zhou Xiaofu Jewelry Store. Lin Feng smiled and rode his snowmobile beneath the sign, leaping off and plunging into the snow. As he looked up, it felt as though he had fallen into a deep well. For others, this would likely spell disaster, but for Lin Feng, it was of no concern. He promptly retrieved a shovel from his storage space and began to excavate the snow, tossing it aside with vigor. Thus commenced his fervent digging. And he felt no fatigue. After about half an hour, he uncovered an aluminum alloy roll-up door. Bang! Lin Feng struck the door with his shovel, and it punctured through with a resounding thud. Continuing to strike, he unleashed a flurry of blows, and soon enough, a sizable hole appeared in the door. He squeezed through the opening and entered a dimly lit store, where a musty odor assailed his senses. The shop spanned approximately 100 square meters, filled with numerous shelves stocked with various snacks, including instant noodles, eggs, milk, vegetables, and bread. How unfortunate! I dug in the wrong place, Lin Feng lamented, feeling a twinge of frustration as he approached the checkout counter and spotted several posters advertising a convenience store named Jingo. Fortunately, the supplies here were quite abundant. Without hesitation, he collected all usable items, including snakeskin bags and whatever else might be of value. After gathering the provisions, Lin Feng contemplated his next course of action. The Zhou Xiaofu store must be nearby, yet he was reluctant to dig aimlessly, as unnecessary exertion could be perilous in this post-apocalyptic world. Almost forgot. Since the internet was still accessible, the electronic map should still be functional. Lin Feng smacked his thigh as he recalled this matter. However, he did not immediately consult the map. Instead, he decided to indulge in a hearty meal first. Ever since awakening his spatial abilities, his appetite had grown considerably, and he was feeling quite famished since arriving here. Lin Feng made his way to the store's office, a modest space of roughly 10 square meters. He retrieved charcoal, firewood, gasoline, and a lighter from his spatial pocket, dousing the firewood with gasoline before igniting it. The flames quickly consumed the wood, and soon the indoor temperature rose above freezing. Seated comfortably in an office chair, he took out a serving of braised pork, a plate of Xinjiang-style big plate chicken, and 2 bowls of rice, all still steaming hot. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng finally opened the map, and to his relief, it was still functional. Yet, from his memories, he knew that these internet lines would not last long. During the last world's end, all city networks had been destroyed within half a month after the extreme cold began. He scanned the map for the jewelry stores, Zhou Xiaofu, Jindafu, Hongfeng Wang, and Liaozimu Jewelry. He discovered that there were a total of 4 jewelry shops on Baozhu Street. The smallest among them was Zhou Xiaofu, situated directly across from Jindafu, while Hongfeng Wang was next to Jindafu, and adjacent to Hongfeng Wang was Liaozimu Jewelry, 3 substantial establishments linked together. Besides these, there was a bakery next to Liaozimu Jewelry, likely stocked with a variety of bread. Zhou Xiaofu was located around 100 meters to the left of the current convenience store. Lin Feng took a screenshot of the map for future reference, then proceeded to search for various supermarkets, gas stations, police stations, and hospitals in Jiang City, capturing screenshots of all these locations. After placing his phone back into his spatial pocket, he grabbed a shovel and made his way to the entrance of the convenience store, beginning to frantically dig through the snow. Despite his greater strength, he spent nearly an hour before finally uncovering the Zhou Xiaofu convenience store. The map was unreliable. What was supposed to be 100 meters turned out to be over 200. Cursing under his breath, Lin Feng began to strike the large door of Zhou Xiaofu's store with his shovel. After several dozen vigorous blows, he managed to create a significant hole in the door. He squeezed through the opening and entered the store, which covered approximately 150 square meters and contained a dozen counters. Behind the counters lay an abundance of jade and gemstone jewelry, as well as gold and silver ornaments. Without hesitation, Lin Feng smashed the glass with his shovel, seizing the jade, gemstones, and precious metals. Although gold and silver could not expand his spatial pocket, one could never be certain they wouldn't be needed in the future. Half an hour later, he had collected all the jewelry, and the air inside his spatial pocket began to swirl as it expanded visibly. Originally, his space measured 200,000 cubic meters, but it now surged to 240,000 cubic meters, an increase of 40,000 cubic meters, marking a 20 growth. This delighted Lin Feng immensely. Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store was indeed prosperous. Damn it! Even with all this wealth, they still had designs on me, he muttered, cursing Zhou Heilong. However, Lin Feng soon grasped the reason. He discovered a shareholder agreement in the office of Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store, revealing that the shop had over a dozen shareholders, with Zhou Heilong holding only a 20 stake. After thoroughly pillaging Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store, he returned to the convenience store for a brief rest of half an hour. After a well-deserved rest, Lin Feng began to excavate from the vantage point of Zhou Xiaofu's convenience store, gazing across the street. This endeavor proved remarkably smooth, as the thoroughfare spanned merely a few meters in width. In just a matter of minutes, he unearthed the entrance to the Jin Dafu jewelry store. With a resounding crash, dozens of shovelfuls of earth shattered the store's entrance, leaving Lin Feng astounded by the vastness of the interior, which was 3 times larger than Zhou Xiaofu's establishment. Moreover, the array of jade and gemstones within surpassed that of Zhou Xiaofu's store significantly. Upon inspecting the labels, Lin Feng noted a greater abundance of high-quality jade and gemstones. He swiftly collected these treasures, which, upon entering his space, emitted a myriad of vibrant energy flows, causing the space to expand rapidly. As the dimensions of the space increased, Lin Feng felt a surge in his physical capabilities. Ultimately, the space expanded from 240,000 cubic meters to 370,000 cubic meters, nearly doubling his physical prowess. His senses, hearing, smell, and reflexes also experienced a remarkable enhancement. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng reached out to touch the wall, and instantly, the structural layout of objects within a 5-meter radius materialized in his mind, an improvement from his previous range of 100 meters. If only I could enter this space, Lin Feng mused, contemplating the heightened security it would offer in a post-apocalyptic world. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he felt the peculiar sensation of half his body vanishing. Lin Feng was taken aback. What was happening? He could distinctly feel that half his body was still present, yet it had become invisible. As realization dawned upon him, he hastily sensed his space, discovering that the other half of his body had indeed entered the realm of his space. What on earth is happening? Lin Feng exclaimed, bewildered. With half his body in the external world and the other half in the space, anyone witnessing this would surely be terrified. Could it be that his desire to enter the space had inadvertently caused this phenomenon? Since the space was controlled by thought, he concluded that his recent intention had led to this peculiar occurrence. Yet, why only half his body? After pondering for a moment, he deduced that it was likely due to an insufficient quantity of absorbed gemstones and jade. With this realization, Lin Feng concentrated, and instantly, half his body re-emerged from the space, restoring him to his complete form. I must relentlessly explore the capabilities of this space and fervently gather jade and gemstones. Lin Feng concluded decisively. He promptly approached the entrance of the Jin Dafu jewelry store, where, to the left, stood the Jin Phoenix jewelry store and the old grandmother's jewelry store. Grasping his shovel, he began to excavate once more. Soon, he reached the entrance of the Jin Phoenix jewelry store, smashing open the door with his shovel. The jade and gemstones inside rivaled those of Jin Dafu. Lin Feng swiftly deposited them into his space, causing it to expand to 500,000 cubic meters. He then proceeded to open the old grandmother's jewelry store, where he was utterly astonished by the treasures within. True to its name, this store predominantly featured green jade, including numerous exquisite emeralds. The influx of jade from this store increased Lin Feng's space by an astounding 160,000 cubic meters, bringing the total to 660,000 cubic meters. As the space expanded dramatically, Lin Feng's physical abilities surged once more. By touching the surrounding objects, he could sense the structure of everything within a 30-meter radius. He could even hear the faint sound of a snowflake landing nearby. Though he had once been nearsighted, his vision now surpassed that of an ordinary person. Regarding his physical strength, he estimated that it had increased threefold, and he believed his overall fitness now to be 10 times that of an average individual. Surely, he could now enter the space. Speaking to himself, Lin Feng concentrated his thoughts, and in an instant, he vanished into thin air, only to reappear within the space. This discovery filled him with immense joy, for he had gained yet another skill for self-preservation. Even if someone were to detonate a bomb nearby, he could swiftly retreat into the space to evade the attack. However, this newfound realm had its drawbacks. It lacked air and oxygen, making prolonged stays impossible. An idea struck him. An oxygen tank would solve this issue. He resolved to procure one at the earliest opportunity to extend his time within the space. With a clang, Lin Feng wielded a shovel to break into a bakery adjacent to his grandmother's jade shop. Inside, he found an abundance of bread. Preserved well due to the low temperatures, he collected all of it into the space. After securing the supplies, Lin Feng returned to the convenience store and then made his way along a small path to where the snowmobiles were parked. Given his current physical prowess, he thought he should be able to leap onto one. Standing on the snow-covered path, he gazed at the snowmobile, took a deep breath, and positioned the tips of his toes on the ground. With a powerful jump, he soared nearly 5 meters into the air, grasping the body of the snowmobile before springing onto it. Lin Feng then rode the snowmobile directly toward the nearest police station, where he hoped to find the weapons he needed. However, upon arriving at the police station's entrance, he noticed 2 snowmobiles already parked outside. To his dismay, he spotted 2 figures, bundled up tightly, wielding shovels to dig through the snow. It appeared that someone had beaten him to it. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter a remark in frustration. Nevertheless, he did not give up. In the apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevailed. Some things would never be attained without a fight, especially when it came to life-saving resources within the police station. Determined, Lin Feng approached the entrance of the police station on his snowmobile. The path had been dug out by the 2 individuals for 3 meters. Upon noticing Lin Feng's arrival, they dropped their shovels and drew their guns, aiming them at him. Get lost. The first to speak was a woman clad in thick, downy attire from the Maple Leaf country. She appeared bulky due to her heavy clothing, her entire figure obscured by layers, sunglasses, and a mask, rendering her face unrecognizable. The person beside her was similarly indistinct, leaving Lin Feng unsure of their gender. This is not a place for you. We are from the police station, the companion echoed, also aiming a gun at Lin Feng. Without uttering a word, Lin Feng pressed his hand against the snow, employing his spatial abilities to discern the structure of the 2 individuals. However, an unsettling incident occurred for Lin Feng. This peculiar spatial ability could only sense the surroundings of the 2 individuals, failing to detect what garments they adorned. Could it be ineffective against living beings? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. I command you to leave. Vacate this place. The woman clad in a down jacket snapped, her ire ignited by Lin Feng's disregard. What is there to discuss with him? The man beside her brandished a handgun, aiming it directly at Lin Feng. Sensing imminent peril, Lin Feng's spatial expansion heightened his reflexes to extraordinary levels, allowing him to deftly evade the bullet with a swift shift of his body. Bang! Simultaneously, a silenced pistol materialized in his hand, aimed at the man's head. The man narrowly dodged Lin Feng's bullet, but just as he prepared to fire again, Lin Feng hurled a beer bottle at him. Crash! The bottle shattered against the man's helmet, fracturing it and sending shockwaves through his skull. Shoot now! The man urged the woman beside him. As she readied her weapon, a sudden sharp pain erupted at her head. A beer bottle struck her helmet, knocking her to the ground. What transpired next left both the woman and the man utterly bewildered. Lin Feng, seated upon a snowmobile, relentlessly produced beer bottles from behind his back and hurled them with astonishing speed. Crash! One bottle struck the man's arm, causing him to scream in agony as it shattered his limb, sending his gun clattering to the ground. Crash! Several more bottles rained down, some impacting his shoulder, others his thigh, compounding his frustration. Crash! Another bottle collided with the woman's rear, the pain searing through her. Fortunately, her thick attire and the softness of her flesh mitigated the damage. What a thrill! Indeed, striking with a beer bottle is far more satisfying than using a gun. Lin Feng laughed heartily. His marksmanship was woeful. Thus, he resorted to hurling beer from behind his back, coupled with his tenfold strength rendering each throw devastatingly effective. The man, infuriated by Lin Feng's raucous laughter, felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. Die! He spat, pulling an object from his pocket and flinging it at Lin Feng. Cursing under his breath, Lin Feng saw the smoking object approaching and swiftly retreated into the snow, refraining from entering his spatial realm out of concern for revealing its secrets. Boom! An explosion reverberated, shrouding the air in thick smoke and obscuring visibility. Lin Feng frowned, suspecting it was not a bomb, but rather a smoke grenade. Soon, he heard the distinctive roar of a motorcycle engine. How cunning! Lin Feng cursed. Impeded by the smoke, he dared not charge recklessly forward. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, Lin Feng leaped up and lunged for the snowmobile, spotting the man and woman riding away several hundred meters ahead. Well equipped indeed, even possessing smoke grenades, and evidently well-trained. Lin Feng murmured to himself, feeling a wave of urgency wash over him. Without hesitation, he grabbed a shovel and began to dig into the snow at the entrance of the police station, quickly unearthing the doors. Chapter 51. Discovering a cache of arms, and Hong Sueki's frustration, a loud clang resounded as Lin Feng wielded a shovel, striking with a force that had multiplied since his arrival. In no time, he smashed open the heavy door. Upon entering, he found the space desolate and empty. After a thorough search, he finally stumbled upon 4 safes, which he forcefully breached. The first 3 safes contained 9 revolvers and 90 rounds of ammunition. The fourth held 2 sniper rifles, 10 sniper rounds, 3 grenades, and 3 smoke bombs. Lin Feng was elated. This was a significant windfall, providing him the opportunity to hone his marksmanship at home. He mused that his shooting skills were rather lacking and required diligent practice. The adversary he had recently encountered exhibited commendable shooting prowess and speed. Facing 1 or 2 of such opponents was manageable, but encountering 3 to 5 could prove perilous. Departing from the police station, Lin Feng noted the dimming light outside. He promptly mounted his snowmobile and made his way to the convenience store. Inside the office of the store, the temperature remained surprisingly warm. Lin Feng contemplated preparing dinner for his former mother-in-law and younger brother-in-law. He retrieved a cast-iron pot and 3 servings of beef fried noodles, along with 10 pounds of braised beef, tossing them all into the pot. Next, he removed his trousers and added some spices, pinching his nose as he introduced them into the pot. He then added a packet of laxatives and stirred the concoction before pouring in a bottle of dark soy sauce. At least the appearance of the dish belied any issues, albeit it exuded a rather pungent odor. Fortunately, in this frigid apocalyptic setting, Lin Feng discarded the smokeless coal, causing the temperature in the office to plummet and freeze the food together. He placed the large pot into a bag and drove his snowmobile back to Minghua Community in Jiangxing. At Wanshiyuan, the 2 of them arrived at the 3rd floor entrance. Dismounting from the snowmobile and entering the corridor, they shivered from the cold and hurriedly pushed open the door to a cozy living room, where the temperature reached nearly 30 degrees Celsius. The proprietor, Hong Liangyu, sat in a reclining chair and, upon seeing their return, immediately rose with a furrowed brow, asking, "Are you injured?" "Don't mention it. It infuriates me to no end," replied the woman, removing her helmet, glasses, and mask to reveal herself as Hong Liangyu's daughter, Hong Sueki. Her complexion was pale, with bruises on her backside from a recent encounter, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. She found the man responsible utterly despicable. The other man, Chen Xiezi, also removed his helmet, glasses, and mask. "The enemies we faced were quite formidable. Thankfully, we brought smoke bombs. Otherwise, we might not have returned," he recounted, still shaken. "That man's strength was terrifying. He shattered our helmets with a beer bottle." Hearing this, Hong Liangyu frowned and inquired, "So, you did not acquire the weapons from the police station?" A seasoned veteran, he understood the significance of weapons in this icy apocalypse and had set his sights on the police station for such resources. He had sent his daughter and younger brother on a quest for arms, having previously secured several batches, but they had unexpectedly encountered formidable foes this time. However, "This individual possesses rather poor marksmanship," Hong Sueki remarked. "Despite their lack of skill, they managed to drive both of you away. That is their ability. In a world such as this, one must not underestimate anyone," Hong Liangyu stated with a serious expression. "Father, can this truly be called the end of the world?" Hong Sueki could not help but inquire. After a moment's contemplation, Hong Liangyu replied, "There are no signs of rising temperatures. In such frigid conditions, very few humans will survive. Indeed, it is likely that 70 to 80% of humanity will perish." Hong Sueki felt a weight settle upon her heart upon hearing this. "Do you discern from whom this voice originates?" Hong Liangyu continued to question. "Father, everyone who ventures out is wearing sunglasses and masks, leaving only their eyes visible. Thus it is impossible to identify them." Hong Sueki shook her head in response. Suddenly, Chen Xiezi interjected, "Elder brother, I perceive this voice to be somewhat familiar, reminiscent of someone I cannot quite recall." "Then why speak at all?" Hong Liangyu responded with exasperation. "Have you revealed your identities?" "No. We informed him that we belong to the police department," Chen Xiezi replied. Satisfied with this answer, Hong Liangyu nodded. He wished to avoid unnecessary enmity, as it was best to remain discreet in these times. "Now, there is another matter to address," Chen Xiezi said, his expression grave. "We owe a debt of gratitude to someone, and it is time to repay it." "To whom do we owe this debt?" both Chen Xiezi and Hong Sueki inquired. "Lin Feng," Hong Liangyu stated quietly. "It was he who alerted me, allowing us to lead a more leisurely existence." When Lin Feng had initially warned him, he had instructed Hong Sueki to stockpile a considerable amount of food in the cold storage. When the sudden snowfall occurred, Hong Liangyu had arranged for the installation of a fireplace in the shortest time possible and had amassed a wealth of supplies, even acquiring firearms. In retrospect, This strategic move had proven to be exceedingly prudent. That fellow, Chun Shiezi remarked, elder brother, let Sweki handle it. I shall tend to my arm. With that, he departed. Upon hearing his name, Hong Sweki's teeth clenched in irritation as memories of witnessing Lin Feng and Ding Meiling in a compromising position flooded her mind. Girl, do you have a conflict with him? Hong Liangyu inquired, perplexed. It's nothing. I remember he requested firearms, and I shall bring him a few along with some supplies. Hong Sweki pondered aloud. Very well, 3 Type 54 pistols, 3 grenades, 30 rounds of ammunition, and 3 months' worth of provisions. Additionally, convey to him that if he cannot survive in Jiangxing Minghua, he is welcome to come to me. Hong Liangyu reflected. Ah, such ample supplies, yet we possess few weapons. Hong Sweki remarked. Girl, make sure to maintain a good rapport with him, Hong Liangyu said with a smile as he turned to leave. I have no intention of doing so, Hong Sweki retorted, shaking her head. I will contact him first to ascertain his situation. I shall visit once my injuries have healed. Remembering the excruciating pain in her backside, Hong Sweki vowed to capture that scoundrel and exact her revenge. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he was contending with Hong Sweki and Qin Shiezi. He rode his snowmobile back to the entrance of the Jiangcheng Minghua community, pulling behind it several large snakeskin bags filled with supplies. Just then, a few large logs appeared on the snow-covered path ahead, atop which some stones were piled, effectively blocking Lin Feng's route. Suddenly, Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he vaguely heard the sound of breathing nearby. He closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings, swiftly conjuring an image of the snow structure within 100 meters radius. 8 meters ahead lay a cave, where a man was holding a wire. He also sensed a wooden box beneath his feet, containing a detonator. Furthermore, 4 figures lurked beneath the accumulated snow around him. Lin Feng chuckled coldly, astonished that someone dared to ambush him. Just as he prepared to eliminate the detonator operator, a figure appeared at the entrance of the community. Neighbor, you're back. This person was bundled up tightly and greeted Lin Feng with a smile. Who are you? Lin Feng inquired loudly. I am Zhou Heibiao, he replied with a hearty laugh. I was wrong earlier. I am here to apologize. Oh, to apologize to me? Lin Feng replied, casting a casual glance at Zhou Heibiao. Then kneel down and do so. Zhou Heibiao's face twisted with rage as he retorted, Lin, don't be foolish. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Get out of the car at once. Had he been concerned about the detonator destroying the snowmobile, he would have activated it long ago. Chapter 52. Zhou Heibiao strikes again. All exploded. Oh. You want me to leave? Lin Feng mocked. Zhou Heibiao, what leverage do you have to challenge me? Enough nonsense. Get out of the car. I am telling you clearly. There is a detonator beneath your feet. The moment my people connect the wire, you will be obliterated, Zhou Heibiao sneered. Haha. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Zhou Heibiao, are you trying to frighten me? Frightening you? You can take a gamble. Zhou Heibiao's tone turned sinister. I assure you, you will be shattered to pieces. Lin Feng fell silent. Lin Feng, I do not wish to kill you. I only desire your snowmobile. Step out of the vehicle and leave the snowmobile here, and I will let you go, Zhou Heibiao warned again. So you want the snowmobile? You could have just asked, Lin Feng replied, slowly dismounting from the snowmobile. One hand behind his back, a titanium alloy tang knife emerged in his grasp. With a powerful swing, he struck down into the deep snow, the force of his blow exceeding that of an ordinary person tenfold. The blade severed the wire buried underground. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Zhou Heibiao's face paled as he realized Lin Feng had struck the wire connected to the detonator. A smirk of derision played on Lin Feng's lips. What am I doing? Are you still pretending to be oblivious? As he spoke, he hurled the tang knife, sending it flying dozens of meters away. Thud! The knife's handle struck Zhou Heibiao's other shoulder, fracturing the bone and causing blood to flow. Ah! Zhou Heibiao let out a piercing scream. Everyone, go and kill him. Whoever takes him down will receive 30 million. Eliminate him. 4 figures sprang from the surrounding snow, each wielding a machete, charging towards Lin Feng. As they approached, a cruel smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. With one hand still behind his back, he conjured another tang knife. Meanwhile, 2 men brandishing their blades had already closed in, aiming for Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he deftly evaded the attacks of the 2 assailants. He then wielded his tang dao, sweeping it in a fluid motion that severed both adversaries at the waist in an instant. Their bodies stood momentarily frozen before collapsing into a pool of blood. The 2 men who had been poised to charge forward were paralyzed with fear, astonished by the ferocity displayed in the execution of their comrades. In a panic, they turned to flee. With a swift motion, Lin Feng hurled a beer bottle, which shattered upon impact with one man's head, causing a gruesome injury that rendered him lifeless on the ground. Like a leopard, Lin Feng advanced, delivering a powerful kick to another man's back, sending him sprawling several meters away, unconscious and possibly dead. In his hand, a crossbow materialized, aimed precisely at a snow cave where a man was concealed, waiting for Zhou Heibiao's command while connecting detonators. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt pierced through the ice and struck his heart, eliciting a piercing scream. Zhou Heibiao, witnessing this scene, was struck with terror and fled in haste. Lin Feng pursued him at a remarkable speed, but was met with a thunderous noise. Zhou Heibiao had reached the safety of his home, fortified by a vault-like door. Lin Feng, I will find a way to kill you, came Zhou's furious roar from within. Without uttering a word, Lin Feng approached and delivered a powerful kick to the vault door. The resulting impact echoed violently, causing the security door to rattle, accompanied by the startled cries of a woman inside. Damn it, even a vault door, Lin Feng cursed, delivering several more kicks before departing. Upon returning to the entrance of the community, Lin Feng noticed a throng of individuals converging on his snowmobile, armed with knives and clubs, their appearances cloaked against the cold. Clear out, he commanded, picking up a tang dao from the ground with a cold glare. The residents hesitated, stepping back to create a path, their desire to seize supplies overshadowed by the imposing figure before them. Lin Feng then brandished a loudspeaker, proclaiming, residents of Jiangsheng Manhwa community, those possessing jade and gemstones, come forth to exchange goods. Supplies are limited. Do not blame me for tardiness. His voice resonated throughout the entire community. Soon, numerous residents emerged from their buildings, eager to partake in the exchange. Air Pao and Kai Ling stood at the entrance, each armed with a crossbow, ensuring order amidst the chaos. In no time, Lin Feng had exchanged all his supplies, amassing a significant quantity of jade and gemstones, which expanded his spatial capacity by 60,000 cubic meters, bringing it to a total of 720,000 cubic meters. Yet, even with this bounty, throngs of residents continued to appear, clutching their own jade and gemstones, growing increasingly anxious upon realizing the supplies had run out. Lin Feng, where are our supplies? Are you deceiving us? Dozens of residents encircled Lin Feng, demanding answers. A cold smile crept across Lin Feng's lips as he brandished a revolver. Bang! A gunshot rang out, causing the group of homeowners to instinctively retreat. I said first come, first served, Lin Feng admonished sharply. If you fail to acquire supplies, you have no one to blame but yourselves for your sluggishness. Anyone who dares to question me again will find themselves blacklisted, deprived of any opportunity to exchange for resources. Dealing with these homeowners required a display of strength, otherwise, they would not be easily subdued. Lin Feng, we are starving. We await your procurement of supplies and will not question you further. Anyone who dares to challenge you shall face dire consequences. The homeowners, upon seeing the firearm in Lin Feng's possession, cowered and ceased their provocations. Moreover, I bear a grudge against Zhou Heibiao from the first floor. Whoever aids me in avenging this grievance shall be rewarded with a box of instant noodles, a box of coal, and a box of ham. Lin Feng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Instantly, a stir erupted within the crowd. A box of coal could keep a house warm for a week, while a box of ham and instant noodles could last for a month if consumed raw. The homeowners cast eager glances towards Zhou Heibiao's building, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Brother Feng is formidable. They cheered wildly. Kailin and Erpang approached Lin Feng with smiles. Take this, Lin Feng said, handing a box of ham to Erpang and Kailin. It's the least we can do, Erpang replied in a lowered voice. Brother Lin Feng, we shall take our leave now, Kailin said, pulling Erpang away. With a sense of resignation, Lin Feng mounted his snowmobile and rode down to the entrance of the building, where he found Zhou Feng tightly wrapped up. Here you go, Lin Feng said, tossing a bag at Zhou Feng. This was found in the kitchen of the Tianshan Grand Hotel, complete with the pot. Thank you, dear husband, Zhou Feng replied sweetly. No need for such formalities. And if it's delicious, I shall bring you more next time, Lin Feng teased. Anticipating the expression on Zhou Feng and her family's faces upon tasting the secret sauce beef. That would be wonderful. Zhou Feng felt a flutter of happiness. Realizing Lin Feng still cared for her, Lin Feng chuckled to himself as he rode away on his snowmobile. Chapter 53. Is there excrement in this beef fried noodles? Zhou Feng returned to her room with the bag. Sister, came Zhou Long's voice from within. Did the supplies arrive? I want beef fried noodles. I'm starving. Miao Zuolan emerged from her room dressed in a padded coat. Brother, mother. Wee hit the jackpot this time. Over 10 pounds of beef and 3 portions of beef fried noodles. Zhou Feng exclaimed excitedly. This will last us half a month. Quickly, let's heat it up. Miao Zuolan urged eagerly, her love for meat evident. Zhou Feng hurriedly opened the bag to reveal 2 iron pots. One contained beef fried noodles, while the other held a large piece of beef. However, both the noodles and the beef appeared dark. Why is everything so dark? Miao Zuolan queried in confusion. Lin Feng said this is sauce-flavored beef, and the fried noodles are infused with precious spices, Zhou Feng explained. Hurry, place it on the stove to thaw. At last, our family can enjoy a hearty meal. Miao Zuolan exclaimed joyfully. Zhou Feng promptly placed one of the iron pans atop a smoldering coal, and soon the frozen contents began to melt. As the beef fried noodles yielded to the heat, A faint but unpleasant odor permeated the room. Sister, what is that smell? It's so foul. Zhou Long, nestled in his blanket, exclaimed while covering his nose. Indeed, it is rather unpleasant, Miao Tzulan echoed, also pinching her nostrils. I shall open the door to let in some fresh air. It must be due to the lack of ventilation, Zhou Fong mused, and after a moment, she opened the door, allowing a rush of cold air to sweep in. The noxious scent dissipated, but once Zhou Fong closed the door, the stench returned. And they soon discovered that the source of the odor was the beef fried noodles in the pan. How can it smell so terrible? Miao Tzulan pointed at the dish in disbelief. Sister, you've been deceived by Lin Feng. He must have added something to it, Zhou Long said angrily. Refraining from uttering the word excrement, Zhou Fong, incensed by his comment, immediately dialed Lin Feng's number. Lin Feng, you scoundrel. Your wickedness knows no bounds. Lin Feng chuckled to himself. What is the fuss about? Why the outburst? Tell me, what did you put in there? Why does it stink so? Zhou Fong demanded. Did you perhaps add excrement? She accused furiously. Lin Feng, with a teasing tone, replied, Zhou Fong, you're being irrational. It's merely crushed stinky tofu. It may smell foul, but it's delicious once tasted. It's a signature dish from an esteemed chef at the Tianshan restaurant. If you don't want it, I can serve it to others. Many are queuing to savor it. I can also offer you some instant noodles to compensate for your bracelet. His words left Zhou Fong momentarily speechless, for she knew that Miao Tzulan had a penchant for stinky tofu. Then you should clarify yourself sooner. Zhou Fong's tone softened. I never imagined you would have such convoluted thoughts, Lin Feng retorted before abruptly ending the call. How does that fool intend to explain himself? Miao Tzulan asked in a flurry. He claims it's stinky tofu, crushed stinky tofu, Zhou Fong relayed. He even said if we don't eat it, he'll serve it up, and he'll give us some instant noodles. What a delightful thought. I shall have some first. Miao Tzulan declared as she hurried to serve herself a generous portion, devouring it with fervor. Despite the pungent aroma, she relished every bite, though the flavor was somewhat bitter. However, for Miao Tzulan, who had not had meat for several days, it was a culinary delight. Sister, hurry and serve me some. Zhou Long, seeing Miao Tzulan enjoy her meal, feared she would finish it all. Zhou Fong quickly filled a large plate for him and kept the remainder for herself. The siblings consumed the beef fried noodles voraciously, the foul odor now a distant memory. After all, stinky tofu was meant to be stinky. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. Miao Tzulan suddenly exclaimed, clutching her abdomen. I need to use the restroom. She hastily set down her plate and dashed to the bathroom, where sounds of flatulence echoed. The two siblings, still eating, felt a wave of nausea wash over them and promptly set their plates aside. Oh sister, my stomach hurts too, Zhou Long cried, also clutching his belly. Just as Zhou Fong was about to respond, she too felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, accompanied by an urgent call of nature. She was unable to manage Zhou Long and hurried towards the bathroom, only to find that their home had but one restroom, currently monopolized by Miao Tzulan. Mom, open the door. I am about to lose control, Zhou Fong cried out. I haven't finished yet, Miao Tzulan retorted. Lin Feng is such a useless bum. What kind of food did he bring? It must be problematic. Hurry, Mom, Zhou Fong urged. Mom, please. Zhou Long, enduring his discomfort, rushed over with a urinal in hand. With no other option, Miao Tzulan reluctantly approached to unlock the door, yet before she could even turn the handle, two thunderous sounds erupted from outside, followed by a wave of foul odor that filled the room. The trio pinched their noses, nearly overwhelmed by the stench, and directed their ire towards Lin Feng, unleashing a torrent of invective upon him. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had returned to 1601, where Ding Meiling had prepared a warm bath. Just as they were about to indulge in a romantic soak, a notification chimed on his phone. He picked it up to find two new friend requests. One from Hong Sueki, and the other from Yao Lina. Hong Sueki? Lin Feng was taken aback, surprised that Hong Liangyu's daughter had reached out to him. Who is that? Ding Meiling inquired, her eyes narrowing. Hong Sueki, the daughter of the owner of Wanshiyuan. She once assisted me with some matters, Lin Feng explained. The owner of Wanshiyuan? Hong Sueki, she is my classmate, Ding Meiling exclaimed, astonished that Lin Feng was acquainted with her peer. Are you close? Lin Feng asked. Not particularly, she replied, shaking her head, and then turned to her phone, engrossed in it. Lin Feng promptly accepted Hong Sueki's friend request. Lin Feng, my father wishes to send you some supplies. She messaged. What supplies? He inquired. 3 Type 54 pistols, 3 grenades, 30 rounds of ammunition, and 3 months' worth of living essentials. Wow. Lin Feng was astonished by Hong Liangyu's generosity. It seemed he had indeed heeded Lin Feng's advice to stockpile resources. Furthermore, if you find it difficult to subsist in Jiangcheng Mingwe, you can come to my father's place. He guarantees your comfort, Hong Sueki continued. Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction at her message. Hong Liangyu was indeed a man of integrity. However, Lin Feng had no intention of stepping into someone else's domain. In this apocalyptic world, human nature was treacherous, and anything could transpire. Thus, Lin Feng replied, Please thank Boss Hong for me. I am faring quite well here and do not need supplies at the moment, although firearms are always welcome, especially ammunition. He needed a substantial quantity of bullets to practice his marksmanship. What do you need so many bullets for? Hong Sweki asked. I need them for target practice. Lin Feng responded. We don't have many bullets either, but I can send you 100, she offered. Thank you. Beautiful, he replied. Once my injury heals, I'll deliver them to you, probably in about a week, she said. But with this heavy snow, how will you manage to come? Lin Feng questioned. That's for me to worry about. I have my ways, she assured him. Lin Feng pondered this. After all, Hong Sweki had trained at the Heishui training camp, and her father had connections along the border, so she likely had means to procure a snow vehicle or something similar. As Lin Feng pondered, he suddenly recalled the woman he encountered earlier that day. Could it be that she was Hong Sweki? However, Lin Feng refrained from verifying this with Hong Sweki. If it were true, it would only add to his troubles, for Hong Lianyu's daughter was no easy character, unless he managed to ensnare her. He could not dare to be candid. He then glanced at the contact labeled Miao Lina, discovering that she was a resident of the first floor. Opening Miao Lina's profile, he found her in a black professional outfit, her features exquisitely refined, her skin fair, and her figure splendid. Particularly, her face possessed a seductive allure that could tempt any man to sin. Remarkably, her apartment number matched that of Zhou Heibiao. Lin Feng noted that Miao Lina's apartment number felt oddly familiar, and upon checking Zhou Heibiao's number, he confirmed they were indeed the same. A playful smile crept across Lin Feng's lips, triggering his own version of the Chaomingda syndrome. Chapter 54. The syndrome strikes. Zhou Heibiao's woman comes knocking without hesitation. Lin Feng accepted Miao Lina's friend request. Miao Lina, greetings, Mr. Lin. I am a family member of Zhou Heibiao. Lin Feng, what is it that you wish to discuss? Miao Lina, Mr. Lin, could you possibly show us mercy? We are willing to offer half of our assets in exchange for your leniency. Lin Feng regarded Miao Lina's message with a cold smirk, replying promptly. Zhou Heibiao must meet his end, and you possess the means to survive. Though it depends on your willingness to sacrifice those means. He could not let Zhou Heibiao's woman slip away easily. Zhou Heibiao had made multiple attempts on his life, and Lin Feng was determined to deliver a decisive blow in return. The woman was the key to his strategy. Miao Lina remained silent for a moment before asking, Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Lin Feng replied, I believe you understand my intentions. Consider your options carefully before reaching out again. Miao Lina, Mr. Lin, could we negotiate different terms? My husband has considerable assets that could be sold to you at a reduced price. Lin Feng, assets? To me, they hold no value. Less than a box of instant noodles. Moreover, in my eyes, you possess only the worth of resolving physical needs. Miao Lina, Mr. Lin, that is excessive. Seeing Miao Lina's response, Lin Feng chose to ignore her, believing that by the end of the night, her perspective would likely shift. At that moment, Ding Miling's alluring voice called out, Mr. Lin, come take a bath. The water is about to cool down. Coming. Lin Feng changed into his sleepwear and entered the hot spring room, feeling fatigued after a day of exertion. As he reclined in the warm water, enjoying Ding Miling's gentle massage, he suddenly heard a gurgling sound from her stomach. Haven't you eaten? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. All the food is gone. You returned with so much, yet you didn't save any. Ding Miling complained, her delicate face adorned with a pitiful expression. I brought back plenty. Just wait here for a moment. Lin Feng hurriedly exited the hot spring and went to the adjacent room. He retrieved 2 jackfruit strawberry sundaes, a bottle of red wine, a plate of braised pork, a plate of kung pao chicken, a plate of cold pig ears, 4 bowls of rice, a watermelon, and more. When Lin Feng presented the feast, Ding Miling gasped in astonishment. Is all this food you brought back? Surely, I am not hallucinating. Ding Miling exclaimed as she approached Lin Feng and wrapped her arms around his neck. Please, do eat, Lin Feng advised. I bring vegetables back every day. They won't spoil in this weather, so you can warm them up for lunch. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Oh, this also includes my favorite, the jackfruit strawberry sundae. Ding Miling exclaimed with delight as she took a cup of sundae. Remember to perform well after dinner, Lin Feng said with a mischievous smile. Ding Miling shyly nodded in agreement. After they had dined and soaked in the hot spring, it was already 11 o'clock at night, and Ding Miling was languidly reclined in the water. Mr. Lin, you have changed, she remarked, a hint of pain evident on her face. In what way have I changed? Lin Feng replied, looking at her with a bemused expression. Meeting his gaze, Ding Miling blushed and confessed, your strength has increased. You used to resemble a large wolf dog, but now you are akin to a majestic lion. Lin Feng then recalled that his power had surged several-fold alongside the expansion of his space. Yet he had forgotten this while enjoying the hot spring. Wait a moment, you little rascal are calling me a dog? I must teach you a lesson for this, he said, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Mr. Lin, please don't tickle me. Ding Miling squealed as he began to tickle her feet. Tell me, am I a big wolf dog? Lin Feng inquired playfully. You are a lion, Mr. Lin. She giggled, Please stop tickling me. I was wrong. Do you like this lion I have become? Lin Feng teased. I do, but not right now. Ding Mailing pleaded. Please let go of my feet. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated, causing the walls to tremble. Lin Feng and Ding Mailing immediately ceased their playful antics and hurried to the computer to check the surveillance. Upon discovering that there was no one at the doors of rooms 1601 and 1501, they felt relieved. Air Pow, where did that sound come from? Lin Feng called out to Air Pow from the balcony. Brother Feng, it seems the noise originated from the first floor. We've observed someone going down there. And they were carrying wooden stakes, came the voice of Kai Ling from the adjacent room. Kai Ling, is that you? Lin Feng responded, puzzled, as he caught sight of her wearily standing on the balcony with binoculars in hand. Brother Lin, your home is too noisy. It's keeping me awake, Kai Ling lamented. Could you and Mailing go to the bedroom and shut the soundproof windows tightly? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Feng replied. Brother Lin, it must be your bounty at work. Those people are targeting Zhou Heibiao, Kai Ling deduced. I hope they manage to eliminate Zhou Heibiao, Lin Feng chuckled. Do you have enough supplies? For the short term, yes. But we cannot be complacent. I plan to go out tomorrow to gather more supplies. Can I accompany you? Kai Ling asked. Rest assured. The supplies I bring back are sufficient for my brother and me, and I can assist you. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. Brother Lin, I also have a snowmobile. Kai Ling added, seemingly sensing his apprehension, and promptly expressed her willingness to join him. As she spoke, she took a few steps back and then maneuvered a snowmobile onto the balcony, its engine roaring to life with a thunderous sound. Hey, what are you thinking? We can just ride one together tomorrow, Lin Feng jested. You must be quite skilled with a firearm, right? Upon hearing this, Kai Ling's lips curled into a proud smile as she replied, my marksmanship is exceptional. I ranked first in the police academy, and I'm even better now. Very well then. Since gasoline is a scarce resource these days, it's best to leave your snowmobile at home. We'll head out together tomorrow. And perhaps you can teach me a thing or two about shooting, Lin Feng resolved, eager for Kai Ling to instruct him. In this apocalyptic world, firearms remained humanity's primary weapon, wielding tremendous destructive power. Thus, mastering proficient shooting skills was essential for survival. Yay, Brother Lin Feng. Please remember to wake me up when we set off tomorrow. Kai Ling cheered before heading off to sleep. Upon returning to his bedroom, Lin Feng found Ding Mailing already asleep. He picked up his phone and noticed several messages, all from Miao Lina. Miao Lina, Mr. Lin, I implore you to cancel the bounty. Lin Feng, this is merely the first wave. More will follow. Zhou Heibiao must die, and if you do not contribute, you will share his fate. Miao Lina, Mr. Lin, I assure you, you may come over now. Lin Feng, I hope you do not deceive me. I am on my way. Chapter 55. Infiltration into Zhou Heibiao's residence in the dead of night. Room 101. Zhou Heibiao wore a fierce expression, intent on eliminating Lin Feng. The source of his troubles. He instructed Miao Lina to feign compliance with Lin Feng's demands in order to lure him in and detonate explosives to kill him. By eliminating Lin Feng, he could avenge his injured arm and seize Lin Feng's fireplace room, facilitating his recovery. Although he had acquired some coal from the property management, the smell of coal burning was unbearable. Additionally, he coveted Lin Feng's snowmobile. Possessing it would allow him to venture out in search of food, ultimately controlling Lin Feng's life and death. With these thoughts, Zhou Heibiao's murderous intent towards Lin Feng intensified. Miao Lina, meanwhile, had a battery before her, with 2 wires connected. Another wire extended through the gap between the anti-theft door and the ground, leading outside. The ground outside was littered with corpses, some even missing limbs, their remains mangled by the blast from the detonators. At that moment, a shadow appeared not far away. It was Lin Feng. He crouched down, feeling the ground, quickly visualizing its structure in his mind. Not only the ground, but also the arrangement of objects on it became clear to him. So, they indeed intend to set a trap for me, Lin Feng thought, harboring doubts about Miao Lina's sincerity. As he approached Zhou Heibiao's residence, he carefully inspected his surroundings. Indeed, beneath a pile of tattered clothing at Zhou Heibiao's door lay a detonator, and a camera was positioned at the entrance. As soon as he got too close, both Miao Lina and Zhou Heibiao would be alerted, triggering the detonator and resulting in his obliteration. Truly, the heart of a treacherous woman knows no bounds. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. He immediately sent a message to Miao Lina. Lin Feng, there is a detonator at your entrance. Are you trying to deceive me? Miao Lina, Mr. Lin, I assure you, there is no detonator placed. Lin Feng, I shall not engage in trivial conversation with you. I possess an instrument for inspecting explosives, and I have already discovered the detonators at the entrance. I now present you with 2 choices. First, I will significantly increase the bounty tomorrow, and all that awaits you is death. Second, you may open the door for me obediently, granting yourself a chance at survival. Miao Lina's countenance turned pale upon receiving Lin Feng's message. He was clearly not to be trifled with. Then she received another message, causing her face to drain of color. Lin Feng stated, I am acutely aware of your situation. Your windows are wide open, 17 doorballs are ignited, you are clad in a black lace dress. Wearing rose-colored slippers, and a red wedding gown photograph adorns your wall. As she processed this information, a wave of dread surged within Miao Lina. Lin Feng's details were precise. If one detail were correct, it could be mere coincidence, but the multitude of accurate observations left her trembling. She hurriedly scanned her surroundings. There were no cameras. Yet this only heightened her fear. Has that scoundrel Lin Feng arrived? The venomous voice of Zhou Heibiao echoed. At that moment, Zhou Heibiao sat in agony. Having been shot in the right arm by Lin Feng, rendering it immobile, and now his left arm lay shattered from Lin Feng's assault. Unable to seek hospital treatment for an X-ray, he could only find a doctor to hastily tend to his wounds. The effects of the anesthetic had worn off, and he was now in excruciating pain. Miao Lina urged, "No, my love, you should rest in the bedroom. Your recovery is of utmost importance." Zhou Heibiao replied, "Remember, you must ensure his demise. As long as he is dead, my fortune shall belong to you." Zhou Heibiao harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance against Lin Feng, wishing he could personally exact retribution were it not for his injuries. Miao Lina breathed a sigh of relief only after Zhou Heibiao departed. In that moment, Lin Feng sent another message. "Now, turn off the battery. Do not attempt to deceive me. I can see everything inside. If you hesitate for even 3 seconds, I shall take my leave, and you may anticipate my bounty." Miao Lina dared not resist, and promptly switched off the battery. Lin Feng continued, "It is still not secure. Cut the wires connected to the detonators immediately. You have only 10 seconds, and there are scissors on your left side on the coffee table." A chill ran down Miao Lina's spine as she noticed the scissors indeed resting on the table. Without hesitation, she grasped the scissors and severed the wires connected to the detonators. Lin Feng then said, "You may open the door now, but remember, no tricks, otherwise the consequences will be dire." Miao Lina, fearing Lin Feng's wrath, approached the door and entered a sequence of codes, swiftly unlocking the security door. Upon opening it, she saw that the detonators had vanished, and standing to the left was a man in black, Lin Feng. He reached out, caressing Miao Lina's chin with a smile, saying, "You are quite clever." Miao Lina's complexion shifted, and she anxiously glanced towards the bedroom, fearing for Zhou Heibiao's disturbance. She texted Lin Feng, "Mr. Lin, I hope you will honor your word." Cautious, indeed, Lin Feng whispered into her ear, "I too hope you do not resist when the moment comes for you to pay the price." Miao Lina bit her pink lip, remaining silent. As Lin Feng stepped into Zhou Heibiao's residence, he was greeted by a temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius and a lingering scent of burning coal. Despite the windows being ajar, the odor was stubbornly persistent. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, this situation was far more favorable than that of the residents in 99. Contemplating this, Lin Feng found himself puzzled. Why did Zhou Heibiao possess coal, yet still covet his fireplace? It seemed rather absurd. Lin Feng scanned the interior of Zhou Heibiao's home, searching for any potential threats. Soon, he arrived at a storage room and unearthed a box of detonators, discovering 10 within. This was a valuable find indeed. The power of the detonators rivaled that of grenades. Although they posed a bit of a hassle during detonation, they were certainly better than having none at all, particularly in critical moments. Subsequently, Lin Feng collected the battery from Zhou Heibiao's home, a crucial component for igniting the detonators. Miao Lina, upon seeing Lin Feng retrieve the detonators from her home, felt a chill run down her spine. How had he managed to surveil her household so thoroughly? "Mr. Lin, would you like some tea?" Miao Lina hurriedly offered, pouring him a cup. "I dare not partake in your tea," Lin Feng replied. "Enough of this. Do not waste time. Go take a shower." Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. Miao Lina bit her pink lip, astonished by the man's audacity. Did he not fear Zhou Heibiao's wrath? "Stop dawdling," Lin Feng urged. With that, Miao Lina promptly retreated to the bathroom to shower. As Lin Feng heard the sound of running water, his thoughts began to wander, and he tossed his clothes onto the sofa before following her into the bathroom. In the adjacent bedroom, Zhou Heibiao was asleep. As the effects of the anesthetic wore off, the pain in his arm intensified, and faint screams from within the house roused him, igniting his fury. Chapter 56. Zhou Heibiao wakes to a green head. Damn it, it's so noisy. Zhou Heibiao cursed. "I'm merely injured, not incapacitated." The screams incited a surge of anger within him, prompting him to seek out Miao Lina. "Ouch!" Zhou Heibiao grimaced, the pain from his wounds causing him to grimace as he shakily descended from the bed, slipping on his slippers and exiting the bedroom. He noticed the bathroom light was on, and then the unthinkable occurred. He heard a man's voice emanating from within. In that instant, Zhou Heibiao realized he had been betrayed. "You two scoundrels, come out!" he bellowed, his arms immobilized, leaving him to curse from the doorway. With a resounding crash, he kicked the bathroom door, shattering the glass. Inside, Miao Lina's face turned ashen, while Lin Feng gestured for her to remain calm as he approached and opened the door. Lin Feng beheld Zhou Heibiao standing at the entrance, his expression a furious shade of green. Zhou Heibiao, why such anger? Lin Feng teased. Who has vexed you? Is it you? Lin Feng. Zhou Heibiao spat. Zhou Heibiao was taken aback to find Lin Feng emerging from his home, a surge of rage igniting within him. He could hardly fathom that Lin Feng would invade his sanctuary, let alone entangle himself with his woman. Indeed, it is I, Lin Feng proclaimed with a triumphant grin. Oh, I seem to be afflicted by Chowmingda syndrome lately, and I thought I'd come here for a cure. The results are quite remarkable. Observing Zhou Heibiao's furious demeanor, Lin Feng reveled in the exhilaration of the moment. Nothing could be more thrilling. Lin Feng, how dare you dishonor me by sleeping with my woman? I will crush you. Zhou Heibiao could no longer contain his fury, launching himself at Lin Feng with a flying kick aimed at his chest. Lin Feng stood his ground unmoved, a sneer curling upon his lips. You worthless fool. Even explosives could not outsmart me. Now you wish to confront me barehanded? You are utterly deluded. With a swift movement, he evaded Zhou Heibiao's strike and retaliated with a kick to his waist, sending Zhou Heibiao flying like a rag doll. Crash! Zhou Heibiao collided violently with the coffee table, shattering it to pieces and crumpled to the ground in agony, his ribs fractured and one pressing perilously against his heart. Aya! Zhou Heibiao roared in anguish, akin to a wounded beast, consumed by a desire to rend Lin Feng limb from limb. You should never have provoked me, Lin Feng remarked, igniting a cigarette as he approached Zhou Heibiao with a smirk. Lin Feng, let us make peace. I will relinquish that woman to you, and all my possessions shall be yours, Zhou Heibiao pleaded desperately. It is too late, Lin Feng replied with a chilling laugh, striding to the entrance to fling open the door. Bam! He then delivered a kick to Zhou Heibiao's back, propelling him out of the house like a soccer ball. Outside, the temperature plummeted to a frigid 70 degrees below zero, and with Zhou Heibiao poorly clad, he trembled uncontrollably in the cold. Lin Feng, I was wrong to provoke you. I regret my actions. Zhou Heibiao's voice quivered with desperation. This is the law of the apocalypse. Had I been the one to fall, my fate would have been far worse. In your next life, be wiser and avoid being a pawn, Lin Feng remarked coolly from the hallway, well aware that Zhou Heibiao had been merely a tool in Chun Jichao's scheme. Bam! With another swift kick, Lin Feng sent Zhou Heibiao tumbling into the depths of the snow at the community entrance. This blow not only cast Zhou Heibiao away, but also shattered his femur, leaving him helpless amidst the snow. Returning to room 101, Lin Feng engaged in further study of Chinese characters with Miao Lina, only feeling fatigue wash over him as dawn approached. Miao Lina curled up in her blankets, thoroughly exhausted from Lin Feng's relentless vigor. He was nothing short of a ferocious beast. Before departing, Lin Feng extracted the security door code from Zhou Heibiao's residence, binding it to facial recognition, and took with him the mobile phone associated with the security system. However, he made his way directly to the property management office. From Miao Lina, he had learned that they had obtained coal through the property management, and Chen Jichao had covertly aided Zhou Heibiao's ambush. Upon arriving at the property management office, Lin Feng cautiously surveyed his surroundings, only to find no trace of Chen Jichao within. The property office was warm and inviting, with several security guards indulging in hot pot and sipping on spirits. It seemed the property management had stockpiled quite a bit of supplies. Lin Feng mused to himself as he gazed through the window, observing the pot filled with lamb chops and steaks. The floor was littered with various cuts of raw meat, including beef legs and lamb racks, likely weighing dozens of pounds. Even the trash bin overflowed with meat, some of which appeared to be discolored. Without hesitation, Lin Feng took out his phone to record a video, sensing it might prove useful later. He searched for Chen Jichao, but found no trace of him. It was likely that the scoundrel was hiding away. Upon returning to room 1601, Lin Feng fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by the notification chime of his phone at 10 o'clock in the morning. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed a flurry of messages in the owner's group chat. Ignore these messages, Ding Meiling declared angrily, already awake. It appeared that the news was rather grim. Lin Feng chuckled as he meticulously reviewed the messages, nearly choking on his own blood in shock. The group was inundated with hundreds of images depicting deceased elderly individuals and children, each accompanied by a caption demanding severe punishment for the perpetrator, Lin Feng. Resident of room 1601. Lin Feng, do not show your face. I know you have power and internet, so you must have seen my messages. You are responsible for the deaths of these individuals, wrote Zhou Long. Indeed, Lin Feng, you are inherently selfish. Had you allowed these people to stay in your home, they would not have perished from the cold. Miao Zuelon lamented, Lin Feng, be a decent human being. I was truly blind to have chosen you as a son-in-law. Had you handed over the snowmobile to the property management sooner, they surely would have procured ample food for the community, preventing anyone from starving. Miao Zuelon and Zhou Long harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Feng, as their family had endured much distress the previous day. Feeling utterly exhausted from numerous trips to relieve themselves, leaving the room in a foul state. Upon waking, The mere thought of the mess caused them to retch again. Moreover, this family had aligned themselves with Chen Jichao, thus continuing to fan the flames of discord. Apart from these individuals, other owners in the community who had failed to acquire food the previous day also joined in the fray. In stark contrast, Air Pao, Kai Ling, and Dr. Li Guilan attempted to reason with them in the group chat, but were met with relentless vitriol. Whenever the three spoke, they were inundated with disparagement from dozens of others. Their words drowned out amidst the chaos. Do not engage with these people, Ding Meiling urged, her frustration palpable. The more you entertain them, the more emboldened they become. Perceiving you as an easy target, Lin Feng, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, realizing that the video recorded the previous night could now be shared. Chapter 57. Chen Jichao's persona crumbles. All owners unite against the property management. Lin Feng addressed the entire group of owners. Everyone, please quiet down. I am here to assist in resolving some of the food and coal issues. If anyone continues to chatter, I will exit this group chat. And you can find your own solutions. He chose not to waste words with these owners, opting instead for a firm approach. Indeed, the members who had initially criticized Lin Feng, Air Pao, Kai Ling, and others fell silent in an instant. Chen Jichao, Lin Feng, you have finally emerged. If you had vacated the room sooner and handed over the snowmobile earlier, this community would not have witnessed the demise of so many elderly and children. Zhou Long, indeed. Lin Feng, you selfish and worthless wretch. I hope I do not cross paths with you, or I shall deliver a fatal blow. Miao Zuelan, you heartless creature. Take the snowmobile to the property management yourself, and then carry me to room 1601. Lin Feng was perplexed by the messages from the three. Their imaginations ran wild. When had he ever mentioned vacating the room or relinquishing the snowmobile? Lin Feng, Miao Zuelan, Zhou Long, have you consumed too much excrement? Are you hallucinating? When did I ever say I would vacate the room or hand over the snowmobile? The mention of excrement seemed to strike a nerve with Miao Zuelan and Zhou Long, causing them to feel a wave of nausea. Miao Zuelan, I truly wish to tear your mouth apart. Zhou Long, Lin Feng, I will end you, you despicable creature. Chen Jichao addressed Lin Feng. What do you mean, Lin Feng? Do you wish for more deaths in Jiangxing Minghua community? Are you truly so cruel? Owner of room 1601. Do not overstep. Indeed, owner of room 1601. What do you mean by this? Are you being two-faced? Lin Feng, I know where you live. If you have the courage, do not show your face. Many owners in the group were enraged upon hearing that Lin Feng would not vacate the room, launching a barrage of attacks and insults against him. Sister-in-law, why engage with them? We can simply choose not to leave. Ding Meiling, observing the messages, was tempted to confront these individuals. Tell your aunt, Air Pang, and Kai Ling not to argue with them. It is futile. Lin Feng smiled and said, let us wait until they calm down before speaking. Ding Meiling nodded slightly and promptly informed the three not to engage in arguments with those owners in the group. The owners continued their tirade for half an hour before finally quieting down. Seeing this, Lin Feng addressed all the owners. My dear neighbors, you seem quite agitated. If you have finished speaking, I shall begin. If not, please continue, as I intend to sleep and will not be going out today. Upon hearing that Lin Feng would not be going out, the owners fell silent. Chen Jichao, Lin Feng, you must provide everyone with an explanation. After all, you have promised to resolve the issues of coal and food. Zhou Long, worthless, you must be trustworthy. Lin Feng retorted to Zhou Long, you are the truly worthless one. You cannot even handle a woman. Miao Zuelan, who are you referring to, Lin Feng? You are courting death. Lin Feng's remark clearly mocked Zhou Long's predicament, and should Ding Meiling discover this, she would undoubtedly reconsider their engagement. Lin Feng disregarded Miao Zuelan and continued, I believe that the solution to the coal and food issues lies not with me, but rather with the property management. Chen Jichao, Lin Feng, do not spout nonsense here. Our property management has done its utmost. Air Pang, Chen Jichao, shut your mouth. Brother Feng has not finished speaking yet. Chen Jichao, you are seeking death. I will end you. Air Pang, come at me if you dare. Urologist Li Guilan interjected. Please, stop the quarrel. Lin Feng, when you say the solution to food and coal lies with the property management, what do you mean? Let everyone understand clearly. As the other homeowners observed Li Guilan's remarks, they urged Lin Feng to clarify the matter. Lin Feng nodded discreetly, recognizing the keen insight of the urology professor who adeptly guided the discussion. Chen Jichao interjected, Lin Feng, I implore you to refrain from fabricating nonsense, or you shall bear legal consequences. Lin Feng retorted, Chen Jichao, today I shall unveil your hypocritical facade. Chen Jichao boldly declared, those who stand upright need not fear shadows. I am not intimidated by you. Miao Zuelan seethed, ingrate, dare to cast unfounded accusations, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Ignoring the elderly woman, Lin Feng proceeded to share a video within the group, showcasing footage captured at the property management the previous night. The video, time-stamped and vividly depicting the surroundings, caused an uproar within the group. Goodness, The property management lives splendidly. They are feasting on lavish meals, indulging in hot pot. They are clad in scant attire, suggesting the property provides excellent warmth. For heaven's sake, the garbage bin is filled with meat, long past its prime. Yet, rather than offering it to us, the property chooses to discard it. Such reprehensible behavior. As one homeowner from Unit 1610 remarked, Chun Ji-chow's hypocrisy was glaring. He persistently engaged in moral coercion, forcing others to surrender their snowmobiles. Moreover, some meat was discarded rather than shared with the community. It was infuriating. While residents of Unit 1601 understood the value of trade, the property management seemingly wished for us to starve. In the Jiangcheng manhwa community group, chaos erupted as numerous homeowners were incensed. They were starving, their families suffering from the cold, while the property management indulged in opulence. You scoundrel, Chun Ji-chow. You squander our property fees on such provisions, yet deny them to us, cried the stout Chun Ji-chow. Kai Ling added, Chun Ji-chow, your hypocrisy knows no bounds. Is this your so-called service to the homeowners? Li Guilin from Urology interjected, Chun Ji-chow, as far as I know, the property is quite spacious. The elderly and children in our community could easily be accommodated. If those meats were boiled into soup, they could save many lives. Yet, you would rather discard low-quality meat than assist others. A wave of homeowners rallied against Chun Ji-chow, voicing their grievances. Lin Feng addressed the homeowners. Those meats, hot pot, coal, and other resources rightfully belong to all homeowners. The stout man chimed in. Brother Feng has illuminated a path for us. It is now up to each homeowner to choose whether to follow. To the property management, let us reclaim what is rightfully ours. To the property management, let us seize what belongs to us. The homeowners were thoroughly incensed, with many rallying in the group to storm the property management and reclaim their resources. Inside the property office, Chun Ji-chow's expression darkened ominously. For heaven's sake, Lin Feng, I will end you. Chun Ji-chow screamed in fury. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Lin Feng, he glared at the security guards, questioning their incompetence for allowing Lin Feng to capture footage of them indulging in hot pot. Mr. Chun, it's bad. Someone is charging in. A panicked security guard rushed in to report. Chun Ji-chow gazed out of the window, observing a throng of individuals pouring out from various buildings. Some wielded iron rods, others brandished brooms, and a few clutched kitchen knives, all surging towards the property management office. Blast them with the detonator. Chun Ji-chow declared fiercely, having procured a detonator from Zhou Heibiao, which was now of utmost importance. Several security guards hastily set up the detonator at the entrance of the property. Soon, numerous homeowners approached the property, but just as they reached the entrance, a thunderous explosion erupted as a detonator was triggered. The blast hurled several men nearby into the air, resulting in their immediate demise, while others sustained minor injuries. Kill. Eliminate that hypocritical scoundrel Chun Ji-chow. The remaining homeowners began to assault the property's gate. Chun Ji-chow and the security guards were overtaken by fear, urgently barricading the entrance with tables, chairs, and other obstacles. However, the crowd only grew larger as they violently pounded on the door. Throw down some meat. Chun Ji-chow urged frantically. Quickly, toss down smaller pieces through the window. The security guards complied, tossing small chunks of meat out. The sight of the meat on the ground immediately attracted the attention of the other homeowners, who turned and rushed to seize the morsels, causing the assault on the property to dwindle. Meanwhile, Chun Ji-chow and the security guards cautiously began to gather the remaining supplies and escape through the door. Lin Feng would not allow Chun Ji-chow to evade capture so easily. Chapter 58. Lin Feng's Revenge Plan Against Chun Ji-chow. On the balcony of room 1601, Lin Feng stood armed with a German-made silenced pistol. Brother-in-law, I've spotted Chun Ji-chow. He is attempting to flee. Ding Meiling stood beside him, observing the scene through binoculars. Lin Feng aimed the silenced pistol at Chun Ji-chow. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Chun Ji-chow. A few more dull thuds echoed as additional shots narrowly missed him. Your marksmanship is divine, brother-in-law, Ding Meiling exclaimed, clapping in admiration. Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. His aim was far from impressive. Brother Lin, your shooting is quite poor, a voice chimed in from next door, belonging to Kai Ling. Here, let me hand you the gun. You take a shot, Lin Feng replied. Feeling frustrated. Hurry, give me the gun. I'll teach Chun Ji-chow a lesson. Kai Ling giggled from the window's edge. Without hesitation, Lin Feng passed the silenced pistol to her. Such a fine weapon. A German-made silenced pistol, my favorite. Watch this, Kai Ling exclaimed. But the gun spun in her small hands like a fan. Dear sister, be careful not to let it fall. Chun Ji-chow is darting towards another building. Heading to the lobby, hurry. Lin Feng watched her play with the gun, a mix of envy and anxiety washing over him. Upon hearing his words, Kai Ling's beautiful eyes scanned the area below, her expression shifting as she realized Chun Ji-chow had already entered a building, his figure barely visible. Without hesitation, she fired. A bullet striking Chun Ji-chow squarely in the rear. Ah! A piercing scream pierced the air as Chun Ji-chao collapsed in agony. As Kai Ling prepared to take another shot, she realized that Chun Ji-chao had been forcibly taken away by several security guards. A sense of disappointment washed over her as she cautiously turned to Lin Feng and said, "I'm sorry, brother Lin Feng. I missed my shot and didn't kill Chun Ji-chao." "Impressive, my dear Kai Ling," Lin Feng replied, showing no signs of anger. He genuinely admired her marksmanship. Moments earlier, as Chun Ji-chao sprinted towards the building, only his heels remained visible, yet Kai Ling managed to hit him. Her shooting skills were remarkable. As for killing Chun Ji-chao, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and with many of his supplies stolen and now injured, his days ahead would likely be more painful than death. Kai Ling's eyes sparkled with joy at Lin Feng's words. "You're not angry? What reason do I have to be upset?" Lin Feng replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Let us not forget. We are supposed to go out together to gather supplies today, and I need you to teach me your shooting skills." "Understood," Kai Ling smiled in response. After sharing breakfast with Ding Mei Ling, Lin Feng descended to the first floor, where he stumbled upon a lifeless body lying on the ground. It was Zhou Heibiao. "He certainly put up a struggle," Lin Feng remarked, reflecting on the tenacity of the human spirit. Despite having his arms immobilized and a leg broken, Zhou Heibiao had managed to crawl out of the snowdrift. Finding a secluded spot, Lin Feng retrieved a snowmobile and quickly notified Kai Ling to come down. His secret space was paramount and must remain undisclosed. Soon, Kai Ling appeared, clad in a down jacket that accentuated her youthful figure, her hair styled in playful twin ponytails, and her fair, delicate face exuding an air of innocence. "Brother Lin Feng," she greeted him with a bright smile. "Put on your hat and goggles. Do you wish to freeze out there?" Lin Feng chided her lightly. "After going through the effort of applying some makeup for you, don't you have any thoughts?" Kai Ling teased, her cheeks flushed from the cold, yet maintaining a playful demeanor. Lin Feng glanced at her cheeks and remarked, "You look lovely. But hurry and put on your hat. Otherwise, your face will swell from the cold." "Okay," Kai Ling responded, promptly donning a rabbit fur hat, goggles, and a mask, wrapping herself up snugly. As they stepped outside the building, Kai Ling cheerfully suggested, "Brother Lin Feng, you sit in the back. I'll drive you." "I'm really not keen on freezing in the front," Lin Feng reminded her. "I'm not afraid, and I'm a great driver. Just hold on to my waist," she urged, wrapping her arms around him. Lin Feng, invigorated by her words, took a seat in the back, while Kai Ling occupied the front. Without hesitation, he embraced her slim waist. Unbeknownst to them, the chubby man upstairs was seething, wishing to shout through a megaphone. After guarding his precious vegetables for so many years, was he really going to let them be taken away? Meanwhile, in room 909 of Building 11, Chun Ji-chao's anguished cries pierced the air. Blood stained his backside. He had been shot by Lin Feng previously and now again by Kai Ling, compounding his injuries. "Lin Feng, I will make you pay," Chun Ji-chao roared in rage. Having suffered defeat at Lin Feng's hands yet again, not only had he lost a significant amount of food and coal, but he had also been shot. Soon, a surgeon arrived to extract the bullet, administering anesthesia to alleviate Chun Ji-chao's suffering. His gaze was filled with venomous resentment as he picked up the phone, quickly dialing a number. "Is this President Liang?" Chun Ji-chao began, his voice dripping with malice. Chairman Liang inquired, "Mr. Chun Ji-chao, have you made up your mind?" "I have indeed made my decision. I will collaborate with you," Chun Ji-chao replied coldly. "However, this individual possesses a silencer," he added. "A silencer? That's child's play. Do you have anyone skilled in operating drones on your side?" Chairman Liang scoffed. "Yes, I have brothers who can operate drones, and I can as well. Many of my companions are adept at it." Chun Ji-chao enjoys this activity, and Zhou Long is also proficient, Liang explained. "Very well. We shall promptly send you 100 drones, each capable of carrying 10 pounds of supplies," he continued. "However, in extreme cold weather, the flying time is limited to merely 10 minutes. After that, the circuitry will freeze. Additionally, we have 30 wireless electronic detonators," Chairman Liang elaborated. Chun Ji-chao was elated upon hearing this. "Excellent. Thank you, Chairman Liang. I will promptly add you to the group to familiarize you with this area." "That is agreeable." Liang smirked. "The Jiangcheng manhwa community must be under the control of my Poison Wolf Society. Rest assured, the community will be managed by the director," Chun Ji-chao assured before ending the call. Moments later, hundreds of drones arrived, prompting Chun Ji-chao to instruct someone to open the windows. Soon, the drones descended into the room. Each drone was tethered with a palm-sized box, some of which were empty while others contained electronic detonators and remote controls. "This is marvelous," Chun Ji-chao exclaimed. Overwhelmed with joy at the sight of such combat supplies, he immediately called Zhou Long, urging him to prepare for battle. Zhou Long, having sustained an injury, had been focusing on mastering drone operation, becoming exceptionally skilled at controlling 5 to 6 drones simultaneously. When dozens of drones crash into Lin Feng's residence, that scoundrel will meet his demise. Even if he possesses a firearm, How many bullets can he fire? Will he be able to withstand this? Upon receiving this news, Zhou Long was equally exhilarated, slapping his bed in excitement. My son, what has brought you such joy? Miao Zuelan, nestled in her blankets, inquired. Brother Chao has acquired a substantial number of drones, capable of carrying electronic detonators. When that beast returns tonight, we shall launch our attack, Zhou Long replied. His face flushed with excitement. Wonderful. At last, we can rid ourselves of this heartless wretch, Miao Zuelan declared, her enthusiasm palpable, wishing to dismember Lin Feng. Finally, we can eliminate this worthless creature, Zhou Feng added with a venomous gaze. Wait, I heard that drones can carry objects. I want to freeze a pile of excrement. Attach it to a drone, and when the detonator explodes, the filth will rain down upon Lin Feng's face, Miao Zuelan suddenly remarked coldly. She yearned to disgust Lin Feng before his demise. Mother, rest assured, leave this matter to me, Zhou Long vowed, patting his chest. Even if you don't say it, I will ensure he consumes it. Thinking of this, Zhou Long was filled with exuberance, which inadvertently aggravated his wound. Ouch! Zhou Long winced in pain. My son, what is wrong? Miao Zuelan asked anxiously. It's nothing. I suspect the wound isn't healing well, and my excitement just caused it to split a bit, Zhou Long replied, grimacing from the pain. It has been nearly a week. The wound should have healed considerably by now, Miao Zuelan remarked, her expression filled with doubt. Mother, such matters are not so simple. It is not an external injury, remarked Zhou Feng. This type of wound requires no less than 2 or 3 weeks to heal. Miao Zuelan pondered this and concurred. The family gathered to deliberate a strategy with Chen Jichao. Chapter 59. Kai Ling, at last. I have embraced brother Lin Feng on the streets of Jiang City. A snowmobile raced at high speed, with Lin Feng tightly holding onto Kai Ling. Brother Lin Feng. Am I driving too fast? Kai Ling inquired with a cheerful smile. Take it easy, Lin Feng cautioned, feeling the velocity nearing 300 kilometers per hour. A collision with a nearby wall would undoubtedly result in catastrophe. Fear not, brother Lin Feng. My driving skills are quite proficient. Shall we visit a nearby shooting club? Kai Ling suggested. Very well. Lin Feng nodded slightly in response. The pair soon arrived at the front of an office building, where the snow piled high, reaching 5 to 6 meters. They parked the snowmobile at the entrance. With a resounding crash, Kai Ling leaped down, wielding a shovel to shatter the glass of the office building completely, before vaulting from the snowmobile into the building's hallway. Lin Feng was taken aback. He sensed that this girl had improved her skills significantly compared to his previous life, where he had witnessed her prowess only once, and it had not been so deft. Could it be due to her past struggles with hunger? Brother Lin Feng, hurry and jump over. I will catch you, Kai Ling called out, extending her arms with a smile. Lin Feng, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow, hesitated. He towered over her. And if he were to leap into her embrace, he might inadvertently crush her. Perhaps not. Step back a little, he replied, shaking his head. Kai Ling complied, taking 2 steps back. With determination, Lin Feng sprang from the snowmobile, soaring towards the building's corridor. Just then, Kai Ling lunged forward, catching him securely in her embrace. Hee. Brother Lin Feng, I finally have you, she exclaimed joyfully, her slight frame retreating a couple of steps, yet holding him tightly. Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. It was rather awkward for a grown man to be embraced by a young girl. Brother Lin Feng, are you blushing? Kai Ling teased, releasing him. You mischievous girl. What if you get hurt? He chided lightly, sensing her unusual attachment. She had never been this clingy in his past life. Was it due to his recent divorce? Kai Ling merely smiled and linked her arm through his as they strolled through the office building, which exuded a somber atmosphere. Occasionally, they stumbled upon a few corpses. Some belonged to security personnel, while others were unfortunate souls who had been working late. Not a single living person was in sight as they ascended the staircase to the 33rd floor, where a shooting club awaited them, though it too was littered with bodies. Entering the club's office, Kai Ling swiftly located 4 safes. With her shovel, she smashed them open, revealing 4 revolvers and 200 bullets. You seem quite familiar with this, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Sometimes I come here to shoot with my comrades, so I know where the firearms are stored. Brother Lin Feng, which one would you like to learn first? Kai Ling inquired. Allow me to impart the essentials of marksmanship, Lin Feng stated with a nod. Upon hearing this, Kai Ling pondered momentarily to organize her thoughts before responding. In truth, shooting is influenced by numerous factors: wind strength, climate, the center of the bullet, wind direction, and humidity, among others. Lin Feng, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow, remarked, it seems rather complex. Indeed, proficient marksmen are a rarity. However, these are merely theoretical aspects. Beyond theory, extensive practice is imperative to integrate the concepts effectively. With prolonged training, each shooting session evokes an instinctual response, meaning the human brain automatically assesses the surrounding environment and target, Kai Ling elucidated. Those exceptionally skilled marksmen can react within 0.1 seconds. Impressive, Lin Feng responded, giving a thumbs up. Conversely, the greater the distance to the target, the more time must be spent aiming. Otherwise, the failure rate escalates, Kai Ling patiently explained. She meticulously conveyed the shooting knowledge acquired from her military training, demonstrating with her firearm during each explanation. After a full morning of instruction, she concluded her discourse on the knowledge and experiences she had amassed. Brother Lin Feng, I've shared quite a bit, but it's perfectly fine if you don't remember everything. Feel free to ask any questions. After all, there's just a wall between us, Kai Ling said. I've understood everything. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the volume of information, the knowledge was indelibly etched in his mind. He realized that, with the expansion of his spatial awareness, his memory and ability to comprehend knowledge had significantly enhanced. Brother Lin Feng, let us take a shot then. Let's practice at 10 meters, Kai Ling exclaimed, quickly retrieving a target with a smile. Lin Feng, slightly nodding, picked up the pistol and aimed at the target. Bang! A bullet was discharged, striking the center of the target. Brother Lin Feng, you're truly remarkable, a 10-ring shot. I'll set the target at 15 meters, Kai Ling exclaimed in astonishment, impressed by her brother's learning capabilities. She positioned the target at a distance of 15 meters. Lin Feng aimed again, and with another shot, the bullet found its mark at the center. Brother Lin Feng, you are exceptional. I'll move it back to 20 meters. Kai Ling excitedly announced as she retreated 5 meters with the target. Bang! Another bullet struck the center, again achieving a 10-ring score. This time, Kai Ling was visibly shaken. She had diligently trained for 3 months at the police academy to reach such proficiency. Subsequently, Kai Ling moved the target to 25 meters, where Lin Feng again scored a 10-ring. Then, she placed it at 30 meters, and once more, he achieved a 10-ring result. However, when the target was set at 35 meters, Lin Feng failed to hit it. Undeterred, Kai Ling urged him to shoot again, but he still missed. After several more attempts without success, Lin Feng suddenly recalled his spatial abilities. He remembered that he could perceive the structure of any object within a 30-meter radius, and wondered if his marksmanship was connected to this. No, it was likely that he was most accurately attuned to the factors within that 30-meter range, including humidity, airflow, wind direction, and various other influences. Upon this realization, Lin Feng gained profound insights. He keenly sensed a marked decline in his perceptual abilities beyond 30 meters, which consequently led to inaccuracies in his shooting at that distance. Brother Lin Feng, what's wrong? Kai Ling inquired, approaching him. I believe my current capabilities are confined to 30 meters. Kai Ling, toss some discarded bottles into the air, Lin Feng declared, eager to challenge himself with a more difficult shooting task. Kai Ling's eyes widened with concern. Brother Lin Feng, I think you should practice your marksmanship more. The difficulty you mentioned seems too great. With a playful tap on Kai Ling's forehead, Lin Feng replied, little girl, just throw them as I instructed. Perhaps today I shall surpass you in marksmanship, albeit within 30 meters. Kai Ling huffed lightly. Though I greatly admire you, I must say, your shooting skills are still lacking. Let us put it to the test, Lin Feng urged. Hurry and toss those items. Reluctantly, Kai Ling picked up a beer bottle and hurled it into the air. Lin Feng aimed his pistol at the bottle. Bang! The shot missed its target. Come on, brother Lin Feng, you can do it, Kai Ling encouraged, her small teeth biting into her lip. Silently, Lin Feng closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the speed at which the bottle would fall, and prompted Kai Ling to continue throwing bottles. Bang! As the bottle soared 10 meters up, a bullet struck it, causing it to explode. Kai Ling gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth, and tossed another bottle, which met the same explosive fate at Lin Feng's hands. Skeptical, Kai Ling continued to throw bottles. Yet each one was obliterated by Lin Feng's impeccable aim. Impressive, brother Lin Feng. Have you practiced your shooting skills beforehand? She asked, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Feng grinned. I am simply a natural talent. I grasp concepts with ease. Let us see if you can maintain that accuracy within 30 meters, Kai Ling challenged, picking up a bottle with considerable force and aimed it at Lin Feng. Bang! The bottle shattered. Kai Ling rapidly threw more bottles at him. Yet Lin Feng struck each one with increasing precision and speed. All right, I concede. Your skills are extraordinary, Kai Ling admitted, finally recognizing Lin Feng's remarkable talent. Within 30 meters. No matter how fast the bottles flew, he hit them all. I am invincible within 30 meters. Lin Feng proclaimed with a triumphant smile. Let us test your draw speed. Brother Lin Feng, Kai Ling suggested, positioning 10 targets 30 meters away and retrieving a stopwatch. Lin Feng assessed the targets. Bang! His shooting was remarkably rapid. A continuous barrage of bullets. Stop! Kai Ling commanded, her voice cutting through the air. Lin Feng halted instantly. Kai Ling gasped in disbelief at the targets before her. 6 out of 10 had been struck, each in the bullseye. This was astonishing. It was well known that the fastest shooter in the Dragon Kingdom's forces could manage 5 shots in a second. Yet brother Lin Feng had achieved 6 shots in that same interval. This was nothing short of monstrous. Dear sister, how is my shooting speed? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Brother Lin Feng, I must commend you. You ought to be the fastest gunslinger in the Dragon Kingdom. Kai Ling responded with a hint of admiration. What do you mean by that? Your words seem somewhat sarcastic. Am I really the fastest gunslinger? Lin Feng felt a tinge of discomfort. His combat skills were formidable. He should be referred to as heavy artillery. Kai Ling chuckled and replied, Brother Lin Feng, don't misunderstand me. I did not imply any shortcomings in other areas. I simply feel your shooting speed is astonishing. Satisfied, Lin Feng then asked, Kai Ling, with your excellent marksmanship, how many shots can you fire within a second? For shots, Kai Ling replied, yet I cannot seem to surpass that. Lin Feng could only give her a thumbs up. His rapid shooting was thanks to his unique advantage, while Kai Ling lacked such a benefit. Kai Ling continued to assist Lin Feng in his shooting practice, targeting 40 meters. However, Lin Feng failed repeatedly, ultimately exhausting his ammunition without hitting a single ring. To reward Kai Ling, Lin Feng ventured out for half an hour and returned with a bag of coal, utensils, and a hot pot accompanied by over 20 dishes. Wow! Brother Lin Feng, you are truly amazing. We can have a splendid meal today, Kai Ling exclaimed in delight upon seeing the abundance of food. I am quite the expert in foraging, Lin Feng boasted. Today, we shall indulge ourselves. The results of their shooting practice exceeded his expectations. If he encountered that pair of individuals again, he would certainly ensure their capture. Yay, thank you, Brother Lin Feng, Kai Ling joyfully exclaimed, approaching him and wrapping her arms around his neck, clinging to him like a sloth. This left Lin Feng feeling flustered. This little girl had never been so attached to him in their past life. Had she been this clingy previously, he would not have married Zhou Feng. If Heir Pao were to witness this scene, he would likely be filled with despair, for he was fiercely protective of his sister. Half an hour later, the temperature in the club's office rose to a comfortable level, and the delightful aroma filled the air as Lin Feng and Kai Ling relished their hot pot. Suddenly, Kai Ling picked up her phone and frowned at a group message. What is happening? Lin Feng queried with curiosity. Brother Lin Feng, I fear trouble is brewing. President Liang has joined the conversation, Kai Ling remarked, her brow furrowed. Who is President Liang? Lin Feng inquired. He is a property owner from the Jiangxing manhwa Phase 2 and a dealer of electronic detonators and drones. After the onset of the apocalypse, he rallied a group to seize resources from the Phase 2 owners, Kai Ling explained. The Poison Wolf Society? Lin Feng recalled a similar force from his previous life. This faction originated from Jiangxing manhwa Phase 2, while Lin Feng resided in Phase 1. The two phases were separated by a river. In his past life, this faction had not attacked Phase 1, yet in this life, they were daring enough to do so, which made Lin Feng wary. He suspected this situation might be linked to Chen Jichao, possibly colluding with President Liang. Furthermore, Lin Feng was puzzled about how Kai Ling was aware of the Poison Wolf Society. They once approached me to join their ranks, but I declined. Kai Ling explained. This faction is quite powerful. They possess a substantial number of drones and electronic detonators. Friends in the second phase have informed me that many homeowners are heeding the orders of the Poison Wolf Society. Lin Feng glanced at the homeowners group and discovered that it was Chen Jichao who had added himself to the group. He could ascertain that Chen Jichao was colluding with the society's leader. Regardless of these matters, as long as trouble arises, we shall eliminate them, Lin Feng stated coldly. For he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Yes, Brother Lin Feng. After we return, we will keep watch by the window, Kai Ling responded. Just then, Lin Feng's phone chimed with a message notification. Upon checking, he saw that the leader had added him as a friend. Lin Feng promptly accepted the friend request. Leader, owner of Unit 1601, Lin Feng, I am from the second phase. Lin Feng, what is it? Leader, surrender the snowmobile, and I can guarantee your safety. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight, cold smile as he read the message. Indeed, the leader was after his snowmobile. In this frigid apocalyptic world, a snowmobile was a coveted asset. Lin Feng replied, the snowmobile is in my possession. If you have the capability, come and take it yourself. Leader, oh. It seems you prefer punishment over a favor. Lin Feng, if you desire the snowmobile, I require 3,000 drones and 3,000 electronic detonators in exchange. Leader, you are courting death. Come begging for mercy when you are on the brink of demise. Just as Lin Feng intended to respond, he realized he had been blocked by the leader. Brother Lin Feng, what happened? Kai Ling asked, puzzled. That fellow demanded my snowmobile. Lin Feng replied with a cold smile. And I turned him down. Kai Ling speculated, if nothing unforeseen occurs, we will soon encounter trouble. Lin Feng nodded. Drive slowly on our way back. Especially as we approach the community, maintain a speed akin to a leisurely jog. The electronic detonators were far more terrifying than those of Zhou Heibiao. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. After their meal, as dusk fell, Lin Feng and Kai Ling entered a nearby convenience store in search of supplies. Chapter 61. A swarm of drones approaches in the night. Kai Ling rode the snowmobile slowly, carrying Lin Feng. He supported himself with one hand on the seat. continuously sensing the structural objects within a 30-meter radius. As they neared the Jiangcheng Minghua community, Lin Feng looked southward, where another community, Jiangcheng Minghua Phase 2, was situated. Someone is observing us with binoculars, Kaling whispered. How did you notice? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. I sensed a reflection. Brother Lin Feng, you should learn this from me. It's called counter-surveillance, Kaling smiled. Look at you, proud as a peacock, Lin Feng teased, pulling her waist tightly and playfully pinching her underarm. Brother Lin Feng, stop it, Kaling exclaimed, nearly toppling from the snowmobile due to his antics. Only then did Lin Feng cease his playful torment as they approached the community entrance. Upon entering the courtyard, they were met with a throng of people emerging from the buildings. Soon, these individuals formed a long line, each holding jade and gemstones, all there to exchange supplies. Lin Feng handed a sniper rifle to Kai Ling, entrusting her with the duty of supervision, warning that anyone who dared to cause a ruckus would be swiftly dealt with. Indeed, upon witnessing Kai Ling standing with the rifle, the homeowners became remarkably subdued. Lin Feng removed several large bags from the snowmobile, bringing a considerably greater supply of food than before. Soon, the provisions were distributed, and Lin Feng exchanged them for a substantial amount of jade and precious stones. After the food allocation, he instructed Kai Ling to proceed first while he sought a secluded corner to conceal the snowmobile. That beast brought so much food and didn't share a morsel with us. Cursed Miao Zuolan from the second floor, he deserves to die. Selfish, ungrateful wretch. This time, I shall make him pay. Zhou Long seethed with venomous resentment. His bed was littered with numerous remote controls, all sent by Chen Jichao, capable of simultaneously operating a dozen drones. After days of training, his proficiency in drone operation had become formidable. Zhou Long, practice with the other drones to ensure absolute certainty. We cannot underestimate this waste. Zhou Feng, disheveled and unkempt from lack of makeup and malnutrition, resembled a beggar on the streets. Once we eliminate this good-for-nothing, our days of prosperity will commence, Miao Zuolan exclaimed. I'll use his head as a chamber pot. Upon hearing the imminent plan to eliminate Lin Feng, Zhou Long and Zhou Feng were filled with exhilaration, particularly Zhou Long, who envisioned not only residing in a lavish warm house, but also seizing the snowmobile. Delighting in the thought of taking Ding Meiling for a ride, showcasing his prowess. All right, Zhou Feng, quickly bring your brother a bowl of beef soup. He is about to enter battle, Miao Zuolan commanded. Zhou Feng, pinching her nose, fetched a bowl of beef soup from the kitchen. The rancid odor from their previous encounter with Lin Feng's unsanitary practices lingered. Nevertheless, the trio had no option but to consume their meals, grimacing as they sipped the foul broth. As Zhou Feng presented the soup in the bedroom, a wave of unbearable stench engulfed them. How revolting! Zhou Long exclaimed, nearly retching. Drink it, brother. It's the only nourishment we have at the moment, Zhou Feng urged. Sister, can't you ask Brother Chow for some food? The property management has plenty. Zhou Long protested, still reluctant. Chow said there was food allocated for us, but it was all snatched away by the residents. Zhou Feng's eyes burned with resentment. It's all that waste's fault. I'm infuriated. Even using his head as a chamber pot wouldn't suffice for my wrath. Zhou Long trembled with fury. That worthless fool. Had I known, I would have dealt with him before the apocalypse. Miao Zuolan cursed. I condemn him to the depths of hell. Enough, brother. This beef soup will aid in your recovery. You must drink it. You cannot falter. You bear the legacy of our family, Zhou Feng implored. In the past, Han Xian endured humiliation. Are you not as capable? Zhou Long contemplated, gritting his teeth. Sister, cease your words. I shall drink it. I must become strong. I will surpass Han Xian. With determination, Zhou Long seized the bowl from Zhou Feng and, pinching his nose, consumed the soup. Serve me a bowl as well. Listening to her son's ambitious declarations, Miao Zuolan felt a rumble in her stomach, unable to bear it any longer. Similarly, Chen Jichao from the adjacent building was equally exuberant, surrounded by a dozen security guards practicing with drones. Brothers, the dawn of victory is just ahead. Tonight, we shall assault 1601 and eliminate Lin Feng, this scourge. Chen Jichao proclaimed with fervor. I want his head as a night pot, so he can drink my urine and consume my excrement for eternity. The security guards were electrified by his words. If they could take down the owner of 1601, they would seize snowmobiles and never lack for supplies again. Back at 1601, Ding Meiling prepared the hot springs as usual. The two soaked for 3 hours, after which Lin Feng urged Ding Meiling to rest while he sat by the window, gazing outside. Due to the heavy snowfall, the night was not particularly dark. Even the tiniest snowflakes were clearly visible. I wonder how much the space has expanded. Lin Feng mused. He sensed the space around him, discovering an expansion of 70,000 cubic meters, a speed that filled him with delight. With the space's expansion, his physical abilities and awareness of the surrounding environment had also increased somewhat, though it was not as rapid as the gains from robbing the Qishir garden. It was a steady stream, continuously upgrading his space. If a small community can yield a portion of jade, imagine the upgrade if an entire community contributed. It would be immeasurable, Lin Feng pondered. With so many communities in Jiang City, some even more upscale than manhwa, housing even wealthier individuals with greater access to jade and gems, he needed to strategize this matter carefully. Just then, Lin Feng heard a sound akin to the buzzing of bee wings. Peering out the window, he traced the sound to a nearby building, recalling that Chen Jichao had once fled there. Soon, a drone emerged from the window, followed by more drones that streamed out in succession. In the snowy light, enhanced by Lin Feng's exceptional vision, he faintly discerned boxes attached to the drones, likely containing something of interest. Kalen, it has begun. Lin Feng called out to the neighboring Kalen. Received, brother Lin Feng, Kalen replied, rushing to the balcony to see the drones flying through the snow-laden air. Kalen, your marksmanship is suited for long-range shooting. Leave close combat to me, Lin Feng said, passing a sniper rifle and 20 bullets to her through the window. Wow, a sniper rifle. Awesome, Kalen exclaimed, overjoyed to see Lin Feng had procured such a weapon. Look, each drone carries a box. It seems there is something inside. Take a shot and see what's in there, Lin Feng advised. Kalen carefully observed the drones, faintly noticing the boxes atop them. Chapter 62, Destroy the Drones. Could Kalen also be a time traveler? Don't worry, leave it to me, Kalen replied, raising the sniper rifle to aim at the wooden box on one of the drones. At this moment, the drones were 100 meters away from Lin Feng. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Kai Ling shot the box on one of the drones, the powerful impact nearly bringing the drone down. Both Lin Feng and Kai Ling furrowed their brows. Brother Lin Feng, I refuse to believe that the drones are empty, Kai Ling speculated. I suspect that one or more of them is equipped with detonators or bombs. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and agreed. Indeed, that is my conjecture as well. If all of them were armed with explosives, it would likely trigger a chain reaction, destroying the surrounding drones. Therefore, we must shoot them down indiscriminately. Brother Lin Feng, there are too many drones, and I cannot match your speed. I'm afraid some might get through to us. I leave it to you, Kai Ling advised. Rest assured, I am invincible within 30 meters, Lin Feng replied sharply, wielding a revolver in one hand. Kai Ling, armed with a sniper rifle, began firing. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire filled the air as bullets soared, striking the drones, causing them to plummet to the ground. It must be said that Kai Ling's marksmanship was exceptionally precise, and her speed was remarkable. In less than 3 seconds, she had shot down 9 drones. However, the sheer number of drones was overwhelming, with 21 approaching at a rapid pace. Despite Kai Ling's success in destroying 9 drones, another 21 broke through the blockade and surged toward Lin Feng's window. As they drew closer, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable thrill, reminiscent of his time playing video games. In those aircraft shooting games, he had only one cannon, yet now he wielded 2 guns, and his speed exceeded that of the game by more than tenfold. With a revolver in each hand, he launched a fierce assault on the incoming drones. Bang! In that moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, akin to the sound of firecrackers. As Lin Feng unleashed his utmost speed, igniting and exploding one drone after another in the night sky. In just 3 seconds, he had obliterated all 21 drones. Brother Lin Feng, excellent shooting. You're amazing with dual wielding, Kai Ling exclaimed from the neighboring window, unable to contain her admiration upon witnessing Lin Feng's prowess. Do not be complacent. Keep monitoring, Lin Feng cautioned, his voice low. Our ammunition is limited. Have you run out of bullets for your sniper? Kai Ling nodded in response. I've exhausted all 10 bullets, Brother Lin Feng. Do you have any left? Lin Feng shook his head. I currently have none, but I still have some bullets for the revolver. He promptly handed Kai Ling 2 revolvers along with 20 bullets. He had only managed to find 10 bullets for the sniper rifle at the police station. Inside Building 11, Chen Jichao and over a dozen security guards were left dumbfounded, witnessing the destruction of more than 40 drones. Chen Jichao was furious, as this was not what he had anticipated. Through the drone's camera, he could vaguely see Lin Feng wielding dual guns. When had this useless person become such an exceptional marksman? Brother Chao, what should we do now? That wretched individual possesses a firearm and wields it with remarkable precision. Lying in bed, Zhou Long contemplated the situation. In the interest of coordinating their efforts, Chen Jichao dispatched someone to bring Zhou Long into the fold. We must not underestimate this so-called waste. The sound emitted by the drone is sure to be heard. Thus, we must now disrupt their auditory perception. Furthermore, when we deploy the drone, they will likely catch sight of it through the window. So we shall release the drone from a different angle, allowing it to descend from a height and launch a surprise attack on the 16th floor. Chen Jichao declared with fierce determination. Brother Chao is formidable, his intellect rivaling that of Zhuge Liang. Zhou Long and several security personnel eagerly praised him. Excellent. Now, one of you take some firecrackers and set them off. When the noise begins, we shall commence our assault. This time, over 70 drones will launch an attack in unison. Chen Jichao instructed. Understood, Brother Chao. This time, Lin Feng, that good-for-nothing, will undoubtedly become a lost dog, Zhou Long remarked, fully confident in Chun Jichao's flawless plan, convinced they would eliminate Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Kai Ling remained in anticipation. Brother Lin, why not return to rest? I can keep watch here, Kai Ling suggested. Not at all. I am not weary, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Moreover, given Chun Jichao's temperament, he will not be able to restrain himself. He will strike today. As Kai Ling stood by the window, peering through the corridor, she suddenly exclaimed, Brother Lin, I feel you have changed so much. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by her words, then smiled. That is merely a reflection of your limited understanding of me. The current me is the true version of myself. Kai Ling fell silent for a moment, her mind drifting to the young man who had fought valiantly to save her and many others, even when faced with death, shielding her from danger. Memories of her previous life flooded back, rendering her utterly dazed. Indeed, she too was a traveler, reborn to a time before the apocalypse. And Lin Feng was the only person she had encountered in that forsaken world who had not lost his conscience, the sole individual who had shielded her from peril. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled the events of her past life. What is the matter? Lin Feng faintly heard Kai Ling's sobs. Brother Lin, I'm fine, Kai Ling reassured him with a smile. I was simply reminiscing about my parents. It stirred some sadness within me. Those who have passed cannot be brought back. You and Heir Pao should live well, and that would suffice for them, Lin Feng gently consoled her. Suddenly, the sharp crackle of firecrackers erupted, reverberating throughout the entire community. Lin Feng and Kai Ling furrowed their brows at the ill-timed noise, which severely disrupted their hearing. Kai Ling, keep an eye on the distance. I'm heading upstairs. Lin Feng swiftly departed. In less than 3 seconds, he had reached the terrace on the 17th floor. Upon arriving, a chill ran down his spine as he beheld dozens of drones hovering 30 meters above the terrace. A quick estimation revealed that there were at least several dozen more than the initial wave. The drones swarmed the sky like a dark cloud. We spotted that waste of space, Lin Feng. Damn it. We tried to use the sound of firecrackers to create a distraction and launch a surprise attack from another direction. Yet he has detected us. All units engage. Charge towards Lin Feng's terrace. At this moment, atop Building 11, Chun Jichao, Zhou Long, and others, through the lens of a drone, spotted Lin Feng on the terrace. As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. Chun Jichao was nearly driven to madness, commanding his team to deploy all drones towards Lin Feng. These drones were armed with about 10 explosives. A simultaneous detonation would surely obliterate Lin Feng, even if he donned a bomb-proof suit. Zhou Long and a dozen security personnel, upon hearing Chun Jichao's orders, swiftly maneuvered the drones toward Lin Feng's terrace. Chapter 63. Confrontation with Chun Jichao and Zhou Long. Lin Feng stood on the terrace, gazing at the 70 drones in the sky with a sardonic smile. The drones buzzed as they accelerated through the night, hurtling toward Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, quickly take cover. Down below, Kai Ling also heard the swarm of drones approaching Lin Feng's loft. Lin Feng remained silent, his eyes fixed on the sky as he calculated the optimal moment to strike. With one hand behind his back, he produced 3 explosives and deftly tossed them into the swarm of drones. In an instant, the explosives found their way among the drones. Bang! At that critical moment, Lin Feng fired a bullet that struck one of the explosives, resulting in a violent explosion. The tremendous force engulfed the surrounding drones, triggering the detonation of the other 3 explosives, followed by the chain reaction of the explosives on the remaining drones. Boom! The sky erupted with a series of deafening explosions, flames shooting skyward. Alongside the explosive blasts, the lithium batteries of the drones detonated, resembling a grand display of fireworks. The air was thick with the scent of charred remnants, and numerous fragments of drones littered the surrounding snow. Brother Lin Feng, a voice filled with urgency called out, as a figure scrambled up from Lin Feng's terrace. Kai Ling. Upon seeing Lin Feng unscathed, she was overwhelmed with joy and threw herself into his embrace. You arrived too late. This fireworks display has already concluded, Lin Feng chuckled, patting the girl in his arms. I must say, your window climbing skills are quite impressive. Are you attempting to play the role of the neighborly intruder? Kai Ling hurriedly extricated herself from Lin Feng's embrace, blushing as she replied, Brother Lin Feng, how did you manage to win? There were some explosives on the terrace. I tossed them into the drones, which caused the explosions, Lin Feng explained with a smile. Impressive, Brother Lin Feng, Kai Ling exclaimed playfully. All right. We cannot remain passive any longer. Let us pay a visit to Chun Jichao, Lin Feng said, his gaze icy as he led Kai Ling towards Building 11. On the 11th floor, Chun Jichao, Zhou Long, and their companions were electrified by the sound of explosions resonating from below. In their eyes, this drone bombardment was an overwhelming success. Even if Lin Feng were a deity, he would be reduced to mere fragments. At last, we shall rid ourselves of this menace. Chun Jichao exclaimed with fervor. What a pity, I had intended to castrate this waste, forcing him to bark like a dog. Yet now he is merely a pile of rubble, Zhou Long cursed, lamenting the missed opportunity to humiliate Lin Feng. Chen Jichao looked at the others and declared, however, this is not the time for celebration. We must seize the momentum. Kai Ling and that fatso are also in league with Lin Feng. I am acquainted with that wretched girl, Kai Ling. I once pursued her, only to be met with indifference. Today, I shall compel her to kneel and serve me, declared Zhou Long with fervent eyes. This girl is a graduate of the police academy and wields a firearm. We are now a duo, carrying blankets as we proceed, remarked Chen Jichao coldly. Brother Chao, can a mere blanket stop bullets? Zhou Long inquired skeptically. Ordinary blankets cannot, but what if they are soaked and then frozen? Chen Jichao replied with a sinister grin. Having been struck by arrows and gunfire from Lin Feng, he devised this ingenious plan. Soon, Chen Jichao had several blankets brought forth, dousing them with boiling water until they were thoroughly soaked, then tossing them into the corridor, where the water quickly froze into blocks of ice. With a grand procession, Chen Jichao and his entourage descended the stairs, Zhou Long and others trailing behind, burdened with the blankets. Brother Chao's intellect rivals that of Zhuge Liang, Zhou Long exclaimed, eager not only to seize Lin Feng's stronghold, but also to retrieve Ding Meiling. Although they could not indulge in carnal pleasures, he could still relish steamed buns. As they descended, they noticed others from different buildings approaching, laden with frozen blankets, all converging towards Lin Feng's stronghold. Damn it, they intend to pluck the ripe fruit. Zhou Long cursed vehemently. Damn it, they are mimicking me. Chen Jichao echoed with frustration. At this moment, Lin Feng and Kai Ling arrived at the first floor, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of so many approaching with frozen blankets. These individuals were astute. Clearly, they aimed to seize his lair. He estimated there were at least 30 frozen blankets, concealing over 100 individuals, some brandishing machetes, others wielding bricks, and a few with gasoline lamps. Lin Feng, you son of a dog, are you still alive? Came Chen Jichao's taunts from the crowd. You worthless fool, how have you survived? Zhou Long's voice also rang out. At that moment, Chen Jichao and Zhou Long were overwhelmed with disbelief. Despite their numerous electronic detonators exploding on Lin Feng's terrace, he remained unscathed. Was he some sort of cockroach? Lin Feng raised his gaze toward the source of the taunts, retaliating with fury. A series of gunshots rang out, bullets striking the frozen blankets, yet failing to penetrate. Lin Feng, you useless wretch, the thickness of those blankets is 10 centimeters. You cannot breach them. Zhou Long could not restrain his scorn. Let us crush Lin Feng and seize his shelter, provisions, and snowmobiles. We shall share the spoils. Chen Jichao bellowed. Many in the crowd, inspired by his words, produced spherical ice projectiles and hurled them at Lin Feng. In an instant, nearly 100 ice balls rained down upon Lin Feng and Kai Ling. Lin Feng, displaying remarkable reflexes, swiftly lifted Kai Ling and retreated, narrowly evading the onslaught, then ducking into the corner of the building. Brother Lin, let us ascend the stairs. Though they are numerous, the corridor is narrow, making it difficult for them to advance with those blankets. If they dare to approach, we can utilize the geographical advantage to eliminate them, Kai Ling reasoned. Lin Feng laughed heartily at the remark, saying, these people believe my greatest reliance is on a gun. But they are mistaken. My true strength lies in my sheer physical power. Kai Ling, are you really going to confront them head-on? She gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Just sit back and watch, little girl. If I find myself in trouble, you can come to my aid, Lin Feng replied, turning towards the entrance. In an instant, a heavy iron hammer appeared in his grasp, its head weighing 100 pounds, with a pure steel handle measuring 3 meters in length. This hammer was the very one they had discovered in the shooting club building, specifically designed for breaking walls, and was considered a large tool in the home renovation industry. Such a hammer was rarely wielded by laborers. In Lin Feng's capable hands, its power could easily demolish a wall. It could even penetrate 2 or 3 sturdy walls with ease. Today, he intended to test its might against the ice barrier, curious to see if it could withstand his thunderous strike. Chapter 64, Shattering the Crowd. Deceiving drones and electronic detonators. Lin Feng approached the unit's entrance, wielding the massive hammer. A throng of residents, bundled in snow-covered blankets, gathered around him. Observing Lin Feng's swift dodging, they refrained from hurling snowballs. Lin Feng, you clown. I thought you were too scared to show your face, jeered Chen Jichao, laughter echoing from the crowd. Pathetic. Is that hammer of yours merely a toy? Mocked Zhou Long in response. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Zhou Long, Chen Jichao, if you believe this is a mere plaything, then step forward and stop hiding like turtles in the crowd. Having faced Lin Feng a few times before, Chen Jichao and Zhou Long had grown cautious, now shouting from the safety of the throng. I'm too lazy to deal with you. Let's just take him down. Chen Jichao shouted. We can't let him into the corridor. That would put us at a disadvantage. Several residents, upon hearing this, charged towards Lin Feng, attempting to encircle him swiftly. With a cold smirk, Lin Feng swung the hammer. striking with ferocity. Bang! A thunderous crash reverberated as the 100-pound hammer collided with an ice barrier, shattering it with explosive force. The hammer struck one individual directly on the head, resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood and brain matter. The hammer felt surprisingly light in Lin Feng's hands as he swung it again, targeting other ice barriers. With 3 successive blows, 3 more barriers were obliterated, leaving some victims dead on the spot, while others emitted horrifying screams. Kai Ling stood at the doorway, covering her mouth in shock. Lin Feng's strength is extraordinary. He shattered a 10-centimeter thick ice barrier and killed someone instantly. Then, like a fierce tiger among sheep, Lin Feng unleashed a frenzied assault with the hammer, leaving many lifeless in the courtyard. The surviving residents, sensing the dire situation, hastily fled, clutching their ice barriers, which they had presumed would shield them from Lin Feng's fury. However, the reality was starkly different as Lin Feng smashed through their defenses with ease. Their psychological defenses crumbled in an instant, leaving them to flee for their lives. Lin Feng cast his gaze toward Building 11 and noticed a group of individuals rushing inside. With a swift motion, he pursued them, seizing a hammer to shatter the ice-like barrier. "Spare us!" cried several homeowners, kneeling in abject supplication. It was neither Chen Jichao nor Zhou Long. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that he had allowed Chen Jichao and Zhou Long to escape once more. Regrettably, his spatial abilities fell short when it came to discerning the skin of individuals. Nonetheless, these people had come seeking him. Their demise at his hands would not be unjust. With a clang, a tang knife materialized in his left hand, and he swiftly severed the necks of several, their heads tumbling to the ground. "Brother Lin Feng, have you found those two?" Kai Ling inquired as she arrived. "They got away," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. "Over 100 individuals, all wearing glasses, wrapped in head coverings, and heavily bundled up. Unless they speak up in front of you, it's impossible to identify them. No matter, let us first investigate their lair," Kai Ling suggested with a smile. Lin Feng nodded slightly and accompanied her to Chen Jichao's stronghold on the upper floor. The lair was deserted, and after a thorough search, Lin Feng discovered a mobile phone that still had signal, albeit it required a password for access. "Brother Lin Feng, leave it to me. I have a way to unlock it," Kai Ling said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng handed her the phone, and within 2 minutes, she successfully unlocked it. "Well done, lass," Lin Feng commended, affectionately ruffling her hair. "I happened to pick up a few tricks from my comrades. Let us see what information it holds," Kai Ling urged. Lin Feng immediately opened the phone to find it belonged to Chen Jichao, containing messages exchanged between Chun and President Liang. "Damn that President Liang," Lin Feng cursed, realizing that the wretched man possessed a significant number of drones and electronic detonators, posing a considerable threat to him. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been obliterated. "Brother Lin Feng, we can use Chun Jichao's phone to deceive President Liang, but we must act quickly," Kai Ling suggested suddenly. A brilliant idea, Lin Feng mused. His desire for the drones and detonators piqued. Such resources were essential. They could provide a strategic advantage in future confrontations. He promptly sent a message to President Liang, posing as Chen Jichao. "Chen Jichao, President Liang, it's urgent. We need immediate support." "President Liang, Chen Jichao, what is going on? Did you blow Lin Feng to bits?" "Chen Jichao, President Liang, Lin Feng is ferociously formidable. We managed to injure him slightly, but he has retreated to his lair, which is fortified with a vault-like security door, preventing our assault." Upon hearing this, President Liang flew into a rage. "Chen Jichao, you are utterly useless. I provided you with so many drones and electronic detonators, and yet you failed to capture Lin Feng. You are a disgrace." Chen Jichao retorted. "President Liang, if you're so capable, why don't you attack Lin Feng yourself and see if 100 drones can subdue him? Then why are you sending me messages? Seize the opportunity while he is wounded and assault his lair." President Liang thundered. "Chen Jichao, his lair is equipped with electric fences and a vault door. An assault is impossible. I require additional drones and electronic detonators for support, nothing less than last time, or the mission will fail." President Liang was infuriated upon hearing that Chen Jichao required more resources, despite possessing a considerable number of drones and electronic detonators. He could not afford to sustain such exhausting demands. Chen Jichao pleaded, "President Liang, we cannot let our previous efforts go to waste." After a brief moment of silence, President Liang conceded, "Very well, I will dispatch additional drones and electronic detonators, but should we fail again, the consequences will be yours to bear." Chen Jichao retorted, "If we do not succeed this time, I shall face you personally." President Liang chose to ignore him thereafter. Soon, a buzzing sound echoed from outside. Lin Feng and Kai Ling looked up to see several drones approaching, each carrying a large box. As Kai Ling stepped forward to collect the drones, Lin Feng restrained her. "If the power to these electronic detonators is active, they can be remotely detonated at any moment. Allow me to handle this. My reflexes are swifter than yours. You should wait for me in the hallway," Lin Feng advised with a smile. Kai Ling nodded slightly and retreated. In no time, the drones descended into the living room. Lin Feng cautiously examined the electronic detonators and discovered that their power sources were all turned off. He breathed a sigh of relief. Had they been active, he would not have dared to approach them. He then proceeded to open all the boxes containing the drones and detonators. After taking a photograph, he attempted to send it to President Liang via WeChat, only to find the message failed to send. It dawned on him that President Liang had blocked him. What a petty man, Lin Feng thought, resorting to sending a text message instead, imploring President Liang to unblock him as he had valuable images to share. Chapter 65. President Liang's Fury. Hiring Hong Liangyu to deal with Lin Feng in a lavish villa within the manhwa community of Jiangqing, the atmosphere was vibrant, enhanced by a fireplace that maintained a temperature above 20 degrees. This was the stronghold of the Poison Wolf Society. President Liang, embracing a young model, monitored the situation at Chun Jichao's residence through footage transmitted by drones. He observed a figure, entirely encased, unboxing the electronic detonators and drones, causing him immense distress akin to having a piece of flesh torn from his body. At that moment, his phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number from Jiangqing. Who are you? President Liang barked. President Liang, this is Chun Jichao. I urgently request further assistance. Chun Jichao, terrified by Lin Feng's formidable combat prowess, had sought refuge and immediately called for support. What? More assistance? Chun Jichao, did I not just send you drones and electronic detonators? President Liang's temper flared upon hearing this. I did not request anything again. Chun Jichao replied, equally bewildered. He had not called President Liang. Damn it. It was you who texted me, asking for supplies. Yet now you claim it was not you. President Liang lashed out at Chun Jichao. I truly did not, but I left my phone at home. And Lin Feng has taken over my location, Chun Jichao explained. You fool. How could you leave your phone behind? President Liang seethed. Upon hearing the words, President Liang's countenance darkened as he realized he had been deceived. At that moment, a notification chimed from his phone, revealing a message from Lin Feng, urging him to converse on WeChat and warning him against blocking him, lest he regret it. Lin Feng. President Liang gritted his teeth, promptly removing Lin Feng from his blacklist. Subsequently, Lin Feng sent a message via WeChat, accompanied by an image depicting his drone and electronic detonators. President Liang, I am profoundly grateful for your generosity in providing such an abundance of supplies, Lin Feng expressed. President Liang's face turned a shade of deep anger. His gaze icy as he retorted, Lin Feng, you possess considerable audacity to seize my resources. President Liang, I did not seize your supplies. Rather, you willingly offered them. Thank you again, and do be cautious while you sleep, Lin Feng replied. I shall ensure you pay the price for this, President Liang vowed. However, he soon discovered that the message had not been sent, for he had inadvertently blacklisted Lin Feng. Lin Feng, may your ancestors be cursed, President Liang fumed, slamming his phone onto the table. This time, his attempt to deal with Lin Feng had cost him 200 drones, all of which had vanished without a trace, with 100 drones and 30 detonators proving entirely ineffective, bolstering his adversary instead. Should we hire an assassin? A subordinate inquired quietly. Contact Huang Liangyu, the leader of the Scorpion Gang, and inform him that I will provide 100 drones and 30 detonators in exchange for his assistance in eliminating Lin Feng. President Liang instructed, his gaze chilling as that of a cobra. Understood. The subordinate hastily made a call to Huang Liangyu. Soon, a messenger from Huang Liangyu approached. President, Huang Liangyu stated that there are no on-site services available and requires you to lure Lin Feng to Hanghua Park, the subordinate explained. Lure him to Hanghua Park? The one across from Wanshiyuan? What sort of operation is this? President Liang expressed his displeasure. Huang Liangyu mentioned they are concerned about an ambush should they come here. The subordinate clarified. Very well, we shall proceed as they suggest, but the snowmobiles are mine, President Liang asserted, nodding firmly. Uneasy, he instructed his subordinate to maintain vigilant surveillance of the surroundings, ready to obliterate any incoming drones. Meanwhile, President Liang retreated to the basement to rest. At Chun Jichao's residence, Lin Feng stored the drones and detonators within his space, deeming this venture a bountiful success. After departing from Chun Jichao's home, he made his way to Zhou Long's house, forcefully kicking open the door, only to be met with a foul stench. Holding his nose, Lin Feng noted that his ex-wife and former mother-in-law, Miao Tzulan, were absent. These two wretched women are quite vigilant, fleeing so swiftly, Lin Feng muttered. It seemed the agonizing cries of Zhou Long and Chun Jichao had alerted Miao Tzulan and Zhou Feng. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, touching the wall to sense the structure of objects within a 30-meter radius, but found no sign of Zhou Feng or Miao Tzulan. At this moment, Lin Feng took out his phone and announced in the owners group, 201 owners Zhou Feng, Zhou Long, Miao Tzulan, and property manager Chun Jichao. Whoever captures these 4 individuals will be rewarded with 10 boxes of instant noodles and 10 boxes of ham sausages. This news, upon release, stirred a considerable uproar within the owners group. Soon, over 100 owners expressed their intent to apprehend Miao Zuolan, Zhou Long, Zhou Fong, and Chen Jichao, as 10 boxes of instant noodles and 10 boxes of ham sausages could sustain one for quite some time. After handling this matter, Lin Feng returned to sleep. To guard against potential ambushes from the Poison Wolf Society, he, along with Er Peng and Kai Ling, took turns on watch duty. In room 1505 of Building 13, Miao Zuolan and Zhou Fong had found refuge. The owner of this unit, Li Dabiao, was a colleague of Zhou Fong, a solitary elderly man. He had long coveted Zhou Fong's beauty but had never attracted her interest. However, with the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse, men like Li Dabiao had become desirable due to his installed fireplace and substantial coal reserves. Moreover, he habitually stored food, with dozens of pounds of meat in his refrigerator. And he had taken advantage of a supermarket promotion before the apocalypse to acquire dozens of boxes of instant noodles. Living alone, his consumption of food was minimal, allowing him to enjoy a comfortable life. Upon receiving news that Zhou Fong had sought refuge with him, he was overjoyed, envisioning the prospect of sharing a bed with her. At that moment, Li Dabiao was in the bathroom taking a shower, preparing for an evening of indulgence. Meanwhile, Zhou Fong and Miao Zuolan were engrossed in their phones. Upon seeing the message in the owners group, the mother and daughter erupted in anger. "That worthless fool dares to put a bounty on us," Miao Zuolan exclaimed. "He should have been dealt with before the apocalypse. Now he has become a menace." Zhou Fong, panicking, asked, "What should we do now? 3 boxes of instant noodles and 3 boxes of ham sausages are enough to drive many mad in this apocalypse. This worthless fool must die. We have to eliminate him." Miao Zuolan's gaze was icy. "But he has a gun, and even Ji Chao and his men failed against him," Zhou Fong replied. "And we are in no position to protect ourselves." Miao Zuolan shot a cold glance towards the bathroom. "Mom, are you worried?" Zhou Fong asked, puzzled. Miao Zuolan made a throat-cutting gesture, stating, "There is only one way left, my daughter. It's your turn to act." Zhou Fong gritted her teeth. "Mom, I'll draw his attention." Just then, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a middle-aged balding man with slightly graying hair, Li Dabiao, clad in loose shorts. His long-standing physiological issues had left him desperately yearning for a woman. Despite Zhou Fong's disheveled appearance, the influence of hormones made Li Dabiao indifferent to such trivialities. "Brother Dabiao, I'm going to take a shower," Zhou Fong hurriedly announced as she made her way to the bathroom. "Hurry up," Li Dabiao urged, moving towards the coffee table to check the group messages on his phone. "Dabiao, what are you waiting for? Go help Zhou Fong with her back in the bathroom." Miao Zuolan hastily interjected, concerned that Li Dabiao might develop other thoughts upon seeing the group messages. "Help with her back? Sure, I enjoy giving back rubs," he replied eagerly. Li Dabiao was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing the news. He could hardly contain himself as he hastily set down his phone and made his way to the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the bathroom door swung open, and Li Dabiao stepped inside. The sound of running water filled the air, followed by the sound of heavy breathing. Miao Zuolan, wielding a kitchen knife, entered the bathroom and found Li Dabiao lost in his thoughts. With a swift motion, she struck at his neck. A piercing scream escaped Li Dabiao's lips as a deep gash opened on his throat, crimson blood flowing freely. In agony, he turned to glare at Miao Zuolan. Startled, she stumbled back. At that moment, Zhou Fong, lying beneath him, seized a toothbrush and thrust it forcefully into Li Dabiao's neck. Another agonized cry erupted from Li Dabiao, who then collapsed onto the floor, struggling for half an hour before finally succumbing to his wounds. The mother and daughter dragged Li Dabiao's lifeless body out of the bathroom. But instead of disposing of it, they placed it in a storage room, perhaps anticipating a future need for it. "Where are Zhou Fong, Chen Jichao, and Zhou Long?" Miao Zuolan inquired. "They messaged me, hiding in another building. They have also secured a location," Zhou Fong replied. "Damn Lin Feng," Miao Zuolan cursed. The murder of Li Dabiao by the mother and daughter was not an uncommon occurrence in the apocalypse. Rather, such acts had become increasingly frequent in the struggle for survival. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke and picked up his phone, which displayed hundreds of new messages, all offering assistance in capturing Miao Zuolan, Zhou Long, Zhou Fong, and Chen Jichao. He then noticed several texts from Liang, the leader of the Poison Wolf Society, requesting a meeting to discuss cooperation. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang, and he recognized the number as familiar. Cross-referencing it with Liang's message, he confirmed it was indeed Liang on the line. Chapter 66. A return to Hong Sueki's home. Lin Feng answered the call, and Liang's deep voice resonated from the other end. "Lin Feng, there is no enmity between us that warrants such animosity. I believe it is unnecessary to escalate this to life and death," Liang stated. "Liang, your words anger me. You claim there is no deep-seated hatred? Yet you instructed Chen Jichao to unleash hundreds of drones upon me. How do you propose we settle this score?" Lin Feng retorted. This matter lies between you and Qin Jichao. I merely supported my ally. There is no need for us to engage in a fight to the death, as it would only benefit others, Liang replied. Additionally, I am aware of your fondness for jade and emeralds. I have arranged for a substantial supply of these precious stones to be delivered. He intended to placate Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed Lin Feng's face, as jade and emeralds constituted some of his most vital strategic resources. How much? Lin Feng inquired eagerly. I am dispatching drones carrying jade and emeralds to your terrace. You will see for yourself. However, if you suspect they are rigged, then forget it, Liang stated. Lin Feng responded. You should send the jade and emeralds here. I have equipment to check for explosives, and I trust you will not play tricks. With that, Lin Feng turned and stepped onto the terrace, gazing southward. Indeed, 3 large drones were approaching from that direction, each carrying a box. The wooden boxes were of suitcase size, and the 3 drones flew at a leisurely pace, swaying precariously in the air, suggesting that the contents within the boxes were not light. The drones descended onto Lin Feng's terrace, where he touched the wall, and soon the spatial anomaly surged onto the drones. He did not sense any electronic detonators and promptly approached the drones to dismantle the 3 wooden boxes, after which the drones flew away. Upon opening the boxes, Lin Feng discovered them filled with an abundance of jade ornaments and gemstones, which he swiftly cast into his spatial realm. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted within the space, which expanded wildly until it reached a volume of 1 million cubic meters before finally ceasing. This left Lin Feng astounded. The quality of the jade and gemstones sent by President Liang was exceptionally high, causing his space to expand by over 200,000 cubic meters, a volume substantial enough to rival that of a jade store. Simultaneously, Lin Feng felt a significant increase in his physical strength. He touched the ground and could now distinctly sense the structural composition of objects within a 40-meter radius. Returning downstairs, he picked up his phone and said, President Liang, I have received your gift. Our past grievances can be set aside. Of course, this was merely a polite remark. He intended to find an opportunity to deal with President Liang in the future. Lin Feng was also aware that President Liang's apparent concession was temporary, given the chance. He would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Lin Feng, perhaps even plotting against him at this very moment. Lin Feng, how do you find my gift? Quite sincere, I hope. I procured it overnight from the owners of Phase 2, President Liang inquired. President Liang, speak plainly. You wouldn't give me something for no reason. And I doubt you fear me, Lin Feng replied. Given that President Liang could produce 200 drones on 2 occasions, he certainly had no shortage of drones and detonators. With such resources, Lin Feng would have to think twice before making a move against him. I wish to propose a collaboration, President Liang stated. And how do you propose we collaborate? Lin Feng asked. Quite simply, I have a cache of firearms located at the restroom in Red Flower Park, and I would like to request your assistance in retrieving them. The reward for your help would be 100 drones and 30 detonators, or alternatively, jade and gemstones of equivalent value, President Liang explained. The restroom in Red Flower Park? Lin Feng recalled that Red Flower Park was situated opposite Wanshiyuan, a place he occasionally visited for a stroll, indeed featuring a restroom. Had President Liang procured weapons from Qinxiezi? But why wouldn't Qinxiezi make the delivery himself? Indeed, that is the very restroom. I originally had a snowmobile for this task, but it is unfortunately broken, which is why I must ask for your assistance. President Liang clarified. Oh, I see, Lin Feng replied. Lin, are you worried I might set a trap for you there? President Liang inquired. President Liang, you jest. I trust your character and recognize your sincerity. However, payment must be made up front. Moreover, 100 drones is far too few. Let us talk about 300 to 500 drones and at least 100 detonators, not to mention 100 pounds of jade ornaments, Lin Feng asserted. President Liang, upon seeing Lin Feng's demands, nearly choked with rage. This audacious Lin Feng was clearly attempting to extort him. Nevertheless, in order to lure Lin Feng out, he reluctantly acquiesced to his requests. President Liang, Brother Lin, I am currently dispatching a large drone carrying 300 drones, 100 electronic detonators, and a box of jade, all destined for the manhwa community in Jiangchen. This cargo is no less than what I sent you this morning. However, I can detonate the electronic detonators at any moment. When we finalize the delivery, I will ensure that the power to the detonators is turned off. Lin Feng felt a surge of temptation upon reading President Liang's message. The resources were indeed substantial. His only concern was the possibility of being deceived by President Liang. Nevertheless, with his spatial abilities and extraordinary skills, he was not overly apprehensive about potential treachery. Moreover, the Hanghua Park was conveniently located across from Wanshiyuan, providing him the perfect opportunity to seek out Hong Sueki, who had previously promised him ammunition. Lin Feng promptly replied to President Liang, have someone deliver the items now, and do not resort to tricks. I possess instruments that can detect any deceit. At this, President Liang scoffed. You are still somewhat naive, my young friend. The true trap lies within Honghua Park. He then responded, Brother Lin, I hope our first collaboration will be fruitful. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic world, one must always exercise caution when venturing outside. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me for assistance. Lin Feng replied, Thank you, President Liang. After exchanging pleasantries, a large drone soon approached, carrying a box the size of a refrigerator. The drone deposited the substantial box in the courtyard of the manhwa community, and shortly thereafter, a masked man entered the premises to unpack it while filming with his phone. In no time, Lin Feng received the video from the masked man, revealing 300 drones, 100 electronic detonators, and a box brimming with jade. Lin Feng quickly changed his attire. Are you going out again? Ding Meiling softly inquired as she approached. I need to seek out resources. If anything arises, call for Kaling, Lin Feng reassured her. Brother Lin, there are drones delivering items in our yard. What is happening? Kaling's voice echoed from next door. Lin Feng did not conceal the truth and explained his collaboration with President Liang. Brother Lin, I fear it may be a trick. Kaling expressed her concerns regarding President Liang's intentions. Yet, this box of supplies holds immense allure for me. Additionally, I have previously collaborated with Hong Liangyu, the proprietor of Wanshiyuan. I will first visit him to gather information, Lin Feng clarified. Hong Liangyu? He is a dangerous figure, Kaling remarked, her brows furrowing. In my past life, he rallied a formidable group. He is not to be underestimated. Rest assured, we have worked together before, Lin Feng replied confidently. You should stay home today. We need someone reliable to guard the house. Regrettably, Ding Meiling was a fragile woman, and Air Pao was merely a homebody. Thus, Kaling had no choice but to acquiesce to Lin Feng's suggestion. With that, Lin Feng donned his gear and departed the Minghui community on a snowmobile. Shortly after his departure, President Liang's gaze darkened ominously within the den of the Poison Wolf Society as he received a notification containing a photograph of Lin Feng riding the snowmobile. Beep, beep. President Liang dialed a video call to Hong Liangyu, and soon, the screen displayed Hong Liangyu's visage. President Liang, Boss Hong. The target has left the community and is heading to Honghua community. He is riding a snowmobile, clad in a white Canada Goose-down jacket. Hong Liangyu expressed surprise. A snowmobile, quite a fine piece of machinery. President Liang's demeanor turned stern. Boss Hong, we have previously discussed this matter, and you are not lacking in snowmobiles. Hong Liangyu reassured him. President Liang, rest assured, I am a man of my word in business. May I inquire about the background of this individual? President Liang replied. Merely a small fry, possessing decent marksmanship, but nothing of significant consequence. Hong Liangyu asserted. Do not worry. President Liang, I will ensure that the target is dealt with impeccably. Chapter 67 Boss Hong. Do you know President Liang? At Wanshiyuan. Hong Liangyu ended the video call with President Liang and recounted the task to Hong Sueki and Qin Xiezi. Dad, who is the person we are to eliminate? Hong Sueki, adorned in a delicate lavender lace dress, asked. Her tall figure was accentuated by the black lace that clung to her fair thighs, though her posterior still bore some swelling, which only added to her voluptuousness. Hong Liangyu shook his head. President Liang only provided me with a photograph and mentioned that the individual is already en route to Honghua Park on a snowmobile. Hong Sueki's brows furrowed slightly. In this brutal apocalypse, one could never be certain of the hidden forces at play. Should we provoke a power we cannot contend with, the consequences could be dire. Eldest brother, you ought not to take this task. Qin Xiezi interjected. In their line of work, they always conducted thorough investigations into their targets. They would not act against formidable opponents, lest they face death repeatedly. Hong Liangyu gazed out the window. We are lacking in detonators and drones. If only we had such resources, many of our shortcomings could be mitigated. Qin Xiezi and Hong Sueki fell into contemplation. Agreeing with Hong Liangyu's assessment, Wanshiyuan was indeed deficient in drones and detonators. A drone equipped with a detonator, if operated skillfully, could greatly enhance their combat capabilities while minimizing casualties. However, as it stands, just one individual is to be dealt with here. Eldest brother, you will handle this matter. Sueki, return and focus on your recovery. Hong Liangyu commanded. Dad, my injury does not impede my ability to fight. Hong Sueki protested, biting her pink lip. Let third uncle rest at home. There hasn't yet been anyone capable of uniting us two. Qin Xiezi chuckled heartily. Third brother, do not be careless. Have you forgotten how someone made you both flee just a few days prior? Hong Liangyu cautioned, his expression serious. Qin Xiezi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The individual they had encountered at the police station was indeed a pervert. Meanwhile, Hong Sueki felt a blush of anger rise within her. That vile man had injured her backside, and it still hadn't healed. Suddenly, Hong Sueki's phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was a WeChat call from Lin Feng. Who is it? Hong Liangyu and Qin Xiezi inquired simultaneously, turning their gazes toward Hong Sueki. It's Lin Feng. Hong Sueki replied as she answered the call. Sueki, are you home today? I'm coming over to visit. Lin Feng's cheerful voice resonated. Prepare some food and drinks. What? You're coming to my house. How will you get here? Hong Sueki was taken aback. Could Lin Feng really visit her home in this weather? I have a snowmobile, Lin Feng laughed. What is the matter? Am I not welcome? Of course you're welcome. Hong Sueki nodded and inquired. When will you come to my house? Presently, it would take approximately half an hour to reach Wanshiyuan. Lin Feng calculated the time. It was indeed about the same duration from Jiangxing Minghua Community to Wanshiyuan. I'll be at home waiting for you, prepared with food and drinks, she said before promptly hanging up the phone. Beside her, Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi were taken aback, having overheard the conversation between Hong Sueki and Lin Feng. Realizing that Lin Feng was on his way. Brother, the person Chairman Liang wants you to eliminate is coming from Jiangxing Minghua Community. And Lin Feng is also coming from there. Could they be the same person? Chun Xiezi pondered aloud. Hong Liangyu furrowed his brow. What if they are the same person? Hong Sueki also cast a glance at him. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Third brother, you should go monitor the area around Honghua Park. Shoot anyone who approaches the restroom immediately. Sueki, go to the kitchen and prepare some dishes. Hong Liangyu commanded the two without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng rode a snowmobile along the road, having changed his clothes midway to avoid being photographed while leaving the community. He maintained a cautious speed, wary of potential landmines along the way. Thus, he was vigilant, sensing his surroundings within a 40-meter radius while keeping his eyes and ears open. As a result, he traveled considerably slower than usual, taking nearly an hour to reach the entrance of Wanshiyuan. At the entrance, a figure stood motionless in the heavy snow. Although Lin Feng could not clearly discern who it was, he noticed the individual trembling, clutching two iron balls that almost slipped from their grasp. Boss Hong, Lin Feng called out cautiously, recalling that Hong Liangyu had a penchant for holding two iron balls. Lin, my brother, what a rare visitor you are, Hong Liangyu replied. Suppressing his urge to curse, he had been waiting for nearly an hour despite the promised 30 minutes. He hesitated to leave, fearing Lin Feng might arrive just as he departed. Fortunately, his mercenary background allowed him to endure the cold, while others would have long been frozen stiff. Lin Feng wiped away a bead of sweat, joking, I thought you were a corpse. Hearing this, Hong Liangyu felt an impulse to kick Lin Feng, incredulous at such a remark. However, as an elder, he chose not to hold it against Lin Feng and led him deeper into Wanshiyuan. As they walked, Lin Feng was silently astonished. Some rooms within Wanshiyuan concealed snipers. He could only sense a 40-meter radius, but it was likely that there were additional marksmen hidden beyond that range. It seemed that Hong Liangyu had a significant arsenal of sniper rifles, explaining how he had managed to rally a team and establish a base during the last world crisis. Lin, my brother, Wanshiyuan has seen better days, Hong Liangyu sighed. Noticing Lin Feng's curious gaze, Lin Feng thought to himself, I can't believe this old man. Wanshiyuan is hardly withered. It clearly harbors numerous snipers. Were it not for my formidable skills and spatial abilities, I would not dare tread here. With the citizens of Jiangxing grappling with basic survival, who would still gamble on stones? Lin Feng lamented, the most valuable commodities now are food and coal. Fortunately, you reminded me, brother Lin. I saved some supplies, or I would have starved by now. Hong Liangyu felt a sense of gratitude and admiration towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng remained skeptical of Hong Liangyu's words, exchanging mere pleasantries as they made their way to a villa at the end of Wanshiyuan. Upon entering, Hong Liangyu poured tea for Lin Feng and inquired, Brother Lin, what brings you to Wanshiyuan amidst such peril? He certainly did not believe that Lin Feng had come merely for a casual visit to enjoy hot pot. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment before responding, Boss Hong, I seek information about an individual. Do you know the president of the Poison Wolf Gang? He was still hesitant to approach the restroom at Honghua Park, fearing that a sniper might ambush him, which could spell danger. Ordinary handguns, such as revolvers, have a bullet velocity of approximately 300 meters per second, matched only by the speed of sound. Yet some sniper rifles can achieve speeds of up to 1,000 meters per second, nearly 3 times the speed of sound. Although his reflexes were quick, he had no confidence in evading such an attack. If multiple snipers were aimed at him, escape would be impossible unless he concealed himself within a spatial realm. However, the exposure of such a space would render him even more vulnerable. Should someone attempt to strike him, they would undoubtedly be familiar with Honghua Park, likely hailing from the vicinity. The president of the Poison Wolf Gang? Brother Lin, why do you inquire about him? Hong Liangyu narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening acutely. Chapter 68. Lin Feng and Hong Liangyu unite against President Liang. I have had some conflicts with President Liang, but they have since been resolved, and we are currently in a state of cooperation. However, my knowledge of this ally is quite limited, Lin Feng explained with a smile. Observing the changes in Hong Liangyu's expression, as he walked, another possibility crossed his mind. Could President Liang have hired Hong Liangyu to eliminate him? After all, Hong Liangyu was a businessman engaged in such dealings. Hong Liangyu's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, and he chuckled. Brother Lin, you are fortunate to have come here today. Otherwise, I would owe you an apology. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly at these words, which implicitly acknowledged that President Liang had indeed sought Hong Liangyu's assistance to deal with him. President Liang has ordered us to eliminate someone, and that person is expected to be at the restroom in Hanghua Park. Hong Liangyu had now confirmed that Lin Feng was the target of President Liang's assassination plot. Nevertheless, Hong Liangyu harbored no intentions of harm towards Lin Feng. He owed him a favor and was determined to repay it, even amidst the apocalypse. Damn it, President Liang. I want to let him off easily. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse, realizing that President Liang had indeed harbored malicious intentions by colluding with Hong Liangyu against him. Ha. Yet, Brother Lin, your sense of loyalty is commendable. I cannot forget your prior guidance before this apocalypse. Hong Liangyu laughed heartily, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. I am curious, what grievance do you hold against him? He has offered 100 drones and 30 detonators for your life. In this apocalyptic world, 100 drones and 30 detonators represented a significant resource, worth far more than $1 billion. Yet, President Liang was willing to expend such assets to procure Lin Feng's demise. Lin Feng did not withhold the truth, recounting the feud between himself and President Liang, primarily detailing how Liang had bribed Chen Jichao to use drones against him, followed by his own deception regarding the drones and detonators. Upon hearing this, Hong Liangyu was immediately taken aback, utterly astonished at how Lin Feng had managed to evade the bombardment of over 100 drones. He was equally amazed by Lin Feng's cunning, managing to deceive 100 drones and 30 detonators. My dear brother, how did he persuade you to come to Hanghua Park? With your intellect, you must realize the peril that this venture entails, Hong Liangyu remarked with a hint of skepticism. Lin Feng elucidated the situation, explaining that he had been instructed by Chun Xiezi to procure a batch of arms from the park's restroom, and that he had been offered 300 drones and 100 detonators as compensation, with the items already secured on his territory. Hong Liangyu inhaled sharply, comprehending the gravity of Lin Feng's risk in coming here. It seems that President Liang harbors a deep-seated vendetta against you, going to such lengths to eradicate you. As the two sipped tea and conversed, Hong Liangyu promptly dialed Chun Xiezi, instructing him to return and abandon this mission. When Chun Xiezi learned that the target of President Liang's wrath was Lin Feng, he was left utterly astounded. What had Lin Feng done to provoke such a costly endeavor by President Liang? I never would have guessed you could stand against President Liang, Hong Sueki interjected, her expression one of disbelief, as she had always perceived Lin Feng merely as a lascivious commoner. Sueki, you mustn't underestimate me. I possess great strength, Lin Feng replied, casting a discerning glance at Hong Sueki. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, with an exceptionally fair complexion, and had he succeeded in winning her over, he might have had the opportunity to call Hong Liangyu his father-in-law. Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Hong Sueki understood the man's impure intentions and glared at him fiercely. By the way, why is your gait so peculiar? Are you injured? Lin Feng inquired, having noticed that Hong Sueki appeared to be walking with discomfort. Mind your own business, Hong Sueki retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she recalled the sensitive nature of her injury. She vowed to track down this man and exact her revenge. Brother Lin, this girl has been spoiled by me, Hong Liangyu remarked, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Lin Feng turned to Hong Liangyu with a smile. Boss Hong, do you intend to continue with this mission? Lin, if my father truly wished to proceed with this task, you would have long since been reduced to a sieve. Hong Sueki huffed. I was merely inquiring. How will you explain this to President Liang? Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. Hong Sueki seemed to be on the attack, and he had done nothing to provoke her. As Hong Sueki prepared to respond, Hong Liangyu interjected, Brother Lin, you are my benefactor. How could I possibly turn against you? Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, I see little value in pursuing this business. Lin Feng scrutinized Hong Liangyu, attempting to pierce the veil of his thoughts. Realizing that Hong Liangyu was a man of profound contemplation, difficult to read. Since you doubt me, allow me to prove my worth, Hong Sueki declared, striding towards the door and clapping her hands. In an instant, numerous red dots appeared on Lin Feng's body, the result of sniper rifles aimed at dozens of his vital points. Lin Feng was left astounded, questioning just how many sniper rifles Hong Liangyu had at his disposal. Boss Hong, your influence is truly formidable. I am in awe, Lin Feng remarked, bowing respectfully. Hong Liangyu waved his hand, signaling for the sniper rifle to be removed, then turned to Lin Feng and inquired, Brother, what are your plans for the next step? After a moment of silence, Lin Feng replied, I wish to ascertain the strength of the Poison Wolf Society. He was resolute in his decision not to act impulsively until he had a comprehensive understanding of their capabilities. The Poison Wolf Society possessed a substantial arsenal of drones and electronic detonators, with a rough estimate of at least 1,000 drones and 500 detonators. Hong Liangyu's expression grew grave. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The might of the Poison Wolf Society's drones and detonators far exceeded his expectations. 500 electronic detonators could obliterate an entire residential complex. They once sought to procure a sniper rifle from me, which I refrained from providing, and they also have 3 snowmobiles. Hong Liangyu elucidated some details about the society. Additionally, President Liang resided in a standalone villa in the manhwa community phase 2 of Jiangqing, controlling several neighboring villas and secretly deploying numerous electronic detonators, which would detonate upon human proximity. He had invested significantly in constructing a basement, a refuge in times of peril. Hong Xueqi also conveyed the information she had gathered to Lin Feng. Goodness, he is more cunning than I could have imagined, Lin Feng exclaimed. President Liang is practically ensconced in a turtle shell. Haha, my dear brother Lin, you are not to be outdone, standing against the Poison Wolf Society with your singular prowess. Hong Liangyu chuckled heartily. Lin Feng then proposed, Boss Hong, how about we collaborate to acquire a portion of President Liang's resources? He recalled that there were still 300 drones and 100 detonators in the courtyard, though they were fundamentally under President Liang's control. However, if they could sever the signals of these electronic detonators, the drones and detonators could be taken away, and Hong Liangyu likely possessed a means to achieve this. Hong Liangyu glanced at Hong Xueqi and Chen Xiezi, sharing the information about how President Liang had lured Lin Feng out using the 300 drones and 100 detonators. Hong Xueqi frowned slightly, stating, "This is quite risky. Our electronic disruptor has suffered damage in the extreme cold and cannot interfere with the signals for an extended period." How long can it interfere? Lin Feng inquired. At most 5 or 6 seconds. But what can you accomplish in 6 seconds? To access those detonators, you first need to approach them, then shut off the power. Even the swiftest among us would require over a minute, Hong Xueqi calculated. Therefore, I advise you against pursuing this batch of resources. It would be wise to circumvent the area on your way back. Brother Lin, learn to let go, Hong Liangyu gently urged, placing a hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. I will take 100 drones and 30 detonators. Approaching the manhwa community phase 1 to disrupt those electronic detonators, Lin Feng resolutely decided. Hong Liangyu and Chen Xiezi exchanged glances, realizing that this young man was determined to acquire the resources. I say, you're quite obstinate, Hong Xueqi remarked with irritation. Life and death are fated. If you refuse, I shall seek assistance elsewhere, Lin Feng declared, rising to depart. Agreed. Hong Liangyu also stood, stating, I will do my utmost to facilitate the interference. After their meal, Hong Liangyu and Chen Xiezi took matters into their own hands, while Hong Xueqi remained at home, as she could not afford to be idle. To deceive President Liang, Hong Liangyu procured a corpse, disfiguring it with gunfire to fabricate a convincing imitation of Lin Feng's body. On the surface, Hong Liangyu and Chen Xiezi arrived at the manhwa community phase 2 in Jiangcheng with a corpse, seeking the reward for the assassination of Lin Feng. In Chapter 69, as they attempted to seize resources from the Poison Wolf Society, President Liang's expression turned ashen. Upon receiving a video from Hong Liangyu, President Liang's face lit up with delight. Ah, Lin Feng, you scoundrel, your face has been utterly smashed, he chuckled triumphantly. Who told you to oppose me? Congratulations, my dear. A beautiful woman approached with a playful laugh. She was tall, her hair elegantly styled, and her skin was as white as snow, with an exquisitely crafted face. Her long legs were clad in black lace stockings, complemented by a seductive black lace dress. She was Ma Lingyu, President Liang's young and charming wife, whom he had met while traveling in first class. Despite their considerable age difference, President Liang's wealth prior to the apocalypse had won her over. After this battle, my status in the manhwa community is as solid as a rock. Neither the owners of Phase 1 nor Phase 2 would dare to challenge me, President Liang declared with pride. My dear, do not forget about Director Wang from the street office, Ma Lingyu reminded him. Do not worry. Once I consolidate the forces of both phases, I shall deal with Director Wang, President Liang replied with a cold demeanor. Moreover, did you truly send 100 drones and 30 detonators to the people of Wanshiyuan? Ma Lingyu inquired, puzzled. It depends on the situation. If all the people from Wanshiyuan come, they shall be buried here. If only one comes, then we'll accommodate them. President Liang's gaze turned fierce. In his eyes, Wanshiyuan was also destined to become an adversary, and if the opportunity arose to eliminate them all at once, it would be splendid. My dear, you truly are a master strategist, Ma Lingyu said with a flirtatious smile. Hearing this, President Liang lifted Ma Lingyu into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. Deeply enamored with his lovely wife, they soon began to undress, but an awkward predicament arose. President Liang was unable to perform, causing Ma Lingyu to express her disappointment. Oh dear, I shall refrain from late-night drinking in the future. I must find a urologist immediately, President Liang lamented, feeling utterly frustrated. It was disheartening to be with his cherished wife, yet unable to satisfy her, a blow to his pride that he needed to remedy. Humph. Ma Lingyu huffed as she burrowed under the covers. Hearing the sounds from beneath the blanket ignited a surge of anger within President Liang, yet recalling his impotence. He grabbed his clothes and left. Meanwhile, Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi rode their snowmobiles, maintaining a distance of 100 meters apart. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the manhwa Community Phase 2, where a group of individuals stood, each holding an electronic detonator remote. "Where is your president?" Hong Liangyu inquired loudly as he approached. "Boss Hong, you have truly come. Our president is at home and cannot come out." A man stepped forward from the crowd. He was also a resident of the manhwa community, nicknamed Wild Wolf, and served as the vice president of the Poison Wolf Society, acting as President Liang's right-hand man. "This is the body," Hong Liangyu declared, pulling a corpse from the snowmobile. "Boss Hong, could you have that brother come over to speak? By the way, where is your esteemed daughter?" The Wild Wolf cast a sly glance around him. "I do not have time for idle chatter. Bring me the drones and detonators," Hong Liangyu said in a deep voice. The Wild Wolf stepped forward, glanced at the corpse, and frowned. "Boss Hong, we can only provide you with half of the drones and detonators. The face of this corpse is obscured. We must confirm its identity with Lin Feng's woman." "What do you mean?" Hong Liangyu's tone turned ominous. "You came to me for business. Did you not inquire about my reputation in this line of work?" "Boss Hong, we are not denying you, but verification of the corpse's authenticity is necessary. Once confirmed, I shall personally deliver the remainder," the Wild Wolf sneered, showing no regard for Hong Liangyu's authority. After a moment of silence, Hong Liangyu replied, "Very well, I hope you will not go back on your word." The Wild Wolf then ordered his men to bring forth 50 drones and 15 detonators. Hong Liangyu meticulously inspected them, ensuring that the detonators and drone power sources were completely shut down. Subsequently, he and Chun Xiezi rode snowmobiles towards the first phase of the manhwa community in Jiangxing. At the lair of the Poison Wolf Society, President Liang observed through binoculars, his brow furrowed. What does Hong Liangyu mean by this? "He has gone to the first phase of the manhwa community," the Wild Wolf reported upon his return. "It seems he discovered the supplies Lin Feng had during the process of his assassination. We need not concern ourselves with that. Have you gathered the information I requested?" President Liang sneered. "I have. There is a male urologist named Li Guilan at the first phase of the manhwa community. She is the head of the Jiangxing Medical University affiliated hospital. However, this Li Guilan has repeatedly expressed support for Lin Feng in the group," the Wild Wolf recounted. "That is to be expected. In this frigid apocalypse, survival is paramount. Lin Feng, as the leader of the first phase of the manhwa community, undoubtedly has many admirers. However, now that Lin Feng is deceased, this Li Guilan can be of service to me," President Liang said with a proud smile. With this thought, President Liang took out his phone and browsed the official website of the Jiangxing Medical University affiliated hospital, finding Li Guilan's information. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although Li Guilan was somewhat older, her charm remained intact. If she were to treat him, the results would surely be even more remarkable. Eagerly, President Liang began to contact Li Guilan, convinced that this professor would cure his ailment, paving the way for his future conquests. Meanwhile, as President Liang was lost in his fantasies, Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi arrived at the entrance of the first phase of the manhwa community on their snowmobiles. Chun Xiezi dismounted from the rear, bringing down a large wooden box, which he opened to reveal Lin Feng's figure emerging from within. Lin Feng stood at the community entrance, gazing at the 300 drones and 100 electronic detonators, smiling faintly. "Brother Lin, think this over carefully," Hong Liangyu urged in a low voice. "There is no need for further consideration. Begin jamming the electronic signals in this vicinity now," Lin Feng instructed Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi. Both Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi produced electronic jamming devices and commenced their interference. However, in the bitter cold, activating the equipment proved challenging. After tinkering for around 10 minutes, the devices finally emitted a series of beeps. "All set, 6 seconds." Hong Liangyu turned and gazed at Lin Feng, speaking in a low voice. Lin Feng propelled a smoke bomb from his hand, which exploded with a resounding boom, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist. Shortly thereafter, 2 more smoke bombs detonated in the courtyard, cloaking the area in obscurity. With no alternative, he resorted to smoke bombs to shroud the secret of his spatial abilities. Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi were momentarily bewildered by the sudden explosion. What was this young man up to? Meanwhile, Lin Feng darted into the smoke like a bolt of lightning, his speed reaching extraordinary heights. He was a mere 100 meters away from the 300 drones and detonators. At that distance, even world-class athletes would struggle, achieving only around 9.58 seconds for 100 meters. Yet, Lin Feng was several times faster, covering the ground in less than 3 seconds, arriving before the drones and detonators. As his hand brushed the large container holding the drones and detonators, it vanished instantly. The remote signals for electronic detonators typically extend only a few hundred meters. Once placed in another dimension, they become entirely uncontrollable. Lin Feng had tested this several times. Chapter 70. The beautiful wife of President Liang comes knocking. The explosion of the smoke bombs also caught the attention of President Liang of the Wolf Poison Society. What is that explosion coming from Phase 1? Who detonated the explosives? Who the hell did this? Didn't I instruct you to retrieve them? President Liang's furious roar echoed. The supplies were his, and he had already commanded his men to fetch them. Yet now he was met with the sound of explosions. President, calm down. Let us check the rooftop, the wild wolf urged. Heeding this, President Liang and the wild wolf ascended to the 17th floor of a nearby building, each taking a telescope to observe the courtyard of Jiangxing Minghua Phase 1. The courtyard was shrouded in smoke. President, this doesn't seem like a detonator explosion. It resembles a smoke bomb, the wild wolf remarked. Do you think I can't tell that? President Liang snapped, sensing that something was amiss. What are Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi doing at the entrance of the community? They appear to be fiddling with some electronic devices. The wild wolf exclaimed in alarm. President Liang's expression flickered between anger and suspicion. He recognized the devices in Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi's hands. Suddenly, he recalled that this was an electronic jammer, a device he had once sought to purchase from Chun Xiezi before the apocalypse, only to be told it was unavailable. Yet here were Chun Xiezi and Hong Liangyu, standing at the entrance of Jiangxing Minghua Phase 1 with such equipment, aimed directly at his assets left within the community. What electronic jammer? The wild wolf inquired. Inform the brothers, detonate the detonators in Jiangxing Minghua Phase 1, quickly. President Liang shouted in rage, determined not to allow Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi to succeed in their endeavor. Detonate the Phase 1 detonators. Upon hearing this, the wild wolf yelled, hurriedly retrieving a remote to initiate the explosion. Other members of the Poison Wolf Society also produced remotes, attempting to detonate the explosives in Jiangxing Minghua Phase 1. Unfortunately, despite their repeated attempts, nothing happened. As the smoke within the courtyard gradually dissipated, Lin Feng's figure emerged, standing resolute. As for the 300 drones and 100 detonators that have vanished without a trace, Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi were utterly bewildered by the scene before them. They had been terrified when they heard the members of the Poison Wolf gang howling to detonate the explosives, yet now, all the detonators were gone, and no explosion had occurred. How had Lin Feng achieved this? President Liang, thank you for the supplies. I graciously accept the 300 drones and 30 detonators. The items I brought back from Honghua Park have already been delivered to the entrance of your community. Lin Feng bellowed towards the Jiangxing Minghua Community Phase 2 across from him. Due to his exceptional physical prowess, his voice resonated like a loudspeaker, clearly reaching the ears of President Liang and the wild wolf. Damn it! President Liang roared in fury from the building above. He was infuriated, never expecting that Hong Liangyu would conspire with Lin Feng against him, resulting in the loss of 300 drones and 30 detonators, not to mention Hong Liangyu's 50 drones and 15 detonators. He had inadvertently aided the enemy once more. The cumulative loss of drones now amounted to 500 or 600, and so many precious resources had gone to waste. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. President Liang felt a searing pain in his ear, followed by blood coursing down his neck. A bullet had severed his ear. President, we must flee, the wild wolf urged, dragging President Liang away. On the opposite building, Kai Ling, armed with a sniper rifle, felt a pang of frustration for having missed her shot at President Liang's head. What a failure. Lin Feng also gazed up in astonishment. It must have been Kai Ling's errant shot. Given her marksmanship, President Liang should have been either dead or wounded. Lin, my brother, your subordinates possess remarkable skills, Hong Liangyu remarked with a smile as he approached Chun Xiezi. Heh, it was nothing of great consequence. Moreover, I am pleased to have successfully completed the mission. Lin Feng chuckled. I will promptly distribute the supplies to you. Lin Feng, how did you manage to pull this off? Chun Xiezi, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. He had racked his brain, but could not fathom how Lin Feng had absconded with the electronic detonators and drones. Old 3, hold your tongue. Hong Liangyu admonished Chun Xiezi sharply. Is this something you can ask so casually? I will reveal it to you at the appropriate time. I shall now distribute the supplies. Please wait a moment, Lin Feng replied as he turned and dashed into the corridor. Finding a secluded spot, he retrieved 100 drones and 30 detonators, carefully placing them into a cardboard box, ensuring that the power sources were switched off. When Lin Feng presented these supplies to Hong Liangyu and Chun Xiezi, their astonishment was palpable. However, Hong Liangyu promptly handed Lin Feng 3 sniper rifles and 300 bullets in return. Brother Lin, try to keep a low profile and avoid drawing the attention of certain bases, Hong Liangyu advised. Boss Hong, how much do you know about these bases? Are they all government established? Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly at the mention of the word base. In his past life during the apocalypse, Jiangcheng had indeed harbored several large bases, led by individuals with significant influence. Yet, the management of these bases had long since escaped the bounds of legal authority, resembling a hell on earth. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Liangyu replied, some powerful figures in Jiangcheng have begun establishing bases. The arms and power they possess are unimaginable, and they are engaged in a game of large fish swallowing small fish. I recall that the Jiangcheng manhwa community falls under the jurisdiction of Jiangbei Street, where formidable figures have emerged. Chun Xiezi solemnly remarked, this person is surnamed Wang. He has secretly established a small base. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and promptly escorted Hong Liangyu and Qin Xiezi away from the Jiangcheng manhwa community. Upon returning home, Lin Feng indulged in a hot spring and engaged in a game of cards with Ding Meiling, who ultimately proved no match for him. He pondered that perhaps only Hong Sueki and Kai Ling could challenge him. Lin Feng, brother, is everything going smoothly? Came Kai Ling's voice from next door. Everything is proceeding well. Your marksmanship is impressively accurate, Lin Feng replied with a smile. However, you must exercise caution. You are likely to be exposed. And the members of the Poison Wolf Society will not easily let us off the hook. Kai Ling understood, affirming that they were keeping a vigilant watch outside. Additionally, we should strive to gather intelligence on the Poison Wolf Society and commence our counteroffensive against them tonight, Lin Feng declared. Preparing for an aerial assault on the Poison Wolf Society. Understood, I will begin gathering information immediately, Kai Ling nodded in agreement. This is a sniper rifle along with 100 rounds, Lin Feng stated as he returned to his bedroom, retrieving the weapon and ammunition from his storage space and handing them to Kai Ling. Wow, Lin Feng, brother, I adore you. I was just worried about the ammunition. Kai Ling exclaimed, elated, as the shot she fired at President Liang had depleted her last bullet. Only then did Lin Feng carry Ding Meiling back to the bedroom. I feel useless. I cannot assist you in any way, Ding Meiling murmured, slowly opening her beautiful eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Who says you are useless? Your value is immense, Lin Feng said with a smile, playfully tapping the tip of Ding Meiling's nose. Have you been in touch with Zhou Feng, Zhou Long, and Miao Zuelan recently? Zhou Long, Zhou Feng, and her former mother-in-law Miao Zuelan were likely unaware of the relationship between Ding Meiling and Lin Feng. I reached out to them, but they were quite reticent about their whereabouts, Ding Meiling replied, handing her phone to Lin Feng. Upon reviewing the chat records, Lin Feng noted that the exchanges among Zhou Long, Zhou Feng, and Miao Zuelan had become markedly cautious. It seemed that the struggles of the apocalypse had rendered everyone wary. Additionally, the owner from Phase 2 contacted my aunt, seeking her assistance with a medical issue, Ding Meiling revealed. Who is this owner from Phase 2? Lin Feng inquired, astonished that someone could still afford to be concerned about a male ailment during such tumultuous times, indicating that this individual likely lived quite comfortably. The person did not disclose their name, but mentioned that if my aunt agreed to help, they would provide a substantial amount of supplies, and even allow her to stay in a room with a fireplace, Ding Meiling analyzed. However, as the conversation progressed, the individual ceased to respond. Encourage my aunt to continue the dialogue. This person may possess significant influence in Phase 2, Lin Feng mused, contemplating the potential to infiltrate the Poison Wolf Society through this connection. Lin Feng rested at home until nightfall, while Bai Tian and Air Pang were tasked with monitoring the surroundings. As night descended, Lin Feng arose, and Ding Meiling brought forth new information. The wife of the patient from Jiangcheng Minghua Phase 2 sought out my aunt for a discussion, she said with a smile. The wife of the patient? That seems rather ordinary, Lin Feng replied, initially assuming it was merely a routine matter, as such concerns often weigh heavily on both spouses. Mr. Lin, do you know who this patient's wife is? Ding Meiling looked at Lin Feng with a playful smile, her face adorned with a hint of pride as she realized she could finally contribute something significant for him. Lin Feng, caressing her delicate lips, remarked, seeing you so proud. Should I take you down a notch? As he spoke, he gently pinched her rosy mouth. In response, Ding Meiling playfully scolded, Mr. Lin, I'm discussing serious matters with you. Could you please pay attention? Very well, I am curious to see what important information you have unearthed, Lin Feng replied, holding her slender waist with a smile. The patient's wife is named Ma Lingyu, Ding Meiling explained. Ma Lingyu? What a lovely name, Lin Feng praised upon hearing it. She is a flight attendant. Do you know who her husband is? Ding Meiling teased, pinching Lin Feng's cheek with a hint of satisfaction. Could it be that Chairman Liang has connections? Lin Feng couldn't help but comment. Indeed, Chairman Liang is her husband. They are family, Ding Meiling said with a smile. Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing that the wife of Chairman Liang was Ma Lingyu, who had approached Ding Meiling's aunt regarding urology issues, presumably for Chairman Liang himself. This implied that Chairman Liang was an inept man, and it was likely that it was he who had previously sought out Ding Meiling's aunt for a conversation. I can't believe it, Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. This revelation was delightful for him. Perhaps he could leverage this opportunity to bring down the toxic wolf society. Will they send your aunt to treat him? Lin Feng pondered aloud. Yes, Ma Lingyu wants my aunt to go and treat her husband, and they are preparing the necessary medicinal materials, Ding Meiling clarified. Once your aunt arrives there, She may never return, Lin Feng analyzed. In this harsh, post-apocalyptic era, many had succumbed to the darker aspects of human nature. It seemed that Chairman Liang's family might be no exception, especially since, in such dire times, everyone wished to have a doctor under their control. After a moment of silence, Ding Meiling said, "My aunt wishes to discuss something with you. May I? Then I will bring some food and gifts to her home." Lin Feng replied with a smile. Ding Meiling nodded gently. Lin Feng brought 20 pounds of beef, 20 pounds of coal, and 20 pounds of fruit to the 15th floor. Upon seeing Li Guilan again, he noticed that she had lost the radiance she once possessed. "Auntie." Lin Feng greeted her with a smile. "Come in quickly," Li Guilan urged, hastily inviting him inside. The living room's fireplace was already lit, warding off the chill, and she poured him a cup of tea, which Lin Feng did not touch, instead directly inquiring about the purpose of her visit. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guilan looked at Lin Feng and said, "Xiao Lin, I believe Meiling has informed you of certain matters, and I wish to assist you." "Auntie, what do you mean?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Li Guilan replied quietly, "I can help you eliminate Chairman Liang. I am certain that the individuals seeking my medical expertise are Chairman Liang and his wife, which presents me with the opportunity to take down Chairman Liang. I am aware that he is your sworn enemy." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the revelation that Li Guilan intended to assassinate President Liang. What could be her motive? If she were to proceed with such an act, it would undoubtedly lead to her own demise. And a woman as astute as Li Guilan must be acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. "Aunt, should you attempt to assassinate President Liang, you would also face certain death, and you may not even have the opportunity to carry it out," Lin Feng remarked, shaking his head. A seasoned figure like President Liang is likely surrounded by layers of scrutiny, even during a medical consultation. "There remains a chance," Li Guilan countered, nodding in explanation. Lin Feng chuckled softly. "Aunt, to be frank, despite your connection to Meiling, I cannot fathom you would risk your life to eliminate President Liang. If there is something you wish to disclose, please do so. No one desires death. Although your circumstances may not be as favorable as mine and Ding Meiling S, you have fared better than the vast majority in this apocalyptic world." Turning away, Li Guilan retrieved a medical report from the drawer and handed it to Lin Feng. As he perused the document, astonishment washed over him. It revealed that Li Guilan was in the late stages of stomach cancer, with the examination conducted merely half a month prior. "I do not have long to live," Li Guilan stated quietly. "This world is becoming increasingly brutal. Perhaps departing from it sooner rather than later is not such a tragedy." In recent days, she had often heard the sounds of violent confrontations echoing through the corridors. Unaware of how many had met grisly fates, even hearing explosions from the rooftop, it felt as though they had returned to a time of war. No, it was far more terrifying than that. After a brief silence, Lin Feng inquired, "Aunt, do you have any requests? If it is within my capacity, I shall certainly assist you." If he could eliminate the formidable enemy that was President Liang, he would gladly help Li Guilan fulfill her other wishes. Li Guilan explained, "I have a daughter who works at the Jiangxing Medical University affiliated hospital. She was on duty when the apocalypse struck, and I have been unable to reach her since. I would like you to help me find her, and if she is still alive, could you assist in caring for her?" At this, Li Guilan turned and knelt before Lin Feng. "Aunt, there is no need for this," Lin Feng exclaimed, hastily helping her to her feet. "You are Meiling's aunt. Your daughter is kin to her. It is my duty to assist you in finding her, and caring for her is merely a matter of providing an additional meal." "Thank you, Lin Feng," Li Guilan said, her face awash with tears. She had managed to communicate with her daughter until recently, but now all contact had ceased. The only person she could turn to was Lin Feng, who possessed a snowmobile and could contend with the opposing Poison Wolf Society. It was evident that Lin Feng was far more capable than he appeared. At this moment, Li Guilan retrieved a photograph from the drawer and handed it to Lin Feng. Upon examining the image, his eyes lit up. The woman depicted wore a white coat, her hair styled in a ponytail, her figure tall, and her complexion fair. Most striking were her captivating eyes, which held a hint of allure. In terms of beauty, she rivaled Ding Meiling and bore a resemblance to her as well. In her hand, she clutched a surgical scalpel. "My daughter is a surgeon," Li Guilan stated. "I believe she could be of assistance to you, and in addition, she is quite beautiful." Li Guilan wept softly, lamenting that no parent wishes for their daughter to share a husband with other women. Yet, the world has changed. The old societal norms no longer hold sway. If a woman can find a capable man to sustain her, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance. "Aunt, rest assured, Meiling's cousin is also my cousin, and I shall take good care of her," Lin Feng assured, thumping his chest. "Furthermore, I intend to enlist your aid in extorting a sum from President Liang, adhering strictly to your plan." Li Guilan pledged her unconditional cooperation with Lin Feng. As night deepened, darkness enveloped the earth. Within the lair of the Wolf Gang, President Liang, with excitement, sat cross-legged, cradling his lovely wife, Ma Lingyu. Li Guilan had responded. confirming her arrival at the Mingwe Community Phase 2 in Jiangxing to treat President Liang later that night. Ling Yu, I shall surely regain my former vigor, President Liang declared grandly, despite the comical sight of him sporting a white bandage stained with blood atop his head. My husband, Professor Li's medical skills are exceptional. It is usually quite difficult to secure an appointment with her. I never anticipated she would come this time, Ma Lingyu expressed with great enthusiasm. Let us hope that rascal Lin Feng does not thwart my plans. President Liang's gaze turned icy. Thus, I instructed her to slip over in the dead of night, dressed in white, making her less conspicuous. Even if she were spotted, no one would investigate, simply assuming she was out looking for food, Ma Lingyu teased. Clad in a flight attendant's uniform, her legs adorned with black lace stockings, exuding an alluring charm. My wife is truly a strategist among women. President Liang could not help but praise. I shall undoubtedly return to my former state. At this, a flicker of melancholy crossed Ma Lingyu's beautiful eyes. She yearned to remind him that he had not been so capable before. As their conversation unfolded, a wild wolf burst in, exclaiming, President, trouble is brewing. Professor Li just left the apartment building and has been spotted by Lin Feng's men, who are now threatening her with a sniper rifle. Chapter 72. Further deceiving President Liang. The urologist visits the wolf gang. That scoundrel Lin Feng dares to obstruct my people. President Liang fumed, his rage igniting like fire. What shall we do now? The wild wolf inquired. The residents of Mingwe Community Phase 1 are now subtly rallying around Lin Feng. Professor Li will not dare to approach. President Liang, seizing a pair of binoculars, ascended to the rooftop of a nearby building and indeed spotted Li Guilan standing within the courtyard of Mingwe Phase 1. To prevent collusion between the community and the wolf gang, from this day forth, no residents of Mingwe Phase 1 are permitted to leave the premises. Anyone who does so shall bear the consequences, declared Air Pang, brandishing a loudspeaker. In coordination with Air Pang's announcement, Kai Ling fired several shots into the air with a Type 54 pistol, 2 of which shattered the community streetlights. The residents, hearing this proclamation, offered no dissent. For venturing outside required a snowmobile, and they found themselves unable to leave regardless. On the third floor of Building 13, Chen Jichao, Zhou Long, Zhou Feng, and Miao Zuelan had gathered. Miao Zuelan and Zhou Feng had only recently moved in, prompting Chen Jichao and Zhou Long to sneak over to stay with them. The four remained vigilant, closely monitoring the happenings within the community. Chen Jichao, infuriated, slammed the table and exclaimed, that Lin Feng is becoming increasingly arrogant. I, the property manager, have remained silent, yet he dares to blockade the community. Indeed, Miao Zuelan echoed his sentiments. Let them engage in a fierce battle to the death. Zhou Long smirked, regardless. We have ample supplies. The four approached the window, gazing coldly at the courtyard where Lin Feng and President Liang were at odds. Damn it, President Liang cursed, peering through binoculars, fully aware that it would be an uphill battle for Li Guilan to emerge. President, how about I take my brothers and confront Lin Feng? The wolf growled fiercely. I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate Lin Feng. Silence. President Liang scolded. Use your brain. He has snipers with impeccable aim. What do we have to attack him with? Your wisdom is unparalleled, President, the wolf hastily flattered. Currently, our strengths are evenly matched. Neither side can easily overpower the other. If he wishes to assault us, it would be equally challenging. President Liang sneered continuously. The two retreated to their lair, where President Liang had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea of rescuing Li Guilan. What will you do now? Ma Lingyu approached, tugging at President Liang's sleeve. Lin Feng will certainly not release her. President Liang shook his head. Moreover, if he discovers that Professor Li Guilan is here to treat my ailment, he will be even less inclined to let her go. This cannot continue, my dear. You cannot persist in this manner, Ma Lingyu coyly urged. Why not offer him some supplies in exchange for Professor Li Guilan's release? Just say you have injured brothers who require her surgical expertise. President Liang hesitated upon hearing this. If you do not cure your ailment, do not even think about touching me from now on. I shall live the rest of my life as a widow. Ma Lingyu chided, her delicate features tinged with sorrow. Alarmed, President Liang responded, Dear, do not say that. I will communicate with Lin Feng. At this, Ma Lingyu's tears turned to laughter, and with a gentle touch, she stirred President Liang's heart, leaving him yearning for her in that moment. Promptly, President Liang dialed Lin Feng's number, which connected swiftly. Lin Feng, what is it? Are you planning to send me supplies again? President Liang inquired. You dare to deceive me? I have yet to settle the score with you, Lin Feng retorted. You hired Hong Lianyu to kill me, so I merely persuaded him to turn against you. Humph. I shall not pursue that matter for now, but I demand the release of one person. I hope you will let her go, otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. Get lost. We are already at an impasse. If you want her, you must provide me with a box of emeralds, 500 drones, and 500 detonators, Lin Feng declared. President Liang, enraged, shouted, Lin Feng, you are courting death. Lin Feng's audacity had utterly infuriated him. Otherwise, this conversation is over. Both of us seek to annex the other, so why should I show you any courtesy? Moreover, the back and forth is detrimental to me, especially since this is a medical professor, a scarce talent. Without your sincerity, I will not release her. After a moment of silence, President Liang replied, 50 drones and 10 electronic detonators. Lin Feng, 200 drones, 60 detonators. Professor Li Guilin is a male reproductive specialist. Chairman Liang, is it that you are unable? Is your wife dissatisfied? Perhaps I could take care of her for you? Upon hearing this, Chairman Liang's veins bulged, and he could not help but curse. Lin Feng, get the hell out of here. You are the one incapable. I can manage 9 times in a single night without issue. I am merely seeking a doctor for a close confidant. Lin Feng, I care not whom you tend to. Deliver 200 drones, 60 electronic detonators, and a box of jade to me. Remember, ensure the detonator's power supply is turned off. I possess instruments capable of checking the power status. Chairman Liang gritted his teeth in anger, compelled to acquiesce to Lin Feng's demands. Thus, another transaction was initiated. Lin Feng laughed heartily on the balcony. For even if Li Guilin could not bring about Chairman Liang's demise, he could still profit immensely from this opportunity. Would my third aunt be in danger? At that moment, Ding Miling approached, her expression weary. Lin Feng embraced Ding Miling momentarily, yet he revealed the truth of the situation to her. Upon hearing the news, Ding Miling was brought to tears, sobbing softly in Lin Feng's arms. She realized that her aunt, Li Guilin, was in the late stages of stomach cancer, and this was perhaps her aunt's most prudent choice. Lin Feng consoled Ding Miling, and soon they became entwined, particularly as she fervently vented her emotions, leaving Lin Feng somewhat overwhelmed. After nearly an hour of their entanglement, Lin Feng's phone rang, revealing numerous missed calls from Chairman Liang. Brother Lin, the goods have arrived downstairs. At that moment, a discontented voice from next door, Kai Ling, chimed in. Could you keep the noise down next time? Understood, Lin Feng replied with a smile, gently carrying the unconscious Ding Miling to bed. Subsequently, he donned a bulletproof vest and made his way to the community courtyard. In the courtyard lay a large crate, not far from which stood Li Guilin. Lin Feng, be careful, Li Guilin cautioned. Lin Feng nodded slightly, slowly approaching the wooden crate. He halted when he was 40 meters away, bending down to place his hands on the snow-covered ground. Quickly, the structure of the crate materialized in Lin Feng's mind. He sensed the presence of 60 detonators, though one of them had not been powered down. He promptly stepped back a few paces. In the wolf den, Chairman Liang and the wild wolf furrowed their brows upon seeing Lin Feng retreat. They too wished to eliminate Lin Feng, but realized he was not taking the bait. Soon, Chairman Liang's phone rang. He answered coldly, Lin Feng, what trickery is this? Why haven't you released the hostages? The goods are already in place. I have stated that I can detect the internal power status. Now, have someone bring the box of jade and ensure the power is turned off, Lin Feng replied sternly. Otherwise, Professor Li Guilin will surely perish tonight, and you can forget about ever practicing medicine again. Moreover, the drones and detonators you brought will be rendered useless. As he spoke, Lin Feng drew 2 revolvers, aiming one at Li Guilin and the other at the crate containing the drones and detonators. You're seeking death, Chairman Liang roared. The electronic detonators are all powered down. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Lin Feng fired at the crate, deliberately missing the detonators. Bang! A shot rang out, penetrating a drone concealed within a wooden crate. I shall dispatch someone immediately. Chairman Liang, considering his own well-being and not wishing for the resources to go to waste, ultimately acquiesced to Lin Feng's request. Satisfied, Lin Feng lowered his firearm. Soon, Chairman Liang sent someone to the manhwa residential community, Phase 1 in Jiangcheng, where they opened the crate and deactivated the electronic detonator inside. Additionally, they presented Lin Feng with a small box of jade. It was only then that Lin Feng released Li Guilin and produced a smoke bomb, which, upon detonation, enveloped the area in a thick haze. He approached the crate and stored it within his spatial realm. The jade within the crate emitted a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, causing the space to expand rapidly, ultimately ceasing at an impressive 200,000 cubic meters. His power surged once more, enhancing his perception to a radius of 50 meters. Chairman Liang, I wish you the best, Lin Feng remarked, casting a sly smile towards the direction of manhwa Phase 2. Chapter 73, Chairman Liang's chemical castration. His young wife in despair at the lair of the Poison Wolf Society, Chairman Liang, embracing his young wife Ma Lingyu, awaited the arrival of Professor Li Guilin at the entrance of his villa. Shortly thereafter, Vice Chairman Yi Wolf rode into the community on a snowmobile. However, he did not approach Chairman Liang's villa directly. Instead, he inspected a neighboring building, ensuring that any unfamiliar individuals near Chairman Liang underwent thorough checks for dangerous items, down to the prohibition of even nail clippers. Once the inspections were completed, Yi Wolf escorted Li Guilin to the courtyard of Chairman Liang's villa. Professor Li, I appreciate your efforts, Chairman Liang greeted warmly. Chairman Liang, it is my duty to attend to the patient, Li Guilin replied, internally troubled by Liang's excessive caution. She had originally intended to administer poison during the procedure, yet all her supplies had been discarded by Liang's subordinates. Even the surgical knife meant for nerve severance had been lost, complicating her plans to eliminate Chairman Liang. Rest assured, as long as you assist me in resolving this matter, I guarantee to provide for you for a lifetime and ensure you enjoy a life reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era, Chairman Liang declared, his gaze fixed intensely upon Li Guilin. Despite her age, Li Guilin retained an air of grace, and her stature as a professor at the university hospital only fueled Chairman Liang's desire for conquest. Li Guilin furrowed her brow at Chairman Liang's penetrating gaze, yet refrained from voicing her concerns. Consequently, the trio of Chairman Liang, Li Guilin, and Ma Lingyu descended into the basement. Professor, if you require any medical supplies, do not hesitate to inform me. There is a pharmacy within Manhwa Phase 2, and I am currently in charge of these medications, Chairman Liang explained with a smile. In response, Li Guilin instructed, Chairman Liang, please extend your tongue so I may examine it, and also describe your and your beloved's conditions. Professor, do you also practice traditional Chinese medicine? Ma Lingyu inquired skeptically from the side. Without instruments, I must rely on traditional methods for observation, Li Guilin patiently clarified. Upon hearing this, Ma Lingyu ceased her questioning, while Chairman Liang complied and extended his tongue. Li Guilin began to observe President Liang's tongue, followed by taking his pulse, and subsequently inquired about matters related to the bridal chamber. Professor Li, do you have a treatment plan? President Liang's face displayed an urgent expression as he said, as long as you can cure my ailment, I am willing to let you reside in my villa and guarantee 3 meals a day with meat. Ma Lingyu also looked at Li Guilin with anticipation, harboring discontent towards President Liang for quite some time. With a serious demeanor, Li Guilin stated, there are 3 treatment options. 3 options? Professor Li, please go ahead and share, President Liang replied, filled with excitement, realizing that his condition might not be as severe as he thought. Given the multitude of solutions available, Li Guilin explained, the first option involves applying a local anesthetic, specifically benzocaine, which takes effect within 30 seconds. Rarely found in the market, this anesthetic is sometimes available in specialized condoms at certain pharmacies. That won't work, the effect hasn't even started, and he won't be able to perform. Ma Lingyu interjected, biting her alluring pink lips and shaking her head. Her words turned President Liang's face a deep shade of anger. How could such matters be discussed in front of others? He shot a fierce glare at his petite wife. Realizing her mistake, Ma Lingyu immediately fell silent. Li Guilin inwardly scoffed, recognizing that President Liang's situation was far more serious than he had portrayed, and continued, the second option involves a nerve-cutting surgery to reduce sensitivity. What? Nerve-cutting surgery? President Liang was taken aback. Such a procedure would require a scalpel and likely take a month or 2 for recovery. Professor, what is the third option? Ma Lingyu inquired. The third option is medication called duloxetine, but you likely won't be able to find this medication. If you could, I wouldn't be here, Li Guilin replied slowly. Moreover, it requires a continuous 7-course regimen to stabilize the condition. Hearing this, President Liang felt disheartened. Could it be that surgery was inevitable? Darling, just go ahead with the surgery, Ma Lingyu chided playfully. Currently, that is the only option. As she spoke, she tugged at President Liang's arm and leaned into him, stirring feelings of desire within him. Is it really necessary for me to undergo this? President Liang thought to himself. And as the image of his alluring wife beside him flashed in his mind, he gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed with the nerve-cutting surgery. That's more like it. Husband, I'll be waiting for you, Ma Lingyu gleefully exclaimed. However, I need a surgical knife, specifically one designed for nerve cutting, along with anesthetics and other supplies, Li Guilin stated, promptly writing a list and handing it to Ma Lingyu. In a hurry, Ma Lingyu took the list and left, returning half an hour later with a basket of medical instruments. President Liang removed his trousers and lay on the bed. Yet he did not take off the upper part of his clothing. Li Guilin frowned slightly. She had planned to make a decisive incision at President Liang's heart, but with him still dressed in thick clothing, it would be impossible for her to inflict a fatal injury, even if she managed to pierce through the fabric. However, she lacked a suitable reason to request that he remove his upper garments, and suggesting it might arouse his suspicion. Professor, can we start the surgery now? President Liang asked, his voice imbued with expectation. Li Guilin, upon hearing this, began preparing the anesthesia needle, intending to administer general anesthesia to President Liang, which would provide the opportunity for Ma Lingyu to exit, thereby allowing her to eliminate him. Professor Li, as far as I know, this procedure does not require general anesthesia, does it? Aren't you administering an excessive amount of anesthetic? Ma Lingyu suddenly inquired. Too much anesthesia would be detrimental to my husband. Professor Li, however, insisted on local anesthesia, causing President Liang's expression to grow cold. Li Guilin was taken aback, realizing the couple was quite vigilant. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and replied, "I never mentioned general anesthesia. I merely intend to prolong the effects of the local anesthesia. Otherwise, once the effects wear off, President Liang will be unable to withstand the pain." President Liang remained silent, casting a glance at Ma Lingyu, who retrieved a revolver from the drawer and aimed it at Li Guilin. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Guilin furrowed her brow. "No particular meaning. We merely hope that Professor Li remains focused during the procedure," President Liang replied coolly. "Professor, this operation must succeed." Ma Lingyu's icy gaze swept over Li Guilin. During the surgery, nothing that could harm President Liang must occur. After a moment of silence, Li Guilin realized the plan could not be executed as intended. The only option left was to strike decisively at President Liang's vital points with the scalpel. "Professor, please proceed swiftly. You are an intelligent person," Ma Lingyu remarked with a smile, her bright eyes fixed on Li Guilin. Li Guilin picked up the anesthesia needle and administered local anesthesia to President Liang. She then retrieved the scalpel to commence the surgery. President Liang observed Li Guilin's complete focus on the procedure, a sense of excitement coursing through him. Once he healed, he would teach Professor Li a lesson. However, at that moment, Li Guilin set down the scalpel and picked up a pair of surgical scissors. Snip! Without hesitation, she performed a chemical castration on President Liang. The scissors were extraordinarily sharp, requiring only a slight force to sever. President Liang, lost in his fantasies, was stunned, although he felt no pain. He witnessed his own body parts fall away. Ma Lingyu, standing nearby with the gun, was equally aghast, never dreaming that this urology professor would resort to scissors to castrate her husband. "President Liang, you may now perish," Li Guilin coldly declared, leaning forward, while her other hand thrust the scalpel towards President Liang's temple. Instinctively, he turned his head, avoiding the blade aimed at his temple, only to have his left eye collide with the knife instead, causing it to plunge directly into his eye. "Ah!" President Liang let out a chilling scream as crimson blood flowed from his eye. At that moment, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in Li Guilin's head. Her body trembled violently as she turned her vacant gaze towards Ma Lingyu. "Thank you for liberating me." A faint smile of relief graced Li Guilin's face. She was in the late stages of stomach cancer, tormented by the disease, and the agony of the past few days had rendered her life unbearable. The inability to contact her daughter deepened her despair, making her existence feel worse than death itself. At this juncture, President Liang and Ma Lingyu arrived at the scene, and as the leader of the Poison Wolf Society, Liang was a sworn enemy of Lin Feng. Consequently, Li Guilin struck a deal with Lin Feng. Ma Lingyu was somewhat baffled by Li Guilin's words. Just as Ma Lingyu was lost in thought, Li Guilin plunged the scissors in her hand once more into President Liang's knee. The wretched President Liang cried out in agony, writhing in pain. "Kill this wretched woman!" He howled in torment, on the brink of madness. Bang! Ma Lingyu fired another shot into Li Guilin's skull, and she collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. President! The senior members of the Poison Wolf Society rushed in, and upon witnessing their leader bleeding profusely, they were momentarily stunned. Their gaze then fell upon the bed where remnants lay scattered, and it dawned on them that their leader had been castrated. "Get out! Everyone get out!" Liang screamed in a frenzy. "Find a doctor, the best doctor you can." He was nearly deranged, cursing Lin Feng. President Liang was no fool. He realized he had fallen into Lin Feng's trap once more, suspecting that Li Guilin had acted under Lin Feng's orders to kill him. "Hurry, find a surgeon. Any from the neighborhood will do," Ma Lingyu urged frantically. "At any cost." "Yes, President." The wild wolf hurriedly led a group away. Soon, several doctors from the community arrived, ophthalmologists, orthopedists, and surgeons among them. With their utmost efforts, they managed to stop President Liang's bleeding. However, his left eye was irreparably damaged, requiring a donor's eye to restore sight. Yet, under the current conditions, such a transplant was unattainable. Similarly, the injury to President Liang's genitals could only be addressed by an exceptionally skilled urologist, and even if one were available, the operation would necessitate advanced equipment, all of which resided in hospitals, and it remained uncertain whether they could function in the frigid aftermath. Moreover, President Liang's knee had been lacerated, and the bone was injured, which would take nearly 100 days to heal. Coupled with the fact that his ear had been shot off by Kai Ling, he was now burdened with multiple grievous injuries. "Lin Feng, I curse your ancestors for generations." President Liang was nearly deranged. At that moment, leaning on a cane, with a bandaged ear and a left eye covered in a black patch, he raged against Lin Feng. In the first phase of Jiangcheng Minghua community, Lin Feng was on his balcony, sipping wine, when he soon heard the anguished cries of President Liang from the neighboring community. Lin Feng understood that Li Guilin had attacked Liang, though it seemed she had not succeeded in killing him. Nonetheless, even if Liang survived, he would surely be gravely wounded. Brother Lin Feng, have you struck again? Why is President Liang so frantic? Kai Ling's voice chimed in from next door, amused. Get air pow up. We shall now bombard the Poison Wolf Society. Lin Feng resolved to strike while the iron was hot. Understood, Brother Lin Feng, Kai Ling replied with a smile. Soon, drones began to take flight from their windows, each equipped with explosives, totaling 30 drones. Lin Feng was not concerned about the possibility of someone on the opposite side using firearms to target the explosives on the drones. This lack of apprehension stemmed from the last incident, where he, alongside Hong Liangyu, had successfully seized supplies from President Liang, who had not sought out sharpshooters to retaliate against Hong Liangyu. This suggested that their adversaries lacked skilled marksmen. Furthermore, even if such individuals did exist, the loss on Lin Feng's side would only amount to 30 drones and 30 explosives. As the drones soared through the night sky, the two residential complexes were merely a few hundred meters apart, and soon the drones alighted in the courtyard of President Liang's villa. At that moment, President Liang was seated on the sofa in the living room, surrounded by senior members of the Poison Wolf Society, convening a meeting to plot revenge. Brothers, today we shall bring Lin Feng to his knees, to annihilate him. President Liang roared with fury, his face contorted in rage. Kill Lin Feng! Kill Lin Feng! Echoed the senior members of the Poison Wolf Society in a fervent chorus. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside, warning, President, we are under drone attack. The senior members of the Poison Wolf Society were instantly struck with panic, hastily rising to flee towards the basement. Just then, a thunderous explosion resounded, shaking the very foundations of the villa, as flames erupted into the sky. The villa trembled violently. It must be noted that President Liang was quite cautious. The escape route to the basement lay just behind him. In a frantic rush, he was assisted by Ma Lingyu as they dashed toward the basement entrance. Following suit, the remaining members of the Poison Wolf Society hurried after them, but the luck of the last few was not as fortunate. As they reached the safety door, the villa collapsed with a deafening crash. A chilling scream pierced the air, as the unfortunate members who had not managed to escape were buried beneath the rubble. Meeting their demise, the area surrounding the villa was still ablaze, with many members of the Poison Wolf Society fleeing in a frenzy, while the buried electronic explosives detonated. The ferocious explosions instilled immense terror among the residents of the Jiangxing Manhwa Community Phase 2. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and Kai Ling arrived at the entrance of Jiangxing Manhwa Community Phase 2 on a snowmobile. The duo resolved to launch a decisive strike against the Poison Wolf Society, intent on obliterating it entirely. Brother Lin, be cautious. There should still be more buried explosives around here, Kai Ling advised. Lin Feng, piloting the snowmobile at a slow pace, replied, Indeed, there are still some electronic explosives. We shall proceed with caution. The pair made their way to the southern section of the community, where the villa area was located. The central region of this villa area was the stronghold of the Poison Wolf Society, now reduced to ruins, with dismembered limbs scattered across the ground. Lin Feng, guiding Kai Ling, carefully navigated around the explosives and approached the ruins of President Liang's residence. Soon, through his spatial sensing abilities, he detected the presence of the basement where President Liang and other high-ranking members of the Poison Wolf Society had gathered. He also sensed the presence of a beautiful woman, radiating maturity and allure, presumably President Liang's lovely young wife. At this thought, Lin Feng felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen, the symptoms of Chowmingda syndrome subtly surfacing. However, the next moment, he nearly burst into laughter upon sensing President Liang himself. President Liang's head was wrapped in a white bandage, with his ears similarly dressed, and a black eye patch covered his left eye as he leaned on a cane. This sight reminded Lin Feng of the legendary flying bat, yet President Liang's appearance was decidedly more flamboyant. Brother Lin Feng, what are you laughing at? Inquired the materials beside him, unable to contain their curiosity. Just recalling some amusing incidents, Lin Feng replied with a smile. He advanced to the ruins of the villa, placing an electronic detonator at the entrance of the safety door leading to the basement. A thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the debris at the safety door. Yet the door itself remained unyielding. Lin Feng approached and kicked it a few times, producing a resounding thud, but found it as immovable as before. Leaving his foot in pain, Brother Lin Feng, it won't budge. That safety door must have cost a pretty penny, Kai Ling remarked as she examined it. I refuse to believe it won't open, Lin Feng exclaimed in frustration. Subsequently, he and Kai Ling scoured the ruins and soon discovered 3 chests filled with jade, which filled Lin Feng with immense joy, a bountiful harvest indeed. It appeared that President Liang had thoroughly harvested the jade and gemstones from the owners of the second phase of the Manhwa community in Jiangxing. Quite ruthless. Yet it benefited him. Lin Feng and Kai Ling then searched for the location where President Liang stored his drones and detonators, but yielded no results, prompting their departure. Upon returning home, Lin Feng resolved to seek an opportunity through President Liang's beautiful young wife. He had previously obtained the WeChat contact of Ma Lingyu from Li Guilin. Thus, the strategy commenced as Lin Feng promptly added Ma Lingyu's WeChat. In the basement of President Liang's residence, his veins bulged in anger. For he never imagined being driven to hide like a stray dog by Lin Feng. He wished fervently to see Lin Feng torn to shreds. Wolf, send a message to Director Wang, stating that I am willing to ally with him. To show my sincerity, I will offer him 200 drones and 100 detonators. President Liang declared with a fierce glare. He understood that his current power was insufficient to eliminate Lin Feng, and he might even be cornered by him. It was imperative to enlist external forces to annihilate Lin Feng. The most formidable faction in the area was the Leopard Base, led by Wang Jinghua, who had formerly served as the head of the neighborhood committee and was commonly referred to as Director Wang. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, Wang Jinghua exploited his status to acquire considerable resources, and with access to snow vehicles, he could venture out for supplies and even procure some firearms, thereby establishing the Leopard Base. Wang Jinghua had long sought to ally with President Liang, but the latter could never agree, as his power paled in comparison to Wang Jinghua's, and a slight misstep could lead to his absorption. Now, facing imminent doom at Lin Feng's hands, he was no longer concerned about the risk of being consumed by Wang Jinghua. He simply needed to eliminate Lin Feng. President, I shall contact Director Wang immediately, the wolf said, taking his phone and departing. The others exited the basement to continue setting up electronic detonators, even near the community. Keep arranging things, President Liang instructed. The higher-ups of the Poison Wolf Society cautiously left the basement to continue fortifying their defenses. Darling, I worry that Wang Jinghua may pose a threat to us, Ma Lingyu expressed with a hint of concern. Having reached this point, what is there to fear? I shall annihilate Lin Feng, President Liang exclaimed in a fit of fury. Ma Lingyu, upon witnessing the president's ferocious countenance, dared not offer further counsel. Just then, a notification chimed from Ma Lingyu's phone. She saw a friend request from a man named Lin Feng. Biting her delicate lip, she rejected it. For it was this very man who had forced her into hiding in the basement. Who is it? President Liang, on the verge of slumber, was roused by the notification. Lin Feng has added me as a friend, but I declined. Ma Lingyu handed her phone to President Liang. At this, President Liang's face turned pale. What could Lin Feng possibly want by adding Ma Lingyu on WeChat? Do not engage with this person, President Liang admonished coldly. If I catch you conversing with him, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I understand. He is our adversary. What could I possibly have to discuss with him? Ma Lingyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed by President Liang's reprimand, snatched the phone back. Seeing Ma Lingyu's resolve, President Liang finally succumbed to sleep, albeit with difficulty. Half an hour into his slumber, Ma Lingyu silenced her phone. She noticed Lin Feng persistently attempting to add her as a friend, with a message indicating he wished to talk. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted. Lin Feng, sister-in-law, it was quite challenging to add you. Ma Lingyu, do not feign intimacy. If you have matters to discuss, speak plainly. Lin Feng, I took a glance at your photos. You are quite beautiful and possess an admirable grace. It is a pity you are with the wrong person. Ma Lingyu, what are you implying? My husband is the president of the Poison Wolf Society, worth over $1 billion. How dare you speak so freely? Lin Feng, in this world, money has lost its value. The most precious commodity is sustenance. Furthermore, your husband is now a eunuch, blind in one eye, missing an ear, and severely injured. Can you truly find happiness with such a man? Ma Lingyu's anger ignited. All of this was his doing. Lin Feng, what do you truly want? Lin Feng, align yourself with me. Only then can you lead a life of happiness. Ma Lingyu, leave. Lin Feng, facts speak louder than words. I hope you will consider this carefully. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent Ma Lingyu a video. In it, his handsome visage was visible, and with one finger pressed against the ground, he began performing push-ups. Ma Lingyu, initially reluctant to watch, was compelled by curiosity. She soon witnessed the striking man executing one-handed push-ups, achieving an astounding 800 repetitions. This was utterly preposterous. 800 one-handed push-ups. Surely, this could shatter world records. Though Ma Lingyu enjoyed fitness, she had never encountered such an extraordinary individual. She then observed Lin Feng switch to his other hand, completing another 800 push-ups, totaling 1,600. Ma Lingyu could scarcely believe her eyes. Lin Feng, my physical prowess is nearly invincible. What can President Liang possibly contend with? He is destined for destruction. Ma Lingyu paused for a moment before saying, my husband wishes to devour you whole. Lin Feng replied, all right. I won't engage in further idle chatter with you. I've conveyed my message. The choice is yours to make. I certainly do not wish for my sister-in-law to meet an untimely demise. Just as the two were conversing, the voice of President Liang echoed from outside. In a flurry, Ma Lingyu deleted the chat history with Lin Feng and promptly blocked him. Ma Lingyu, why are you silent? President Liang bellowed from the living room. She hurriedly approached him and retorted, what are you shouting for, Liang? How dare you speak to me like that? President Liang exploded with fury, striking Ma Lingyu across the face. You hit me? Liang, how dare you strike me? She wept, covering her cheek. What of it if I do? Remember, do not raise your voice in my presence. He snapped coldly. Bring me some painkillers, quickly. Ma Lingyu threw a bottle of painkillers at President Liang's face before turning and retreating to her bedroom. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was enjoying a soak in the hot spring while fiddling with his phone. After a brief exchange with Ma Lingyu, he realized that she was even more challenging than Miao Lina, having blocked him. However, the more difficult she was, the more it ignited his desire to conquer her. Just as he set his phone down, a notification chimed. To his surprise, it was a message from Ma Lingyu. Ma Lingyu, do all men enjoy striking women? Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her message, suspecting that Ma Lingyu was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of President Liang. This was indeed a fortuitous development. It could stir resentment within her towards him, nurturing the seeds of betrayal. Lin Feng, sister-in-law? Let me clarify that not all men are alike. Some treat women as mere playthings, while I only cherish my own. Ma Lingyu, who knows if you speak the truth? I wish to video chat with you. Lin Feng smiled at her message. Aren't you afraid President Liang will discover this? He must loathe me immensely now. Ma Lingyu loathe you? He wishes to flay your skin and break your bones. I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Shall we video chat? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng decided to call her, and the video connection was soon established. He beheld a stunning woman reclining on her bed. Her exquisite features and alabaster neck accentuating her tall figure, her hair elegantly styled, adorned in a black lace dress. Yet, a handprint marred her face. Ma Lingyu gazed intently at the handsome man on her screen. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful, Lin Feng complimented through the video. It's a pity President Liang fails to appreciate you. Is that so? Ma Lingyu replied with a seductive smile. I suspect the videos you sent earlier were fabricated. Show me a live demonstration of you doing push-ups. Fabricated videos? Nonsense. Lin Feng shook his head. My fingers are sore. Despite his strength, he had just completed 1,600 push-ups in one go, and his fingers were feeling the strain. Use one hand and do another 800. I'll sneak over to Jiangcheng Manhwa Community Phase 1, Ma Lingyu said with a bright smile. I'll wear my work attire. Chapter 76. Hong Xueqi's anger at Lin Feng upon hearing those words. Lin Feng instantly felt invigorated. Performing push-ups with one hand posed little challenge. Significantly easier than doing so on his fingertips. Sister-in-law, since I can support myself with one hand, allow me to demonstrate, Lin Feng declared, placing his phone on the balcony table to commence a live broadcast. He then began doing one-handed push-ups at an astonishing speed. Ma Lingyu watched in awe, her head spinning. Yet she recognized that this young man was genuinely executing push-ups, and at an alarming pace. She had to concentrate intently to keep up with Lin Feng's rhythm. In less than 5 minutes, he completed 800 push-ups, perspiring profusely. Then, he removed his shirt, revealing a chiseled 8-pack abdomen. At that moment, Ma Lingyu was utterly convinced of his extraordinary physical prowess. After perusing some information, she realized such exceptional fitness was exceedingly rare and indicative of overwhelming combat capability. Feeling a bit fatigued, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, Sister-in-law, how do you find my stamina? I could undoubtedly survive well in an apocalyptic world. Ma Lingyu couldn't help but give Lin Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. If you were to visit a club, you would undoubtedly captivate countless married women. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Although he agreed with her assessment, the statement felt somewhat awkward. Huh, Ma Lingyu chuckled. Thank you for brightening my spirits. Little brother Lin, I am off to sleep now. Ma Lingyu, you can't go back on your word. Come to Jiangcheng Manhwa Residential Area Phase 1. I will be waiting for you, Lin Feng urged. Come and personally test my stamina. With a flirtatious smile, Ma Lingyu replied, I would love to, but I can't leave right now. The underground defenses we've constructed are incredibly secure. It's quite difficult to venture out. Even if I manage to escape, others would surely notice. Darn it, Lin Feng exclaimed, feeling a bit played by the charming young woman. If you have nowhere to vent your frustrations, find a way to resolve it yourself. Farewell. Ma Lingyu, her face transforming into an alluring visage, blew a seductive kiss towards the video of Lin Feng. He had no choice but to end the video call, realizing he must continue to employ his charms to win over Ma Lingyu, as it was crucial for eliminating President Liang. At that moment, Lin Feng checked his space. It had expanded to 1.6 million cubic meters. Thanks to the recent raid on the Poison Wolf Society, which had yielded a substantial amount of jade, facilitating further expansion. His physical abilities continued to grow, and his sensitivity to the surrounding environment had increased to a radius of 60 meters. Just then, his phone rang. Upon answering, he saw it was a call from Hong Xueqi. What does this girl want now? Lin Feng wondered, promptly connecting the call. Hong Xueqi said, I heard you bombarded the Poison Wolf Society today and dealt a severe blow to President Liang. Lin Feng replied, you seem to be well informed. Hong Xueqi continued, We received word that President Liang is preparing to pay tribute to the Leopard Base, so you must be cautious of the individuals from there. Lin Feng inquired. Leopard Base? What is its background? Hong Sueki, the owner of the Leopard Base, is named Wang Jinghua. Previously, he served as the director of the neighborhood committee. He possesses a snow vehicle, which he has utilized to gather resources and recruit skilled individuals since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Now, he commands a group of over 100 people, including retired soldiers, and he himself has seen combat. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This Wang Jinghua would be a formidable opponent. Hong Sueki continued. This individual has control over a significant arsenal of firearms, including over a dozen sniper rifles and a rocket launcher. Lin Feng was taken aback. A rocket launcher. He felt a surge of frustration. They had managed to procure such a weapon. The destructive power of a rocket launcher is immensely terrifying, far surpassing the lethality of a sniper rifle. He had once attempted to purchase such a weapon from Chen Xiezi, which nearly pushed Chen to the brink of rage. Hong Sueki added, besides the rocket launcher, they possess high-grade bomb-proof masks and protective gear, rendering ordinary revolvers and sniper rifles ineffective against them. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression grew grave. The Leopard Base was far from simple, and its strength eclipsed that of the Poison Wolf Society. Hong Sueki remarked, my father's intention is for you to come to Wanshiyuan. We have enough supplies here to sustain us for decades. Lin Feng chuckled in response. Hong Sueki, does your father wish to have me as his son-in-law? Hong Sueki, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, get lost. I would rather marry a dog than a fickle man like you. Lin Feng suddenly laughed and said, Sueki, I have a question for you, and you must promise not to get angry. Hong Sueki inquired, what is it? Lin Feng, did you and Chen Xiezi go to the police station to seize weapons, and were you struck on the backside with a beer bottle? He had always felt that the two individuals he encountered at the police station bore familiar voices, especially that of the woman. Among the people he knew, only Hong Sueki would venture out in such heavy snow, coupled with the speed at which they had fled, which prompted him to casually mention the matter. How did you know? Did my father tell you? Upon hearing this, Hong Sueki blushed with indignation. Do you know who that person is? Lin Feng laughed and replied, I do, but I want to disclose his identity. After saying this, Lin Feng abruptly ended the call with Hong Sueki. She called back, but he hung up on her again. After 4 consecutive attempts, she was once more met with silence. This infuriated her. Lin Feng, you scoundrel. On the second floor of Wanshiyuan, Hong Sueki jumped out of bed and quickly dressed before heading downstairs. Sueki, where are you going? Hearing the commotion, Hong Liangyu asked in a panic. I have something to attend to, Hong Sueki replied curtly. You are not allowed to go out. Did you remind Lin Feng as instructed? Hong Liangyu questioned. Don't mention that idiot. He left me hanging mid-sentence and then hung up on me. I'm going to Jiangqing manhwa community to find him now. Hong Sueki picked up a wooden stick as she spoke. You cannot go out at this hour. It's dangerous. Perhaps his phone is dead. Hong Liangyu said with a serious expression. Niece, it's perilous outside. You must stay here. We are over 20 kilometers away from Jiangqing manhwa community. Chen Xiezi also approached to advise her. Third uncle, we were pursued last time we went to the police station, and I now have leads on this person. Hong Sueki suddenly declared. Who is it? Upon hearing these words, Chen Scorpion was immediately filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng recognized this individual. Yet he chose not to disclose their identity. Hong Sueki bit her pink lip and remarked. Chen Scorpion's face turned ashen upon hearing this. It was his most humiliating moment. Despite joining forces with Hong Sueki, they had been utterly vanquished. Come, my uncle will accompany you. Chen Scorpion could not suppress his indignation. Return at once. Hong Liangyu spoke sternly. Do not act recklessly. Those capable of defeating both of you are not to be trifled with. Wanshiyuan must operate discreetly. And Lin Feng's silence is likely for your own good. It must be said that Hong Liangyu's words were quite effective, as Chen Scorpion immediately retreated. And Hong Sueki also halted her steps. Currently, the situation over there is unfavorable for Brother Lin. Would he still come? Hong Liangyu inquired. He won tea. He is exceedingly proud. Let him await his reckoning from those at the Leopard Base. Hong Sueki retorted, turning back to her room to sleep. Hong Liangyu could only manage a bitter smile at this outcome. Brother, if Lin Feng encounters danger, shall we truly come to his aid? Chen Scorpion asked. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Liangyu replied, have your informants monitor the situation there and report back to me consistently. Chen Scorpion turned and departed upon hearing this. Returning to his study, Hong Liangyu picked up the phone and dialed Lin Feng's number, hearing laughter on the other end. Boss Hong, thank you for your reminder. What brings you to call me at this late hour? Lin Feng chuckled. Brother Lin, I wish to confirm something with you. It was you who had the altercation with Sueki and the third brother at the police station, correct? Hong Liangyu inquired. Lin Feng was taken aback by this question. He hadn't anticipated that Hong Liangyu was seeking to verify this matter. At that time, I didn't even know they were Sueki and Chen Scorpion, Lin Feng admitted, explaining the circumstances without reservation. He trusted that Hong Liangyu was a reasonable man who wouldn't fall out with him over such trivialities. Especially since neither Hong Sueki nor Chen Scorpion had sustained any serious consequences. Hong Liangyu was slightly startled. He had only intended to probe. Yet it turned out to be true. Brother Lin, your skills are remarkable, indeed concealed. Hong Liangyu praised him profusely. His third brother and daughter had been through considerable bloodshed, yet they were bested by Lin Feng. It was no wonder that Lin Feng could dominate the manhwa community in Jiangxing and force the Poison Wolf Society to seek refuge with the Leopard Base. Lin Feng replied, "You flatter me, Boss Hong." Hong Liangyu continued, "Be cautious of the Leopard Base. Should you find yourself in dire straits, do not hesitate to call me." With that, he hung up the phone. Lin Feng set down his device and ascended to the loft, gazing towards the eastern direction. He faintly discerned a brightly lit area several hundred meters away. Subsequently, Lin Feng texted Hong Liangyu, requesting detailed information regarding the Leopard Base's location and situation. Dressed in a white down jacket, Lin Feng then departed the community, prepared for a nocturnal exploration of the Leopard Base. Chapter 77. Appropriately acquiring a snow vehicle, when Lin Feng embarked on his nocturnal venture to the Leopard Base, he summoned Kai Ling. As her proficiency in counter-sniper tactics was unparalleled, although he possessed great strength, he remained vulnerable to weaponry such as sniper rifles. As Kai Ling stepped out, she carried 2 umbrellas. "Child, what need have you for an umbrella? It is not snowing." Lin Feng couldn't help but jest. "Brother Lin Feng, this is no ordinary umbrella. It is a masterpiece I commissioned at great expense before the apocalypse, capable of withstanding bullet fire," Kai Ling remarked with a smile. "Capable of withstanding bullets." Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. "What kind of umbrella is so extraordinary? I have never heard of such a weapon. It doesn't exist on the market. I designed it for fun myself. The materials are crafted from aerospace-grade substances, impervious to standard firearms. Only a powerful sniper rifle could pierce it, but by then, the impact would cause minimal harm to a person," Kai Ling patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't resist taking hold of the umbrella. It was genuinely heavy. Weighing at least 30 or 40 pounds, it would be challenging for an average person to open. However, if wielded correctly, it could indeed serve as a means of self-defense. 2 kilometers northwest of Jiangxing Manhwa Community lies a pharmaceutical factory, owned by Wang Jinhua. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he established the Leopard Base there. Lin Feng and Kai Ling did not approach the Leopard Base directly. Instead, they exited through the community's back gate and made their way to the Jiangxing Administrative District. The administrative area bore numerous tracks of snowmobiles. After a leisurely stroll around, they proceeded toward the Leopard Base. This strategy made it difficult for the personnel at the Leopard Base to trace them through the snowmobile tracks. Before long, they arrived at a region 300 meters northwest of the Leopard Base. They did not recklessly approach, but instead sent 10 drones soaring above the base. However, as the 20 drones neared the Leopard Base, the air was suddenly filled with the sound of gunfire, with a series of explosions. The drones met their demise outside the base, followed by the blaring of alarms from within. "Indeed, there are formidable snipers here," Lin Feng muttered, witnessing the destruction of the drones. The Leopard Base housed several retired soldiers and mercenaries, boasting formidable strength, with constant surveillance around the area. Kai Ling cautioned, moreover, "There are rumors that they have acquired a radar system." Lin Feng's brow furrowed. The Leopard Base was indeed powerful, far surpassing the capabilities of the Poison Wolf faction. Even possessing radar technology. "Not good, someone is aiming at us," Kai Ling exclaimed, abruptly unfurling her umbrella. Bang! The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed as 2 bullets struck the umbrella. One bullet ricocheted off Lin Feng's hat, while the other struck Kai Ling's shoulder. Fortunately, the bullets had lost much of their power and caused no harm to either of them. Lin Feng felt a chill of sweat trickling down his back. He was grateful to have Kai Ling with him. Otherwise, he might have suffered a grave injury. "Brother Lin Feng, you're sweating," Kai Ling teased, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lin Feng replied, "That sniper is quite terrifying. Thankfully, you brought your treasure. Otherwise, we would be in trouble." Kai Ling chuckled, "That's only because you're unfamiliar with snipers. Brother Lin Feng, your reflexes surpass mine. After a few encounters with snipers, you will be just fine." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. And together they circled the Leopard Base on their bikes, this time maintaining a safe distance and avoiding the sniper's fire. As the 2 individuals approached the eastern side of the Leopard Base, they spotted a snowmobile traversing the main road leading to the eastern gate. A snowmobile! Lin Feng and Kai Ling exclaimed in sheer delight. In this frigid post-apocalyptic world, such a vehicle was a rare treasure. Before the cataclysm, Lin Feng had attempted to acquire one through air pang, but to no avail. With great anticipation, Lin Feng and Kai Ling raised their binoculars to observe the snowmobile, faintly discerning 4 figures within. "Kai Ling, you should stay hidden here," Lin Feng instructed. "I will move closer to the snowmobile." Such a vehicle was an extraordinary find. They simply could not let this opportunity slip by, especially since it likely contained vital supplies. Brother Lin Feng, no, I must accompany you. What if someone with a sniper rifle aims at you? Kai Ling expressed her concern. Fear not, for I have an umbrella, Lin Feng reassured her. Alternatively, you could take the sniper rifle and create a distraction. Just remember to keep your distance. Upon hearing this, Kai Ling reluctantly agreed to Lin Feng's plan, promptly leaping off the snowmobile and landing in a snowdrift. Watching her disappear into the snow, Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion. This girl truly trusted him, unafraid that he might abandon her by fleeing on the snowmobile. Without hesitation, he accelerated towards the snowmobile, reaching a speed of 330 kilometers per hour as he approached within 800 or 900 meters of it, holding his iron umbrella to shield himself. He fought against the fierce winds that threatened to overturn it. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Look out! Someone's coming! Shoot him!" The men in the vehicle brandished revolvers, aiming at Lin Feng. Just as they prepared to fire, a revolver materialized in Lin Feng's left hand, and he shot with astonishing speed. Gunshots rang out, and the 4 men in the snowmobile fell lifelessly to the ground. With a thunderous roar, a smoke grenade exploded, enveloping the area in a thick fog that concealed both the snowmobile and Lin Feng. Approaching the vehicle, he unceremoniously discarded the 4 corpses, then reached for the snowmobile, which vanished from sight. Emerging from the mist, he steered towards Kai Ling's location. As the cacophony of gunfire erupted from the leopard base, all aimed at him, Lin Feng used the iron umbrella to deflect the bullets. He swiftly arrived at Kai Ling's hiding spot, tossing down a rope for her to grab. She climbed aboard the snowmobile, and together they sped towards the administrative district. Just as they departed, another snowmobile emerged from the leopard base, carrying a burly man with a scarred face and a menacing gaze, Wang Jingui, the leader of the leopard base. Alongside him sat Chairman Liang of the Poison Wolf Society. After presenting his tribute, Chairman Liang had expected a private discussion with Wang Jingui, but this unexpected incident had transpired. Retrieve the surrounding surveillance footage immediately, and report any unusual occurrences from the night to me, Wang Jingui commanded. Wang Jinggui's gaze was fierce as he declared that the snow vehicle was one of the most crucial strategic resources in this apocalyptic era, and it had been brazenly seized right before his doorstep. Moreover, the snow vehicle contained vital supplies that he had just procured, now completely lost. Indeed, responded Wang Jinggui's driver, who was his trusted confidant, a retired special forces soldier known by the moniker Poison Bee. Immediately, Poison Bee contacted the information liaison at the leopard base and swiftly acquired some intelligence. Just half an hour prior, a snowmobile had appeared 300 meters northwest of the base, carrying 2 individuals. Our sniper fired, but astonishingly, they managed to shield themselves with an umbrella, Poison Bee explained. An umbrella? This is utterly absurd, Wang Jingui retorted, his fury ignited. The penetrating power of a sniper rifle was formidable. How could an umbrella possibly withstand it? Our cameras installed near the base detected their movements. Furthermore, they circled around the area, and despite our sniper's attempts, he failed to eliminate the 2. Subsequently, one of them came here and drove away with the snow vehicle, Poison Bee continued, handing Wang Jingui the video from his phone. With a face as grim as thunder, Wang Jingui watched the footage. Director Wang, since the snow vehicle is gone, it must have been driven away. We should follow the traces to locate it, reminded President Liang. Wang Jingui furrowed his brow. He opened the window and used a powerful flashlight to scan the surrounding snow, only to find the tracks of his own snow vehicle. The bandits are cunning, Wang Jingui murmured. There are more than 2 of them. We need to pursue the snowmobiles that followed the bandits. Upon hearing this, Poison Bee immediately drove off in pursuit of Lin Feng's snowmobile, eventually trailing it for over 20 kilometers until reaching the pedestrian street in Jiangqing's administrative district. There, the traces of snowmobiles proliferated. No need to continue the chase. The tracks are too chaotic. Unless we disembark to conduct a meticulous search, the deep snow renders it impossible for us to stand firmly. Wang Jingui shook his head. President Liang, are there many people who possess drones? He inquired further. President Liang chuckled wryly. There are plenty of drones on the market, with dozens of agents available. Wang Jinggui's brow furrowed as he instructed Poison Bee to drive President Liang back to the Manhwa Phase 2 community in Jiangqing. On their return, they passed by the entrance of the Manhwa Phase 1 community. Tomorrow morning, have someone set up a rocket launcher nearby, aimed at Lin Feng's residence, Wang Jingui ordered coldly. Understood. Poison Bee acknowledged respectfully. Chapter 78. Zhou Feng and Miao Zuolan re-emerge in the dead of night. Lin Feng and Kai Ling returned to the Manhwa Phase 1 community in Jiangqing on their snowmobile. They had been exceedingly cautious, navigating several miles around the administrative district. Upon returning home, Lin Feng eagerly retrieved the snow vehicle from his space. To his astonishment, it was the Arctic Wind S999. No way. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. The Arctic Wind is one of the top 3 snow vehicle brands in the world. The Arctic Wind S999 can reach a maximum speed of 330 kilometers per hour, accelerating to 300 kilometers in just 10 seconds, and features bulletproof glass. With a market value of 13 million, such vehicles are typically sold through 4S dealerships established in the northern regions of the Dragon Country, making them exceedingly rare to procure in the south, and even in the southern parts of the north, they are virtually non-existent. Before the apocalypse, Lin Feng had invested a substantial sum to have Airpang procure one in Jiang City, but to no avail. The Arctic wind, what a striking sight. Lin Feng gazed in astonishment at this snow vehicle, filled with excitement at the convenience it would bring to his travels. Upon reaching the trunk, his delight intensified as he discovered 2 large boxes inside. One box contained an astonishing 30 smoke bombs, which would be invaluable for concealing his spatial abilities while gathering supplies in the outside world. The other box housed a rocket launcher, accompanied by 30 rockets. Lin Feng eagerly ascended to the balcony with the rocket launcher for Kai Ling to have a look. "Brother Lin Feng, I was just about to sleep," Kai Ling said wearily as she stepped onto the balcony. "Here is a gift for you," Lin Feng exclaimed as he handed her the rocket launcher, knowing that only she could unleash its true potential. "The Cobra S-300. Brother Lin Feng, where did you acquire this?" Kai Ling gasped in delight upon seeing the rocket launcher. "Is the Cobra S-300 formidable?" Lin Feng inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Kai Ling chuckled and responded, "Of course it is. The effective range of the Cobra S-300 is 500 meters, with a projectile speed reaching 350 meters per second. It is indeed a powerful weapon among rocket launchers. To achieve a range of 500 meters is impressive. From this day forth, we can consider ourselves equipped with heavy weaponry," Lin Feng declared with joy. "Brother Lin Feng, are you truly giving this to me?" Kai Ling asked. "In my hands. It merely serves as a means to hit targets within a short distance. However, placed in yours, it can truly shine," Lin Feng explained. "Thank you, Brother Lin Feng. I shall not disappoint your expectations," Kai Ling replied with a radiant smile as she joyfully returned to her rest with the rocket launcher. Lin Feng turned back to the living room to store the snow vehicle, and upon entering the bedroom, he found Ding Meiling still awake. "Why are you still up?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "I reached out to my cousin, but I haven't received a response yet," Ding Meiling expressed with concern. "Fear not. I shall visit the Jiang City Medical University affiliated hospital first thing tomorrow morning," Lin Feng reassured her gently. "Many places are experiencing power outages now. It is likely her phone has died." Ding Meiling nodded softly, then suddenly remarked, "Brother-in-law, do you think I am utterly useless?" In recent days, she had watched Kai Ling diligently assist Lin Feng, becoming his capable aide, which stirred feelings of insecurity within Ding Meiling. "What are you thinking?" Lin Feng shook his head. "Your support is the greatest help you can offer me." As he spoke, he brushed his fingers against Ding Meiling's delicate lips. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she bit her lower lip. The following morning, as Lin Feng awoke, his phone was inundated with notifications. Upon checking, he saw that President Liang had invited a certain Director Wang to join the owners group. "President Liang, firstly, let us warmly welcome our esteemed Director Wang. I believe many in the owners group are already acquainted with him. Xu Feng, welcome Director Wang. Zhou Long, Director Wang, our esteemed public servant, has finally arrived." Miao Tsolan expressed her hope that Director Wang would expel the troublemaker from the owners group, ideally bringing him to justice. Chen Jichao welcomed Director Wang, acknowledging his considerable influence, especially since he had been invited by President Liang, undoubtedly to confront Lin Feng. Other homeowners in the Jiangqing Minghua community welcomed Director Wang's presence. Wang Jingui thanked everyone for their warm reception, promising to alleviate the community's concerns. Zhou Feng pleaded with Director Wang to address the menace posed by Lin Feng, whom she described as a ruthless individual. Miao Tsolan urged Director Wang to take decisive action, asserting that she could attest to Lin Feng's heinous deeds, insisting that such a person must face severe legal repercussions. Subsequently, several disgruntled homeowners voiced their grievances against Lin Feng, calling for Director Wang to pass judgment on him and impose the ultimate punishment. Lin Feng, noticing Miao Tsolan and Zhou Feng stirring up trouble again, observed that they appeared quite comfortable. His brother-in-law advised him to remain calm and assess the situation. Lin Feng replied with a smile that as long as Director Wang did not provoke him, he would not retaliate. However, he sensed that Director Wang had come with intentions directed at him. President Liang confronted Lin Feng, questioning why he had not welcomed Director Wang, suggesting that Lin Feng harbored objections towards him. Lin Feng explained that he had been in the basement and extended a warm welcome to Director Wang, expressing his eagerness for his guidance at the grassroots level. Upon hearing Lin Feng mention the basement, President Liang's temper flared, interpreting it as a mockery of his previous hiding. Wang Jingui rebuked Lin Feng, stating that public dissatisfaction with him was palpable. He had investigated Lin Feng's actions, including possession of illegal arms, price gouging, and acts of violence. Demanding accountability, Miao Tsolan demanded that Lin Feng confess his misdeeds to Director Wang, while Zhou Fong lamented her past choice in marrying Lin Feng, urging him to admit his transgressions in front of director Wang. Lin Feng mockingly addressed his ex-wife and former mother-in-law, expressing his longing for them while taunting them for hiding like mice, even offering them more of his braised beef if they had finished the previous supply. This provoked a wave of nausea in both Miao Tzulan and Zhou Fong, filling them with rage. Zhou Fong implored Director Wang to take action against Lin Feng, while Miao Tzulan insisted that Director Wang must take a stand, calling Lin Feng a heartless beast, suggesting that there was no need for a trial, but rather a direct execution. The discontented homeowners continued to urge Director Wang to apprehend Lin Feng. President Liang pointed out to Director Wang that as long as Lin Feng remained free, the public would remain uneasy. Wang Jingui directly addressed Lin Feng, advising him not to blame others for the anger his actions had incited, commanding him to surrender at the leopard base. In Chapter 79, as Lin Feng approached the leopard base, he finally encountered President Liang and Ma Lingyu. Lin Feng suggested to Director Wang that they should add each other as friends for a more detailed discussion. He believed that with Wang Jingguo's capabilities, he wouldn't be making a fuss in the group. This individual likely wished to have a conversation with him. Wang Jingguo stated, "Very well. I conduct my affairs with utmost fairness. I am eager to see what evidence you possess to counter the accusations from the public. Should you fail to provide proof, I shall still hold you accountable." Lin Feng smirked derisively and promptly added Wang Jingguo on WeChat. Wang Jingguo continued, "Lin Feng, you may now present evidence to prove your innocence. Should you be unable to substantiate your claims, I will arrest you immediately." Lin Feng replied, "Director Wang, let us speak plainly. Those who have survived in this apocalyptic world likely bear blood on their hands." Wang Jingguo responded, "We must rely on evidence in our endeavors. I cannot speak for others, but you indeed have blood on your hands. However, considering your prior service at the grassroots level, I am willing to grant you an opportunity for redemption." Lin Feng, upon reading Wang Jingguo's message, scoffed inwardly. Wang Jingguo actually intended to recruit him. Wang Jingguo declared, "Effective today, you will come to our leopard base for labor reformation. Upon completion of your service, you may leave." Lin Feng asked, "Director Wang, what if I refuse?" Wang Jingguo replied, "Step out onto the balcony and observe. I believe you will reconsider." Lin Feng took his phone and went to the balcony. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted as flames shot forth from the high-rise of Jiangxing Minghua Community Phase 2, followed by a projectile slamming into the rooftop of Building 13 in Phase 1. The violent blast obliterated the top floor, turning it into a mound of rubble. Simultaneously, the rooftops of Buildings 15, 18, and 20 erupted in flames, all struck by rocket fire. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. It appeared that the leopard base possessed 4 rocket launchers, demonstrating Wang Jingguo's might. Ding Meiling, alarmed by the explosions, clutched Lin Feng's arm tightly. "It's all right." Lin Feng gently reassured her, "No one can harm the women near me." "Brother Lin Feng, should we fight or negotiate? If it comes to war, I will launch a counterattack near the leopard base," came the voice of Kai Ling from next door. Dressed in a white down jacket, she held a sniper rifle in her right hand and a rocket launcher on her left shoulder. "Let us refrain from combat for now. Engaging them would be detrimental to us. These buildings cannot withstand a rocket attack, and we cannot intercept the projectiles," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. "Take care of things at home. I will handle Wang Jingguo." Kai Ling cautioned, "Brother Lin Feng, be careful. I will keep watch from the 17th floor." Observing the leopard base, Lin Feng nodded slightly, and at that moment, Wang Jingguo sent another message. "Lin Feng, I am aware of your marksmanship. You can shoot down drones and evade explosive attacks, but can you withstand a rocket launcher?" Wang Jingguo inquired. Lin Feng responded, "Director Wang, you are impressive. You even acquired rocket launchers. I truly lack the power to resist you. I will come over now." Wang Jingguo replied, "Good, very good. You are quite astute. I await your arrival at the leopard base. Do not attempt any tricks, as I have many brothers under my command. If they were to accidentally discharge their weapons, it could cost you your life." Lin Feng chose to ignore Wang Jingguo's words, changed his attire, and rode a snowmobile down to the leopard base. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the eastern gate of the leopard base. A snow vehicle was parked at the entrance, occupied by the trusted confidant of Wang Jingguo, known as the Poison Wolf. "Please follow me inside," the Poison Wolf said, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng followed the Poison Wolf into the depths of the leopard base. The journey was slow, allowing Lin Feng to sense the surroundings of the base. There were significantly more snipers here than at Wanshiyuan. He detected the presence of 30 snipers along the way, and buried deep within the snow were electronic detonators. It would be exceedingly difficult to bomb the leopard base using drones, for these snipers would be more than capable of shooting down any incoming drones, unless one resorted to rocket launchers, but that too posed grave dangers, as being discovered would incite an assault from a dozen snipers. Even wielding a specially designed umbrella from Tsili would offer little protection for long. Moreover, Hidden rocket launchers lurked in the vicinity. It appeared that last night's probing had prompted the personnel at the Leopard base to heighten their defenses, Lin Feng mused. Had he encountered such a formidable arrangement last night, his escape would have been exceedingly precarious. Contemplating this, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. He required a safe house capable of withstanding rocket fire to ensure a peaceful night's rest. Additionally, he needed more heavy weaponry to instill fear in his adversaries. Of course, he could not neglect his own strength. Should he attain reflexes faster than a bullet, what would snipers and rocket launchers matter? Thus, acquiring jade and emeralds became imperative. The Poison Wolf and Lin Feng made their way to the heart of the Leopard base, where a 3-story building stood. Several snipers concealed themselves on the upper floors, and electronic detonators were again hidden in the depths of the surrounding snow. They parked the snow vehicle and snowmobiles at the entrance before entering the building. Inside, warmth enveloped them, with numerous fireplaces maintaining a temperature of around 20 degrees. A dozen armed men aimed their firearms at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, come here to change your clothes before proceeding, the Poison Wolf instructed, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng. This is also a rule of the Leopard base. Lin Feng understood this all too well and inwardly cursed Wang Jinggu for his vigilance. The Poison Wolf led Lin Feng to a room where he changed into a set of autumn attire. They ascended to the second floor, where the corridor was guarded by vault-level security doors. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Feng noticed several men in camouflage uniforms wielding revolvers. Seated on a sofa was Wang Jinggu, flanked by President Liang and his wife, Ma Lingyu. President Liang, still using a cane, wore an eye patch over his left eye, his head wrapped in white bandages. Ma Lingyu, resplendent in her appearance, had an exquisitely delicate face, a snow-white neck, and her hair elegantly styled. Dressed in a vivid red flight attendant uniform, she exuded an aura that evoked a desire for conquest. When Ma Lingyu spotted Lin Feng, a seductive smile graced her lips. In stark contrast, President Liang wore a scowl, harboring a fierce desire to flay Lin Feng alive. Ah, President Liang, are you preparing for a film role? I dare say your ensemble would suit the character of Flying Bat Hero quite well, Lin Feng jested, unable to suppress a laugh at President Liang's peculiar appearance. Lin Feng, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. I shall end your life. Upon hearing this, President Liang's face turned an ashen hue, and he rose to strike Lin Feng with his cane. President Liang, please do not strike me. Director Wang, is this how you treat your guests? Lin Feng hastily stepped back to evade President Liang's assault. President Liang was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by his fury. Enough, President Liang, refrain from violence. All who come here are guests, Wang Jingwa said sternly. Reluctantly, President Liang took a seat on the sofa. Wang Jingwa, with a gaze as piercing as an eagle, fixed his eyes on Lin Feng and declared, Lin Feng, I summoned you today for 2 matters. Director, please proceed, Lin Feng responded, unceremoniously taking a seat in the chair opposite the sofa. Wang Jingwa continued, the first matter is that from this day forth, you and President Liang must reconcile. All the equipment you seized from him must be surrendered to the Leopard base. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was filled with rage. Wang Jingwa was being excessively oppressive. The equipment he had risked his life to acquire from Director Liang was now demanded back with a mere statement from Wang Jingwa. What? You are unwilling to return it? Wang Jingwa glared at Lin Feng, whose surroundings were encircled by armed individuals. Lin Feng, I advise you to comply. Director Wang is not coveting your equipment. These items are perilous in your possession. He is merely acting as a custodian, President Liang sneered coldly. Furthermore, all weapons in your possession must be surrendered, including your sniper rifle, Wang Jingwa stated, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. Do you have any objections? If so, feel free to voice them. I am open to discussion. Lin Feng responded with a laugh. Director Wang, whatever you decree shall be accepted. You represent the organization, and I am but a common citizen. I have no right to possess such weapons. I willingly relinquish them. Pleased, Wang Jingwa nodded and continued. The second matter is that from this day onward, you shall be considered a member of the Leopard base. Given your notable abilities, I appoint you as a team leader within the base. Thank you, Director. Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave now, and I will bring the Leopard base personnel along to surrender the weapons. Lin Feng resolved to confront Wang Jingwa, who audaciously sought to confiscate his weapons and demand his servitude. How audacious! However, just as Lin Feng turned to exit, a dozen guns were aimed at him. With a furrowed brow, Lin Feng asked, Director Wang, what is the meaning of this? Are you imprisoning me here? Wang Jingwa chuckled ominously. Lin Feng, I have not finished my words. Why the haste? I recall you have a companion, an exceptional marksman. I shall appoint her as the deputy leader of the Leopard base. Lin Feng's brow knitted further, sensing impending trouble. Since you both are the leaders of the Leopard base, you are obligated to serve it. Tonight, we will launch an assault on a location, divided into 4 teams. You and your deputy shall attack from one direction. Wang Jinghua explained as he rose. As for your inability to leave this place, I will provide you with weapons during the operation. Lin Feng, in a subdued tone, replied. I must know which base we are attacking. I need to be informed of the circumstances. The Tianmei base, situated within Jiangxing Medical University, was established by the pharmaceutical magnate Yi Huiguang. This time, you will lead an assault on the northern gate of the Tianmei base. Should you emerge victorious, I shall bestow upon you greater authority, Wang Jinghua stated solemnly. The name Tianmei base was somewhat unfamiliar to Lin Feng, particularly as it was established within the confines of Jiangxing Medical University. Wang Jinghua turned to Dufeng and commanded, Dufeng, proceed to the Jiangxing manhwa Community Phase 1. Retrieve all the weapons that Lin Feng has concealed, leaving not a single item behind. Additionally, summon that deputy leader. Understood, Dufeng replied, turning to depart with a group of armed men. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was assigned to rest in the eastern bedroom, gazing silently out of the window. He reclined in bed and summoned a mobile phone. He quickly messaged Ding Meiling, Kai Ling, and Fatty, urging them to evacuate Jiangxing manhwa Community Phase 1 post-haste. For should Ding Meiling and Kai Ling fall into the clutches of the leopard base, they would undoubtedly be in peril. Next, Lin Feng sent a message to Hong Sueki, inquiring about the situation at the Tianmei base. Hong Sueki replied, What are you planning? Are you courting death? Lin Feng clarified, That is not my intention. I am currently imprisoned by the leopard base, and they intend for me to assault the Tianmei base. Please provide me with information regarding the situation there. Hong Sueki responded, You are imprisoned by the leopard base? I shall inform my father and see if he can intervene to negotiate with Wang Jinghua. Lin Feng cautioned, Sueki, do not let your father intervene just yet. Please share the details about the Tianmei base with me. Hong Sueki explained. The Tianmei base was established by the pharmaceutical mogul Yi Huiguang, who is also a leading figure in Jiangxing's pharmaceutical industry and a board member of Jiangnan Medical University. According to my sources, 3 days prior to the outbreak of the apocalypse, he worked tirelessly to reinforce the board members' building, investing a staggering $100 million. Lin Feng wiped away a cold sweat, pondering whether this pharmaceutical titan was also a reborn individual or had received forewarning. Hong Sueki continued. The board members' building is fortified to an extraordinary degree, with every wall reinforced using thick aerospace materials. He has also procured weapons from various factions across the nation. Lin Feng inquired. So, this board members' building has become a fortress? Indeed, Hong Sueki affirmed. It is an impregnable stronghold. Grenades, rockets, and sniper rifles would have little effect on it, and it could withstand several missile strikes without faltering. Lin Feng remarked, That is terrifying. This truly is a sanctuary for the apocalypse. Hong Sueki added, In addition to this, there are 4 fortifications at the main gates of the school, with the northern gate being the most formidable. It is said to host a heavy machine gunner, 9 snipers, and 30 marksmen, all equipped with grenades and other weaponry. Lin Feng exclaimed, Damn Wang Jinghua, he wants me to attack the northern gate. Hong Sueki corrected, This is not a directive for you to assault the northern gate. It is a summons to your demise, intended to draw fire. Lin Feng fell into silence on his bed. Hong Sueki continued, I have informed my father, and he stated he would negotiate with Wang Jinghua. If you are not released, he will initiate hostilities between Wan Shiyuan and the leopard base. Lin Feng hastily replied, Sueki, urge your father not to act impulsively. This may present an opportunity for me. Opportunity? What do you mean? Hong Sueki asked. Lin Feng, to be frank, I have set my sights on the Tianmei base. The predicament he finds himself in, forced by Wang Jinghua, is largely due to the inadequacy of his stronghold's defenses. Although the room is equipped with a fireplace and a generator, these provisions merely sustain survival in this apocalyptic world. However, when confronted with formidable foes, they offer little protection. After hearing Hong Sueki's description of the Tianmei base, he was captivated. The Tianmei base boasts defenses against grenades, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and can withstand numerous missiles. Its fortifications are nothing short of exceptional. In such an environment, one could sleep soundly. If he were to assault the Tianmei base alone, it would be a Herculean task, but this time is different. He has the support of the leopard base. Though the leopard base may not match the Tianmei base in strength, it is still quite formidable. Hong Sueki, you are mad. You are courting death. Lin Feng, I am not mad. Furthermore, do not think that I am powerless against Wang Jinghua. I merely wish to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Hong Sueki remained silent for a moment. Lin Feng, you will perish if you continue this way. Lin Feng, Hong Sueki, I have realized that you have consistently underestimated me. Hong Sueki, I have not underestimated you. Lin Feng, please convey a message to Boss Huang for me, inquiring whether he is interested in this venture. For safety's sake, Lin Feng planned to invite Boss Huang to join this operation. Hong Sueki, my father stated that he can provide fire support at the north gate of Jiangxing Medical University. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Did this not imply that the people from Wan Shiyuan would be supporting him from behind? What if gunfire erupted at his back? It was not that he was overly cautious, but such a scenario instilled a profound sense of insecurity. Hong Sweki, rest assured. We will position your deputy behind us for support, and once we rendezvous, we will provide you with 2 sets of bomb-proof suits and helmets. Lin Feng's spirits soared at this. I am immensely grateful to Boss Hong. Hong Sweki. Additionally, I will provide you with Yi Huihuang's phone number. During the evening operation, send him a message informing him that the Leopard base is attacking the Tianmei base. Lin Feng. That is imperative. Once Yi Huihuang receives this information, he will undoubtedly direct his firepower at Wang Jinghua, thereby alleviating the pressure on him during the assault on the Tianmei base. Hong Sweki. Lin Feng. Do you see how I regard you? Lin Feng. You treat me well, but do not harbor feelings for me. I am already committed. Please do not entertain such notions. Hong Sweki, taken aback, retorted, Go away, Lin Feng. Do not be so narcissistic. After all I have done for you, will you tell me who ambushed me and my uncle outside the police station? Lin Feng scoffed derisively. Ambush? That was a straightforward confrontation. He responded to Hong Sweki. After we conquer the Tianmei base, I will reveal the answer to you. Hong Sweki was left speechless by Lin Feng's message. Hong Sweki, we have detected the presence of the poison bee and Chairman Liang heading towards your stronghold. Lin Feng, do not worry, everything has been arranged. Chapter 81. Director Wang's wife from the dance department. The poison bee and Chairman Liang proceeded to Minghua Community, Phase 1 in Jiangqing. However, upon reaching 1601, they found nothing. Ding Meiling, Kai Ling, and Air Pang had already departed. This damn Lin Feng has deceived us. We must ensure that Director Wang eliminates him. President Liang harbored an intense disdain for Lin Feng, and his current visit alongside the poison bee was solely to humiliate Lin Feng's woman. The poison bee coldly remarked, How does Lin Feng manage to contact his subordinates? President Liang responded, He must be carrying a mobile phone or something similar. After a moment of silence, the poison bee retorted, Impossible. Upon arriving at the Leopard base, I thoroughly searched him, unless he had made arrangements prior to his arrival. Hearing this, President Liang cursed under his breath, That damned Lin Feng, he lucky this time. The poison bee scoffed, He merely a sniper. He won't cause much of a stir. Let Director Wang handle this matter. President Liang suggested, I propose we resort to chemical castration for Lin Feng, to diminish his spirit. If he becomes a eunuch, then Lin Feng should as well, so that we can vent our anger. The poison bee reiterated, I said to let Director Wang handle it. However, this is a critical time for utilizing personnel. I doubt Director Wang will act against him. But rest assured, he is destined to perish. The task assigned to him tonight is exceedingly arduous. Satisfied with the prospect of eliminating Lin Feng, the two returned to the Leopard base to report the matter to Wang Jinghua. Upon hearing their report, Wang Jinghua furrowed his brow in concern and summoned Lin Feng to the hall for questioning. Director Wang, you cannot blame me. I had no idea where they went. Lin Feng immediately replied. After arriving here, my phone and other means of communication were confiscated. I have been unable to reach them. Wang Jinghua's frown deepened, sensing something amiss but unable to find evidence. Moreover, given the current need for personnel, he could not punish Lin Feng. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, Lin Feng, rest assured, work diligently for me, and as long as you achieve great merit, I shall grant you your freedom. Thank you, Director Wang. Lin Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Consequently, Wang Jinghua arranged a banquet at noon to welcome Lin Feng and President Liang, as both had recently joined. As the head of the Leopard base, he felt it necessary to bestow favor upon his subordinates. Also attending the banquet was Wang Jinghua's lovely young wife, Ma Shui'anai. Dressed in a black lace gown, she possessed a stunning figure and an exquisitely delicate face, particularly her sky-blue eyes. She was of mixed heritage from the White Bear Nation and the Dragon Kingdom. At merely 19 years of age, she was a third-year student at the Jiangqing Dance Academy. Having married Wang Jinghua before graduation, your sister-in-law is truly beautiful, especially her grace, which is utterly unassailable. Lin Feng praised Ma Shui'anai at the dining table, exclaiming, Director Wang is indeed fortunate. We are all envious. However, upon seeing Ma Shui'anai, Lin Feng's composure faltered, and the symptoms of his Chowmingda syndrome began to resurface. Mr. Lin certainly knows how to flatter. Ma Shui'anai giggled in response to his compliment. Just as Lin Feng finished his praise, he felt someone step on his foot. He glanced at Ma Lingyu, seated across from him, who looked at him with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Indeed, I raise a glass to my sister-in-law. President Liang then lifted his glass to toast Ma Shui'anai, still sporting a bandage on his head and an eye patch, appearing somewhat comical. Thank you, President Liang. Please, drink in moderation, take care of yourself. Ma Shui'anai observed the expression on Chairman Liang's face, suppressing a smile. Upon hearing her words, Chairman Liang was immediately engulfed by a surge of anger, sensing the mocking glances of those around him. Thank you, sister-in-law. He managed to force a smile. Chairman Liang, sister-in-law advises you to drink less, and you really ought to, Lin Feng interjected. Moreover, you need to recuperate. Who says I can't handle it? Chairman Liang retorted, infuriated by Lin Feng's insinuation, and he downed his drink in one go. Wang Jinghua, observing the scene, chuckled. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. You two have managed to dominate a community in this apocalypse. You must toast to each other and shake hands in reconciliation. Lin Feng, with a hint of provocation, looked at Chairman Liang and challenged, Chairman Liang, dare you drink a few more? You might not excel in other areas, but surely you can manage a drink? Or is your prostate giving you trouble? At this remark, Wang Jinghua, Ma Shui and Du Feng struggled to contain their laughter. The incident concerning Chairman Liang was no secret, and Lin Feng's words pointedly alluded to Chairman Liang's physiological issues. Fuming with rage, Chairman Liang slammed the table and declared, Lin, if it weren't for Director Wang, I would have dealt with you already, and you wouldn't be here making snide remarks. Lin Feng scoffed, enough of the chatter. Chairman Liang, we are all in this with Director Wang, so we cannot resort to violence. Let us settle it at the drinking table. I'll finish a bottle. As he spoke, Lin Feng seized a bottle of Mao Tai and swiftly downed it, finishing it in one gulp. Bravo! What a capacity! The others at the table erupted in cheers, with even Du Feng unable to resist applauding. Ma Xuanyi's eyes sparkled with admiration, and Ma Lingyu shared the sentiment. Wang Jinghua relished the spectacle, finding amusement in the midst of the apocalypse. Chairman Liang, it's your turn, Lin Feng grinned. Chairman Liang's expression darkened significantly. Facing the collective gaze of the group, he lifted a bottle and drank it down. By the time he finished, he could barely stand. Have the courage to continue drinking? Lin Feng taunted, as Chairman Liang attempted to raise another bottle, but faltered and collapsed back into his chair. Soon, the banquet concluded. To avoid delaying their nocturnal raid on the Tianmei base, Wang Jinghua arranged for some hangover soup for Lin Feng and Chairman Liang. In truth, Lin Feng was not drunk. Once under the covers, he used his phone to contact Kai Ling and Ding Mei Ling. The group had not left the Minghua community in Jiancheng, but had returned to the 15th floor, where Ding Mei Ling had previously resided. Kai Ling, brother Lin Feng, I will assist you in your actions tonight, showcasing our prowess and ensuring Wang Jinghua meets his demise. Lin Feng, if we lack weaponry, we can seek out Hong Xueqi at Wanshiyuan. Kai Ling, Hong Xueqi, brother Lin Feng, how did you get involved with her again? I recall she was Hong Liangyu's little darling. Lin Feng, wiping sweat from his brow, replied, what are you thinking? I have a cooperative relationship with Wanshiyuan. Kai Ling, brother Lin Feng, it seems you are quite taken with Hong Xueqi. Child, don't be absurd, my affection lies with you. Kai Ling, though your words sound insincere, they still bring me joy. Lin Feng, in any case, let us be cautious. If we succeed this time, we shall secure a solid refuge. Kai Ling, we must succeed. As Lin Feng conversed with Kai Ling, a knock resounded at the door. Peering through the peephole, he discerned the silhouette of Ma Lingyu standing outside. Clad in her striking red flight attendant uniform, her hair elegantly styled and adorned with subtle makeup. Her alluring crimson lips and enchanting gaze exuded a captivating charm. Chapter 82. Ma Lingyu tests Lin Feng's physical endurance in the dead of night. Sister-in-law, you've arrived. I've missed you dearly, Lin Feng exclaimed, hastily opening the door upon recognizing Ma Lingyu. She was indeed a stunning woman, embodying a mature allure that was exceptionally striking at such a late hour. Oh, I thought your soul had been lured away by Ma Zuni, Ma Lingyu teased. Her presence perfumed with a delicate fragrance that stirred Lin Feng's senses. Sister-in-law, you jest. Both of you possess unique qualities, truly extraordinary women. Lin Feng couldn't help but compliment. Ma Lingyu gracefully settled onto Lin Feng's bed, her captivating eyes fixed on him. Intrigued by the young man before her who had managed to consume nearly 2 jin of baijiu at noon without any ill effects. In stark contrast, Chairman Liang had been vomiting since returning home, and despite consuming hangover soup, he remained dazed and lethargic. May I inquire what brings you here, sister-in-law? Lin Feng asked with a smile, closing the door to his room as he spoke. With a playful chuckle, Ma Lingyu responded, her laughter illuminating her features. You men tend to think with your lower halves. Do you truly not know why I am here? I'll take a quick shower first, Lin Feng announced, making his way toward the bathroom. I haven't agreed to anything yet, and I remain curious about the extent of your physical prowess, Ma Lingyu said, stepping closer to Lin Feng and teasingly touching his chest muscles. Lin Feng glanced down at her porcelain-like cheek and replied with a grin, you'll find out soon enough. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Ma Lingyu suggested, how about this? I sit on your back while you do push-ups. If you manage 200, I shall stay to support you. All right. Sister-in-law certainly knows how to have fun, Lin Feng declared, his spirits lifted as he welcomed the challenge to test his physical limits. He promptly positioned himself on the bed, while Ma Lingyu perched playfully on his back, a wave of warmth enveloping him, igniting his hormones. Thus, Lin Feng commenced his push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Ma Lingyu counted, astonished by his remarkable endurance. When he reached 200, his breathing remained steady. Brother, May I see just how far your limits extend? Ma Lingyu inquired with a flirtatious smile. Of course, my recovery is swift. Lin Feng replied, continuing with his push-ups. 201, 289. Ma Lingyu counted, not halting until Lin Feng had completed an astounding 1,300 push-ups. Her eyes widened in disbelief at his extraordinary stamina. I believe we can proceed to the next round, employing a different method to showcase my formidable endurance. Lin Feng remarked with a playful smile, gazing at Ma Lingyu. Ma Lingyu's face flushed as she said, Brother, please be gentle. She noticed Lin Feng's muscles had developed an extraordinary strength, exuding an overwhelming aura of vitality that captivated her, making her feel as if she were a moth drawn to a flame, eager to experience more. Rest assured, I shall be tender, Lin Feng assured, patting his chest. As Ma Lingyu slowly closed her beautiful eyes, preparing for their intimate encounter, the door to the room unexpectedly swung open. Lin Feng frowned slightly. While Ma Lingyu's expression changed dramatically, she certainly did not wish for President Liang to witness this scene. They hurriedly glanced towards the doorway, where the silhouette of Ma Shui and I stood. Sister-in-law, Lin Feng exclaimed with a smile. Your door even has a remote control. What are you two up to? Ma Shui and I inquired playfully. In the leopard base, anyone caught enticing my second sister-in-law will face severe punishment. She added with a grin, and women would be executed. Sister-in-law? It's nothing serious. We were just discussing fitness, Lin Feng replied, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow, realizing the strictness of the leopard base's rules. Fortunately, he and Ma Lingyu had not yet crossed any boundaries. Indeed, I noticed Lin Feng has impressive muscles. I wanted to inquire about his workout regimen. Ma Lingyu innocently chimed in. Shui and I sat on Lin Feng, and he managed to do 1,300 push-ups in one go. Ma Xueni's eyes sparkled at this revelation, though her expression still bore a hint of irritation. Enough. Everyone needs to gather downstairs immediately. We are about to launch an assault on the Tianmei base. Especially you, Lin Feng. If you wish to live, keep your distance from women. Thank you for the reminder. Sister-in-law, Lin Feng replied, unabashedly scanning Ma Xueni's figure, contemplating how flexible a dance major might be, especially in performing a split. Sensing his gaze, Ma Xueni's demeanor turned frosty as she turned on her heel and departed. Ma Lingyu playfully pinched Lin Feng's cheek, saying, Your ambitions are quite bold. Even eyeing your leader's woman. Lin Feng chuckled, Sister-in-law, you jest. Beautiful women naturally attract attention wherever they go, just as you do. Ma Lingyu. At that moment, President Liang's voice echoed from the adjacent suite. Ma Lingyu hastily exited Lin Feng's room, not forgetting to give his thigh a playful squeeze as she left. Damn it. I'll end up crippled at this rate. Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration and rushed to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. Later, as he settled into bed, he took out his phone and sent a message to Yi Huiguang at the Tianmei base, informing him of the impending night raid by the leopard base. After dispatching the message, he made his way downstairs. In the lobby, Wang Jinghua lounged on the sofa, flanked by 6 individuals on either side, all clad in bomb-proof suits and helmets, each carrying a rocket launcher with 30 rockets at their disposal. Behind them stood 18 more figures, similarly equipped, armed with sniper rifles and military backpacks. Lin Feng sensed that one backpack contained dozens of grenades and hundreds of bullets. Damn, what impeccable equipment. Lin Feng marveled at the strength of the leopard base, realizing that this was likely only a fraction of their true power. The equipment he possessed was but a mere trifle in the presence of the leopard base. What truly captivated him were the bomb-proof vests and helmets worn by these individuals, capable of withstanding the onslaught of sniper rifles and grenades. Furthermore, these individuals were seasoned mercenaries, possessing formidable skills and counter-surveillance capabilities, rendering them exceedingly powerful. Subsequently, President Liang descended the stairs, leaning on his cane. President Liang, you've arrived. I have been meaning to ask you a question. Lin Feng suddenly recalled that President Liang had been, well, incapacitated. How do you relieve yourself? Oh, what question do you have? President Liang replied nonchalantly. Chapter 83. President Liang, having been rendered impotent, how do you urinate? I recall you were incapacitated in that regard, yet you possessed no external catheter. Lin Feng chuckled. At this remark, laughter erupted throughout the living room, to the point where even Wang Jinghua, who was sipping tea, nearly choked. Lin Feng, I curse you. President Liang exclaimed, his temper flaring. He preferred a slap to his face over being mocked for his condition in front of others. President Liang, I am merely expressing concern for your well-being. Please do not take offense. I am willing to offer you $100 million to travel to the island nation and seek the finest doctors for a transplant. Lin Feng hastily replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, President Liang nearly spat blood in fury. Travel to the island nation now? Just as he was about to erupt, he was restrained by Wang Jinghua. Wang Jinghua cast a glance at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, refrain from discussing matters concerning President Liang from now on. We are about to embark on an assault on the Tianmei base. Internal strife cannot be tolerated. Lin Feng immediately acquiesced, vowing never to mention President Liang again. Wang Jingwei was pleased with Lin Feng's attitude and remarked, Lin Feng, your assistant has yet to arrive. Please contact him once more. Dong directly handed Lin Feng his phone, and Lin Feng dialed Kaling's number, but it went unanswered. Still pretending, Director Wang? Lin Feng must have ensured his assistant left early, President Liang remarked coldly. He is disloyal to the Leopard base. I implore you to have him executed at once. Silence. Lin Feng turned to President Liang and retorted, I've tolerated you for far too long. Whom should we blame for our animosities? It is you who has bribed individuals in my community to launch an attack against me. Am I to stand idly by? As for your condition, it was I who arranged for it, and what of it? Lin Feng, you insolent wretch. President Liang seethed with rage. What insolence? If you hadn't been premature, you wouldn't have sought out Professor Li. Had you not sought him out, I would not have had this opportunity. This world operates on the law of the jungle. I outmaneuvered you and rendered you impotent. Blame only yourself for your inadequacy. Lin Feng pointed an accusatory finger at President Liang, ready to strike, but the presence of armed individuals kept him in check. I swear I will end you, Lin. President Liang's eyes blazed with fury as he raised his cane to strike Lin Feng, intent on delivering a deadly blow. However, Dong swiftly intervened, blocking President Liang's path. Do you two have no regard for Director Wang? Your behavior is utterly outrageous. The venomous gaze of the poison bee fixated fiercely upon Lin Feng and President Liang, who bellowed, should there be any further disturbances, I shall confiscate your weapons and expel you from the Leopard base. At these words, President Liang immediately shrank back, realizing that the confiscation of weapons would spell certain doom for him outside the safety of the Leopard base. Lin Feng, however, paid him no heed. Instead, he seated himself opposite Wang Jinghua, retrieving a pack of cigarettes, extracting one, and lighting it. Wang Jinghua observed this scene with great satisfaction, fearing nothing more than a united front from his subordinates. His expression darkened as he declared, I care not for any past grievances. Once you enter the Leopard base, let bygones be bygones. If you wish to settle scores, that is permissible. The one who accomplishes the greatest feat shall be appointed as the deputy director of the Leopard base, with the other taking on a subordinate role. Upon hearing this, President Liang's eyes sparkled with fervor. He vowed to achieve great merit and ascend to the position of Lin Feng's superior. He envisioned personally neutering Lin Feng and transforming him into a mere puppet. Lin Feng smirked repeatedly, recognizing that Director Wang sought to compel them into servitude. Yet he maintained a facade of excitement. Director Wang, this time we shall divide into 4 teams to assault the Tianmei base, with our ultimate target being the school board building. However, it is rumored that the construction of the school board building entailed an expenditure of $100 million for its fortifications. Even if we approach Tianmei Tower, we shall find it impossible to breach, Lin Feng inquired. Ordinary security doors require biometric recognition systems and layers of passwords for protection. The security system at Tianmei base must be exponentially more sophisticated. Even if we were to infiltrate Jiangnan Medical University, breaching the stronghold of the school board building would remain an insurmountable challenge. Lin Feng's concerns were mirrored by President Liang, who was tasked with leading a substantial fleet of drones, armed with explosives to assault another entrance. This is not information you are entitled to. Poison Bee's icy gaze swept over Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned at this. Poison Bee, such foolishness. Brother Lin Feng is one of us and thus holds the right to know this secret. If he lacks knowledge of how to access the doors, what significance would there be in his assault on the northern gate? Wang Jinghua interjected sharply, his expression cold as he fixed his gaze upon Poison Bee, perplexed by his seemingly foolish inquiry. Realizing his misstep, Poison Bee hastily offered an apology. Brother Lin Feng, I stand corrected. I nearly forgot that you are now an integral part of our core team and are indeed entitled to this information. Lin Feng promptly expressed his understanding. After a moment of silence, Wang Jinghua continued, Brother Lin Feng, my men were involved in the construction of the security measures for the Tianmei base and habitually left behind loopholes. We have exploited this oversight to modify the access code for the school board building's entrance. As long as we adhere to the code, entry will be attainable. Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. No wonder Wang Jinghua was bold enough to launch an attack on Tianmei base. He possessed knowledge of the vulnerabilities in the access system of the school board building. Nevertheless, this endeavor would still necessitate the collaboration of top-tier computer experts, as well as knowledge of the specific loopholes. He recalled that Hong Sueki was also skilled in computer technology, though she was likely unaware of the vulnerabilities in the Tianmei base's entrance system. Poison Bee, write down the code on a piece of paper for Brother Lin Feng. When he reaches the Tianmei base's school board building, he will be able to gain entry. Similarly, provide a copy for President Liang. The drone bombardment team he leads is formidable and may very well reach the vicinity of the school board building, Wang Jinghua elucidated. The venomous bee, upon hearing the words, turned and swiftly penned 2 notes, which he handed to Lin Feng and Chairman Liang. Subsequently, Wang Jinghua allocated a set of bulletproof vests and a sniper rifle to Lin Feng before departing from the leopard base with a contingent of 12 men. Director Wang, Lin Feng has repeatedly offended me. You must stand up for me, Chairman Liang said, fixing his gaze on Wang Jinghua. Rest assured, Wang Jinghua replied, patting Liang's shoulder. He won't return this time. You should lead the drone squad into action. Upon hearing this, Liang departed the leopard base with around 20 individuals. It seems victory is undoubtedly ours this time. Yi Huang would never dream that we would launch a sudden assault, the venomous bee remarked with a sinister smile. Wang Jinghua's eyes darkened as he said, once we seize the Tianmei base, we will have a foothold in Jiang City, and no one will be able to challenge us. With that, Wang Jinghua and the venomous bee donned their bomb-proof suits and helmets, setting off with the elite forces of the leopard base toward the Tianmei base. Chapter 84. Betraying Director Wang. Being an insider is truly delightful. At the Tianmei base, in the board of directors building, Yi Huang was engrossed in studying human anatomy with a female student from the medical university when suddenly, his phone emitted a notification sound. Yi Huang hurriedly rushed. For this phone number was known to very few, only his most trusted confidants, and some leaders of the apocalypse bases. The arrival of a message at this moment certainly indicated something of great importance. Once they concluded their study, Yi Huang dismissed the female student from his office. He picked up his phone to find a message from an unknown sender, the content of which caused his expression to change drastically. The stranger warned him that tonight, Wang Jinghua from the leopard base would lead a large contingent to launch a surprise attack on the Tianmei base. Damn Wang Jinghua. How audacious of you to dare ambush me, Yi Huang cursed. He immediately convened an emergency meeting with the high-ranking officials of the Tianmei base. Director Yi, what on earth is happening? Inquired the second-in-command, a middle-aged man clad in camouflage, his gaze sharp, known as Night Owl. He had previously led the security department at the Jiang City Medical University and had assisted Yi Huang in establishing the Tianmei base after the apocalypse erupted. He was also Yi Huang's trusted ally. The other senior officials of the Tianmei base looked toward Yi Huang. They had never convened an urgent meeting at night before. Yi Huang's expression turned frosty as he declared, a mysterious individual sent me a message stating that Wang Jinghua from the leopard base is preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Tianmei base tonight. At this revelation, the high-ranking officials of the Tianmei base erupted in fury. How dare the leopard base challenge us? Wang Jinghua should take a good look at himself. He is truly overestimating his capabilities. It's already merciful that we Haven T annihilated the leopard base, yet they dare to target the Tianmei base. I will ensure they return empty-handed. We must not underestimate the leopard base. While Wang Jinghua may not rival us, a surprise attack could inflict significant losses upon us. Is this information reliable? In the Tianshan base, many high-ranking officials have been vociferously denouncing the leopard base. However, there are those who question the veracity of the information. After all, the comprehensive strength of the leopard base pales in comparison to that of the Tianshan base. A reckless assault on the Tianshan base could lead to devastating losses. Chairman Yi, who transmitted this information, is it reliable? Night Owl inquired. Yi Huang replied solemnly, I do not know the identity of the messenger, but we must remain vigilant. Although the leopard base is inferior to us, a surprise attack could still inflict significant damage, especially since Wang Jinghua has a formidable reputation overseas. Night Owl and the other senior officials of the Tianshan base exchanged serious glances, acknowledging Yi Huang's assertion that despite its weaknesses, the leopard base should not be underestimated. Ding dong. At that moment, Yi Huang's phone chimed again. He was taken aback, for a mysterious informant had alerted him that personnel from the leopard base were en route, with Wang Jinghua leading an elite force launching an attack from the southern gate of Jiangxing Medical University. Chairman Yi, may I inquire about the identity of the mysterious informant? Night Owl asked. The informant remained silent, but indicated that Wang Jinghua was indeed advancing from the southern gate. Yi Huang responded gravely, and they have already set off. What? They have already departed? Night Owl and the others paled at the revelation. The distance between the leopard base and the Tianshan base was no more than half an hour. This meant that, at the latest, Wang Jinghua's main force would arrive within 30 minutes. The Tianshan base's primary defense zones were concentrated at the northern gate. While the southern gate was a vulnerable point, an assault from the south could very well lead to the fall of the Tianshan base. Yi Huang's gaze turned icy. Even if we were to lose, we still have the academic building, several senior officials of the Tianshan base scoffed. The academic building can withstand numerous missile strikes, no detonators, rockets, or grenades can breach its defenses. However, Yi Huang and Night Owl wore grave expressions, as only they were aware of the vulnerabilities in the security systems of the academic building. If these flaws were not addressed, the enemy could exploit them to gain access to the building. It appeared that the rumors regarding the Leopard base's absorption of the Poison Wolf Society were true, which allowed them to command a substantial fleet of drones. We must act swiftly. I propose we discreetly deploy some forces from the northern gate to the southern gate. Night Owl suggested. Go forth and strike decisively. Seize this opportunity to annex the Leopard base, Yi Huiguang declared with fierce determination. Quickly, Night Owl and the other senior officials mobilized troops from the northern gate of Jiangxing Medical University to lay an ambush at the southern gate. In the dead of night, a snow vehicle sped toward the Tianshan base, trailed by 4 snowmobiles, followed by dozens of figures clad in white down jackets and equipped with anti-explosion helmets. These figures were all skilled skiers. Following the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse, Wang Jingwei had mandated rigorous skiing practice for his subordinates. Naturally, their speed could not rival that of the snowmobiles. They were propelled forward by being tethered to the vehicles. What of the other 3 teams? Get in touch with them. Wang Jingwei commanded from within the snow vehicle, fully armored in 2 layers of bomb-proof attire and wearing an anti-explosion helmet. Director Wang, they are almost at the location. However, to avoid alarming the enemy, they have chosen to halt 500 meters from the Leopard base, explained the venomous bee. Good, excellent. Now send them a message to unleash a thunderous strike, swiftly assaulting the Tianmei base and launching an all-out attack. Wang Jing was stated in a low voice. Midnight is the time when people are most fatigued. I believe Yi Huang is currently indulging in pleasures. Yes, Venomous Bee responded respectfully, immediately sending messages to Lin Feng, President Liang, and others, instructing them to execute a sudden strike on the Tianmei base. Wang Jingwa led his team stealthily closer to the Tianmei base. Upon nearing 300 meters from the base, Wang Jingwa ordered a halt. It seems the defenses of the Tianmei base are lacking. We have approached within 300 meters. Yet they have not fired a shot, Venomous Bee remarked with a smile. This is the most formidable aspect of the Tianmei base. They are undeterred by external attacks. For their administrative building is impregnable. Not even a missile could breach it. However, in this world, the forces capable of wielding missiles are exceedingly rare, Wang Jingwa replied sharply. Continuing to advance towards the Tianmei base, they covered 200 meters, then 100 meters, and finally 50 meters. Wang Jingwa and his team persistently tested the limits of the Tianmei base, but upon reaching 50 meters, they still observed no response from the defenders. Indeed, the defenses of the Tianmei base are concentrated at the north gate. The south gate is woefully exposed, Venomous Bee mocked. Wang Jingwa furrowed his brow. Although the terrifying defenses of the Tianmei base might lead to complacency, this was an excessive oversight. As Wang Jingwa pondered, a radiant glow appeared above the Tianmei base, intertwining to form a phantom figure, Yi Huang's silhouette. This was a projection created using virtual imagery. Chapter 85. Director Wang was taken aback. Who on earth has betrayed me? Yi Huang. Upon seeing the virtual projection hovering over the Tianmei base, Wang Jingwa's expression shifted dramatically. Venomous Bee and the others, armed and alert, scanned their surroundings with vigilance. Director, welcome to the Tianmei base as our esteemed guest, the virtual projection proclaimed in a booming voice. However, I intend for you to remain here forever. Release smoke grenades. Cover the retreat. Wang Jingwa shouted, realizing he had fallen into Yi Huang's ambush. Yi Huang must have known of his arrival in advance. Several members of the Leopard base hastily produced smoke grenades to provide cover for their withdrawal, yet as they did so, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bang! Bang! A machine gun sprayed the crowd with relentless fire, accompanied by over 30 sniper rifles and hundreds of revolvers raining down upon them. In an instant, piercing screams filled the air. The limited supply of bomb suits and helmets under Wang Jingwa's command resulted in over 30 unprotected individuals collapsing in a pool of blood. Damn it, explode. Wang Jingwa, seated in the snow vehicle, opened the bulletproof glass and hurled smoke grenades out. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, allowing Wang Jingwa to order the driver of the snow vehicle to turn around and flee, while the other snowmobiles hastily followed suit. As the automobile and snowmobiles hastily departed, the surrounding ground erupted in flames, accompanied by a cacophony of violent explosions. This was the handiwork of Yi Huang, who had strategically buried electronic detonators beneath the snow, specifically to counter the forces of the Leopard base. Over 100 electronic detonators had been concealed, and their simultaneous detonation unleashed an astonishing force. The snowmobiles were obliterated, leading to a catastrophic explosion of fuel tanks, while Wang Jingwa's snow vehicle was flipped upside down in the chaos. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle detonated violently, propelling Wang Jingwa and the poison bee from its wreckage. Fortunately, both were clad in bomb-proof suits and helmets. Had they not been, their remains would have been unrecognizable. The other core members under Wang Jingwa also survived, thanks to their protective gear, though they found themselves buried in the snow. Ironically, this snow cover shielded them from the firepower of the Tianmei base. Yet, The snowfield continued to be pounded by electronic detonations, with rockets frequently raining down upon the area. Brothers, retaliate. Wang Jinghua's furious voice echoed through the chaos. Yes, despite being ensnared in the snow, the elite members of the Leopard base exhibited remarkable mental resilience and physical prowess. Some leapt up to hurl grenades toward the Tianmei base, while others stood atop their comrades' backs to unleash rocket fire. Thus, the Leopard base initiated their counterattack. Although they were under pressure from the Tianmei forces, they posed a formidable challenge to Wang Jinghua's contingent, momentarily stalling the enemy's advance. Amidst the fierce exchange of fire, individuals at the western gate of Jiangxing Medical University launched smoke bombs into the Tianmei base, followed by a swarm of drones. Simultaneously, a group of dozens assaulted the Tianmei base from the eastern side. At the northern gate of Jiangxing Medical University, Lin Feng stealthily approached the Tianmei base with a small team. Lin Feng rode his snowmobile, while 3 others followed suit, and the remaining members maneuvered on skis. Damn it. It's begun. The battle is intense. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Leader, we can launch our attack now, a man whispered. This was the deputy leader appointed by Wang Jinghua, known as Knife. What are you panicking for? Lin Feng shot a glare at Knife. Are you eager to meet your demise? Lin Feng was acutely aware that his group, himself included, were merely pawns in Wang Jinghua's strategy, intended to draw the main forces of the Tianmei base. Most people fail to perceive the broader context of such situations, and Knife was no exception, merely a foolish individual who fancied himself entrusted with a significant role. Yet, the battle was underway. Knife insisted, your actions will disrupt Director Wang's plans. Subsequently, the other members of the Leopard base fixed their gazes on Lin Feng. Some even brandished weapons in his direction, implying that if he hesitated to attack, they would not hesitate to shoot him. Lin Feng felt a wave of resignation wash over him, but chose not to engage with the foolishness of his comrades. He then discreetly scanned the area within a 70-meter radius, detecting several electronic detonators hidden beneath the surface. Do not follow me, lest you be annihilated alongside me. Lin Feng solemnly addressed Daozi and the others as he turned to face them. Do we need your admonition? We are all seasoned in battle, Daozi retorted coldly. You perform admirably, Lin Feng remarked as he mounted his snowmobile, producing an umbrella gifted to him by Kaling. He skillfully maneuvered to evade the electronic detonator zone and sped toward Jiangxing Medical University. Attack! Daozi and his companions brandished their firearms and surged forward. However, as they drew near the university, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Boom, boom. The area erupted in flames, and the members of the Leopard base were flung into the air by the ferocious blast. In an instant, severed limbs and scattered body parts fell upon the snow, staining it crimson with their blood. The members of the Leopard base were merely equipped with basic bulletproof vests, just a top garment, leaving their legs and heads unprotected against the electronic detonators. Some suffered shattered legs, while others lost their heads. Fortunately, their agony was brief, as they succumbed to the frigid embrace of death, their blood congealing in the snow. Ah, fate! Lin Feng had reached the entrance of the medical university, and upon hearing the explosions and witnessing the carnage, he could not help but sigh. The brutality of this apocalyptic war rendered life exceedingly fragile. Though Lin Feng had hesitated to launch an assault as a form of protection for them, these individuals had urged him to advance. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted from a nearby classroom building, with bullets ricocheting off Lin Feng's umbrella, some piercing through to strike his shoulder. Seeking death, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he flicked his umbrella and scanned the building. His remarkable eyesight discerned a hidden sniper within. The building was approximately 70 meters away, well within his range. Bang! In a flash, Lin Feng drew his weapon, firing 4 rapid shots. The wails of 4 snipers echoed as they fell lifelessly. Boom! Simultaneously, a whistling sound erupted behind Lin Feng as rockets were launched, striking the classroom building of Jiangxing Medical University. The assailant was none other than Kaling, who had arrived. Boom! Kaling was not alone. Chun Xiezi and Hong Sueki, along with a cadre of allies, emerged from the shadows of the night. 2 among them wielded rocket launchers, bombarding the Tianmei base, while others engaged in sniper fire against it. Under ordinary circumstances, the forces stationed at the north gate of Tianmei base would have easily overpowered Kaling, Hong Sueki, and Chun Xiezi. However, their strength had been diverted to the southern gate of Jiangxing Medical University. Soon, the nearby classroom buildings at the north gate of Jiangxing Medical University crumbled amidst the flames. Lin Feng arrived at the entrance, finally discerning the electrified barriers entwined around the walls. With a resounding crash, he produced a dozen grenades and hurled them at the barriers, resulting in a violent explosion that created a breach. He then charged his snowmobile into the heart of Jiangxing Medical University. Chapter 86. Seizing the opportunity to infiltrate the Tianmei base inside the board of directors building at Jiangxing Medical University, Yi Huiwang, Yi Xiao, and other senior officials from the Tianmei base convened in a conference room, observing the unfolding battlefield through surrounding surveillance monitors. The explosion had thrown members of the Leopard base into disarray. Upon witnessing Wang Jinghua and his associates from the Leopard base being blasted away, Yi Huiwang jubilantly raised a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Their snowmobiles and all-terrain vehicles lay in ruins, making a return to the Leopard base nearly impossible. Now, with overwhelming firepower, they were being suppressed in the snow, destined to perish from hunger. Once these adversaries were eradicated, the Leopard base would meet its demise, allowing Tianmei base to seize the opportunity to absorb it. Yi Xiao, with a sinister grin, echoed his sentiments. The other senior officials from Tianmei base were equally elated. The annexation of the Leopard base would herald an expansion of their influence. Their attention shifted towards the east and west gates of Jiangxing Medical University, where fierce battles raged. Yet Tianmei base maintained a decisive advantage. Notably, the Leopard base members attacking from the east gate faced near-total annihilation. However, when Yi Huiwang, Yi Xiao, and their colleagues glanced at the surveillance of the north gate, their expressions turned grave. The firepower there was ferocious, with no fewer than 3 rocket launchers engaging in long-range strikes, accompanied by a dozen sniper rifles targeting the north gate. Nearby teaching buildings had collapsed under the onslaught. This is dire. The enemy has breached the north gate, and intruders have infiltrated. A member of Tianmei base stormed into the conference room, shouting in alarm. Yi Huihuang and Yi Zhao's faces darkened in disbelief. They had not anticipated a breach in the north gate's defenses. Could it be that all forces from the Leopard base have arrived? Yi Xiao pondered aloud, his voice heavy. Impossible. Wang Jinghua is known for his caution. He would never leave his stronghold unguarded. It must be forces from other bases seizing this opportunity to attack Tianmei base. Yi Huihuang retorted, irritation palpable. Damn it. Ensure I find out which base is responsible for this. Yi Hu, take your team and eliminate the intruders. Understood. A burly man stepped forward, his eyes filled with fierce determination. He was one of the senior officials of Tianmei base and a key combat asset, donning 2 layers of protective gear and a helmet. Yi Hu armed himself with a heavy machine gun and departed. Yi Huihuang's gaze turned icily resolute. Yi Xiao, dispatch reinforcements to the north gate. We cannot allow these intruders to approach the board of directors building. Rest assured, no one will breach the board of directors building, especially with Yi Hu on the front lines. I am also laying an ambush, Yi Xiao replied solemnly. With this assurance, Yi Huiwang felt a measure of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Feng charged through the north gate of Jiangxing Medical University, heading straight for the board of directors building. Gunfire erupted incessantly around him, but he adeptly deflected every shot with the umbrella he wielded. Fortunately, the umbrella crafted by Kai Ling was remarkably effective, sparing him from injury. Boom. Just as Lin Feng reveled in his fortune, a terrifying explosion reverberated, and a shockwave slammed into his snowmobile, sending it hurtling through the air, while he himself was tossed by the violent gust. Damn it! Lin Feng uttered a curse, and his body plunged directly into the deep snow, quickly becoming engulfed by it. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble, and explosions echoed around him, the terrifying force scattering the snow in all directions. Lying in the snow hollow with a furrowed brow, Lin Feng swiftly retrieved a shovel and began to excavate a snow cave, managing to create a 3-meter-long tunnel in just a few breaths. The explosive sounds continued to reverberate around him, with some rockets even landing in the snow pit created by his fall. As he sensed a radius of 70 meters, Lin Feng was startled to discover a group of over 10 individuals approaching, all clad in bomb-proof suits and helmets. Among them, one person wielded a rocket launcher, directing a fierce barrage towards the area where Lin Feng had fallen. How utterly dishonorable, Lin Feng thought to himself, since you are all in bomb-proof gear. Let us see just how much explosive force those suits can withstand. He quietly continued to dig his snow cave, stealthily maneuvering beneath the surface toward these intruders. Meanwhile, the group on the surface glided closer to Lin Feng's location, led by Yi Hu. Yi Hu, stay away. At that moment, Yi Xiao rode in on a snowmobile, followed closely by several others. He must surely be dead. A rocket just landed in that snow pit, precisely where he fell, Yi Hu sneered. In that case, let us retrieve whatever remains of his clothing and belongings. I am eager to determine which faction dared to ambush our Tianmei base, Yi Xiao replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Yi Hu and his comrades advanced toward the snow pit, but many remained vigilant, aiming their sniper rifles at the pit to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. As they approached, they were taken aback to find dozens of electronic detonators piled in the pit. What is this? Yi Hu and the other members of Tianmei base turned pale. How could so many electronic detonators be in this pit? Did the earlier infiltrator bring them? That seemed impossible. Had he brought them, they would have been detonated by the rockets already. Moreover, where was the infiltrator? This pit was formed by his fall into the snow. The situation was increasingly perplexing. Yi Hu, what is happening? Yi Zhao's voice rang out. Yi Hu remained silent, hurriedly retreating with the members of Tianmei base. However, just as they prepared to withdraw, a terrifying explosion erupted from the snow pit. In an instant, over 100 electronic detonators detonated, sending shockwaves rippling across the ground for hundreds of meters. A blinding inferno shot skyward, engulfing Yi Hu and the other members of Tianmei base in flames, before the fire expanded outward, melting and blasting away the snow within a 10-meter radius. Soon, several figures collapsed onto the snow, barely clinging to life. Some had lost arms while others had lost legs. And the ground was stained with crimson blood. Despite their bomb-proof suits, Lin Feng had meticulously prepared 44 electronic detonators, resulting in an unimaginable explosive force. Consequently, the protective gear of Yi Hu and his companions was utterly torn apart. Several dozen meters away, the members of the Tianmei group, including Night Owl, were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom the horrifying explosion that had erupted from the snow pit. Their gaze was fixated on the vast crater. "Captain, it seems there is some movement below," suddenly remarked a member of the Tianmei base. "Retreat." Night Owl, having sensed a faint disturbance deep within the snow beneath his feet, hastily pressed the accelerator, propelling the snowmobile forward with great force. Boom! Another violent explosion resounded, illuminating the area with flames that engulfed a radius of several dozen meters, launching all members of the Tianmei base, including Night Owl, into the air. His motorcycle was also caught in the blast, while the snowboards of other elite members ignited. Fortunately, clad in bomb-proof suits and helmets, they survived the ordeal, merely crashing into the snow pit below, though they were not killed in the explosion. The shockwave left them racked with pain, some even suffering fractures. Despicable scoundrels. Night Owl cursed as he lay amidst the snow, having endured 2 severe impacts due to the explosion of his snowmobile. Thankfully, he was wearing 2 layers of protective gear. Just as his voice faded, he sensed movement nearby, as if someone was digging in the snow. Chapter 87. The Capture of Night Owl, approaching the core of Tianmei base. "Come out." Night Owl realized that the sound was emanating from ahead, and he hastily aimed his revolver in that direction. The noise grew increasingly pronounced, prompting Night Owl to fire his revolver repeatedly. Bang! Bang! The bullets pierced through the heavy snow, striking with a sound akin to metal colliding, creating a jarring echo. Soon, he had exhausted all but one of the 9 bullets in his revolver, and he dared not fire again, as he had yet to lay eyes on the enemy. The digging continued, and Night Owl fixed his gaze intently on the source of the sound. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed as the snow ahead was forcefully displaced. A large mass of snow crashing down onto Night Owl's bomb-proof helmet. The snow obscured his vision, and in a panic, he fired, the bullet striking a metallic umbrella within the cave. Clang! Then, a sound reminiscent of a blade slicing through the air resonated as Lin Feng emerged from the snow cave, wielding a tang sword, and struck Night Owl's arm with a fierce blow. Crack! The strike failed to penetrate Night Owl's protective suit, yet the tremendous force fractured his arm. Ah! A pained roar escaped Night Owl's throat. Clang! Lin Feng swung again, this time cleaving into Night Owl's other arm, breaking it as well. "Which faction do you belong to? How are you so strong?" Night Owl, his helmet now free of snow, beheld a man he did not recognize. "Haha. You need not concern yourself with who I am. Bomb-proof suits are truly coveted items, as are these helmets," Lin Feng chuckled, stepping forward to strip Night Owl of his protective gear. Once donned in the bomb-proof suit and helmet, he felt an overwhelming sense of security, no longer fearing the threat of a sniper's attack. "Your Excellency, the Tianmei base is in dire need of talent. A person of your caliber surely does not belong to the Leopard base. You should consider joining the Tianmei base." Night Owl hurriedly urged Lin Feng, realizing the necessity of stabilizing him at this moment. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Night Owl and said, "Enough with the pleasantries. What is the security password for the Board of Trustees building?" He still could not fully trust Wang Jinghua, fearing that the password provided might be flawed. So he sought confirmation through Night Owl. A faint, bitter smile appeared on Night Owl's face as he replied, "Your Excellency, do not inquire of me, for I shall not divulge it. I carry poison in my mouth. A single bite would seal my fate. I suggest you be practical and exchange me for some supplies." Night Owl was an exceptionally astute individual. From the incident of Lin Feng stripping him of his protective gear, he deduced that this person before him must be lacking in arms and supplies, particularly protective and bomb-proof clothing. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng momentarily hesitated. He had to admit that Night Owl's proposition intrigued him, as he was in desperate need of protective and bomb-proof attire. "My arm is broken, and it is exceedingly difficult to survive in this weather. Should you kill me, you will gain nothing, unless you conquer the Board of Trustees building," Night Owl taunted coldly. "But that is impossible. The Board of Trustees building is heavily fortified, requiring the force of numerous missiles," he added. Suddenly, Lin Feng brandished a tang knife and thrust it into Night Owl's abdomen. Night Owl winced in pain, sweat beading on his forehead as he growled, "If you kill me, You will gain not a single benefit. Reveal the security password. Lin Feng withdrew the knife and aimed for Night Owl's heart once more. With a fierce gaze, Night Owl retorted, unthinkable. If you strike my heart, grant me a swift end. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng finally sheathed his knife, stating, I shall grant you another half hour to contemplate. I cannot guarantee that you will still be alive by then. Night Owl glanced at his bleeding abdomen and remarked, you must be a mercenary. I trust you can endure. Lin Feng, with an indifferent tone, proceeded to confiscate Night Owl's mobile phone and other communication devices. Subsequently, Lin Feng delved into a cave, attuning himself to the location of the Board of Trustees building, and continued to excavate forward. Before long, he reached beneath the building. With a resounding clang, Lin Feng produced a titanium alloy shovel and struck the wall of the Board of Trustees building, leaving a faint mark while his shovel recoiled. Damn it, it's too hard. This fortress must be taken, he muttered, then emerged from the snowdrift to the steps of the Board of Trustees building. Just as Lin Feng peeked out, a barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off his head, all absorbed by his bomb-proof helmet. He swiftly drew his sniper rifle and fired 4 consecutive shots, eliminating the 4 hidden snipers surrounding him. Then, he dashed to the main entrance of the Board of Trustees building and entered the password, only to be met with an error message. Wang Jinghua, you wretched scoundrel. Lin Feng cursed, realizing that the password provided by Wang Jinghua was incorrect. It seemed that Wang Jinghua had little faith in his ability to assault the Board of Trustees building, hence the erroneous password. Suddenly, a frenzied alarm blared throughout the area. Amidst the chaos, hidden snipers near the Board of Trustees building unleashed a relentless barrage upon Lin Feng, with some even wielding heavy machine guns to rain fire upon him. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Feng grimaced as excruciating pain coursed through his body. Although the bullets failed to breach his armored suit, the force was undeniably formidable. He refrained from retaliating, as these marksmen were beyond a 70-meter range. Instead, he produced a smoke grenade, which erupted, enveloping an area of 100 meters in a thick shroud of smoke. Subsequently, Lin Feng retrieved 60 detonators from his spatial storage and placed them at the entrance of the Board of Trustees building's security door, fully determined to test its fortitude. With a resounding boom, he hastily concealed himself deeper into a snowdrift and pressed the button. In the next instant, the 60 detonators detonated simultaneously, illuminating the sky with a cataclysmic explosion. However, to his astonishment, the security door remained utterly unscathed. What the hell? Lin Feng cursed, astonished by the resilience of the security door, which, along with the adjacent glass, remained intact. This was truly remarkable. At that moment, Lin Feng burrowed deeper into the snow cave and soon found himself before Night Owl, who was now on the brink of death, his abdomen bleeding profusely and the blood frozen solid. Impressive endurance, Lin Feng remarked, unable to suppress his admiration upon seeing Night Owl still alive. Night Owl fixed his gaze on Lin Feng and said, It seems you are aware of the security vulnerabilities at the Board of Trustees building. But your computer expert is rather incompetent. The unlock password is incorrect. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and stepped on Night Owl's wound. Night Owl winced, breaking into a cold sweat. Killing me will do you no good. Your only option is to exchange me for equipment. I wonder how much I am worth. Lin Feng retorted with a chilling smirk, tossing Night Owl's phone towards him. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Board of Trustees building, Yi Huang and the senior officials of the Tianmei base wore grave expressions. Despite deploying numerous forces to besiege Lin Feng, they faced utter annihilation. Moreover, this individual had approached the Board of Trustees building and attempted to detonate it with dozens of detonators. Had the building not been exceptionally robust, it might have been overrun. Just then, Yi Huang's phone rang, revealing a call from Night Owl. Night Owl, where are you now? Yi Huang inquired hastily. Has that person been dealt with? Night Owl fell silent before responding. Director Yi, I am now in that person's grasp. My fate rests in his hands. He desires to exchange me for equipment. You must determine my worth. Yi Huang's expression darkened at the revelation that Night Owl had been captured. The other leaders of the Tianmei base appeared equally distressed. Abandoning Night Owl would risk the exposure of numerous secrets, while rescuing him would demand an exorbitant cost. What does he want? Yi Huang asked, his voice heavy with concern. Night Owl continued to enumerate Lin Feng's demands for heavy machine guns, for 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 20 rocket launchers, 2,000 rockets, 20 sets of bomb-proof helmets and suits, 20 snowmobiles, and 10 snow vehicles. With each item listed, the faces of Yi Huang and the senior officials grew increasingly grim, as these provisions would nearly deplete the entire treasury of the Tianmei base. Night Owl, should we lose these resources? It is likely that the Tianmei base will soon face annihilation. You ought to convey to him that he should grant you a swift conclusion. Yi Huang decisively declined without a moment's hesitation. Chairman Yi, at least consider negotiating. Night Owl lamented, the opposition is concerned about your bargaining prowess. which is why they have presented such terms. With a heavy heart, Night Owl relayed Yihue Guang's demands. 1 heavy machine gun, 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 3 rocket launchers, 100 rockets, and 3 pieces each of explosive-proof helmets and suits. There are no snow vehicles or snowmobiles available. If you don't want it, then just end me. Yihue Guang laid his conditions bare. After conferring briefly with Lin Feng, Night Owl responded, Chairman Yi. He stated that he would offer 2 heavy machine guns, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 6 rocket launchers, 500 rockets, and 10 pieces each of explosive-proof helmets and suits. He does not require anything else. Naturally, Yihue Guang would not acquiesce to such terms, as resources in this apocalyptic world are exceedingly precious. Thus ensued a negotiation lasting 30 minutes, during which both parties made concessions. The final agreement comprised 2 heavy machine guns, 1,000 rounds of ammunition for rocket launchers, 500 rockets, 6 pieces each of explosive-proof helmets and suits, and 60 smoke grenades. Soon, personnel from the Tianmei base dispatched a large drone, which hovered above the snow pit and lowered a wooden crate into it. After ascertaining the crate's contents were satisfactory, Lin Feng moved it into the snow cave. Might I inquire about your identity? Night Owl weakly addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, with a smile, replied, in due time, you shall discover it. I hope to encounter you again. You are truly a significant catch. As he spoke, he amiably patted Night Owl on the shoulder and handed him a box of painkillers. Night Owl's expression darkened at the remark, only to find Lin Feng had already sprinted away with the crate. Shortly thereafter, a group of Tianmei base members arrived to rescue Night Owl and his companions. Meanwhile, Lin Feng navigated through the snow cave, reaching the entrance. However, as he emerged, a barrage of bullets flew towards him. Goodness, how callous, especially for a business partner, Lin Feng exclaimed, immediately drawing an iron umbrella for protection. At that moment, Kai Ling rode in on a motorcycle, and Lin Feng swiftly darted from the snow cave to join her on the snowmobile. They quickly vanished into the blizzard, reuniting with Chun Xiezi, Hong Sweki, and others a kilometer north of Jiangxing Medical University. Have you reached the entrance of the Board of Trustees building? Hong Sweki inquired, puzzled. Haha, I managed to slip through by chance, but that scoundrel Wang Jinghua misled me. The password he provided was faulty, Lin Feng chuckled. Wang Jinghua had no expectations of you reaching the Board of Trustees building. He intended for you to serve as cannon fodder. Moreover, revealing the true password could easily lead to a breach, Hong Sweki analyzed. What is the current situation at the Leopard Base? Lin Feng asked. The Leopard Base has suffered heavy casualties. Everyone attacking the North Gate, except for you, has perished, as have those assaulting the East Gate. The West Gate's President Liang has incurred minimal losses, as they are engaged in drone warfare. As for Wang Jinghua and his companions, they found themselves in dire straits. Their snowmobiles and snow vehicles had all been rendered inoperable, and now they were engaged in a fierce confrontation with the personnel from the Tianmei base, who were exerting overwhelming firepower against them, placing them in a perilous situation. Chun Xiezi coldly remarked, the probability of escape is merely 30%. This individual must not perish. Lin Feng, furrowing his brow, replied, his team contributed to the construction of the Board of Trustees building and left vulnerabilities in its security system. What do you mean? Lin Feng, Hong Sweki inquired, looking at him. Kaling, Sweki, you both should return first. I must seek out Wang Jinghua. He cannot die yet. I need to extract information regarding the security flaws of the Board of Trustees building from him, Lin Feng insisted. Brother Lin Feng, I want to accompany you, Kaling said with a smile. Not for now. I can move faster alone. Lin Feng shook his head. Moreover, your identities should remain concealed. Upon hearing this, Kaling reluctantly handed over the snowmobile to Lin Feng and then departed with Hong Sweki. Lin Feng swiftly rode the snowmobile towards the southern gate of Jiangxing Medical University. At that moment, a fierce battle was raging at the southern gate, with the Tianmei base relentlessly bombarding the area with rockets, while Wang Jinghua and his companions retaliated with their own rocket fire, resulting in a stalemate. The fierce combat persisted for nearly an hour before both sides finally ceased hostilities. In a snow pit, Wang Jinghua gasped for breath while hoisting a rocket launcher. Director Wang, what shall we do now? We lack the means to escape, Dong expressed with a worried demeanor. Moreover, our ammunition is limited and nearly depleted. Once it runs out, we will meet our demise. When will the others from the Leopard Base arrive? Wang Jinghua asked solemnly. They seem to have encountered an obstacle on the way, and both sides are currently engaged in combat, Dong explained. Damn the Tianmei base. Wang Jinghua cursed angrily. Have you contacted President Liang? Surely. Their drone operations should have incurred minimal losses. Dong clarified. President Liang came to our rescue, but was obstructed en route. In any case, the personnel from the Tianmei base are intent on trapping us. Wang Jinghua fell silent, realizing that the Tianmei base was willing to go to any lengths to ensnare them. Was he, Wang Jinghua, destined to perish here? The thought filled him with indignation. He yearned to uncover who had betrayed him, vowing to exact a brutal revenge upon that person. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted, prompting Wang Jinghua and Dong to hastily drop to the ground for cover. However, upon lying down, they noticed a thick fog enveloping their surroundings. Smoke bombs! Wang Jinghua and Dong exclaimed, their expressions shifting in alarm. Soon after, they observed several ropes and ski boards descending into the snow pit. Director Wang, what are you waiting for? Quickly step onto the ski boards and grab the ropes. Lin Feng's urgent voice called out from within the fog. Lin Feng. Upon hearing this voice, Director Wang was struck with both shock and joy, astonished that Lin Feng was still alive and elated at his arrival to save them. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up, or it will be too late. Lin Feng urged impatiently. Wang Jinghua and the 10 or so others promptly stepped onto the ski boards, each gripping a rope tightly, and soon a tremendous force yanked them out of the snow pit. They beheld Lin Feng ahead, riding a snowmobile. With a roar, Lin Feng pressed the throttle, and the snowmobile surged forward at an exhilarating speed. Although he was pulling along a dozen individuals, each one was equipped with skis, significantly reducing resistance. Concurrently, Lin Feng hurled smoke grenades in all directions. The explosions created a dense fog that enveloped the area for hundreds of meters. The personnel at the Tianmei base, in a state of panic, attempted to target Lin Feng and his companions with rocket launchers. But the extensive smoke coverage rendered their efforts futile. Yi Huiguang, observing the scene through surveillance, slammed the table in frustration and bellowed, "Notify Night Eagle. I want him to pursue and eliminate the Leopard base." Understood, Director Yi. Night Eagle, a high-ranking operative of the Tianmei base stationed at the southern gate of Jiangxing Medical University, received the command and set off with a team on snowmobiles to hunt down Lin Feng and his group. However, after merely a few hundred meters, he noticed Lin Feng's snowmobile coming to a halt, and he vaguely saw Lin Feng turn to look in his direction. A sense of foreboding gripped Night Eagle's heart. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the surroundings in flames. Night Eagle was consumed by the fiery blast, propelled through the air as if riding on clouds. He landed in a snow pit, with his team members following suit, their snowmobiles exploding in the chaos. Damn it! Night Eagle roared in rage, realizing that he could no longer pursue Wang Jinghua and the others. The Tianmei base had suffered significant losses that day. Hundreds of meters away, Wang Jinghua and the others watched as Lin Feng manipulated a multitude of remote controls, confirming that the Tianmei base personnel could not catch up. With a complex mix of emotions, Wang Jinghua reflected on how the very person he had once plotted against had saved his life at a critical moment. Soon, Lin Feng returned to the Leopard base with Wang Jinghua and the others, where the remaining members of the base also gathered, with President Liang's team suffering the least casualties. Upon seeing Lin Feng alive, President Liang was instantly filled with rage and approached, brandishing his cane. Lin Feng, how could you lead the team like this? What happened to your brothers? He coldly rebuked. Ignoring President Liang, Lin Feng turned his attention to Wang Jinghua, who was seated on the sofa. We have an infiltrator within our Leopard base. Aside from your drone team, the other teams have suffered considerable losses, Wang Jinghua stated flatly. Furthermore, effective immediately, Lin Feng is to be appointed as the deputy director of the Leopard base. As everyone habitually referred to Wang Jinghua as Director Wang, he established titles such as Director, Deputy Director, and Team Leader for the management of the Leopard base. What? Director Wang? What qualifications does he have to serve as the Deputy Director of the Leopard base? President Liang exclaimed, incensed. His plan to eliminate Lin Feng had backfired. Not only was Lin Feng alive, but he had also ascended to the position of Deputy Director. President Liang, our assault on the Tianmei base resulted in tremendous losses. When we found ourselves in peril, it was Lin Feng who rushed in to rescue me. Without him, we would have been doomed, Wang Jinghua remarked coldly. This revelation left President Liang momentarily speechless, astonished that Lin Feng had indeed saved Wang Jinghua. I hope the two of you can coexist peacefully and join hands in establishing a robust Leopard base. Wang Jinghua glanced at President Liang with a subtle expression. President Liang, a man of considerable depth and insight, smiled and said, Director Wang, I have no objections. Lin Feng has made significant contributions to the base and rightfully deserves the position of Deputy Director. Thank you, Director Wang. Lin Feng turned to Wang Jinghua, clasping his hands in gratitude, finally securing his foothold in the Leopard base. Once the secrets of Tianmei base's security vulnerabilities are uncovered, your demise will be inevitable. Wang Jinghua remarked, Brother Lin, President Liang, you both should rest early. The security for tonight will be entrusted to others. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and President Liang turned and departed. Wang Jinggu's expression gradually darkened as he inquired, Poison Bee, who do you think betrayed us? Throughout their journey, Wang Jinggu and Poison Bee had contemplated the matter of the traitor. They had suspected Lin Feng, but since his arrival, he had been unable to communicate with the outside world. They also considered President Liang, yet he too was cut off from external contact. Thus, both individuals were eliminated from suspicion. The main assault forces were also ruled out, as death could strike at any moment on the battlefield, and no one would dare gamble with their lives. Moreover, the main forces only learned of the target upon reaching the location. Poisonbee shook his head, stating, "Director, I cannot deduce who it might be. Perhaps we were spotted by Tianmei base while en route." He continued, "Additionally, there were sounds of artillery from the north gate of Jiangxing Medical University. The people Lin Feng brought could not possibly muster such a formidable display." Wang Jinggu analyzed. "I inquired Lin Feng about this, and he mentioned that a mysterious force attacked the north gate, reportedly reaching the base's board building." Poisonbee explained. Wang Jinggu furrowed his brow, pondering, what force could this be? It is unclear. In this apocalyptic world, individuals travel cloaked in hats and glasses, dressed heavily, making it impossible to discern their identities. However, Lin Feng indicated that Tianmei base suffered considerable losses. Poisonbee replied. "He survived by sheer luck, which has afforded him the opportunity to rescue us." Wang Jinggu fell into silence, contemplating why Lin Feng would save them. Perhaps Lin Feng seeks to establish his position at Leopard Base. In this world of chaos, going solo makes one vulnerable to annihilation, while saving others might grant him authority within the base, Poisonbee speculated. Perhaps so. Let us continue to monitor Lin Feng and President Liang, while ensuring other brothers keep watch as well. Wang Jinggu turned and departed. Lin Feng returned to his room, burrowing under the covers to reassure Kai Ling of his safety. He then sensed the nearby floors and discovered that President Liang was already nestled in bed, engaged in a heated argument with Ma Lingyu. The two quarreled for several minutes before quieting down. "President Liang, do sleep soon," Lin Feng murmured from his bed, knowing that once President Liang slumbered, his opportunity would arise. Lin Feng waited for over half an hour until he sensed that President Liang had finally drifted into sleep. Quietly, he slipped out of his room and made his way to the living room on the second floor, where several armed individuals still lingered in the corridor. "Director Lin." One of the gunmen approached, gesturing for Lin Feng to return to his room. "Do you not realize I am now Director Lin?" Lin Feng whispered coldly. "Do you believe I want to expel you from Leopard Base and confiscate your weapon?" The armed man, upon hearing this, hurriedly forced a smile and said, "Director Lin, I shall pretend I have seen nothing. You may do as you wish, as long as you refrain from descending the stairs and do not make things difficult for my comrades." Only then did Lin Feng nod in satisfaction. He then approached President Liang's door and, in order not to disturb President Liang's slumber, discreetly slipped a note through the crack.